In a year of craziness for VCO Esports, we bring you one more moonshot idea. It's time for VCO Infinity. When endurance racing began, it was the challenge of machine versus the clock. As time has passed, as the cars have evolved, reliability has gone upwards. Endurance racing are now sprint races by their nature. Today though, we do endurance sprint racing. 24 individual races within a 24-hour period to crown your very first VCO Infinity champions. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCO Esports, to Racebot TV, for what should be an enthralling day of action with 40 of the best teams in sim racing from across the sim racing universe ready to do battle. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined for the first time on VCO Esports by David Christie. And David, we're looking forward to this one. This is going to be something to behold.
We absolutely are, Arjuna. I've been obviously so excited about watching this all unfold. 24 different races over the next 24 hours, 5 different cars that they're going to be competing in. I mean, we've seen VCO push the boat out in terms of the envelope, in terms of competitions, Arjuna, but nothing like this we've ever seen before. So hyped.
This is going to be something. Let's quickly talk to you about what we're in for today, and then we'll get into the preview of the very first race that is just about ready to get underway for qualifications. 5 different cars. These were announced a while ago. The teams have known what cars they're going to be competing in. We thank Dallara for their support, of course, very heavily involved in iRacing. We celebrate them with their Formula 3 at entry-level open-wheeler before stepping up to not its bigger brother, but a bigger brother, the IR18, the top level of American open wheel machinery. Then the LMP2, the Dallara P2 that many of our teams today have competed across of top level endurance racing before heading to the McLaren MP4-12C, the fire-breathing GT3 car, and of course a touring car to have some fun. You'll see no supercars. Unfortunately, we're a little burned out on that after what we've seen in the Esports Racing League, but it's a really varied set of cars, and what I like about the format that we've got here today, David, is you have to race. Each driver has to race in at least 2 different cars. You can't just be a specialist. You've got to at least adapt just a very little bit.
Yeah, and that really plays into the whole strategy of the entire championship over the next 24 hours. I would argue that every single one of those 5 cars, Arjuna, is a driver's car. Really going to test the mettle of all of these teams that we've got competing over the next 24 hours. Personally, I'm really looking forward to how the LMP2 is going to fare out.
I think something else to note, fuel saving will be required, or pit stops should be required in the first 3. The McLaren and the TCR car have tanks to be able to do the full 45-minute race distance. Let's talk about the tracks. Now, these were only announced a couple of days ago. Very similar to what we've seen from VCO Pro Sim, from the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. We restrict the practice time, and we're going on a globe-trotting tour around the best tracks in the world. Of course, Daytona, the world center of racing, Monza, the temple of speed, America's national park of speed in Road America, the home of British motorsports, Silverstone, as well as, of course, the legendary Spa-Francorchamps. You couldn't really get many better tracks than this. One thing that I think is significant across all of the 5 tracks, they're significantly draft-heavy. We should see close racing throughout the course of our 24 hours here.
Yeah, they're also incredibly wide as well, especially the likes of Silverstone, Daytona, Spa. Easy opportunity for a lot of these drivers to get 2-3 cars wide, especially at Daytona coming up the banking, is going to lead to some very spectacular racing.
Let's talk about the teams then. Many of these will be familiar to you that have watched the Esports Racing League, the Esports Racing World Cup, of course, but we've got new teams. Most significantly, as we scroll through the first 8, the Oris Racing team. Newcomers to iRacing relatively, the Absolute Motorsport Aslith team. We'll see how they fare. Brabham Esports, Burst Esports have some experience, but not much. Then we get to the Giants. Coanda join us for VCO competition for the first time since VCO Pro Sim. We're joined by what I'm sure are the fan favorites, late replacements, Team PGZ. We'll be excited to see what they're going to do. Pulsus Esports, you'll see them as well. To Team Racing Line, we've seen them on VCO Esports before. Pure Sims, RAG, some of the big names on this one, along with Race Clutch. Rocket Simsport, one of the newcomers to iRacing, always quick though on the other platforms. RPC have a lot of off-road talent. I've commentated on their drivers in World Championship competition. But here we go. This is where the iRacing juggernauts come. SRC, Obsidian, T3, Redline, Urano. It doesn't get much stronger than that. And then you add in Triton Racing as well, a team which really does cover the gamut of sim racing competition. Veloce, Yas Heat, the sister teams join us, as does another fan favorite team in the form of Was Cooking Racing Adventures, looking to cook up some spicy entertainment. Let's talk about the venue for race number 1. Road America is deceptively tricky. It looks simple, it looks like there's plenty of 90-degree corners, but when you get to each of the braking zones, there's different camber, there's different elevation changes, there's bumpiness as well to deal with. It's a lot trickier, and we're racing in the IndyCar. It doesn't get much better than that.
It really doesn't. Some beautiful, tight, twisty turns here at Road America, especially the likes of turn 14, that final corner as well. It's going to be very, very heavy, Arjuna, as you said on the draft. Don't be surprised to see some big, big packs heading through, but you're going to have to be brave to make up the places here.
We talked about how the teams are required to have each of their drivers compete in at least 2 of the cars in our competition today. We should also note they were required to submit their nominations, which driver is taking part in which race last night. So their plan has been set to account for any, maybe technical issues that do arise in sim racing. We're always cognizant of that fact, David. They get 3 jokers. They're allowed 3 races where a different driver than was nominated is allowed to be competing.
And that's a brilliant thing, because it means that the teams can't really take the mick, as it were. There's a little bit of leniency. As we know, technical issues can and do happen all the time, but it gives them plenty of room to manoeuvre with that. Swap somebody out if needed. But yeah, it also gives us a lot of chance to read up on the drivers that are taking part and help our viewers be a little bit more informed out there.
Just like with every VCO event, we have race control as well. We'll talk more about them and what they're going to be doing behind the scenes, but we should note that they'll be responding to protests more than taking an active look at what's going on track, and I think that's significant. It's a 24-hour event, David. It's a lot of work for the race control team, so at least they'll get a little bit of a relaxing step back. It does put the onus on the teams to not be reckless in their protests. They need to make sure that they use them wisely.
Absolutely, I think it's going to be a very quiet time for race control. We're all esports professionals here. What could possibly go wrong with this?
We're professionals? That's news to me.
I was more inferring to the drivers that are taking part today, but listen, you know what happens when you get drivers of this ilk all together on the same bit of tarmac, separated by 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second. This is going to get spicy.
Let's talk about the favorites then today. Of course, it's hard to look past the likes of Coanda, the likes of Redline, 2 juggernauts who have scrapped amongst each other plenty. In terms of the Coanda camp, it's good to see as well the likes of Josh Rogers, Mitchell DeYoung, Tommy Osgard, and Mac Backham all back in competition here on iRacing after their withdrawal from the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup earlier this year. But they're going up against a strong Redline team. Many of the drivers today as well are pulling double duty, David. Of course, we've got the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup racing at the best track in the world. If Lewis McLeod is listening, yes, the Nordschleife is the best, but it becomes difficult for them, right? Yes, you've got limited prep for this. You've been doing a lot of prep for the Nordschleife, and then you've got to switch gears to a competition which requires adaptability.
But this is their life. They're very much used to this thing of having to do several races, several different events in one race weekend, if that's what's happening. You were mentioning, Arjuna, about the teams that were there. Honestly, it was like a little black book of some of the best sim racing teams that have ever been here in sim racing. It's literally a case of you can take all of those names, put them on a dartboard, throw a dart at it, and maybe you'll get a clue about who's going to win, because quite honestly, I have got no clue who is going to come out on top.
The format lends itself to the unexpected. I think that puts it mildly. We also thank our partners at the Virtual Racing School for helping us put together this one. It's a fixed setup competition like all other VCO competitions are. It means you have to adapt to what you're given, and we thank them for providing the setups for today. Qualifying has just gotten underway, so let's get ready for this race. Let's get set for Road America. You see the climb out of the final corner. We'll see rolling starts in many of the cars. TCR, F3, of course, you tend to see those have standing starts. We'll see standing starts in those cars at every track except Daytona. Those who have seen a standing start at Daytona in the past will know why we're not doing that here today. So qualifying underway. It's a short qualifying session. You only get a couple of laps. And when it comes to the IndyCar, David, the thing to note is tire compounds. There is no requirement about the tire compounds. You can qualify on a different tire to the one you start on. You don't have to run both of the compounds. It's the only car we'll be talking about this with. The red Mark alternate tire, a little bit softer, a little bit grippier, but it wears a lot more, especially through high-speed corners when the temperature is high. The black Mark primary tire, bit harder, less grippy, but it will last longer. I can already tell you from talking to some of these IndyCar specialists that are joining us today, they are expecting, at least in Silverstone, the black tire to be the preferred compound of choice, but cold tires on that option make it a very risky thing at the start of the race.
And that's the sort of little balancing act that you've got to do, isn't it? Because you have the start of the race, you're going to have 40 cars all piling down into turn one with limited grip, limited braking ability as well. The last thing you want to do is put that outside the realms of your own control as well. I think they are all going to start on that tyre, and I think that is just a case that they have to watch out for, not only themselves, but for those around them as well.
So qualifying, like we said, is underway. Just 50 seconds left on the board. We'll show you the lap times. There's not enough time for them to roll back around the track. So this is it. This is done. And I look at this, and Ben Fuller is not a surprise to see up there, a World Championship competitor in the Dallara Formula Grand Prix Championship. The big surprise to me is the fact that Adam Blocker, Joshua Chin, IndyCar specialists, find themselves down in 13th and 14th position. That shows you the quality of this grid.
And not just that as well. I mean, they're significantly off the top as well. 0.7 of a second. It doesn't sound amazing, you know, a massive amount, and it really isn't in the grand scheme of things. But it's enough to drop them down, what, 13 positions off of the top 3 or top 4 cars. It's a big deal, and there would have been a lot of practice going into this.
Well, the time for thinking, the time for talking is done. The racing is upon us. The first of 24 45-minute sprints is about to get underway. The IR18s are ready to roll at America's National Park of Speed. Let's run you down through today's starting grid, because you are in for a treat. And alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, I am delighted to have David Christie along for the ride. Ryan Barneveld for BS Competition puts it on pole position. A GT3 specialist, an open-wheel driver as well, it turns out. A 43.639, the benchmark for him. Half a tenth back. Ben Fuller in the Apex Racing Team car looks to challenge the Zebras. Urano and Joop de Ligt roll alongside RHE and Florian Lebigra, another driver that competed in the Dallara Grand Prix Championship in 2021. Govan Keeney, not for the Maradness E-Star scenes, but instead for the Team PGZ guys, rolls alongside with Enzo Benito, Team Redline. Luke Crane will love to see that. Pedro Sanchez Albert has IndyCar experience, third in the ISOWC last year. He shares with the row 4 with the new Veloce recruit, Dominic Hoffman in that Veloce white Dallara IR18. Hyper Mac Backham Huffer second off the pole. He's back in 9th alongside Brandon Hawkin in his one and only race outside of the TCRs. George Garcia and Maciek Milnek for the Netrex team. Great to see R-Factor 2 specialists inside of the top 12 positions. Tim Matska and Joshua Chin 13th and 14th, with Adam Blocker and Marcos Nunez 15th and 16th. Pepe Marti in the Team Fordzilla machine shares row 9 with Trek Esports. Completing the top 20, Gustas Grimberg is another car driver that we saw, in the ISOWC in 2021. Rolls with your IRX World Championship competitor Luis Nunez, RPC Esports, and Yassi missing out of the top 22. 1 second splits those 22 cars. That's the quality. Again, we'll talk about this so much, the quality of the grid we've got for you today. U-Race Brazil Esports alongside with Triton Racing with Mitchie Hoyer and the Burst Esports car down in 25th. Wannabe SRT 26 with the Legions of Racers sharing row 14 with DCW Racing Team. Rocket Sim Sport and TR powered by Geeks Energy complete the top 30, and we'll scroll through the rest of the names. Big ones missing out in qualifying: David Toth and Peter Zuba. Plenty of open wheel experience for the two of them. Danny Gisa, another one, really, I'm sure, disappointed to not put a lap time on the board. That's how they run, that's how they'll start this race, but of course it's not just about getting underway here, it's also about how the start is going to fare itself out. Rolling starts, you thought there may be chaos, let's see if that's going to hold true.
Well, fingers crossed they'll get through the first couple of corners successfully. But looking at that beautiful sight of these Indy cars making their way down the line, let's get going.
Oh, VCO Infinity will turn endurance racing on its head. 40 of the best teams in the sim racing universe fighting to be crowned your VCO Infinity champions. We're underway in Road America for race 1 of 24. It's a great start from Ryan Barneveld. Already chaos as they come up the hill under the NTT bridge. Outside of the top 20, I think that was absolute carnage, but Barneveld's clear. Joop de Ligt up into second. Ben Fuller feeling the pressure.
Wow, that was absolute chaos going on as well. We've got 20 cars. We've got one car going off in the background there. I think we're going to have about 15 by the end of this lap here.
Yeah, well, lap 1, turn 1 chaos. Well, we started before, and then turn 1 exploded. Plenty of cars struggling. Ben Fuller back to the outside line as they dive down the hill into turn 5. A couple of side-by-side cars using gravity to work against them as up under the Corvette bridge they'll go. Joop de Ligt holds on to second. The top 20 or so have survived. We've already got 6 cars in pit lane.
Unbelievable start to the race, and that's why qualifying so important, Arjuna. You needed to get yourself up into that top 20 to minimise the risk of something like that happening. And it doesn't matter what level of skill you're going to have. You've got so many qualified drivers out here on track. Yeah, that was always likely to happen.
Gap out front is already up to a second. We'll talk about the tyre compound choices in a few moments' time. With the exception of 3 cars, the rest of the field is on the black mark primary tyre. So we'll see how that's going to play out. You can see Govan Keeney in the Team PGZ car has had to take a tow back to pit lane. Other cars that have found themselves mired in trouble: the Wolf Racing team, Altus Esports, Triton, Brabham, Pulsus, and the WOR Racing team. Inside of the top 10, it's all single file for the time being. We're going to have a couple of looks at some replays. It's going to take us a while to pick apart what happened there.
It absolutely is, and I think would be about 5-10 minutes just picking apart everything that went on there. But great first lap there for the leaders. It looks fairly clean for that top 15 pack there. And this is the problem, as you see, Ryan Barneveld there out in front by 0.7 of a second. It doesn't mean that it's over and done and dusted for the likes of Joop de Ligt and Ben Fuller, but they'll need to get a couple laps just to settle down, just to get into the rhythm and see what's going to happen here. If they decide to work with each other, Arjuna, they can catch right back up, and that's exactly what's happening with Ryan. But you need to work together.
Enzo Benito deep on the brakes and almost gets shoved off into the kitty litter by Mac Backham, who will take 6th position away from him. Didn't need a second invitation, did Hyper Mac, as further back we see that side-by-side Netrex, I think that is, looking to the inside of Joshua Chin as the King of Chins tries to recover a couple of positions, and now looks to the outside and will come under fire from Zenith Esports as well. Adam Blocker lops up. This is really the hornet's nest. They're already 7 seconds back from the leader. Unbelievable stuff, and that's what I was saying. I mean, the fact that BS Plus competition so far out in front, they needed to work together to get a chance to get right onto his tail. They don't need to be getting involved in these petty squabbles if they're going to be thinking about this. But Urano doing a decent job in second place, and then Apex Racing Team in third. That mistake from Enzo Benito, that was a little bit uncharacteristic from him as well, that lock-up. One of our most adaptable drivers in the VCO Esports Racing League, the only driver to have gotten podiums in all 3 of the platforms that we visited in the Spring Cup. Alex Smoliar, the only driver that did that in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup at the end of January. The gap at the front has come down. We should also talk about push-to-passes. 10 usages of an extra 60 to 70 horsepower spurt. You have to ration that over the course of the race. It's slightly different to how it works in the real-world Indy cars, but it's regardless of the difference, you've still got to manage that and work within the confines of what you've got. This top 4 is starting to break away now. Florian Lebigra in that 88 for R8G finds himself outside of drafting range, 1.6 seconds back as Pedro Sanchez Albert looks to try and work his way forward. What I find fascinating as well is the fact that Joop de Ligt was using push to pass on that last lap there and still wasn't able to make significant inroads to the back end of Ryan Barneveld there. So incredible pace that he's shown just now there. But you saw Ben Fuller making a little bit of a mistake going wide. Thankfully, Pedro Sanchez Albert not able to take advantage of that. But again, putting all that pressure on Ben. And it's such a momentum-based track. It means that, if Ben can't make that move work on Joop de Ligt, he's going to fall back into the clutches of Pedro Sanchez Albert, and that's what we're seeing here. talk about the fixed setup. I wonder if maybe there's just got enough downforce that even with the push of the horsepower that you get, you're unable to really close as much as you would have wanted. You see, there's a train basically forming from 5th all the way down to 17th position. They're separated by a couple of tenths here and there. I don't want to call it a Trilly train. That might be just a little bit unfair, but Pedro Sanchez Albert looks to have gotten past Ben Fuller and off into the grass through Bill Mitchell Bend. He hangs on to that one.
Oh, that was so lucky that he managed to actually hold on to that, because we know what it's like here on iRacing. Just a sniff of the grass and the car suddenly pitched round at 90 degrees like we saw on that first lap there. Still impressed actually to see so many cars still with us in this front group. But as you said earlier on, it does stretch out so vastly. You've got maybe 5 groups of about 5 to 6 cars each here. As you see, Adam Blocker, not only did he have a poor qualifying, relatively speaking, but forced all the way down to 15th position. They are not going to be happy with that one.
Now he's representing the Pure Sims team here, but I'm teammates with Adam Blocker, so I will hide my bias, but I am very shocked to see where he is. Florian Labigra loses out to Mac Backham. I think that's an important move, because Backham clearly has got the pace. You can see as well, they actually have caught the battle between Obsidian and the Apex Racing team has opened a bit of a breakaway up to 1st and 2nd. Ben Fuller now under fire, potentially from Mac Backham. That gap just half a second.
Yeah, because Pedro Albert got past him about 15 seconds ago there, so Pedro's already away up the road. Now, that gap was about 3/4 tenths of a second, so Ben's obviously either maybe went deep into the corner that's allowed Pedro to go past there, but it's now a case of Mac Backham trying to catch on to the back of him, and Ben Fuller using his push to pass to try and get away.
Tower lights up like a Christmas tree now when the push to pass is active. Nice. It's so nice, isn't it?
It's very pretty. For somebody that's such a smooth brain like myself, it certainly makes it much easier for me to say that.
Yeah, and it's something that you'll note as well. So 5 cars, 5 tracks, 5 times 5, 25, but 24 races. The only combo that we're not racing is the IndyCar at Daytona, and I think a lot of you can understand why. Joop de Ligt is trying to close and try and pass at the front of this field. It's calmed down relatively, although having said that, I think Isaac Gillison, has just had a trip off the track in the Yas Heat number 32 through the final corner. It has calmed down slightly. I tell you what, why don't we divert our attention and try and figure out what happened on that race start?
Oh, that's going to be a dangerous one here. I think we might need to put a viewer discretion advised on this one.
So, up the hill. And they're already crashing. So, this will give us a better... It's the stack-up. It's the accordion, isn't it? They're all just trying to figure out when the leader's going to go. And that's one car that has absolutely launched it. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but that seems like a slam-dunk penalty to me.
Is it too late to take back that comment about esports professionals?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Well, this is one thing that does annoy me so much, though, and we saw it there. How many times do you see, oh, there's a yellow flag, so I'm still just going to keep my foot in?
Arca brakes.
It's just, but it's, I mean, we joke about Arca brakes, but there's not even an attempt to use the brakes. It's just a case of, oh, I'm just going to try and see what I can get through. I understand that if you slow yourself down, you're going to get off any chance of getting through and catching up with the group, but realistically, self-preservation, it does completely dumbfound me sometimes. What
is self-preservation? I think that's what some of these teams must be wondering. We saw a great case of Arca brakes yesterday in the AHU Endurance Series brought to you by VCO. That's a car that's off the road. Oh, well, that's the Pulsus Esports 12. He's already a lap down, and I think by trying to get out of the way of the leaders, he might have just put himself in more trouble. Hard to imagine how that would have happened. They are working through more lap traffic. You see Pedro Sanchez Albert ducking past as they cross the start-finish line. Believe that might be the Arnage Competition pink car.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. It's further down the order there, but that car that was off into the barrier there, I do believe they're just giving up for the day. They're obviously off to get a cup of coffee, and given that it's a 45-minute race and we're already 10 minutes into it, and if they're already a lap down, it's not exactly the sporting thing to do, but you can understand that they're maybe just going to regroup, come back for race 2 and see what they can get out of it. Meanwhile, side by side, going down towards the left-hander here.
Yeah, it's a little further behind. We're riding on board with Brandon Hawking. There we go. It's Zenith Esports and Team Fordzilla, two Spanish-based teams. Zenith on the outside, Pepe Marti already up now 5 positions. Not the biggest mover. That goes to Absolute Motorsport and Tomasa Mosca, who's 17 positions gained from where he started at the very back of the field. But Team Fordzilla working forward. I must say, it's delightful to see Fordzilla in an actual livery instead of a white car with a Ford logo on the side. That is a definite step up from what we've seen from them in the past. More specifically at the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. Dominic Hoffman, I want to talk a little bit about him because former Redline driver, he and Paddy Wolf have actually left that camp to join Veloce, and he now finds himself in front of Team Redline. That must be a somewhat interesting feeling for him.
It really is going to be, and if ever you want something to vindicate your decisions that you take in life, Arjuna, it's definitely, I think, going to be that. A formidable lineup that they've got, though. Gian Fallow, Emily Jones, Sven Nolan, and Patrick Wolf on the cards for them over the next 24 hours. Yeah, that is, again, that's like a who's who of sim racing.
On board with Enzo Benito, who ran a little bit wide a couple of corners ago and sees Brandon Hawking starting to close in the rear view mirrors. Brandon Hawking, very strong in a TCR car and has competed at the top level of Canadian sim racing. Interested to see how he fares here today, as Josh Chin now will get past George Garcia. That's now 2 spots lost in about half a lap for Garcia at one of the longest tracks that we're going to visit here today. Blocker's next in line, Gustas Grimberger's behind as well. The party's forming. Talk about the point structure very quickly. 40 points for your race winner, a solitary point for 40th and last. You can do the math, you can figure out how it's going to go. So just under 1,000 points, the hypothetical maximum. I have no doubt that we are not going to see that. Those red tires for George Garcia in the Zenith Esports car, I think really starting to fade. Blocker gets on past, Grimberger's has a look too.
Yeah, Garcia's really going to be struggling. As you said, the softer tyres marked by that red compound on the outside of them, they would have been good for maybe, say, 8 to 10 laps, and after that they will fall off so very quickly with the fixed setups that we've got with all of the teams running identical setup-wise. It just, I get why they would have done them. Maybe they're going to come into the pit shortly and switch to the harder compound, but I just don't see what the benefit would have been for the soft tyres.
It's a mandatory pit stop. It's not mandated in the rules, but your car's not making it to the end unless you pit. Fuel window here, you're looking probably anywhere from 22 to 25 minutes. So you do need to be a bit careful. We're looking at, of course, a 45-minute race plus the extra time to come around and take the checkered if required. So drivers very much do have to keep that one in mind. So 40 cars started. We've seen 13 or so of them have a trip down pit lane as 2 IndyCar regulars, 2 drivers that have clashed in the past, fight side by side. Josh Chin and Adam Blocker. Blocker's on the push to pass, trying to pull himself in front and use that inside groove to get the spot done. Joshua Chin doesn't fight too hard. Blocker up to 13th. Here comes Grimbergus.
Yeah, Gustas Grimberger sees that and thinks, I want a piece of that. Contact with Joshua Chin, and absolute chaos ensues.
Well, there's a bit of previous between the two teams there. Not West Cooking, but Josh Chin usually races for Team Talent / the private label Team Hype. Simsa and Philip Kraus at this very track, at that very corner, had a little bit of drama. It was Rameza Zam and Phil Kraus that had the moment there. I have no doubt there's going to be some words exchanged potentially when all things are said and done. Calm at the front of the field. It continues to be a bit hectic and frantic a little bit further back, but we are settling into the groove. You talked about teams that, you know, are out of this race. There's only 2 or 3 of them from what I can see. Basically everyone else is still out on track. But if you fall back, the reality is you're not likely going to get too many spots because of the nature of this race. But it gives you that opportunity to have a reset. You stay out for this one, and you jump back. Next race, Formula 3 at Silverstone.
That is going to be an absolute grip fest. Still really looking forward to seeing that. But what you've also got to think about is how many times can you realistically afford to do that. As we see Lucas Giret's side by side, I think that's Jorge Garcia side by side there. The F3s at Silverstone will be an awesome race, and yes, it does give some of the teams that are not fortunate in this one a reprieve. But the problem is that once you get into that mindset, that's one of your 9 lives essentially lost almost immediately at the start of this race. So yeah, it's not where you want to be, but the great thing about this championship is, and again, Arjuna, you know this yourself, commentating on endurance races, how many teams do you see on a 24-hour race that just give up completely after the first hour? We won't see that here. We'll see every single team back on the grid for the remainder of the races, because they're always still in with a chance of clawing more points back.
Absolutely, and I think I like that sort of a reset. It's different from the safety car resets that you get, of course, but it is something different. Hoffman passed Florian Lebigra, who is starting to slide backwards, but all 3 of these cars that we're looking at right now on that black mark primary tire. Let's have a look up front, where it's been the Ryan Barneveld show so far, and I always look at an esports driver and I'm like, wow, you are calm. I wish I could be that calm, cool, and collected, especially when you're in a car that before today you have never competed in before.
It is, and unfortunately, as somebody that's very, very old at the age of 38, I look at all these youngsters that absolute jealousy takes over at me, because I am a middling to slow sim racer at the very best, and I see these guys and it just always looks so effortless. You never see any stress, any drama, any sign of anxiety, anything like that. It's just pure, unadulterated concentration, and I guess that's why they're at the level that they're at. And it's always been that way for the past 5 years or so, when you're at the absolute top of the field.
So DC, what's your I rating?
I don't
Come
know.
on.
Honestly, I think it's like 1200 or something like that. It's really bad.
To be fair, you are someone who's a lot more experienced across the different sim racing platforms. I am an iRacing only guy. I am a noob when it comes to the other stuff. It's why I lean so heavily on Lewis McLeod when we go to our Factor set, of course, a competizione here on the VCO Esports side of things. Plenty of exciting stuff happening for VCO Esports as Joop de Ligt is again on the push to pass, a little bit closer this time by Josh Chinnan to pit lane in that Was Cooking Racing Adventures machine. Joop de Ligt's closing and actually looks to the outside. Now down the hill, Barneveld has that preferred opportunity to slam the door shut and my line it if you're going to use a Formula 1 parlance, but respect being shown between the 2 of them, still hanging out on the outside line. Joop de Ligt might have the inside as they hurry through the hurry downs.
He certainly is. It's going to be side by side as they come through in towards 8 and 9 then. And look at that, you've got Pedro Sanchez Albert in this as well. So we've went from a very quiet day at the races now to having a 3-car battle for the leads.
And through the carousel, Joop de Ligt will slide his way on through. About 17 minutes in, we've had our first pass for the lead, and we talked about how maybe the downforce configuration in this fixed setup wasn't going to let cars use that push-to-pass power to pull on through, but Joop de Ligt is now defending. It's not push-to-pass all the time. It can be push-to-defend as well. Barneveld with the toe, looks to the outside of Canada corner.
Beautiful, respectful racing by all 3 of these drivers. Joop de Ligt to get that move, Ryan Barneveld to let the move happen, because we forget so often that it takes 2 to tango when you're doing a successful overtake. There becomes a point where the driver that's being overtaken has to throw in the white flag and say, yeah, okay, you've got this. They can then try and come back immediately, but not only is Pedro Albert coming in, look at that gap to Ben Fuller and Mac Backham. We could have a 5-car battle for the lead in the next minute.
Well, for now, it's still the Barneveld and de Ligt show. Outside groove can push you into the grass. And look at Sanchez Albert just ducking and diving, saying, where can I go? I want to join the party. He almost runs into Ryan Barneveld. Bit by bit, you're right. Ben Fuller closing inside of draft range. He's brought Packham with him for company too. Hoffman, Benito, and Lebigra, as well as Hawking, not far away. If they continue to fight like this, they will continue to bring those cars into the mix. Outside this time for the Zebras as he tries to repeat the pass that Joop de Ligt did 1 lap ago. He'll have to do it through the outside of the Corvette bridge.
I think what's even more impressive about this is the fact that, you know, you look at the first couple of laps and you've got cars sending it up from about 5,000 miles away, whereas with this, it's just so measured. It's like, you're watching Ryan Barneveld, he'll look for a move, Joop de Ligt notices that, gives him the space, and then Barneveld then pulls out of it and instead decides to try and get the toe and get the traction out the corner. Some real strategy going on here and some big brain thinking.
That looks like Mac Backham, not in the Esports hub that Coanda are working on, but instead at the team house, at the old purple room, which has been dismantled, and you can see the remnants, I think, of maybe the Zwift bikes behind, because it's now Coanda Zwift Sport if you followed them on social media for April Fool's Day, but that's what they've been doing with their time off. 1.9 the gap back to Dominic Hoffman. Last time by, he closed to the tune of about a full second compared to Joop de Ligt, to Ryan Barneveld in front, who dropped off almost 3 full seconds with their battling. Great to see, but we always say side by side looks great, costs you a whole bunch of time.
It really, really does, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw Ryan Barneveld actually opening up that gap about a couple of minutes ago when he was still in the lead of the race. He was all the way up to 9/10 of a second ahead of Joop de Ligt. That gap evaporated, and now suddenly we've got Pedro Albert, who, as we saw the last lap round, weaving about like desperate for attention. Ben Fuller coming into play, and Mac Backham up into the party as well. Did not expect actually to see Mac recovering so well, and this is the problem. Joop now is going to hope that Pedro Albert going to give a little bit of pressure to Ryan Barneveld. That'll distract Barneveld, and then the 4 of them can fight, and he can streak off into the sunset.
I wonder now if they're minding their P's and Q's a bit, because we're coming into that pit stop window when you'll come down for that one stop of fuel. Working lap 12 of this race. Hypothetically, with a shorter pace lap, you could extend it to maybe 14 at best if you are an almighty prodigious, fuel saver. Say that word 5 times fast. But the only one that I'd really expect that from is Josh Chin, who we've seen do things like that before. And obviously, he's not going to play a major factor in the remaining 25 or so minutes. 3 confirmed retirements, I should say. The RN Vision STS Sim Racing team, along with TR powered by Geeks Energy, who have some great liveries today. We'll talk about liveries more, I'm sure, at some point. And then the fan favorites, PGZ Motorsport. We saw Govan Keeney wide on the exit of what is classified as turn 3, but let's be real, it is really turn 2. It's all side by side. Now, did Ben Fuller make a mistake? Because Mac Backham gets on through, and they've lost the touch of the cars in front. They've lost the draft.
They were dropping back quite significantly over that last lap, and I think Ben Fuller, for whatever reason, has just completely lost the pace that he had. Maybe he's overheated the tyres a little bit behind Pedro Albert and Ryan Barneveld, but he was dropping back. Mac Backham was desperate to get past there. I didn't see what happened there either, but either way, the important fact is that Mac has got past there, and look at the gap that's already starting to open up ahead of Ben Fuller. He's going to get onto the back there of Pedro Albert and that 3-car group. But just behind that, you've got Dominic Hoffman, Enzo Benito and Florian Lebrea. They're all looking to try and get involved in this as well, but I don't think they're going to have it to start challenging for the lead.
First cars have made their way to pit lane. Isaac Gillison in the Yas Heat machine, as well as Tommaso Mosca in the Absolute Sim Racing number 69. Both find themselves having stopped, so that's going to open the floodgates, as it were. Have a look on board now with Ben Fuller, and I love this. He's got the track maps behind him. Jamie Fluke is one that we used to love picking apart, what tracks he had on the wall behind him, but of course now at the Apex Racing team facility, we don't see that so much from Jamie Fluke. You will notice, very left side of the shot, guess what that track that is? That's Road America, isn't it?
I would suggest that might be one of his favourites that he likes to race on, although to be fair, there are like about 25 different circuits on that wall there. Maybe we should run a little competition for the viewers to try and ID all of those tracks that are on there. Ironically, I don't see Not Kill on that one.
Not Kill's fun. I will steer away from that conversation.
That was a polite comment there.
Here we go, pit lane though. This is what I expected. And up the hill, you can be very, very aggressive on the entry to pit lane. The cones are quite late on the commitment. Dominic Hoffman saved enough fuel to go 1 lap longer. The question will be how his tires are doing. Everyone else into pit lane. Now, do these cars gamble with the strategy? A couple more cars peeling off as they work their way down onto pit lane. We'll grab a look at the weather conditions again. It stayed relatively constant, 31 degrees Celsius, plenty of gusts of wind. Do you gamble with 20 minutes left in this race? Do you go to the red mark alternate tire?
For me, 20 minutes left to go. We saw how quickly that tyre fell off within about 15 minutes. I would go straight back on to the hard tyre. I just don't think the red tyre has enough life in it. If the pit stops were another 5 minutes away, then possibly. But that looked like a bit of a jump in pit lane.
Well, I don't think actually anything has changed, but they've all closed up by virtue of that, at least within the top 5. Barneveld making a bit of a mistake on the exit of pit lane will open the door for Hypermac to say, hello, I want a piece of this action, and back him straight on the button. He'll slide on through.
Great job moving up into that 3rd place then. So, looks like Backham really has taken advantage of that, and you know, he has really been able to make things work there. As that was a little bit optimistic, I'm going to say there.
Well, I think Barneveld's just really struggling with cold tires to fire them up, because he's gone from 2nd back to 5th in this train. Joop de Ligt has broken away very slightly. He's trying to pull Pedro Sanchez with him, but I think they're not going to be able to do so once they settle into the groove. On the left side of your screen, you can see the push-to-pass usage so far in this race. A couple of these cars being a bit more aggressive. Enzo Benito, in terms of this pack, one of the most aggressive. So is Joop de Ligt. Just 4 of them left in this race. And I say it again, I say it way too frequently. It's not always just push-to-pass. It can be push-to-defend as well.
And that's it. It's almost a little bit of mind games, isn't it? With the fact they can only use that 10 times, you have to think very carefully on where they are actually going to decide to use that. Do you want to save that just in case somebody fancies throwing it up the inside there? And, as we see more cars into pit lane. Very curious to see what happens with Dominic Hoffman, Maciej Milanic and Pepe Marti. They were out for an extra lap. I don't think that's going to have benefited them. I think that might throw them a little bit further behind, because remember, they're going to come out on cold tyres, and that'll drop them out the top 10.
Yeah, you can see Dominic Hoffman's actually might not even emerge alongside with those cars he was fighting with before. He's going to drop back even behind Brandon Hawking, so the call to try and overcut hasn't paid dividends, and in fact it's allowed the likes of Tim Matska and Adam Blocker to potentially even close their way up to the front. But on the button, Ben Fuller, Mac Backham resuming the hostilities. They've lost touch of Albert in front of them. 1 second the gap there, and Backham's going to have to try and look in his rear view mirrors here. Fuller just a little bit too far behind as they plunge down the hill.
And on that note, I mean, obviously Backham's trying to get onto the back end of Pedro Sanchez Albert for Obsidian Racing in that 2nd place there. The problem is with 19 minutes to go, we've seen that mistakes are very easy to force from cars in front. The other thing is we're going to start having lap traffic, I would imagine, in the next couple of minutes.
We've already seen a couple of moments of lap traffic, but it hasn't been too bad, at least for the time being. And one thing that I'll note of what we've seen with the drivers so far is we haven't really seen any drivers in virtual reality. It's something at the top level of sim racing you don't tend to see so much. But as we jump on board with Adam Blocker, he is one of the few drivers there you can see inside of virtual reality, having a look around as well. For spatial awareness, it's second to none. It really allows you to get a little bit closer. He'll have a look to the inside, trying to get past Tim Matska.
Beautiful move up the inside there, and you saw him almost directly looking down at the bottom right towards the camera there. Of course, what he's doing is having a look at his black box. That's the information box within iRacing that contains all of the data about the car, how many laps you've got left, or predicted laps you've got left fuel-wise, your tyre wear, all that sort of stuff, your relative information in terms of position, all that sort of good stuff. So as much as we'd love to say that he's paying attention to us, he's actually more than likely getting some vital information about the car.
Sorry, word from Dion Fiallo, one of the other new recruits at Veloce Esports. Dominic Hoffman ran out of fuel on pit lane. That is why he had a long stop. That's also why he lost more time in the pit lane. That is, to quote Lewis, suboptimal, to put it mildly. Still watching, though, as Kawanda and Apex battle with one another. They're in front of BS Competition, in front of RHE, all in a train with Enzo Benito lurking as well, just 1.2 back from the pack. But these cars do have to get a bit of a hurry on. We've only got 17 minutes left in race 1 of 24.
And that's exactly it. Are we going to see how this panned out the first half of this race, where we saw the drivers getting a good sort of 10-15 minutes of really good pace, and then it just falling off a cliff in the final 5 minutes? I think Pedro Albert will certainly be hoping for that in that Obsidian machine. But Mac Backham, to get up at the 3rd place, despite where he started, that is a good day at the races. But you've got to feel sorry for Ryan Barneveld for BS Plus Competition. Down there in 5th position, he has really lost out after those pit stops.
And what a start to the race it was from him, right? He was looking like he had the car underneath him. He had figured out what he needed to do with the tires. Maybe just not being aggressive enough when it came to those push-to-passes. We saw those numbers earlier. Joop de Ligt was the one really forcing the issue as, Team Fordzilla off the road at Bill Mitchell Bend. Now they'll lose an additional spot, almost into the path of Marco Nunez in the Oris Racing Team car.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff there, and 16 minutes left to go. He's really hustling that car hard. He's having to give it everything he gets, and this is where it comes in, isn't it? It's, you said about how push to pass isn't just for attack, it's also used for defence, but it looks like Marty gets the job done, and that was so close with the car coming out of pit lane there as well.
Marty actually had to back out of that one, I think, so he'll slide backwards in line. We look forward again as you talked about lap traffic. It's becoming an inevitable, reoccurring thing on consecutive laps, Barneveld on the button, I think unable to, that was Benito on the button, trying to close on Lebigra, who's at the tail end of this train. Fuller content to ride for now, maybe saving the tires, minding his P's and Q's and waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Let's grab a look at your VCO replay then as a drive-through penalty comes down for the Sim Racing Unlimited car. That was side-by-side. I want to say that's bold, but I guess in these sort of races you have to be bold and take chances like that. Ultimately, he didn't lose too much when all things were said and done.
Yeah, look, you've got to sort of give it a go if you're going to get anywhere on this grid. This grid is so stacked, it's unbelievable. You literally have to just lick the stamp and send it at any opportunity you're given to make your way through. Now, when you get your way up into the top 10, that's not necessarily the same way. We've seen, the way that Joop de Ligt and Ryan Barneveld were duking it out side by side for many corners and giving each other plenty of room before. But again, when you're down in the depths of hell, aka the mid-pack, different rules apply.
We could write an Iron Maiden song, I'm sure, with some of those analogies that we could bring there. We've had a look at most of your front runners. Let's have a look on board with Pedro Sanchez. But I mentioned third in the ISO WC last season, an IndyCar league, one of the biggest prize pots that the iRacing IndyCar community has had. It brought out more than 10 World Championship competitors, past and present of the 50, in conjunction with newcomers to IndyCar, the regulars, and then those who just wanted to have a bit of fun. And the adaptability of IndyCar is something that we talk about adaptability here, but there's no more diverse real-world motorsport than IndyCar. Road courses, street courses, and ovals. And within each of them, no two tracks are the same. You look at a Road America, it's very, very different to a Barber Motorsports Park, for example.
It really is, and it's a testament to that Dallara machine. It just is such a wonderful, wonderful thing to drive. But that's not speaking from experience, because I'm not the greatest fan of IndyCar. But that being said, going back to Pedro Albert there, that just proves my point earlier on about how absolutely jealous I am, Arjuna, about these youngsters. The fact that they look so controlled, so composed, so calm, everything's fine. If that's me up in second place, right, sweat's running down my face, I'm screaming into the microphone, I'm just losing composure left, right and centre before I end up into the nearest wall. But Pedro looking very, very chilled, like the majority of the other drivers here.
Big Tim Matska looks quite cool as well. We talk as well about real-world partnerships. Maniti were one of those, I will call them Pro-Am. They were, consistently strong, but as that's a mistake from a laps car. It's Wolf Racing Team, I do believe, that will part the seas there. But Maniti were one of those teams that were up and coming in many ways. They continued to impress us with their performances in iRacing special events, and now partnered up with the T3 Motorsports team in the real world and bringing that additional backing. I'm excited to see where it leads for them, but Matska's been bumped down to the 14th spot for the time being as he gets on the button to try and close with Pepe Marti in front. Juritz in that TREQ machine back in 15th, trying to work his way forward. Benito was on the button, but he's losing track of those in front. It's a 6-car fight at the front of this field, and realistically, given what we saw before we came into the cycle of pit stops, it is anyone's game between these cars. It's all about positioning yourself right. In some ways, I feel like this is a NASCAR super speedway race. There's race control, drive-through penalty, and that's why I saw Tommaso Mosca onto pit lane. That was for the 69 Absolute Motorsport Assless Sim Racing team.
A fight couldn't describe that situation for the top 5 any better whatsoever. We saw right at the start of, as you said, just before pit stops, Ryan Barneveld having that 9/10 of a second gap ahead of Joop de Ligt, but de Ligt absolutely able to just wipe that gap out and get right past them as well there. So as long as they're within a second, any single one of these 5 cars, in fact these 6 cars, what's happened to Enzo Benito? He's dropped now behind Florian Lebris.
Oh, he was out. He was there after the pit
I
stop cycle.
apologise.
Yeah.
I missed that. Sorry. So any one of those 6 cars then could essentially get on their way to that top spot. You've got 6 cars there. What's that? 2 seconds?
Something like that. Yeah. Never trust the commentator's math, I say.
You've got you threw that one over to the wrong person, I tell you. But Mac Backham dropping back a little bit there. He's dropping the best part of 0.8 of a second behind there. In fact, it looks like Pedro Albert get a nice little gap there. So the two of them in a bit of a class of one right now.
There's more traffic that they're working their way past, and this is not the best place to do so if you're Joop de Ligt. To dive to the inside of the Team Brit car is going to compromise you. Pedro Sanchez Albert will now get on the loud pedal and try and close the gap as they weave their way down this long straightaway into the downhill braking zone. Will bring Mac Backham into the equation. It's allowing it to compress, and that's a difficult spot if you're that laps car. You don't want to just pull over to the side of the road because points are always going to matter. Mac Backham gets on through. Ben Fuller will try and follow with Barneveld Lebiger in tow. It's compressed once again. We enter the final 10 minutes of this first race of this new concept that, again, out of a year where VCO is bringing many new things to the table, it's just one more thing to add to the bucket of exciting things that we're doing. Do remember, if you've been watching on with the VCO Esports Racing League, 18th of May, our rescheduled Masters format for the Spring Cup. One-on-one competitions. It's going to be a blast. We cannot wait to see you as we head back to Assetto Corsa Competizione. For Pedro Sanchez Albert, though, how patient do you think he'll be in this opportunity? Because we did see Ryan Barneveld got past for the lead and then started sliding backwards. You got to take the opportunities when they're there. You got to make hay while the sun's still shining.
You do to a certain extent, but Pedro Albert's in the pound seats right now. He has got all of the cards in his favour ahead of Joop de Ligt right now, because Joop knows he's there. He knows that card. It's right in his mirror. Wow, that's a heavy impact.
And that was Adam Blocker, one of those IndyCar specialists that I was talking about before. He will be gutted with what's just happened there. That was an almighty shunt for the race lead, side by side. Albert backs out of it. He's looking to try and find that opportunity. We'll try and set it up on the run down to turn 5.
Never mind, he'll be gutted. As his teammate, you must be absolutely devastated seeing that.
I'm an unbiased commentator. I don't know what you're talking about.
Back to the battle then, Pedro Albert. This is what we were saying. So the conversation you were saying is, you have to take chances when you get them. As we see side by side, Mac Backham and Ben Fuller going at it as well. But the thing is Pedro Albert knows better than this. He knows better than to just fire it up the inside if he sees the chance here. Because all he has to do is just throw that extra pressure on Joop de Ligt. He's got all that time in his favour as well. Now that will change if Mac Backham starts pushing for this and starts harassing that car in front. All bets are off at that point. Then Pedro Albert needs to get past that car in front. But as it is just now, he can just chill in the rear wing, in the toe of Joop de Ligt, push him as far as he can go, force Joop into making a mistake.
I see Adam Blocker's family in the chat, so F's in chat. I think that's how we'll put it. Let's have a look at the Racebot TV replay here. Oh, well, there's a little bit of netcode there. That's the Oris racing car, I do believe. Broke the right front suspension, couldn't do anything at that point, and off into the kiddie litter. Into the tyre barrier went that Pure Sims car. That is not the haul of points that they would have been looking for. Final 7 minutes of the race. The top 6, well, we can see left side of the screen, are split by just 2 seconds now. I think if you're Florian Lebigra, though, you're starting to be a little bit worried. You're not in the best position possible right now as we grab a look on board with that driver that finished in the podium spots in one race at the Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Championship. You can see he's hanging back a little bit. I think he's wondering if it's going to kick off in front of him. Oh!
That was a huge moment there, and yet he still looks absolutely calm and composed. The thing is that it's still, either way, even if he is to get this position from Ryan Barneveld and say Ben Fuller, if we're being optimistic here, points-wise, it's not going to be a massive, massive gain, given that it's only 1 or 2 points he'll get for this.
7th. The battle for 7th, I should say, is intensifying. Dominic Hoffman back up against his former team and in Team Redline. He's fighting with Enzo Benito, but we're really going to be focused up here. Again, there are points, of course, on the line, so that's quite significant. The fact that Benito in an unfavored car is still doing somewhat impressively. Hoffman's a prototype specialist, so does understand in a downforce machine what it's like. They'll have a fun little battle, but coming to maybe 3, maybe 4 laps to go is Yas Heat and wannabe SRT battle for 15th position down the order. Surprised to see Yas Heat all the way down there, although having said that, Isaac Gillison, one of the few drivers in their roster who maybe doesn't have so much iRacing experience, he's having a true baptism by fire.
And that's the other thing as well, is that with such a spread of cars here, you're maybe going to get some teams that are maybe a little bit hampered by this. Maybe some of the teams don't have so much experience with the Dallara IndyCar. They maybe favour the likes of the F3 or the TCR cars. You'll maybe see them making more of a impact towards the end of the races, given that we're going to be going through all 5 different cars over the next 24 hours multiple times. But side by side then, this is thoroughly unexpected. That is going to be Mac Backham having to defend from that is Pedro. Oh, excuse me.
I got confused too. Yeah, I got very confused until I realized what was going. There is side by side between Redline and Veloce as Hoffman tries to sweep around the outside. You're always in danger though, because the track allows you the opportunity to run over the curb, but then cuts down very sharply. Look how close they're racing one another. Benito holds on for now, but with 5 minutes to go, they're bringing in Brandon Hawking into the equation as well. The Canadian lurking quite menacingly in the back of that shot. Mitchie Hoyer, I see, has had a moment of his own off the track, but he's collected it all by himself, running by himself as well, somewhat unexpected. Hoyer, of course, very, very rapid in the Formula Sim Racing Series, as well as other top-level open-wheel competitions in R-Factor 2.
Yep, Hoffman getting that position then from Enzo Benito, and it felt a little bit stressful with Enzo Benito there, forcing that car out wide towards turns number 2 and 3 there. But Hoffman getting that position there, that gap to the lead as well. That's starting to rocket up again, 6/10 of a second nearly to Pedro Albert. And given we've got 4.5 minutes left, needs to do what he's doing just now, bring the gap back under control, maybe think about making a move on the next lap here.
Yeah, well, I think we're at that point where, if we were having cautions, we're at that point of no return, right? The question now becomes, is that the same case when it comes to just the pass out on track? How aggressive do these guys want to be? Albert's lost a couple of car lengths, I'd say, in comparison. I'm really now more watching Ben Fuller. Very, very quick in open wheel machinery, has really embraced the new Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula 1 team vehicle. You've got to give it its full and proper name to make sure we don't get in any sort of troubles. It's a very different sort of a car, though, this. You can throw it around a little bit more. About 2 years ago, of course, at the start of the global pandemic, the car was on an old tire model, which I think it's fair to say that the real-world drivers did not find too pleasant. Now, though, it is a very changed machine. I'm biased when it comes to this car. I think it is the best road car on the service right now, and I think hopefully some of these drivers will try this out and say, you know what, we want some more of the action. We'll come and join Racebot TV on Monday nights for our official IndyCar coverage. Here comes Barneveld, though, having a look on Ben Fuller. Lebigra might try and pounce.
Yeah, and that's going to leave him nice and vulnerable coming up to 6th then. Sent it up the inside, can't quite make that happen. And Barneveld for BS Plus competition, he is really, really wanting to get back up to the top where he was. I mean, leading this race for a good 20 minutes before he was unceremoniously, knocked off that top perch by Joop de Ligt here. But again, when he was looking so dangerous to Ben Fuller there, he then falls back and looks like he's under pressure from Florian Lebrier.
Ben Fuller on the button this time around. They're running out of opportunities to use that push to pass, and by this point you do want to start burning through them. Left side of the screen you can see the numbers that these drivers have. Joop de Ligt's been banking them for the end of this race to try and conserve. Barneveld's been burning through them a little bit more aggressively. Lebigra's got a couple in the pocket as well. Backham's in a good spot. Always good to get that indication of where these drivers are in relation to that ration of 70 horsepower spurts. As up the hill they climb once more with 2 minutes left on the clock, 2 laps to go. The sun continues to set.
And here we go then. So this is winding things up for the first race of 24 here at Road America. And realistic, oh my goodness me, that was a heavy hit into the wall there.
That's the Trek Esports car. So Lucas Jaritz, who was on for a really nice finish, I must say, inside of the top 15, unfortunately now finds himself dropping down the order. Maciek Milnik in the Netrex car has just been passed by Marcos Nunes, who has really been on a hard charge in this second half of the race. But here comes the fight for the lead. Pedro Sanchez Albert ducks to the outside, covered off by de Ligt. No fighting further back. I think Backham, Fuller, Barneveld and Lebigra have the realization that points are on the line. The opportunity to take advantage if these two trip over each other is coming as well. Longest track of our 5 tracks that we're racing at today. Still a long way to go, even though it's 1.5 laps left in this race 1 of 24.
Yeah, you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, the fact that we're 45 minutes into this race, we're on the final throes of it, and we still have no idea who's going to win this. It looks good for Joop de Leek, but you just cannot put it past that car in second place of Pedro Sanchez Albert right now. He looks very, very menacing. And as you said, if these two do trip over, Mac Backham is going to be there with open arms and rubbing his hands with glee.
You're not allowed to sit on the fence. Who's winning this race? 1 lap to go. White flag about to be in hand for Barney.
Gut feeling Mac Backham.
Oh, okay. So I think that then implies that these two are going to tangle.
Yes, I think Albert's going to try and go for a move, send it up the inside. De Leek's going to try and block it, and the two of them are going to collide. I think they'll still finish in the top 5, but I think, yeah.
Well, Tower lit
Very
up.
precise.
Right. You weren't sitting on the fence, but as close to sitting as you were. Tower lit up like a Christmas tree. They're all on the button. De Ligt holds on for now. Major passing opportunity, turn 5. Then Canada corner as well. Benito has been passed by Brandon Hawking further down for now. What is 8th and 9th positions as Dominic Hoffman tries to hold on in that peloton that was chasing, but they fall in adrift. The only car not on the button as they work their way down this back straightaway is Pedro Sanchez Albert as well as Ryan Barneveld. Confirmation, it is the final lap of race 1 of 24. No passes down the hill.
Well, this is starting to get very, very tight indeed because Mac Backham right on the back of that group as well. Ben Fuller and Ryan Barneveld still in contention. You've still got essentially a 5-6 cars that could take this race win right now, depending on what happens in these final couple of corners.
Plenty of fighting further down, but we're focused on race 1 victory here. Who will come out on top in the first of our combinations, the IR18 at Road America, America's national park of speed. It's a quintessential American combination, and all 5 of the top 5, excuse me, on the button. Florian Lebigra gets on it as well. Look at that. They're all trying to urge their cars forward. Joop de Leek just clear as he defends the inside of Canada corner. Sanchez Albert has a look, but ducks back into line. There's going to be no drama then, unless he has a last corner look, which would be optimistic to say the very least. Bill Mitchell-Ben doesn't give you the easiest opportunity to try and fight for the race victory. What a 45 minutes this has been. If this is any indication of what we're in for over the course of 24 hours, we will have no voices at the end of this race, but it is Joop de Leek. Look at the delight on his face. He's victorious here to start off the VCO Infinity.
Done, dusted, signed, sealed, delivered. What a race for Joop de Leek there, but held right to the end from Pedro Sanchez Albert. Mac Backham taking 3rd place there, and as I said, any one of those 6 drivers could have been in with a shout towards the end there. And this is what I love at this level of performance here, Arjuna, is the fact that all of these drivers earn these results. It's nothing but absolute respect for the majority of these drivers, and yeah, brilliant race. You're spot on saying there, if this is what it's going to be like for the entirety of the 24 hours, this could quite easily be one of the greatest spectacles in sim racing that we're uncovering today.
This is what we love about sim racing. It's not just about sim racing, but we say this a lot of the time in VCO. It's about esports racing, doing things that you cannot do in the real world. This is going to be fun. That's some good form from Barney the Flagman, who's going to have a tired arm, I tell you, from all the traveling, from all the flag waving that he's going to be doing. We wait for the final cars to come across the line. So 40 cars took to the start, 27 ended up on the lead lap when we got to the end of this race. If that's an indication of what we're in for as well, I think some of the drivers in the mid-pack, David, do have to be very careful when we get to these race starts.
Absolutely, and I think that we only had, what was it, 3-4 cars that were actually retired from the race. That's the important start for me, given that start line absolute chaos that was going on there. To have so many cars still in this race, that's a great sign, not just for the quality of the teams and the drivers that are there, but the mindset that they're there, because it's so easy for them just to say, nah, I can't be bothered with this, and you know, alt F4 and come back to the next race. But you know, fair play to them, they all stuck in and they got those all important points.
Well, let's grab a look then at the race results for 1 out of 24. We're going to be doing this a lot, and we'll talk about the points implications in just a moment's time. So 26 laps later, the top 6 split by 1.6 seconds. They're all big names in sim racing. It's not a shock to see them, but surprisingly, maybe to some, it is Joop de Ligt for Urano that emerges victorious. Pedro Sanchez Albert second for the Obsidian Racing team, with Hypermac for Coanda third, Ben Fuller for the Apex Racing team fourth, and BS Competition Zebra in the form of Ryan Bonneveld in fifth position. Florian Labigra, great drive from him after being slightly back in the pack before the pit stop cycle. Made sure to work his way forward, grab some good points for Roman Grosjean Esports' team, while Veloce, SRC Movano Corsa Redline, and the Oris Racing team complete the top 10. Netrex Grand Prix, was not sure what we should expect from them in today's competition. Of course, we see them a lot more on other platforms, but up in 11th for them, Pepe Marti in 12th with Tim Matska for T3's Big Green Machine 13th, Wannabe's SRT in 14th with Isaac Gillison 15th for the Yas Heat team. Race Clutch, DCW, Rocket Sim Sport, legions of racers, and then David Toth recovering after some early drama for him inside of the top 20. And we'll scroll through the rest of the names. Remember, 27 on the lead lap. Big shocks to see Josh Chi and Adam Blocker, your biggest IndyCar regulars, down the order. Not many points on the board for either of them. Gustas Grimbergers, of course, had that big drama. And just look at how many cars didn't really get too far in the race. Big surprise maybe for some. Triton not enjoying the best of luck. Absolute Motorsports were showing some decent pace, but had a couple of issues, we'll put it that way. And the fan favorites, PGZ Motorsports, might be just a little bit gutted with dead last in race number 1. There is a long way to go. Adam Blocker proving his quality with the fastest lap of the race after that incident that he did have. Well, David, take a breath. We're about to do it all over again, though. We're ready to go at Silverstone next time, though.
Oh my goodness me, that was absolutely epic. And this is such an awesome little format as well, because we said that right at the start. 24-hour endurance races are... I love them. I love my endurance races. But to have 24 individual races, it just throws so many different balls into the park in terms of strategy, in terms of, like, we're going to legitimately be 20 hours into this thing and I think still not have any idea of how this is going to go down.
That's what we hope for the very least, right? That's our hope, and not maybe expectations, but definitely what we are praying for. If you don't like the car and track combination, or the cars and tracks that we've got on store for you today, your complaints can be directed to the garbage bin. If you like them, go tell me on Twitter, because I'm quite happy with how these are played out. And I like that we got a mix, right? We got two open wheel cars that are very different. The Formula 3 car that we're about to see take to Silverstone doesn't race anything like an Indy car, especially in the amount of slip that you can put into the tires, how much power that machine has got. We go tin top racing, right? We've got the McLaren GT3 and then a TCR car. We throw some front wheel drive into the action as well, and then the prototype. Yeah, you could have thrown some oddballs if you wanted to, maybe an MX-5, which I did think about would have been interesting. You could have also maybe done a NASCAR stock car, which is always an interesting proposition when you throw it around a road course.
I'm not sure how that would have worked out. It would have been an interesting prospect for sure. You've got the V8 supercars as well, but I think it's good that we've got the mix that we've got. I am so jealous of the McLaren GT3s at Daytona. That is going to be one heck of a race. But yeah, the F3s coming up next. They are a completely different kettle of fish. You can't treat them like the IndyCars. The IndyCars have got buckets and buckets of grip and aero to keep you glued to the road. You're going to have to be a little bit more respectful of these F3 machines. Not only that, but for me personally, I think they're a little bit more susceptible to damage. They're not built as strong as the IndyCars.
Let's have a chat then with Race 1 winner. Maybe not who we expected to be at the front, but it was a delightful Joop de Ligt as you crossed the line. Joop, how are you enjoying your IndyCar experience?
Well, I was more enjoying your pun, Arjuna. That was great.
Which one? There was many.
The latest one you did, my name. But yeah, no, that was, wow, a lot of fun. Never really driven this car much until the guys were like, okay, we need someone to drive the IndyCar. I'm like, well, let's go. Gave it a few hours at different tracks, and I mean, it's a tricky one, but yeah, I'm lost for words really. Like, I had no expectations that I was going to be up there, let alone win this race. That was great.
What do you think about this format? I'll ask a question. I was waiting for David to jump in. What do you think about this format? I mean, it's a total offshoot. It's one that maybe boggles people's minds and is like, how is that going to work? But I think we've already shown Race 1 was great, and now we switch things up quite considerably, and I think you'll be taking a back seat and watching on for Race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, I only have to drive the IndyCar and the LMP2, so that's good for me. I mean, the format's nice, I guess. I mean, it's something new, something I've not seen before, and it definitely spices things up a bit, because you're always gonna have people who are not driving cars they're used to driving and stuff like that. And especially the fact that like every hour you're gonna score anywhere from 45 to 1 point. So you drop the ball in one race and you might be like done for the entire event. So yeah, it's definitely a lot of tense. Definitely gonna be a lot of tension. But yeah, I'm very happy that I told the team how to do it by winning the first race, and let's hope they can do it as well now.
Just on that point then, Joop, is it possible to do a full reset going into the next race, or do you think you're going to be affected by the previous result of the previous race you've had? So obviously you've taken the win here, that might give you a positive boost for the next one, but if you don't have a race where you do so well, do you think that'll maybe affect you for the next one?
I think in a sense, obviously, it will always affect you for the next one, just as having a bad stint in an endurance race will affect you for your next stint. But also the fact that you're going to have a next stint, or in this case another race, just, you know, that just means that you can try it again and hope to better yourself from where you went wrong, and hopefully improve on those points. For me, I think the next race is going to be the LMP2, which I've actually driven the least in the past few weeks. But yeah, I'm excited.
Hey, you've got no lap traffic, so I'm sure we'll be pretty thrilled about that. Congratulations on the drive you open. We'll see you back in the IndyCar later on today.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Yep, Delict. Always good to talk to the drivers, and qualifying's already underway for the next race. It's frenetic, it's fast-paced action, just like you've come to expect and love here on VCO Esports. And with that said, let's talk about where we're going. We're going home in many ways. We're going to the home of British motorsports, David.
Yeah, a wonderful, iconic circuit, and actually, iconically, was the first track that I actually raced on in real life as well. So it does have a bit of a special, special meaning to me. It's such a picture-perfect representation that they've got here at iRacing. For me, the iconic bits, Maggots, Beckett's, that really fast run through in these F3 cars, that's where it could all go wrong, especially the likes of Copse Corner as well. Yeah, it could be very tricky for these cars.
You say that, but sim racers have a knack of showing what Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen couldn't show last year. You can go side by side through Copse and not die.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if that actually happens. I'd love to believe that is what's going to happen, but that last race at Road America has made me a little bit wary of believing that.
It is going to be a standing start, and from what I can understand and what I remember from hearing is we're going to use the new start line, which is, I think, going to be the more interesting thing, right? Because with a 40-car grid, you will have cars that are starting midway through Vale.
Yeah, and that means obviously turn one's going to be Abbey as well, then through into Farm Curve. So a slightly easier start, because I always worry about with Copse being turn one, there's always the massive opportunity for everything going to hell in a handbasket very, very quickly. Whereas we at least get 3 corners before we might see some cars on the roof down into Village. Obviously, I'm joking. Obviously, I hope that everyone's going to get through it okay, but realistically, you're going to get people that are a little bit over keen, a little bit over eager to try and make up some places, but it looks like we've already got the starting grid.
Qualifying's done. Fast, frenetic, we love it. We have a couple of minutes to work through this, so we'll take our time. We'll talk about the storylines as well. It's Patrick Holtzman on pole position with a 1:51.468. Pablo Espes, Obsidian Racing are showing up with intent. Less than a tenth behind is that Obsidian Racing car, and Gordy Much, who has some real-world experience at this track, will line up inside of Tamas Shimon, another Dallara iRacing Grand Prix champion podium winner. Jose Soria with Yannick Lapchan share row 3. Watch for Lapchan. More used to seeing him in a GT car, but clearly he's got some speed. While Phil Denez qualifies in 7th, has a drive-through penalty to serve because of a misregistration. That puts them on the back foot instantly, not able to back up the performance from Ryan Barneveld in race 1. Sven Nöller, another one of the new Veloce recruits, lines up in 8th with Yashish Manhar in 9th alongside Pash Gergis, who makes his return to the wheel rather than behind the scenes. Juan Bustamante, Apex Racing Academy driver, stepping up to the full Apex Racing team. We've seen him do that in the VCO Esports Racing League. He'll be alongside Danny Lorenzo in the Urano Esports machine. Carlos Diguez, Blairman, 13th and 14th position with Sasha Gorla and the Sim Racing's Unlimited car. Row 8, Josh Poulain for Team Forzilla shares row 9 with Luca Wunsch in that T3 Motorsports car. Luca Wunsch looks like he's here to have some fun and intent on showing why he is so talented. Triton Racing and Zenith Esports complete the top 20 with legions of racers and Fadili Rashmat 21st with alongside WR Esports and Ben Mills. Timu Milikangas for the Race Clutch machine will share row 12 with Josh Chin, one of the only drivers so far that we've seen pulling double duty, going back to back, and that's going to put some pressure on him to adapt pretty quickly. Tomasa Moscow, well, there we go, another driver doing double duty, sharing row 13 with RPC Esports. Mitchie Hoyer continues his open wheel excursion on iRacing alongside the Netrex car with DCW Racing and RN Vision STS Racing Sim Racing team, another mouthful of a name, through the top 30. Fabio Rauer and Sean Terror, 31st and 32nd. Plenty of cars putting in lap times here again. PGZ Motorsports, they're in a world of hurt. Regan Mitchell doing double duty, unable to get in a lap time before the session rolled over. And team managed for E-Team Brit will roll off final car in the field. 30 seconds to go here, David. Should be a fun one.
Oh, it definitely is going to be a fun one. I think this is going to be a lot more dramatic than our first race. Yeah, fingers crossed it's going to be just as exciting as we're hyping it up to be.
Definitely the start is going to be interesting. Now, these are a little bit slower than the Indy cars, of course, but by the time they get into turn 3, they'll have built up some momentum, and you can see as well, just at the back of the shot, where those cars are. There is where the final cars will be lined up. They are a long way away from the start of this grid. But again, the time for talk is done. It's time to go racing. A standing start with the Formula 3 cars. Race 2 of 24 in the VCO Infinity is ready to get underway. It's red line on pole position and green flags out. We're underway at Silverstone. It's a great start from Patrick Holtzman. Not such a good start from Pablo Espez. 3 wide as they run into turn 1. Not going to work out for the car on the outside line. He'll rejoin and has to mind his P's and Q's. Couple of cars going wide, having to be very, very tentative as they work back onto the track. Patrick Holtzman say goodbye to the rest of the field. Here comes Thomas Simon around the outside.
What a move. That is a little bit of contact as well as they all get out through Aintree. It looks like everyone has survived that.
Pash Gergis, cork in the bottle, I think. There is an almighty tangle that has erupted as they work through Village. They're still trying to pick themselves apart. Kawanda, the first of the major casualties.
Well, I was looking in the other direction, so that's my excuse for not seeing that all kicking off back towards there. But again, look at that gap that we've already got going on within the first, 3/4 of a lap here. Yeah, awesome, awesome stuff, and that's going to be across the second half of the circuit here. This is where I always end up getting confused between you know, the new straight and the old straight as well, going through Copse and then going through into Abbey instead.
It could be worse. You could be me and call the Wellington straight the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. I did that during BMW Sim Live. We won't touch on that too much. Into Maggots and Beckett's for the very first time. They throw the cars into the corner. Looks like Pedro Palladino in the U-Race Brazil Esports car has gone off the track, but everyone else safely through. In comparison to what we saw on lap 1 last time around, yes, there was plenty of chaos in through Village and through that new complex that was, of course, was added about a decade ago, but it's been a lot more calm. The Apex Racing team, surprised to see Bustamante down the order. He's fighting with Sven Nöller. Oh, that's a long way around through Stowe.
That'll do the job anyways. We've got one car into the pits, 2 cars into the pits already. Phil Danes, that'll be for the drive-through penalty. And
that was Mitchie Hoyer with a very, very damaged Dallara Formula 3 machine. But Patrick Holtzman leads across the line for lap 1, already 1 second clear and trying to break out of the drafting range of the cars in front. Race winners from race 1, Daniel Lorenzo representing Urano Esports on the back of Luca Wunsch.
And you can see that red line up in front, Pablo Espez. Gordy Much actually still doing a decent job. He was up into, I believe it was 4th place that he started the race in. Gets that 3rd position there, so that's a decent place to be in, but completely different to our IndyCar race. You're seeing such a huge spread of these cars now. toe would have been important, but I can't see any of these drivers, apart from in like 5th, 6th or 7th position, in that range where the toe is actually going to help them.
Well, I tell you what, it's a lot calmer than it was at the start of the IndyCar race, that's for sure. Sim Racing Unlimited and Triton Racing battling out as they work through. I believe that's Luffield as they come down onto the old pit straight, or as Lewis McLeod is having to deal with it this weekend as he commentates on GB3 and GB4, the main pit straight. Benedict hits in front of Matthias Nojak with the WOR Esports team behind them. Sister teams Veloce and Yas Heat swapping as they enter into Maggots and Beckett. Sven Noller getting up in front of the Yas Heat machine as they cut their way through. Holtzman already 1.2 seconds clear. I think we wave goodbye to him. Bustamante's down, sorry. What happened to Juan Bustamante and that Apex Racing Team car? And that's Josh Chin. Oh my word, that's not a good start to the race. And he comes out alongside with Alexander Say, I believe that is. No, that's Phil Denez. Phil Denez in the BS competition car.
Yeah, and Phil Denez is just out of the pits as well. So obviously that is a huge tumble down the order there for that car there. You saw that puff of smoke off into the background there, and you kind of put 2 and 2 together. It's fairly safe to say that you've got 4. You've got another 2 cars into pit lane here.
That's Bustamante as well as Josh Chin, I do believe. So I'm suspecting that there's a couple of issues on those cars after their trips through whatever incidents that they've had. Let's grab a look then at what happened at the start of this race. It all funnels down into the corner. It's 3 wide. Arnage has a touch with Yas Heat. Pure Sims gets involved, and Coanda's up and over.
Well, that's death and destruction for the Coanda car there. It was actually that red car on the inside there that pushes in, keeps the foot in, and just launches that car into the air. And yeah, that's going to be game over.
Yep, race 2 done for Coanda and Pash Gurgis. I think they may just now focus on the next race as well. It continues to go on. Plenty of cars getting spun around side by side as they run down in towards Brooklands. Oh, Triton Racing almost got pinched in, or rather tried to pinch the DCW racing car. Richard Simnor behind the wheel. You got Max Del Orco in the PGZ Motorsports car. 18 positions gained.
Hang on, I've just realised I might have got something very close to actually being right for the change there. I did joke about a car being upside down at Village, and that is only 1 corner away from the loop, so I'm absolutely taking that one there, RJ.
I will give it to you. 10 out of 10. 10 points. Which house would you be if it's a Harry Potter reference here? Which house would you be?
Gryffindor.
Okay, we'll give it to Gryffindor.
That's the only one I can remember having seen one film about 8 years ago.
Wow, okay, so not a Harry Potter fan. I'll change my references. Tommaso Mosca has real-world experience, I believe, in Carrera Cup cars, the Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Two wide, 2 deep. You've got the fight between DCW and PGZ, who will try and go the long way around with Max Del Orco. That's bold. That is really well done as they work into Stowe Corner. Tommaso Mosca gets in front of Ben Mills as well. 2 cars having to fight their way forward, and of course the next car that will try and do something similar will be Phil Denez trying to get past Ben Mills as he recovers from that drive-through penalty. Side by side into turn 1. It's again a swap around. Yas Heat now in front of Veloce.
Yeah, that was a good move. That was absolute fortitude round the outside of Stowe Corner, and Veloce absolutely sending it up the inside there. And Sven Noller wants to get that position quite badly, but the Yas Heat car of Yashish. Oh my goodness me, that was. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make a pun. Sheesh. That was, again, we got you like that one. We've got to reiterate, Veloce and Yas Heat are sister teams. They are run together by the same group. They sometimes share drivers. We see that in the Esports Racing World Cup as well, and the Esports Racing League, where the drivers seem to be somewhat interchangeable as they work through and build the best rosters that they can. That's not going to go down well, we'll put it that way.
So you're suggesting then that it's not a great thing for Yashish Manahar to send Sven Noller off into the grass?
No. Suboptimal. So again, quote Lewis McLeod. So, Coanda's back out on track. We saw the drive-through penalty come down for the Arnage competition car for their part in what happened on lap number 1. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely shocked to see that. I did think that they were the ones that instigated the large part of the drama there. Now, there are a couple more cars that I do want to figure out what happened to. Burst Esports being one of them. Mitchie Hoyer had an issue, and I wonder if I can figure out where that is here. Let's have a look. Oh, and it's into cops.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Oh,
yeah. Oh my good God, that car was sent to the stratosphere.
Now
that was...
So that explains what happened to the U-Race Brazil car, because here we go, on board.
wee.
Almost nails the landing. How about that?
Could you imagine doing that in VR? Oh my goodness me!
What? He's still going.
And there's a car off in the yeah.
No, that's the same car. That was still.
That's still him.
And that is a very broken rear end on Mitchie Hoyer's car. That is nothing he could really do there, and that's why he had to nurse his machine back into contention. Juan Bustamante's recovery continues. He's now fighting with Fabio Rauer. I do believe that they get a fast repair. I'm going to have to make sure. Yeah, they get one fast repair. I think Bustamante's had to come down and take that one, so he got mixed up in something as well. Oh! PGZ! Around!
My goodness me. That is... I'm not going to lie, my little heart stops every time I hear Arjuna absolutely screaming, because I'm looking at like several cars just quite merrily pulling the way around. He's just looped it at the end of the loop there, so... Yeah, I guess you could say that was a loop of a loop.
Yeah, I was going to say that was right there. It presented itself. Fadili Rashmat has had an issue as well in that Legions of Racers machine. Whoa, a big puff of smoke. That looks like a turn one incident for him. Not the kind of place. It's so high commitment is that corner, even in a car like this. It's got plenty of downforce, not too much power. So I wonder if we can figure out what happened. I think it's probably, to quote Sherlock Holmes, elementary, my dear Watson.
Yeesh. Right.
David never wants to work with me again after this. Race control again. Ooh, 30-second stop and hold. And that's what happened to him.
That's such an unusual place to just lose the rear end as well. And that's exactly what happened. The rear end just washed away from him there. I'm also quite impressed with the fact that Patrick Holtzman, as much as we thought he was checking out Pablo Estes for Obsidian, he's keeping him honest. Still that 1.5 seconds left. If that stays until they get into the pit stops, yeah, that could change a lot, because that is definitely within striking distance.
More cars to pit road. Of course, Sven Noller, as expected, after his damage. Phil Denez, though, is coming onto pit lane again, so that will be his second trip, and the first one is for the penalty, of course. That's a bit surprising. Simsa, I believe, are coming in as well, because I see Fabio Rauer indicated that he's on pit lane. So, cars with issues, we'll put it that way. I think now we're in for, hopefully, a bit of a calmer race, because plenty of cars have had issues. I thought the start was clean. We've had about 17 cars makes a trip down to pit lane at some point or another, and we're, what, 10 minutes into this?
Well, weirdly, I mean, the IndyCar race, as much as we had that start line chaos, we still didn't have as many cars affected by the grand scheme of things, because they were all still on the lead lap here, whereas... Yeah, I think that's definitely not going to be the case here. 35 minutes left to go, though. Holtzman starting to eke out the gap a little bit, but I'm more interested with this battle for 10th and 11th place there. Josh Balan and Manuel Cubo Torres. That Team Fordzilla driver doing a fairly decent job, but he's right in the clutches right now.
They are 1.5 back from Urano in front. Remember, this is, again, a car that we expect fuel to be an issue, so... we will see them down onto pit road at some point or another. It is stretching out at the front very slightly. 1.6 between Redline and Obsidian, then a further 1.3 back to Gordy Much in the R8G car. Jose Soria only 1 second inside of the draft range of R8G in the Oris racing car, and rounding out the top 5, it's another 1.2 back to Yannick Lapchan in the Altus Esports cars. A couple of battles inside the top 10. Of course, we're looking at Fordzilla and Manuel Torres for Zenith battling two against teams that battled in the IndyCar, so it's resuming the hostilities. You've also got T3, Yassi, and Urano. I'd be a bit surprised if Yassi doesn't have a little bit of damage to that car after the almighty shunt that they had with the Veloce machine.
I think that's a given. But Yashish Manhar, he's doing a fairly decent job of keeping on to that. He's still on the back of Luka Wunsch right now for that battle for P7. So all he has to do is just hold on to that. And if he is on, having damage on that car, it's still a remarkable haul of points. I don't think there's going to be any beers getting bought from the Veloce side of the garage after the race, though.
No, probably not. Let's get that look then at what happened with the Apex Racing team car. So it's Juan Bustamante as that battle for 10th sees Torres get... Oh, he loses it by himself.
Yeesh. Yeah, that is not a corner at Cops that you really want to lose that car like that. To be fair, excellent car control to try and rejoin straight into the path of another car. And yeah, that's going to be massive suspension damage for that car there. And I think that's going to be a fairly hefty slap on the wrist for Juan Bustamante there. Uncharacteristic to see him do that sort of a move there, though.
So the rejoin, I mean, there's only so much he can do, right? He's not up to speed, and he's got to get back on track. He doesn't. That is about 3 car lengths between those 2 cars, and there was still contact. Let's call it what it is. That's netcode.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Given the fact that you didn't actually see the cars coming in together there, I was a little bit more surprised that he did move over, which maybe would suggest that he didn't see that car there.
Call a spade a spade. That's kind of how I look at it sometimes. So it's the reality that we don't like to see it, but sometimes that's just the reality. You have people racing across the world. We talk about Altus, for example. They've got their team house as they're working on that project. New update on their social media as well, the latest construction update for them. But it happens. Stuff happens like that, and unfortunately it's caught out the Apex Racing team after Ben Fuller's great run in race 1. They're struggling. Other cars struggling. Other teams, I should say, struggling. Urano's in 9th. That could be worse. Kawanda's 39th. Definitely couldn't get much worse than that. I guess that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it certainly is. Rocket Sim Sport saw we're up at the P20. I also saw Yvonne Huffelaar for E-Team Brit making her way up. Sophia Onwin, who was in race 1 for that one, had a bit of a miserable day at the races, and it's great to see them still making their way up. One of the newer teams, just like Brabham. Oh dear, that is Juan Bustamante. Is it safe to say it's not been his race today?
Yeah, I think that's probably the understatement of the century, maybe. Let's grab a look then at what happened with him. So it's through turn 1. Oh, there's more contact. It's a magnet. That car just seems to be a magnet right now.
Is it the car or is it the driver? That's what you've got to ask at this point. Yeah, see, that doesn't need to happen, Arjuna. They're side by side, and the car is, you know, one's on the right-hand side, so the car on the left has the inside line. Why does that need to happen? You know, it's that whole conversation we had in race 1 about self-preservation.
Yes.
In what world does that position matter enough that you ruin your race for it?
I mean, I'll put that on both drivers, right? I'll place some blame on Bustamante for not giving more space. I'll also say that I think that was the Brabham Esports car that could have also given a little bit more space as well. This is just turning into a replay machine fest. Oh, wow. That's the U-Race Brazil Esports car. Trying to do some Tony Hawk impersonations. Doesn't work out. Zenith down onto pit road. Manuel Torres has had an issue.
Goodness me, and that car was absolutely launched into the air. So Manuel Torres, as you said, loses that position not only to Yusush Manhar, but to Daniel Lourenco as well. So he up into that 8th position. Now, again, still chasing down Luka Vunch, and that gap now just half a second. So if there is damage on that car of Yazhi, it's not really showing itself here.
Yeah, and to correct myself, it looked like that was a dropout for that Zenith car. He's back in the fold, still up inside the top 10 as he hunts down Urano up the road in front of him. That gap out front, though, we were talking about how it was keeping relatively close, and we were talking how Pablo Espez was doing a great job. I think Team Redline heard you and said, no, I'm not letting that stand. I am running away. Patrick Kolsman is a man on a mission. And look how calm he is. You couldn't tell that he's in a race right now. You just think he's off for a little quick weekend drive.
I swear that's a little smile on his face as well. He's so chilled, isn't he? He's just like, yeah, this is fine.
It's a smirk. It's a smirk.
Yeah, exactly. And being 2.5 seconds halfway into a race, yeah, I'd have that same smirk, although it never happened, so yeah, it doesn't. But nonetheless, I mean, look, Redline are going to do what Redline do best, and that's get out front and absolutely dominate where they can. They don't always get it their own way, but when they do, my goodness me, do they put on a show.
So you'll see also on the side of that car, new colors. It used to be black and red. It's now a blue and red. Of course, Red Bull, the energy drink company, rather than Red Bull Racing, coming in partnership with the team that Max Verstappen has now made his home. It's the Red Bull Verstappen.com Redline team, if you want to try and give it a full name. But it's still Team Redline. It's the same team, the same drivers that we've come to know and love. Many real-world drivers part of this organization, not just Verstappen. Shane Van Gisbergen has been, as that's RPC Esports around and now trying to rejoin in a safe manner. We'll go grab a look at what happened there. I get the sense that it's probably assisted given where they were. But you got Shane Van Gisbergen, part of Team Redline. Lando Norris used to be before he formed his own little squad at Quadrant. But the one that stands out to me as an IndyCar fan is the fact that Alex Palou has left Fordzilla to become part of Redline.
Yeah, they really do have a wealth of massive, massive names. And not just that, there's an expectation that goes with that title as well. You're expected to perform consistently. And that's what all of these drivers at Redline do day in, day out. Fantastic little community that they've got over there. Fantastic little family. And they really do deliver the goods.
Yeah, we'll talk about VCO Senate in a sec. I want to grab a look at then what happened to that the RPC entry as it made its way down into the final corner. So on the anchors and just, well, he's trying to slow down because he thought he was going to run into the backer. I think that was the Team Fordzilla car, and locks the brakes up, locks the rears up, around she goes.
It's very polite. I would have just booped the car in front and just used that as a brake, but then that's probably why I'm here in the commentary box and not actually taking part in races like that. A difficult position to be in because you know, you see the car slowing down way harder than you actually think it's going to do, and you just have to hammer on the anchors. You know it's going to be a 50-50 of whether you're going to lose the rear end or you get the car stopped in time, but you have to take that chance, and he did the right thing there.
So 26 minutes to go. We're getting to that halfway point in a race where we do expect these cars to come down onto pit lane. It separated itself out, which is, I don't think, the worst thing in the world, given what we saw in race 1. Unfortunately, David, I'm going to wave goodbye to you when this race is done. I get to say hello again to Lewis McLeod, who's already had enough of me this weekend. But loved having you so far. We've still got 20 minutes to go. But thoughts on this format, given that we're only in race 2 of 24? There's a long, long way to go.
No word of a lie, this is incredible. This is like having an entire race season in a day. In fact, double a race season, because most championships, right, we do maybe 10, 12 rounds. This, we're doing 24 separate races here. Yeah, it is something that we've never seen. And I know, obviously, it sounds like it's hyperbole, but listen, I take enormous pride in the sim racing community, whatever platform that we're taking part in. The leaps and bounds that we've all collectively taken over the past sort of 5, 10, 15 years, because I'm, again, an old man, has been absolutely absurd. If you told me 15 years ago when I was sitting playing Live for Speeds that this is where we're going to be, I know, right, back in the day, when I were a lad.
You're dating yourself with that reference.
Exactly, but and it was before S3 as well. But you know, if you'd said that this is where we're going to be, where we're going to have these incredible production values, live broadcasts of you know, full proper pro racers as well as pro esports drivers as well, it's a world that you wouldn't ever have been able to comprehend. And VCO have been right at the forefront of that. And Florian, with his absolute madman genius ideas, this I get the feeling is going to be an absolute banger. It's going to be so popular with the teams as well, because there's nothing like this out there. They get it over and done with in a day, and it's some huge publicity for them. Think of all the content they can generate from these races.
Hashtag quality content. The thing that I love the most about Florian is his willingness to listen. I think I thought maybe PGZ were whirling onto pit lane. A lot of people have crazy ideas, right? But sometimes you need experienced hands to tell you that's too crazy. Let's do something else which is less crazy. And Florian is willing to listen. I think that's the best thing about him. We're doing, you know, VCO Send It, a print magazine about a digital sport. We're doing the Esports Racing League, combining platforms. We're doing VCO Infinity. We'll do VCO Pro Sim later this year as well again in 2022. Like, there's so many crazy things that goes on, and it's not just about these offshoots. It's about supporting the community that's built up around sim racing since your time at Live for Speed. The private leagues, the partnerships with the Apex Hunters United, the partnerships with the 24-hour series, of course, that real world a counterpart as well, Ivra Endurance and Ivra Club Sport, Ivra GT, Ivra Club Cup. So many cool things that we do here at the VCO World. 23 minutes ago. Whoa, bad to worse for RPC.
Well, that was quite convenient of him to do that while we're watching him live on camera. That's a little bit embarrassing there for Kimmy to do that. But you know, other than that, it's just a case of just regroup. It's so easy to do it in these F3 machines. You have to be so careful. Grip disappears in the blink of an eye. And you were mentioning there about VCO Send It. I am super excited for that. Went and bought it. I think it was the day they announced it. As we've got another. Oh, that's
Obsidian.
Pablo Espes.
From second on the road, he's looped it by himself. It promotes Gordy much up into second spot. Jose Soria takes the final step on the podium. I want to talk about Send It, but I'm in shock as that mistake, pushing maybe a little bit too hard, seeing the gap opening up to Patrick Holtzman. It's an easy mistake to make, but you've got to just think that maybe the wiser thing to do would have been to be a little bit more patient, realize that you're fighting one of the best in the world, and losing to Patrick Holtzman, there are worse things to happen.
Yeah, I'm not liking how often these guys are making me sound like I actually know what I'm talking about here, because I'm literally saying about how quickly the grip goes in these cars, and we have two cars spinning within about 20 seconds. Again, clipping that curb on the inside there. That's what happened to that Obsidian car. This is what adds insult to injury. Tries unsuccessfully twice to rejoin onto it. Has to fire it into reverse here. And there is no worse feeling as a driver. Once that thing starts going round and you know you're going to spin here, Arjuna, it is just the most awful feeling. You want to bury your head in your hands because you know everybody's watching at that point.
It is one of those moments where you're just trying to get out of the way as well. When you've spun and you're like, just don't let me take anyone else out. Don't let anyone else be caught up in my mistake. But unfortunately, stuff like that just unfortunately happens. Here's Gordy Much, though, who finds Jose Soria hot on his heels. 4/10 splits them. Soria, another driver who competed in the ISOWC last year, also then competed in the Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Series, so plenty of open wheel experience for him. But the man that I think we want to talk a bit more about is Gordy Much, partnered up with Jimmy Broadbent in the Praga Cup for 2022 as he look at that. That's what more sim racers need to realize. If you want to maximize your sponsorship and the value to your partners, there you go. There's the perfect example.
Absolutely, 100%. So, again, from watching other esports like Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, and Valorant, that's what happens. You get these branded screens that get put down. You've got branded apparel that you've got to wear. Every second word out of your mouth when you're being interviewed is thanking the sponsors, thanking all of the brands, and we don't see that an awful lot, and we need to, because that's exactly what drives all of these brands and partners coming into the hobby that we all know and love.
Pass as Luka Wunsch gets past the wannabe SRT car, and here comes Manohar, excuse me, to have a lunge of his own to the inside as they work onto the Wellington straight. Now, he'll get the tow for a moment from the T3 car, but Tamas Shimon cuts him off and now defends the inside as they run down into Brooklands. Pit window seems to have opened. I see Brabham Esports and Regan Mitchell onto pit lane, so with 20 minutes to go, you could come down and make it. I wonder if actually they don't need a pit stop, to be honest. I think they should, but I don't know. I'm starting to question my sanity a little bit.
I think you're right. I think they do need it to go into the pits. Certainly, I wouldn't be trusting these tyres after about 40 minutes on these F3 cars. I think there's a lot of time to gain if you jump in and get yourself sorted out. Again, that's an uneducated viewpoint on that one, but we'll see how it goes. But certainly from the top five, I cannot believe how quickly and how vastly that gap was opened up there.
On board with the Yassit machinists. Look at how they slink and the snake develops down the hangar straight. Some damage to the front of that Yassit car as well. Remember, it's a fixed setup, so if there's maybe a bit of grounding that's pushing that front of the nose into the car, we saw similar damage to RPC. It's not like one car is dealing with it. Everyone is dealt the same hand. They're having to contend with that. So battle for fifth, Luka Wunsch, Tamas Shimon, and the Yassit car. So T3, wannabe SRT, and Yassit. Then up the road, Soria's getting close, and Soria's having a look on the run to turn one. Gordy Much gives in the room. Oris up to second.
Beautiful move there from Soria, but as you said, Gordy Much for RHG. Again, respectfully, not fighting that too hard. You get to the point where you realise that the move is inevitable, it's going to happen, and your best point is just letting the move happen and thinking about how you can get that position back. As soon as you do that switch, that's when you can really minimise those losses. And look at Gordy here. He realises that he's going to get the slipstream down the straight here. Doesn't think about what to make the move though, but 18 minutes left to go. And again, you look at the IndyCar race where we had, 6 cars fighting out for the leads. Patrick Holtzman, I think, is he's already off into the sunset.
Yes, and I think that's quite apt, given that the sun continues to set. We are going to work our way through the night at some of these races. Of course, some of these cars don't have headlights, so don't worry. Those cars and those combos aren't going to be a concern. The only combo that has proper night lighting of the 5 tracks that we've got on course for you today is the Daytona International Speedway. The rest of the courses are just the headlights to illuminate the path for you as you work your way through these 45-minute races. Let's have a look at something that's happened to the delightfully named Was Cooking Racing Adventures team, the official racing team of the Craig Setup Shop. I'm just saying that because I'm going to get in trouble with Craig for saying that, but that's Joshua Chin. It's fair to say that, you know, going back-to-back 2 races, not going swimmingly for him. He's not cooking up some Michelin star stuff, that's for sure. Oh,
it's the only thing he's cooking is those tyres at the moment. Good lord! I'm a little bit disappointed on that spin there. He was about 20 metres away from making that full 360. Didn't quite get the points for the extra style there. Lost everything on that failed rejoin there. That is some heavily hit ego there on that one. But you know, joking aside, what more can you do? You just have to knuckle down, get yourself back into the race here. Still plenty of time to make up a couple of positions here from where they are. I think they're down, what, about 25th position at the moment. But yeah, I think the only battles we're going to see now is underneath the second place. Soraya, I think, has got that position from Gordy, but Gordy could be looking to try and save those tyres for the final 15 minutes.
And it's another car that has that damage to the front, I've noticed. So I do wonder. I think this is a setup-related thing. I think that car is just being pushed down into the ground so hard that it is taking a bit of damage. Now, question for you becomes, do you take the fast repair in your pit stop, assuming there is still a pit stop, which I am not certain there will be?
God, no, not a chance. Not if it's setup related. And on that note, I mean, I thought I heard when we were riding on board with one of the cars the sound of it bottoming out down the straight there. But if it's a setup related injury to the car and the car's still running fine and you're in the top 5, nope. You do not want to waste that fast repair because it's all about disaster recovery.
Getting the word from the pit lane, I thank Dylan Bobo Shrivens. I'll say your name correctly because you are giving me the scoop right now, that there will be a pit stop here. There will be a pit stop at Monza. The other races with this car will not see a pit stop. So read into that what you will. Obsidian find themselves on the charge back as they get up in front of that car in front. Looks like Zenith is off to pit lane. They're trying the undercut. We'll see how that works for them.
I think they have to. I mean, we saw that with IndyCar. As we've got a car off in the background there, is that Pablo Espes?
No, it's wannabe SRT. Tamas Shimon has looped it around. I think that's all by himself, given where he was on track.
Yeah, there was a lot of smoke there. I just saw them loop it off in the background there. We saw, though, on the discussion about pit strategy from the IndyCar race, the overcut just did not work at all. The earlier you were in, the better chance you had of moving up the field. I've got no reason to doubt it's exactly the same in this race here.
I think the tyres are what might be slightly different here, because in the IndyCar, the tyres are known for being a little bit more wear. Well, they go, especially the thermal characteristics of the tyre do tend to fade quite quickly. There we go. Finally get my words out. But I'm very curious to see. So first pit stop taker is the Zenith Esports car. We'll track its progress as we work through this next cycle of the race. Back up front, it's still half a second that splits Jose Soria and Gordy Much. 7 and a bit seconds behind Patrick Holtzman. 17 laps into the race. That Redline car has been a metronome so far.
Can we just take a second to actually deconstruct that? So we're in this race, obviously 24 separate races, and as we've said, some of the finest sim racers that we've got in existence are taking part in this championship, and yet still within what lap are we on? 16. Within 16 laps, we've got Patrick Holtzman that are up by 7 seconds. That is absolutely absurd. You know, the level of like above everyone else you've got to be able to do that is just nuts.
Well, Redline and Altus are in, so it won't be a flag-to-flag victory for for Redline, because the Oris Racing team will likely be considered and classified as leading lappers into the box. Let's watch for Holtzman what the time is going to be, because this is our best indication of what it's going to be. So he went up on the jacks, he got a couple of tires at the very least, 6 seconds, that is a short pit stop. He only needs enough fuel to go another 13 minutes.
Yeah, that was a super short stop there, 6.7 seconds, I think that was, but comes out. And Holtzman down in that 5th place there. So realistically, not losing all that much time for that pit stop there. So that's about 19 seconds by my super terrible mathematics skill that he has lost on that pit stop. Here at Silverstone, I'd take that. That's really nothing to lose at all.
And do remember that the update that Silverstone had as part of that partnership with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula 1 team was to increase the pit lane speed limit, so it is a little bit faster. Let's have a look at what happened then to Tamas Shimon as he works his way through, and he's a little bit on the curb, wasn't he?
Oofed, I think is the word for that one. Clips it. I think it's also avoiding action for the car in front. Oh, there we go. No, that's it. Yeah.
Just high sides it, basically. Not as significant as who was, I forget the other car, that literally launched themselves over the anti-cut curb, but definitely going to have taken some damage there. And as well, I go back to what Bobo Shrivens was telling me. It is bottoming. That car is bottoming quite significantly, and it's showing itself with the damage on the nose. And again, you see it with R8G.
And that's exactly it. So we've got side-by-side through Maggots and Beckett's. That's a couple of brave drivers. Not exactly what I would be wanting to try and do, as Lukovic decides to relent and give that position to Manuel Cubo Torres there, and 10th and 11th place there. Not only that, but significantly losing quite a lot of time there as we've got into the pits then. So that is our top 4, but again, they're out of place because it's an artificial top 4 as they've had yet to pit.
So, and this gives us a good indication of what maybe to expect at Daytona. I think we'll see a fuel game at Daytona to some degree, where drivers, they think they have enough fuel, but how much fuel do they really have? That's going to be the question, as Holtzman's going to, of course, retake the race lead, as Soria Lapchin's up to 4th, of course, being a good, consistent day for him. He's joined the party. The undercuts worked a treat for the Altus Esports driver.
It really has, hasn't it? I mean, that gap was, what, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, and now it's down to 3.4. Not just that, Gordy Much is right there as well, as is Yannick Lapchin. So a lot of time lost there for Patrick Holtzman. But is there something that we didn't see in that time lost? Has Patrick done something else to that car that maybe some of the others haven't done in their quest to cut as much off the pit stop time?
So Pablo Espez is back up into 5th. He's got Yas Heat, Urano, Zenith, T3 all behind him, so a bit of a fight brewing here. All cars have made their pit stops from what I can see. Maybe BS Competition is the one, but I think that explains why Phil Denez came in early, because he wanted to get the pit stop out of the way. He's recovered after his drive-through penalty for that misregistration. He's back up into 11th and fighting with Team Fordzilla, looking to try and get back into the top 10.
What a recovery drive that is for that number 31 machine, getting up into 11th position. And realistically, with the pace that he's got, you wouldn't put it past him being able to get into the top 10 for that one. Obviously, it's gutting to receive a penalty of any sort, but he's taken it right on the chin and worked his way back up.
Trying to get some live points working for you so we can update you through the course of this race as to what's going on with the points. It didn't seem like that was updated, because Urano should have a lot more points than the 40 that they were indicated, unless there was something that happened there. We'll try and pop it up again and see. No, that's still broken, unfortunately.
Is there anything better than live TV and things not working when they're supposed to?
We'll just do it live.
Yeah, just nudge it or give it a kick. That's usually the Scottish way of dealing with things. It's worked a treat so far, but what a battle we've got going on there. Janis Manahar absolutely harassed to within an inch of his life there by Daniel Alves Lorenko, and the two of them fighting it out tooth and nail. Manuel Cubo Torres fancies a little go at this as well. They're going to be side by side as they come out of Aintree down through the Wellington Straight, and I think we've got a little bit of a race on our hands here.
I think I know why the live points isn't working. We'll get the graphics back up on screen, but here we go. Launch to the inside from that Zenith car as he tries to get through, and the Yas Heat car is going to lose not one but two. Just mispositioning there in a car which does rely on the draft quite significantly.
I'm still a little bit stunned that that Zenith car just managed to fire it up the inside there. Manuel Cubo Torres there. Great driving from all three drivers there to be aware. And yeah, I think that Yas Heat car overdriving itself a little bit there as we get our live timing back. 8 minutes left to go there. And what's going to have to happen here is Yasis Manahar is going to have to watch out now because he's pushing to try and get that position back. But Luca Vunch is looking very, very hungry indeed.
So down the hangar straight they work once more with 7 odd minutes to go. I think we're looking at, with a 150 lap time, probably 3, maximum 4. It depends all when Patrick Holtzman crossed the line. Remember, it's 45 minutes plus the white flag lap. It depends on, of course, how far we've got into that race. I think Triton Racing might have just had an issue as well. I saw they a little bit slow on the screen, but they've gathered it back up. Matthias Nojak in that number 10 car. I wonder where that was and if it was by himself. We'll grab a look now. It's a good time to grab a Racebot TV replay as through Maggots and Beckett's. It's going to be too much curb. Yep, there's very small anti-cut curbs on the inside of Maggots and Beckett's, and he decides, well, not decides, unfortunately clips one of them. Yeah, and that's it. As soon as that car touches it, it's good night to the car because it loses all traction, loses any contact that the front right has with the track there, and it's just going to send it into a bit of a death spin there. He'll be able to recover and get that car back going again, but the amount of time you lose on that, especially at Maggots and Beckett's, one of the fastest places on the circuit, as Manuel Cubo Torres takes that position away into P6 there. Nice move down the Wellington Straight, and yeah, great move there as we've got 6.5 minutes left to go. Gap at the lead is a little bit smaller than I thought it might be. Patrick Holtzman is only about 3 and a bit seconds clear. It's not the same as it was about 20 minutes ago, is it? I mean, but to be fair, the first 15 minutes we saw of the race were like this, where Holtzman was ahead of Soria, but wasn't able to, you know, streak away massively, and then something just broke. In fact, was it not Gordy Much who was actually ahead at that point? And yes, then something broke on a lap, and suddenly the gap just started eking up and up and up and up, and Soria actually taking a tiny little bit out of that gap. Yeah, I think this is shaping up quite nicely to the end of this race. It's closing. It's under 3 seconds for the first time as well in a while, as down the inside, Zenith Esports getting past Urano on that run up into Stowe Corner. This is a ding-dong battle, and they've really now got to be careful that they don't allow Phil Dinez to close, because he's only, what, 1 and a bit seconds further back. That BS competition car realistically has a shot of getting up into the top 6. That is a scary thought, but you're absolutely spot on with that. The gap from Phil Dinez all the way up to 5th position, believe it or not. I make that, what, 4 seconds, 3 seconds between them. So, yeah, anything is definitely on. Given how hard these cars that are in front of him are fighting, absolutely is on. So, as whoa, look at that, a lunge to the inside as Luca once tries to join the fun and get past the Yas Heat machine. Let's get a look on board with the driver from India, who's got some trophies behind him as well. I like that, celebrating maybe some real-world achievements. Not getting the best look at his face, but look at that, Watch down the inside, wants a piece, and wants to get on through. He slides up to 8th. Beautiful move, and again we saw that's been exactly the same spot time and time again. We've got 2 cars off, and that is the number 69 machine rejoining, so that's going to be contact, and that is going to be just after Village. Now, I saw Mitchie Hoyer, I think, in the Burst Esports car also getting involved. He's not fighting with that car because Mitchie Hoyer is 1 lap down. I wonder if there was a bit of misunderstanding between the two of them, or if it was, again, just with the balance of this car seemingly being very tough for these cars to deal with. Did Mitchie Hoyer arrive on the scene of the incident? Oh, Mitchie Hoyer loses it first, and then, while synchronized spinning there, Tommaso Mosca does the same. That's very polite of them to just join him and not make him feel so awkward there. But again, they get recovered. It's not a big deal. What is a big deal, though, is that gap between Holtzman and Soria is starting to come down, Arjuna. We've got 3 3/4 minutes left to go. I cannot put it past the realms of possibility we might have a fight for the lead. I wonder if Holtzman's just dictating the tempo of this race, because it was 3 tenths or something, 2 or 3 tenths last time by that Soria close. I've got to think that it is just pace management right now from the red line driver, because he knows that, you know, this race is almost over. He doesn't want to loop it by himself. That would be about the worst thing that you could do at this point. So I just think manage the race. You talk about endurance races and, you know, how you manage your strategy. I think this is a very different sort of a management. Battle back in 6th position, though, as Pablo Espes is broken away out of drafting range. Here comes Lorenzo back down the inside as he tries to get past Zenith.
And again, like Candy from Baby gets the move done and takes that position away from Manuel Cubo Torres there, and sends him straight back into the fight with Luca Wunsch, who is trying to take that 7th position away there. I agree a little bit with the race management to a certain degree. The issue I've got, and again this comes more from personal experience than anything else, is the fact that I don't know towards the end of the race if I want to put myself in that level of risk. I mean, yes, obviously you want to look after the tyres, you want to look after the car, make sure you don't do anything silly, but at what point do you think, oh well, hang on, I've let him close up a little bit too much and then have to switch it back on? Granted, there's only 2 minutes left to go in the race, so by all intents and purposes, the race does look done, dusted. It's a done deal. But do you really want to put that much pressure on yourself?
I know, I do agree with you there. So, where is Holtzman? Holtzman's across the line. Oh, I think we got 2 laps to go. He would have crossed with about 1. It's about as close as you can get to not knowing if it's a white flag lap or we've got 2 laps to go right now.
Well, we're about to find out for sure, and I think some of these drivers, quite honestly, Arjuna, are going to wish that it's not the white flag lap, because you've got some hefty battles. And if this is what we've got, if these first 2 hours are what we have got for the entirety of this 24 race schedule, we are all going to be very tired. Well, you guys are all going to be very tired because I'm off after this one. But yeah, it is going to be an exhausting, grueling one, not just for the commentators, but for the spectators as well. No way. You're kidding me. Did Yannick Lapchin just honestly try and send it around the outside of Gordy Much?
He did. He tried. He thought about it. Let's have a look and see if those live points are working. It is. As it stands right now, remember, we are very early into this thing, so you can't read too much into this. The top 5 split by 5 points with 2 races done. So you've got Urano Obsidian tied. RAG would jump up into 3rd, Redline to 4th, and Oris into 5th. We've got something exciting for you. We do not turn away from this. Now, again, the question becomes for Patrick Holtzman, is this the final lap? Has he been slowing the pace down so he doesn't have to do an extra lap? I'm starting to wonder.
Possibly. But
that would be big-brained.
It would to a certain extent, but again, I'm just looking at it just now. Yes, obviously, if he crosses the line and the time's expired, then yes, that would make sense. And Benedict hits.
No, that was Luca Wunsch, I think, is now side by side with Lapchan and Gordy Much. But again, we got to focus on, is this the checkered flag or not? Time is ticking down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think it's the end. Oh, we got 1 more, and the gap's at 2 seconds.
Well, that's backfired massively if that's the case, but realistically, I mean, look, 2 seconds is still fine. As long as he keeps it going, it's starting to get a little bit scary now, but yeah, it's, wow, I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was slowing down out of that final corner there, but obviously not enough if that was the case. Yeah,
well, he's had an 8-second advantage at one point. It's down to 2 seconds now. If he was trying to get the race done, it's not worked out, and we are very quickly getting ready for the next race. I wonder if Patrick Holtzman's racing in the GT3s at Daytona and is like, I need to get out of this one and go qualify at the World Center of Racing. Gordy Much trying to fight back to get back onto the podium, but Yannick Lapchin, I think, will hold on here. He's looking very strong in the 2nd phase of the race.
Yeah, really is. Great to see Yannick getting that position from Gordy Much, though, but what a fight these two have had as they come through.
My word.
You're not going to go... Please, no, not side by side. Oh, my goodness me.
Gordy Much may be a little bit more wise and deciding he wanted to back out of that one, but he'll get the tow. He'll get the slingshot now down the hangar straight.
Well, at least there's one fast Scottish racing driver in the field tonight. It's good to see him out there. Although, to be fair, in real life, he is one of the quietest young lads that you could actually say hello to. Very, very quiet, keeps himself to himself, and you'll have seen from the videos from Jimmy Broadbent, very, very keen to offer a helping hand whenever he can. But here we go through the final couple of corners. Patrick Holtzman is going to take his first win.
What a drive from Patrick Holtzman. Yes, it closed up at the end, but he managed the tempo of the race. He'll take victory in race 2 of 24 in VCO Infinity. Red line back to the front of the field, and unlike the emotion that we saw from Joop de Ligt, cool as a cucumber, just another race victory for a man that has seen plenty in his time in sim racing. Manuel Torres has had to make a trip down to pit lane on the very last lap of the race. I'm not sure what that's going to mean for him when the classification comes out, because drivers were told the finish line is on the track. The finish line, you can't pull a Michael Schumacher, you've got to finish out on the track itself. So we'll see how it goes. Triton Racing have spun it through the final corner as they finish up this race with a little bit of a disappointment. But again, a great race, and we've only done 2 of these. Yes, you're going to be watching from the sidelines, David, but in some ways I envy you, because your voice is not going to be screaming out in agony when we finish up here today.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm definitely going to be screaming at the monitor with Daytona up next. That is going to be one heck of a race. But yeah, look, you said about Patrick Holtzman at the end there on the camera, and he looked absolutely nonplussed about it. And you know for a fact that as in any race, in any championship, you're delighted, you're over the moon to get any win. But I think maybe you're seeing a sign of some of these drivers just trying to rein the excitement, keep that energy on a moderate level, just so they can survive the next 22 hours.
Let's have a quick look at the race results, because we got to go to Daytona. We got to make the trip across the pond. It's Patrick Holtzman victorious with Jose Soria, Yannick Lapchan, Gordy Much, and Pablo Espez. So Oris, Alters, RHG, and Obsidian through the top 5. Urano, BS Competition, Yassi, Team Fordzilla, and Sim Racing Unlimited, the top 10. Good drive from Benedict Hitz. He'll be pretty delighted with that, plus 6 positions up inside to the top 10. Tamas Shimon going to be frustrated down in 11th with Luca Wunsch for T3. Veloce's number 70 off the road, but back up into 13th. And the PGZ Motorsports, the fan favorite and the biggest mover in race number 2, they are up 21 positions into 14th spot. Keep out of danger on these starts. You will make hay while the sun continues to shine. We'll scroll through these names, but David, very quickly, I want some closing thoughts from you before we head over to Daytona. Lewis McLeod will jump in after a busy start to his weekend. That's just going to get busier and busier from here. Fantastic format, fantastic innovation, and 2 great races. We still got 22 to come.
Yeah, variety is definitely the spice of life over the next 22 hours. The gauntlet has been set for all of these teams, all of these drivers. If they weren't sure what to expect, Arjuna, coming into this after these first 2 races, yeah, there isn't any messing about. It's going to be absolute top drawer stuff for the remainder of the day. We're
going to take a quick break here while we switch things around. Don't go anywhere. You're watching VCO Infinity. 2 races done, 22 to go. It's been a ball so far. We've got a long way still to go. back live for VCO Infinity. 2 races are done, and David Christie waves goodbye. Lewis McLeod, a very tired Lewis McLeod, says hello to us. Lewis, let's just quickly talk about this format. We've been excited about this for a while. It's already proved to be a very interesting format, and now we go to the World Center of Racing, where surely the tempers are going to be even more inflated.
I mean, after this morning, to be honest, mate, I'm a bit bored of Daytona. But I'll take a Daytona race. It's always a little bit spicy, a little bit frantic. We love this format because it's a mix of both endurance racing and sprint racing in just the most perfect way. It's a championship in a day. I don't really know how much more you can throw it. I think it's a brilliant idea, and I enjoyed looking at the races earlier. I think I had a bit of fun.
Scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you right now?
Oh, a solid 8.
So you're going to be 10
8.
by the end of your 3 hours here, and by the end of the weekend you're likely to be at 12. You have a very, very busy schedule. Of course, GB3, GB4 commentary at Silverstone, and of course 6 hours in total of VCO Infinity. But let's be honest, you enjoy it. You love it so much. Let's have a look. I think you do. Let's have a look at our venue for race number 3 then. Here it is, the Daytona International Speedway. 31 degrees of banking, and we use almost all of the 2.5 miles, but we talked about this yesterday, or today for you, in the Apex Hunters United Championship, Lewis. It's a very tricky infield, trickier than people give it credit for.
It's one of those ones where we've said this before with plenty of tracks in history. It's one of those ones you can't underestimate. Really, do not underestimate this track. It is a tricky venue. It's one which you overdrive frequently. I mean, we saw this earlier on today. We were doing AH2 endurance by VCO. A lot of drivers overdoing it, particularly into the West Horseshoe and down into T1. It's so easy to want to use the brake pedal a bit more than really you have to, and when you do, it bites.
So it's usually where endurance racing seasons and indeed racing across the world starts, but it's going to play host to round 3 today. We bring out the fire-breathing McLaren. It's a car that we saw earlier this year, the 2022 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. It took pole position in the form, I think it was Ricardo Rico in the Arnage competition car. But now you've got to manage what is a tricky beast that likes to shoot flames out of the back over the course of the 45 minutes here.
I mean, the McLaren is kind of one that we were not too sure about. Yeah, we wanted a GT3. Picking which one. Let's be honest, the MP4-12C. Yes, it's old. Yes, it's a little bit out of touch, but it's special, isn't it? There's something about it, and like I say, the massive flamethrower on the back. Why not? Why not? It's a bit spicy. Hopefully, no one gets burnt.
Well, I think that's alluding to something that we're definitely going to see. We are going to see carnage on lap 1 here. Yeah. I have no doubt about that one. But again, it's that time when we stop talking, we start the racing. Qualifying is drawn to a close, and not for the first time, teams have been caught out. Not everyone getting lap times on the board. Only 30 lap times set before qualifying came to a close. Let's run you down then through the starting grid for race 3 of 24 in VCO Infinity, as it looks like we are going to see a BS competition car on pole position again, a 43.263, more than a tenth quicker than Nicholas Laubish in the Urano Esports car. 2 cars that of course battled in the IndyCar to start things off at Road America. T3 Motorsports finally get up into the mix in qualifying, alongside with Daniel Ferguson for the Pure Sims Esports crew. Mitchell de Jong joins us for VRS Coanda, looking to bounce back after Pash Gergis's incident on lap 1 at Silverstone, sharing with Mr. Brioche, the Cat Jam man himself, Maxime Brient. Marcus Deck for Race Clutch alongside Luke Bennett for Team Redline, Triton Racing and Simsa Esports complete the top 10. Sim Racing Unlimited and SRC Movano Corsa will share row 6, while rolling from 13th is the Oris Racing team, looking to carry forward the momentum that Jose Soria displayed last time out. And Veloce's 3rd new member on display here today, Dion Fiallo from 14th. Balaslag Remenik for Yasheat with Arnage competition alongside Jimmy Antunes, almost 6 tenths away with Norbert Leitner, and the Netrex team continuing to show some good speed here on iRacing, 18th position for them. Zenith Esports 19th, and after finishing in the podium podium spots for Altus last time out. Yannick Lapchan in 20th for Altus. 21st sees Obsidian Racing, not the best qualifying for them, and cooking up some masterpieces. Was Cooking Racing Adventures from 22nd. RN Vision STS Sim Racing Team 23rd with Luca Burke and the Rocket Sim Sport crew alongside on the outside of row number 12. Paul Crawford, involved in Esports in the UK, will line up 25th. Alongside him, Thomas Wang, and a IRX competitor in 2020 at the World Championship level. Slightly different, to say the very least, here today. Racebot's own Lorenzo Bonda rolls 27th with Brabham Esports alongside him. WOR Esports in 29th. I am not going to try and butcher that name. Cass Corby, final car with a lap time on the board. There is also a drive-through penalty for that team. That's meant to be the E-Team Brit car, but misregistering, similar to what we saw with Phil Denez. Gordy Much, 31st, no lap time. And again, we talk about the amount of time that you've got to switch over back-to-back is clearly not working out for many of these teams. Will Chadwick for Team Fordzilla, no lap time for him. That's going to be a disappointment. He rolls from 32nd. PGZ again, no lap time there. They're back in the pack with TREQ alongside Pulsus Esports and the Absolute Motorsport Atlas Sim Racing team through the 36 cars, while Mitchie Hoyer, Fadley Rashmat, Daniel Wolf, and TR powered by Geeks Energy, the cars ready to rumble here today. It's a big old field. What are we expecting here? What are the big surprises looking at that grid, Lewis?
I mean, obviously, RAG, you're absolutely right. Back-to-back does not work. We were kind of expecting more drivers to try maybe back-to-back stints. You know, Mitchie Hoyers have done obviously the first 3 races here. It's not a good idea, is what we're getting here. You just don't have enough time to load in, to register, to get on with it. And basically, it means that we sometimes have a little bit more of a chaotic grid. What are we expecting? I think turn 1 might be okay. I'm not sure about the International Horseshoe. I think we might see some drama down there, but who knows? BS competition right back on it, though.
I think we might even see drama before there. I think through the flip-flop chicane, we might see some 3-wide. PGZ have taken a tow back to pit lane. I don't think they're going to take to the start. The pace truck's off, and the fields is in control of BS competition again. They stack up, they accordion themselves as we get ourselves underway for race 3 of 24 in VCO Infinity. BS competition streaking away on the run down to turn number 1. Off the banking they go, and onto the anchors they form. 2 wide, about 5 rows deep behind second position. The top 2 single filing themselves out. Some 3-wide action inside of the top 30, and there's Pearson's off the road. Daniel Ferguson goes for a trip through the grass. Everyone else, though, through safely.
Well, yeah, there you go. There's another couple off in the background as well. It might be potentially the burst involved in that of Mitchie Hoyer. Cut a couple of little bits of contact in the background. You're absolutely right. It was that flip-flop chicane. International Horseshoe was actually A-OK, going through the kink for the first time, and everything seems fairly calm. A little bit of movement in the background, but not too much.
Through the Western Horseshoe, there's some bumping, there's some banging, but we get through this one safely. Now through the crucial turn 7. Very easy to push wide and lose the momentum. Oh, who's that? Absolutely missing the corner. Sim Racing Unlimited, I think that was. Tumbling down the order, but we'll back onto the banking. 31 degrees of it. If you stand on the top and you don't maintain your position, you will roll yourself down all the way to the inside of the track. They're single filed for now.
Yeah, absolute madness, to be perfectly honest. Absolute madness. I think it's the Triton Racing car that's coming under pressure from Veloce, just in the background, coming off of the banking. BS competition, though, with a pretty comfortable lead as they roll through the Le Mans chicane.
It's not Le Mans.
First time. We're going with it. We're going with it. Oh, they're not.
That is the WOR Esports team. Casper Anderson is the one that now has to find an opportunity to get back onto track. It is the bus stop chicane. I am sorry. I am going to insist today, Lewis, that that's what we call it. Leading lap 1, though, it's the Zebras. BS competition trying to gallop away, but you expect this to be a draft race. I don't think they're going to be allowed to run away. Nicholas Laub is trying to keep them honest.
Yeah, and like I say, it's just the time. They just need to keep within reach as well. Mitchell de Jong also going on the attack, just in the background, trying to find his way past the T3 Motorsports car. Didn't fancy it down to T1. I mean, how much fuel saving are they really going to do in this? Surely they've got enough in the tank. Was that Apex Racing team defending down to the inside as well?
Well, it's not about fuel saving here, because we have enough fuel to get to the end.
There's plenty, yeah.
It's more about the draft management, I think, and making sure that you're not leading coming to the white flag. I think that is the crucial thing. We saw this in BMW Sim GT Cup competition, didn't we? You want to be that second car through the bus stop the final time to get the tow, to get the run to the start-finish line.
And there is also, in that sense, there is such a thing as being too close.
Yes.
You know, if you're sat right on the rear end going through the first corner, then you're going to have issues. We see replays of turn 1 as the Pearsons went off.
And Is that by themselves?
It's hard to tell from that angle. It's kind of one of those spots we don't typically see people going off by themselves. I'm assuming there might have been a bit of brush.
It might be a bit of no, that's by themselves. Yeah, they're just cold tires on the car. And let's look in car. I think this is going to be a good view of the inputs and what actually happens with the balance of that car. He hooks the grass. That's what happens. Clear as day there.
It's easy to do. Obviously, you're trying to give so much room to the car on the other side, but clearly too much room was given. Is that the Legion of Racers car?
Legions of Racers got involved. What should be the E-Team Brit car then, I think, checks up in response and then gets collected by the Wolf Racing team. You see the afters of that going on as well. But it's going crazy as they come to the line. Looks like Arnage. They're too wide, 2 rows deep as they come down into turn 1. Forget the draft games. Urano goes trying to go to the lead. Mitchell de Jong trying to follow Nicholas Laubish. They'll both get boxed out. The status quo remains. It's going to be more feisty than I think I anticipated.
Yeah, Laubish led across the line. Here comes Mitchell de Jong straight down the inside to try and grab third as the top two battle it out as well. Urano trying to go around the outside. It would give the inside for the King. Mitchell de Jong has picked up third position though, so has made his way past the T3 Motorsports car. Yeah, there was someone stationary there.
That's the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car. They're definitely not cooking up any Michelin-star worthy dishes right now.
I mean, to be fair, I'm actually surprised that Timu Toika's remained in the race, courtesy of... I know what his internet connection, at least it used to be like. I used to race Timu Toika about 9 years ago, so I don't really remember too much. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Let's pick up what happened to him then, shall we? So, again, it's through that flip-flop. Is it on the curb, or did he get tapped from behind?
No, I think it was the curb again.
Up from above.
If that's the case, it would be the third car that had an issue with that curb.
Yep. Oh, my word.
And in the same way?
Deja vu?
It really is, like literally the third car to have the exact same incident. Either way, got to train for the race lead. As much as I would say Laubish was close enough to try and make something there on the BS competition car, wouldn't have been wise going down into the Le Mans chicane. No, it is bust up. It is. I can't do that anymore. I was going to be a meme, but you know, no.
No.
It's not okay.
You're too tired, I think, to make quality memes as well.
I just can't believe they're going to Veloce.
That is a meme and a half. Here comes Laubish. They pulled away from de Jong, who's, I say pulled away, they're still in draft. It's not like it's an almighty sort of a gap that they've got, but I'll tuck back into line for the time being. There's also been something that's happened with Bas Slob. Oh, we're going to get a look at it now. So as they run into turn 1, he goes deep. He goes, well...
Whoa.
Oh, my word.
Oh, I've seen that crash before today.
But that car got... I know which one you talk about, but that time it got buried in the wall. Now, who was that? That was the RPC car, I do believe. Let's look rearwards from him if we can.
I mean, honestly, so close. We'll just see rolling down, obviously.
This is rearwards from the Trek car, excuse me.
It's a rough one. I mean, it's so easy to do. The problem is when you're too late on the brakes into it, it's kind of like you've got to accept it, that you're too late on the brakes. Almost getting in a straight line and not trying to turn for the corner to keep the car in balance is what you really need to do. But you're so desperate to get to that apex. Yeah, you're going to lose time either way, and unfortunately that was a little bit too much.
So, does it calm down from now? 7 odd minutes done. What are your thoughts here?
I think for some positions we'll see things calm down. For example, like it's kind of one of those things of like the top 3 or 4, maybe. But in races like this, you know, I've done races not too dissimilar to this in touring cars. I've always said, you know, if you're 8th, 9th, 10th in the line, you know, which is normally where I was because I'm not very good. As long as I could still see the leader, I'm okay. We're all in one train. I'm okay. I'm not going to panic just yet. However, when people start battling ahead of me and then that leader starts to run away, that's when we're hitting panic stations.
Lorenzo.
Like, we need to get on with it. Is he going to Veloce?
Apparently. Well, he's going off as for the lead. Here comes again Nicholas Laubish. He's not hanging around. I think he wants to control the tempo of this race to try and pull away, but he's not going to be able to get it done just yet. They stack up behind him as well. Looks like close almost between Race Clutch and Apex Racing Team as they work their way through it. Now through the flip-flop chicane, Laubish will have a go around the outside as they enter into the International Horseshoe.
Problem is he's going to open himself up to Mitchell de Jong, who's obviously going straight away for that apex. The drive-off should keep Laubish ahead in that second position. Mitchell de Jong, though, feeling pretty hungry. I mean, I'm not so sure it was the wise call to try and go for it, but either way, look at that in the background. Red line and race clutch side by side to the kink running into the West Horseshoe.
It opens the door as well for Simsa, and Gustas Grimbergus doesn't need a second invitation. He's going to try and get to the inside of Marcus Deck in that BenQ-powered car. I think Michi Hoyer's having a terrible start to this race. He's been off the track again, as Deck's going to fight this one back, and I think now Grimbergus has got to watch. Here comes Jonas Wanner to join the fun.
Yeah, of course, it's not Michi Hoyer's chosen simulator. Yeah, he does a fair bit of iRacing, but it's more R-Factor 2 focused and such. So this isn't really his kettle of fish, so to speak. And to start off, you're doing 3 races, which you've kind of already figured out that doing more than 1 race on the bounce probably isn't the greatest idea. But either way, it's not going well.
It's going to be assisted, I think. Yep. There you go.
Yep. Oh,
That's
that
clumsy.
Is bad.
That's clumsy.
That is real bad.
Now, was that the
Who
Absolute
was that?
Motorsports car?
Whoever it was, they need a slap. That's real bad.
No, it's the TR powered by Geeks Energy car, one of the good liveries that we've got on display here today.
It's just, again, you know me, contact on a straight line, unacceptable, simply unacceptable.
And it's funny that you say that, because who was...
Say that to Michi Hoyer,
Right.
yeah, I know. I know, Michi Hoyer, of course, is the former Sim Racing World Championship made contact on a straight line. Look at that, though, VRS Coanda at the front of the field. Mitchell de Jong is going around the outside of Laubish.
Yeah, how the turntables when it comes to Mitchell de Jong. So Urano should hold on for now. Simsa managed to get in, hold off, I should say, race clutch. Lights were flashing, clearly. Race clutch and Marcus Deck not too impressed with that one. And now de Jong's opened himself up potentially for Tristan Iglesias. We've got, what, a 12-car train at the front of this field right now?
Unarged competition switching with Triton. That'll be going down into the fast. Oh, they've completed the move. Unarged competition 10th spot for now. Yeah, it's a big train.
Here's some live points. Urano 114 at the front of the field. We've got BS competition second, Redline third. These are live as well. They will update as things progress. And again, we got the top 5 split by 20 points. And 5th is tied. It's only a couple points back. C4 Zilla's up now into 10th. The shock, of course, is Coanda struggling, but I think that's partially down to the fact that they obviously crashed in race 2. Yago Martinez has had an issue. I think Yas Heat has had a subsequent thing as well. They're falling one by one.
I mean, this is the kind of thing when it's sprint race. See, this is the thing. Is if this was endurance racing, we'd be sat there being like, oh, these cars are basically out of it. They're going to have a long evening ahead and stuff. And you kind of think, well, in this, it's sort of like, well, you've got a long 35 minutes. Then you get to reset and have another go. And it's why we're kind of, it's more of a championship in a day. It's endurance in a very different style. And like I say, I mean, it's entertaining. It's interesting because no one's holding back. I wonder if that will change through the night, especially when it comes to championship, as there goes once again to the outside, Urano.
Apparently I got myself mixed up. I meant to say how the tables turn, not how the turntables, but both are pretty apt if you ask me, given what we're talking about. Look how close it is. Look how much room that they're leaving each other. Just enough to survive. De Jong, can he have a look to try and get up into second? He's picked his way forward. 2 spots already, now trying to get to second. Backs out of it for now. The fighting's a little bit further back as Triton and Veloce side by side. And I think De Jong's having another look around the outside here. 2 wide, 2 deep again.
I mean, like I say, it's just crazy stuff. It is De Jong, though, around the outside. He's got the inside, though, on the run through the kink and should be able to hang on. Oh, a little bit of a snap, of course, of oversteer. But that's it. The position's done. Mitchell de Jong's in second place. And now just one further car. But, as we've said before, he's not going to go for it straight away. Surely he's going to bide his time. He's going to wait this out. He's going to try and find a way to make that move at some point later in the race. He doesn't want to lead now.
So, we're working our way forward. 30 minutes to go. Again, no pit stops here, and the sun continues to set. We're not going to see nighttime conditions here, but I think this is one of the fascinating things, right? We are going to see a day-night cycle emerge here today.
Which I'm all for. Like I say, it's part of that Daytona spirit that we kind of have said about. We do love all of the endurance spirit. I'm not just Daytona, but in the endurance spirit in general that we've spoken about a few times is that we kind of still want to see that vibe. It wouldn't be so fun if we did 24 just day races. When I see it spiced up, once we get rain though, you know, here we'll be cooking with gas. You know. I don't have a problem with a bit of, even if it's 4-strain. You know, why not? Here goes Mitchell de Jong though. He's not waiting around.
Yeah, no, I think he maybe thinks he might even be able to break away. I don't think I agree with that. I think you want to hang back in second at the end of this race. But oh, big wiggle, and oh, BS Competition loses it. Mitchell de Jong with those rallycross skills to wrangle that car back into control. BS Competition say goodbye to them. It's T3 Motorsports that hit the front. Almighty chaos erupts as Urano has to defend from not just Redline, the Apex team and Coanda.
Well, it all just happens, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, like you say, a little bit of feisty racing. Thankfully, quick hands in Mitchell de Jong, but that's the kind of thing, is that going around the outside, you're putting yourself in a very risky spot. You're opening the door for issues like that. You've kind of got to do it in sprint racing, but now he's got to do all that work again. I
tell you what we're going to need to do here. Before we look at what happened into turn 1, we need to have a look at what happened here with Zenith Esports, because Connery Maddock is, well, that's not a rejoin, but not holding your brakes. Talk about slap on the wrists.
It's pretty bad. It's almost, forgivable is probably not really the word that I would use. It's not great, but I can almost understand it. So it's, like I say, if it was a bad rejoin, I think I might have just thrown my keyboard through my monitor, but it was all right.
Well, is it your monitor or is it someone else's monitor? Because you're not at home right now.
It is mine. I brought my PC, mate.
Oh, wow. Look at you, committed to the cause for VCO.
Exactly. Well, I have to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do these broadcasts.
So let's go super slow-mo and let's see what happens to that BS Competition. He just tries to send it, and then off the banking it gets unsettled. And I am so impressed at de Jong's car control there, because it would have been very simple for him to just give up and let that car run off into the tires.
It's, like I say, it's about using the brake in the right way. It's about counter steering, not too much. That's one of the kind of the critical things. Like all of these things. Do you remember how every time I tell you that, like, as a racing driver, if you want to be a complete racing driver, you've got to try lots of different disciplines, as de Jong once again tries to go around the outside, but you've got to try all those different disciplines. That is why, because the rallycross stuff might have just helped in that scenario, just to know how to catch it and get going again.
Well, BS Competition slipped backwards by virtue of that in the live points. They're down to 15th. It's still Urano first, Redline second, and we'll keep you up to date through the course of the event with these live points. The sense I'm getting is it's not going to be determined until we get to maybe the final 4 hours or so. Simsa has a look. Gustas Grimbergus just trying to, I think, also cover off from behind. So we had a 12-car train. It's still 11, and you could argue that Altus, Sim Racing Unlimited as well are not too far apart from being in this drafting train, at which point it would become an 18-car train.
Well, I mean, this is a very much a learning process for everyone. I mean, looking at some teams that have had a decent first and second race, Obsidian have been in the top 5 in both race 1 and race 2. Where are they in this race? They are miles down. So, you know, I think we're going to see that. Everyone's going to have a bogey race at least at one point. That's kind of classic championship stuff. That's what we expect to see over a season. You know, no one's going to have 24, in this case, perfect races. It's about when you falter. And it's kind of, I guess, like having 24 perfect stints in an actual endurance race. You're never really going to have exactly 24 perfect ones, are you?
No, but I think the good thing as well is you get a reset opportunity, don't you? If you have a crash, you at least get the break and you get to go again. I do like that, as here comes Coanda again. It's de Jong versus Mr. Catjam himself, Maxime Briant, Mr. LMP2, but very capable in a GT3 car. We saw that during the SCO Sprint Masters last year. Urano has hit the front, and look at de Jong, sends it deep and might just be able to get a nose in front as they work into the horseshoe.
I mean, lovely stuff. Once again, back to the inside, though. Once we get into that braking zone for the horseshoe, might be able to do it. He's obviously opening a door a little bit for the red line car behind Luke Bennett, trying to find his way through his side-by-side. That's not going to work. Lovely position for Mitchell de Jong to have made up. Luke Bennett is not going to be able to pick this one up, surely, on Maxime Briant.
No, he slides back into line. Redliner being, other than Patrick Holtzman, not... Enzo Benito, I think, was right about where I thought he'd be, which is to say, not necessarily at the front with the IndyCar. I thought we'd see some others who would be a little bit more quick to deal with the tire changes and whatnot. I'm a bit surprised to see Luke Bennett only in 5th, and I say that, you know, he's not far behind, but I don't know why. I expected him to be at the front as Dion Fialo's off now.
Yeah, more issues, unfortunately, for the Veloce team. I get where you're coming from. You know, Luke Bennett's a very talented driver, and Redline we do expect very high things out of, especially in the competition here in VCO, where in the Esports Racing League and ERWC they have been absolutely dominant. Thus, obviously, this is a very different kettle of fish than that, but still, we do expect a little bit more from Redline. I don't think that's a major thing at the moment, though. I mean, there's still a decent way left in this race, and they are 5th. I would suspect that they aren't going to finish there, and that is either they're going to move forward, they're going to move backwards, or they might stay the same. Who knows? That's probably less likely, though.
There you go. Stop and hold penalty for Zenith Esports. I think that's pretty slam dunk, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Nice and easy. Sure. Good to have race control, and I hope they're going to be somewhat quiet today. I don't think they'll be very quiet, but we'll see. Oh, look at this. This is the Hornet's Nest. 21st on back. You've almost got a 3-wide situation. Lorenzo Bonda's trying to figure out which lane to go. Timu Toika's already back to where he started this race as he looks to recover.
I'm just disappointed you didn't pick up on my exactly what I was saying about 3 wide, never mind. Going to the outside, Rocket Simsports, Luca Burke trying to find his way around. It is the Hornet's Nest, you're absolutely right. Snap of the brakes, left, right and centre. Really, really tricky there as they slow it down for T1. Rocket all the way around the outside, but crazy.
This is great, loving it. All the way back. These are, again, remember, there's points up and down. Now, there's only prize money at the front of the field as Obsidian, yeah, you're right, that's Sergio Ferreira. What happened to them? Not a great qualifying, yes, but they've actually lost ground since the start of this race. Team Fordzilla slides assertively in front of wannabe SRT. That was Will Chadwick, Racebot's own, who's now in front of Norbert Leitner. Fordzilla plus 17 positions. What? That is incredible. And the same goes for RAG. Gordy Much and Will Chadwick carving through this field like a hot knife through butter.
I mean, I don't know if I'm too shocked or not, because we know how quick Chadwick and Much are. That's the spin there for Dion Fiallo. I mean, that's a pretty easy one. We've seen that time and time again. Obviously, it's just asking a little bit too much of the brakes. If you've got a rearward bias and it's just going to drop on you. That is a bumpy braking zone into 7. We kind of said that before a few times, that it is a tricky one to get slowed down for.
So it's starting to splinter up very slightly. Top 7 still in a big pack as Kawanda still trying to get to the front of the field. But between Mivano and the Arnage race clutch battle that we were just having a look at, that's now up to about 1.4 seconds as we'll grab a look at them. Kawanda going around the outside, and oh my word, race clutch back into the path, but the contact is so significant they get out of harm's way.
I need to see that again. That was such a big hit with race. I think they lost it by themselves. I'm pretty sure a few people would have been jumping right then.
He tries to jink inside to defend from Triton. That's what goes on.
That is a big, big hit.
One more look at it.
It's that banking, like you say, as he comes back across. It happens so fast.
By the time he knew he was crashing, it was too late.
Oh, yeah. That is an unsavable crash.
And that car has had to be towed back to pit lane. Not surprised.
No, that's out. That is done for it's quite nice though. We don't have to say it's done for the day, because it's certainly not. It's done for the next 24 minutes. What's it?
Yeah.
No fast players needed.
We said that before, didn't we? It's one of the beautiful things about this format.
Yeah, you just get to, like you said, I mean, for him, it might be like, right, okay. Well, to be fair, if you're on double duty, that's not actually too bad, because you're still like, right, okay, I'll go get ready for the next.
You can actually qualify for the next one.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, all right. It's not great, but still, I mean, I'd like to take the points from this race, but you'll push comes to shove. At least you actually go and get to get ready for the next race.
So halfway through, basically, getting to that point. Kawanda hits second. Urano about 7-8 car lengths in front. Pleasantly surprised by the consistency of Urano. Winning race 1, up in the top 10 in race 2, and again at the front here of race 3. I do wonder, going back, I'm going to say it over and over again, as they all, that's Maxime Briant trying to just make sure he doesn't stack up into the car in front, as now Team Fordzilla in front of Sim Racing United. I do believe that what we expect to see is that car in second, coming to the bus stop on the final lap of the race, wins this one. If they get a good enough run. Now,
I agree. But it's, you don't rule anyone out. I mean, maybe we'll see a crazy crash come towards the end, and someone flipping over someone, and then boom.
Oh well,
who knows?
Gustas Grimbergers, take a bow, my friend. Lights flashing, so clearly not happy with Jonas Warner in the SRC Movano machine. But again, some beautiful car control. I don't know how he saved that again.
I mean, we are dealing with some of the best drivers in sim racing, so I mean, they are making impossible catches look pretty easy, and just like you're on a nice little Sunday evening drive, even though it's Saturday, and you're pushing really early for going after a fairly sizable prize, riding on board with Gustas Grimbergers. It's any moment go through the kink is a big moment.
Way contact.
I don't know, Gustas. I think that's on you, mate.
Well, we were talking about incidents through the bus stop during the Apex Hunters United. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I think SRC could have been a bit tighter. I think Gustas also could have backed out of that one and been a little bit more wise. I
don't think SRC could have been much tighter though, because you've got the curb.
Oh wait,
they gave a car width.
Poor Dion Fiallo.
Well, I mean, obviously he's got a damaged car.
Excuses, racing driver excuses put forth by Lewis McLean. Here comes Coanda again, fires, breathing out of these McLarens, and Redline row way out wide, trying to just work their way forward. I think Luke Bennett's got the message that halfway through this race, you've got to start going forward. Coanda don't get through. T3 will have a lunge down the inside as Redline, there goes Luke Bennett, long way around, just about gets it stopped in time, doesn't get past on Brient though.
Yeah, you can't make it stick around. It's not from that far back. If you're fully alongside, you can make it stick. But again, every time he goes for something, SLC Movano Corsa are going to be closing in bit by bit, as well as the Simsa Esports car of Gustas Grimbergers. The 5 of them all incredibly tight. In fact, all 5, once we head through the West Horseshoe, are separated by around 1.1 seconds. The top 7 separated by less than 2. Let's see what happens to Dion Fiallo.
It's all by himself as well, I tell you. Just trying to push to catch up with those in front of him.
Bonk.
Bonk indeed.
Now it's damaged. It is definitely damaged now.
Yeah, if it wasn't before, it is now.
I mean, maybe he had one spin, so maybe there was a couple of issues on the car anyway. Maybe just not gelling with the balance of the MP4-12C. It's not the easiest car to drive. It's not the hardest, but it's no Audi R8, but it's not exactly simple to throw around.
What a mouthful of a name it is as well. The MP4-12C.
It just sounds so sexy.
Does it? Does it sound sexy, the name?
Obviously sarcastic, don't worry. Mate, I saw a Ferrari F40. That's not a sexy name, but that is a sexy car.
I am not even going to argue with that. I fully agree. Let's have a look at some of these drivers then as we get through this race. There's the headbanging. There is Maxime Brient, Mr. Catjam. I always wonder what he's listening to. I can also tell you as Battle for the Lead continues to see De Jong try and go the long way around. I think he's again going to get hung out to dry. He's wearing that Toyota Gazoo Racing shirt, of course competed at the Virtual Le Mans as part of the factory Toyota team.
See, I was going to say he wasn't doing anything then, and then boom, straight away. Absolutely just going for it. T3 looking to the inside now, or might well try and find his way past. Again, the drive of the corner, it's just not going to be enough. And every time they look down the inside, every time they make it side by side, it lasts about a corner, maybe a little bit after, and then they're back in the same positions. Almost exactly the same.
So, we still have a 7-car break at the front. Arnage just about in drafting range, 1.3 back. They need to get a bit of a move on with 20 minutes left in this race 3. At the front, it's Urano with Nicolas Laubish leading. De Jong second with Coanda's number 8 car. T3 Motorsport sees Tristan Iglesias sitting in 3rd. Maxime Brient for the Apex team 4th. Luke Bennett in 5th. For Redline with SLC Movano's Jonas Warner 6th, and the final car in this leading train, Gustas Grimbergers for the Simsa Esports bunch. Again, let's run you through those live points. It's such a great feature that we've got here to constantly be able to update you on the situation. And you mentioned, a team may get one bad race. If you're Coanda, that race has already happened. You can't afford any more bad races. It's a long, long way to go, though.
Yeah, not exactly like those drop scores and stuff up for them to pick up. It's you wouldn't have that in a 24-hour endurance race. A drop stint, that would be. I mean, that'd be a pretty big meme, but I don't think that would work. But you've like say, if you've had one bad race, you can maybe afford a second average-ish race. But if you want to win this, you've got to win, and you've got to go and get some good results. And if they have more bad ones, I don't think it's going to go too well.
Mitchell de Jong bullied Tristan Iglesias there. He really did bully him.
He did a bit. I mean, he can get a bit muscly. He's a rallycross driver. It's fine.
Not anymore. He's an ex-rallycross driver, I think is the way to say it. Oh, of course, has got the real-world rallycross experience as well. And we saw with Mac Backham that he was racing from what I believe was the Coanda team house, the old purple room. It looked like it had been disassembled. This is the Coanda team facility. And just look at it in the background. It's gargantuan.
When did we get invited?
I know, right?
I want an invite, and I want a Porsche as well.
I want a custom wrapped Porsche. Yeah. If BMW won't give it to us.
Yeah. Where's my M8? Where's my custom wrapped Porsche?
I hope that
we're demanding a bit too much.
I hope Timo's not listening because you and I are about to be fired.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, they have to find some new commentators, unfortunately, for the BMW Sim GT Cup. That's all right.
It's always fun, is the BMW Sim GT Cup, that is for sure.
Yeah, good banter.
We always talk about when these drivers as well, how calm they look. Here's the look on board with Jonas Warner in the number 18 SRC Movano car. And it's the first time I've seen him. I mean, he's probably Scandinavian based on the name. No emotion as per usual.
Looks pretty relaxed right now. I mean, to be fair, when you're, it depends how you're taking a race like this, right? If you're battling for every single position like your life depends on it, then yeah, fair enough, your heart would be racing. Whereas right now, if you're kind of sat there in the train waiting, as much as it looks really dramatic and stuff, as people are making it 2 and 3, you're just sat there being like, I'm just waiting. Luke Bennett was looking to the inside. Oh, there might have been a little bit of contact as well between Apex ever so slightly on the rear end of the T3 car.
Now, does Bennett have he's got through. I was like, I thought he had enough of an overlap to be able to shut the door firmly. And here comes Grimberger's having a look on Jonas Warner, just about on the binders in time to slow that one down, rubbing doors as they exit off the corner. But that lunge from Simsa will not pay off. Movano holds on to 6th.
That'll raise his heart rate. I'm pretty sure for Jonas Warner. I think that might make you think, right, okay, I've got to wake up just a touch here. 17 minutes left to go. What is it? Roughly sort of 7-8 laps left in this race. I think, as the laps tick over, you kind of think, right, how do I get to being that second car in line? When do I want to start making my move? Because you can make your move too early, you can make your move too late. For example, I wouldn't actually want to be in second right now.
Interesting.
Because the thing is, if you're second now, going on to that last lap, I think there's more likelihood that you won't actually be second going on to the last lap because everyone else is trying to fight for that position because they know what the slipstream does.
Getting word as well from Luke Crane, I thank you for telling me this. Jonas Warner has a race room background, finished top 10 in the DTM Esports Championship, which is just wrapped up. So now over on iRacing, good to see that form at least carrying forward. We're continuing to cycle through the drivers' onboards and getting a look on board. Here's Nicholas Laubich, of course, fresh off his championship win in the Sports Car Open Endurance Series in the GT3 category, not in the McLaren, instead in a Porsche 911 GT3, sharing that with Alexei Nesov. Had to get the name out of my brain. And you're right, I think you don't want to be in second because we grab a look here as Iglesias this time getting a bit loose. He'll get Freight Train, will lose 1, I think might hold off Briant.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice little, I guess, attempt. It was a good hold from Mitchell de Jong, but of course, Luke Bennett's right place, right time. T3 looking to the inside, Apex looking to the outside as well, roll through the international horseshoe once again. Like I say, a little bit of a snap on the brakes from the T3 car, and it's what sent him just into the side lightly. I mean, that's a kind of a good bit of car control as well, because it'd be so easy in that contact. When you make a sort of front-to-front contact when you're sort of sliding like that, it's very easy to overcorrect and be sent off so quickly to the right-hand side. Managed to hold it, though.
Very similar to what happened to that BS competition car. Here's a look at the Racebot TV replay as, Rocket Sim Sport. No Zancho bias there, but that's not great. Suboptimal.
That's all right, Mike Young's not here yet.
Fair.
At least not producing the broadcast, so we're all right. We can get away with it. I mean, it's not. The thing is that with events like this in VCO, we kind of typically speak of drivers not being in their comfort zone. There's quite a lot of drivers on the board that iRacing is not their forte. Luca Burke, ACC, is more his forte, so this is a bit new to him.
Fair. As they work themselves into the bus stop, there's some lap traffic. I think that's Cass Corby, and Redline have jumped up to second, getting past Mitchell de Jong on the run into the corner. Bennett's continuing to work his way forward. I'm gonna hope that he was listening to me. We get a look on board. That is the blurriest webcam I have seen in a while.
Not great quality.
Yeah.
It's not HD. I'm 99% sure.
I mean, it might even be lower than 480p.
I mean, it's not great. It's not 144p though.
No, it's not. But here he comes. I know he's tucked up behind. He's doing some bump drafting right now. And in a car like this, you know, mid-rear engined, bump drafting off the banking has got to be a moment where you start to get a little bit worried, especially what we've seen with a couple of these drivers, you know, losing it on the transition, on the brakes as well. Bit surprised.
I mean, he nearly just lost it in the same spot that a few have lost it going through the left-right. Also, just to double him in a little bit, have you noticed how he's not driving in a red line livery in his sim? You can tell by the wing mirror it's green rather than the red it should be.
He didn't install the official paint pack.
This is just terrible. I mean, come on, you've got to represent your own team, at least on your own car.
To be fair,
you know, no one's watching, I don't care.
To be fair, these teams are, because of the way this is organized, and that's part of the reason why when someone misregisters, you'll see the drive-through penalties. What happened to BS Competition last time, so what happened with the E-Team Brit this time around as well. But the team's set up by VCO, and then they invite everyone so that we can manage the event a little bit more smoothly. It's working great. You see all the liveries working well, the logos as well. You can follow which team is where on the left side of your screen. It's always good working with VCO. We have a really smooth modus operandi. Again, a look at the live points. Red line now 4 points back as they work their way forward. Remember, each position is worth a point.
I mean, you've got to remember with VCO, I'm running multi-race events, obviously getting kind of used to it after everything with the VCO Esports Racing League and Racing World Cup, having to run so many different races in such a small period. Pro Sim as well, yeah, having to, well, especially the season 2. Season 1 was yeah, it was just a couple of races really. Yeah, the fun race, a couple of championship races and stuff, or yeah, the tough race. It wasn't too bad. Pro Sim Season 2, though, there was quite a lot going on there on an evening with various heats and stuff, and it was very exciting. But you've got to understand that from race control's point of view, there is so much to do. When the race is running like this, it's actually not too bad. As soon as it gets to that transition period, it's like, right, okay, let's turn up to 11 then.
That's when the things get quite exciting. We'll put it that way. Oh, TPGZ. Lost the rear wing through the bus stop. That's big contact for Bernardo Faria. This was a late call-up for them. We were meant to see the Moradness Esports team, eStars team, excuse me, join us today, but we didn't have them, so instead PGZ, 24 hours notice, said, we are in. And, well, I'm sure when I go into their team, well, the public Discord that they have after this race, and I go and say, what's happening, guys? You're not doing so good. I'm going to get flamed very slightly. Here's a look at what happened to them. The third car that's had an issue, but this time it's on the exit.
I don't know if this, yeah, it's just a little bit too much curb on the exit and bang. I don't know if this is a hard event to do with no practice, or
it's not like everyone has had much practice, because the tracks only got announced a couple of days ago.
And there's 5 of them and 5 cars. You know, it's not like you don't have that much scope to really go out. I mean, unless you literally have 0 life, which, you know, who knows. I just don't think that you could really go out and do that. It's so many laps to go and do. I don't think anyone's really got time. I mean, obviously you focus on your races and stuff, but still, that's a big commitment.
What's the classic sim racer insult? Go touch the grass or something like that. Sim racers often spend a lot of time inside. Here comes Luke Bennett again, just pushing forward, trying to break away from De Jong. That gap up to half a second as they work into turn 1. I think Bennett knows that if he can pull away, he's got a good opportunity here to back up that win that he had with Gianni Vecchio at the BMW Sim GT Cup to kick off BMW Esports for 2022.
Like I say, knows how to win here. I will say, like, you're absolutely right. Basically, if he bump drafts, what he's trying to do there, it's not about assisting Urano. It has nothing to do with Urano. It's about eliminating competitors. If you can do that and basically break the pack up behind, each driver you break the slipstream of, you're eliminating someone that you have to battle for the race with. And if you can eliminate it so it's only down to the 3 of you, well, I would rather be in that battle than having it as a 6-way crazy fight up towards the victory. That's where things can get a bit messy. You're trying to basically take control of it in your own hands by, you know, assisting, working with, at least until the last lap.
Yeah, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing.
Yeah, in that vein. Right up until it's like, well, actually, I do want to win. I quite like the dub.
Racing drivers like a good win, don't they?
Apparently so.
That's why we're not racing drivers.
Yeah, exactly, because we do not dub that often.
Speak for yourself.
I only took one win in sim racing last year. Oh,
that's one more race than I think I did all of the year. So, 8 minutes to go, 8.5 as we cross the line. They're trying to pull away. This time at the line it's 6:10. So it is increasing bit by bit. It might be a two-horse race, and Sebastian Schmallenbach is not going to be maybe too happy when I say this, but I think Urano have a very strong lineup. I would have been shocked, though, if you told me 3 races done, Urano would have won 2 of them.
I agree. I 100% agree. We know that Urano's a decent team. They are one that's getting right up there. We kind of see them battling towards the top of competitions. But are they a red line beater? Are they a co-ander beater? I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, and I do like Urano. I think it's a great team. No, I don't think they are a co-ander beater or a red line beater. But here we are. And in the opening 3 races, looking very, very strong indeed. This is not luck, right? One race, maybe. Battling like this? Nah, that's not luck. You've got pace, you've figured something out. You're driving well. Maybe the less practice is working for them.
This has been the cleanest of the races so far, which is not what we expected when we had Daytona on the board. Well, that's a wonderful camera angle. Cameras decided to go behind a wall. So 40 started. So I think 4 may have retired. PGZ, Zenith, and Wolf Team Racing confirmed retired. I wonder if the E-Team Brit car might also call it quits. 3 cars off the leading lap. Yassi, TREQ, as well as Race Clutch. Everyone else still out there and circulating. Pure Sims, of course, did take their free fast repair earlier on as the battle slightly further back in this pack continues to go on. Mivano trying to get on past the Apex Racing team. They've dropped Arnage and Simsa. It's a 6-car breakaway at the front. Yeah,
it's like I say, it's building and building. We're going to head towards a bit of a crescendo here as BS Competition on the recovery drive up to 9th position now ahead of R8G, 10th place. Go on, gaudy much. What a drive so far. Absolutely sensational after failing in qualifying up 21 spots. That is crazy.
Sorry, Sebastian Schmallenbach has just heard what we were saying about Urano, and you know what he says? Give our boys the same setup and cars, we're right up there. And I like that attitude, but I'd also say that while VCO fixed setup competitions are a blast, the best teams, the best drivers can develop cars that go fast.
I mean, it's kind of one of those tricky ones as to find the right balance. Are we looking for the best driver? Are we looking for the best engineer / driver / whatever? And it's like that. It's kind of one of those things. We were talking this morning about endurance racing, how the special events have no safety cars, and how when we were doing the HU endurance by VCO, there were safety cars, and there's room in sim racing for both. And it's the same kind of thing as like there's room in sim racing for a fixed setup series where it's about the driver, and there's a room where it's about a driver and engineer, or the driver being the engineer and kind of figuring the setup to make the car go faster. I like seeing both because they're both very, very different skill sets.
Well, and before I make sure that there's no chance that I get any Urano merch, I'm just saying that I look at it like in the iRacing Indy 500, for example, right? We've got a fixed Indy 500, we've got an Open 500. Yes, there's some corollaries. There are similar drivers that compete in both. But the drivers that compete in the Open Series, especially because the IndyCar community is less well-stocked in terms of the behind-the-scenes resources, right? Like Apex, Redline, Coanda, they've got engineers rather than just drivers that help them out to build stuff. The drivers got to be the differentiator there. That's the thing that people say a lot with Michael Schumacher, for example. I think you and I were talking about this yesterday as well. He would get in a car and within one lap would say, this is what this tire is doing at this corner, the other tire is doing something else at a different corner, let's fix this. It's that ability to figure out what we need, what they need from the car in order to extract performance from it.
So what you're saying is better drivers racing Open. So who's that?
That's Cass Corby, just trying to get out of the way.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, so you're saying that better drivers race in Open setup series, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying more well-rounded drivers compete in Open setup competitions.
I love Urano and I think they're great. I'd like some merch fixed up all the way.
Well,
yes?
like would you want World Championship Series to be fixed setup competitions? You see?
I'm not. I see. No, you see. I'm not against it.
I think there may be a place for it, but I don't think all World Championships should be fixed setup.
I agree. Agree. I think, like I said, there's room for both.
We've gone off on a tangent here.
We have completely. But the thing is, sim racing people are so stuck in the it has to be like this, it has to be this. It's like, well, why not? Why not have like different championships and stuff? For example, a 24-hour race, as we're doing, normally. Doesn't mean there's no room for there to be 24 races in 24 hours.
Right.
Like we've got here. There is room in sim racing for more than one style of racing, and that's why we've got to open it up as we are here.
And that's why it's not just sim racing, it's esports racing. The top two are broken away now. Tristan Iglesias wants to get past. You can see how feisty he's getting as that gap is almost up to a full second. It is now a two-car breakaway. It's going to take Luke Bennett maybe going a bit early to bring these cars back into the equation.
I mean, again, Luke Bennett, we were kind of saying, when he was running in fifth, maybe they've not done quite as well in this race. Obviously, Luke Bennett knows what he's doing. And as soon as he got up into second position, he's not fighting for the race, which is what I was kind of expecting some people to do a bit early, but everyone got a bit greedy. Everyone got a bit feisty trying to take the race lead. Why? Sit behind, push, or just wait and wait your turn. It's exactly what Luke Bennett's done. He's gone on the push, and he has... Not quite yet, because the Command car is still there, but almost as near as makes no difference, eliminated 4 competitors for that race win and put himself in what is arguably the best position for it.
Agree.
Great drive so far.
So far, indeed. Baslov in that TREQ machine, another issue for him. Not been an easy day by any means, as 2 laps to go. So, with a 1:43 lap time, it's going to be close again as to whether this is coming to the white flag or if we're going to have 2 laps to go. Oh, my word. What is going on here?
Chaos.
Palaver is, yeah.
That Mitchie Hoyer's going around the outside. Yeah, it's not looking pretty, mate.
I have a feeling that's so caused by Lorenzo Bonder.
Is he in the... Yeah, I was going to say, is he in the U-Race BR Esports? Yep.
Oh, and don't tell me he did it by himself. So at the line... Oh, my word! Movano! Up and over! My word! It really is kicking off, I tell you, and he's got to watch it there. There's cars coming. He pulls out of the way. That is heads-up driving. Credit to Jonas Warner for that, but... I think we have 1 more lap to go after this one. We'll have to wait and see. Here's a look at what happened first with TREQ, and then I think there must be oil on the track or something.
No, I think it's Lorenzo, isn't it? So I think it's...
Oh, no, that's Cass Corby. I think that might have... There was just, again, she was trying to get out of the way, potentially. Now, does Lorenzo rejoin unsafely? That's the real question.
Okay.
Wait, no, there's still more coming. Oh, my... That's Veloce again. Poor Tianfiello, man.
Just to clarify, in the centre of shot, that is Lorenzo Bonder.
That is, yes. No, blame Lorenzo, always.
We are going to rip him a new one on the next broadcast. That was terrible driving.
Next broadcast? Rip into him here, excuse me.
No, I mean the next broadcast we do with him.
Oh, I see.
Anytime he speaks negatively about anyone rejoining, we'll be like, so...
Do you remember what you did?
Your driving there was not only suboptimal, it was terrible.
So I do want to go look at what Movano did, but I still don't know if we're getting 1 more lap or not.
I think, yeah, we best hold on. It was very tight on. I think we are actually going to call it now, but this is where it's tricky for Luke Bennett. Does he go for it now? Does he try and fire it through now, or does he hope and wait for the last lap? He's got to go. He's got to try. T3
Motorsports, I think, have got a mistake through the bus stop. They're falling back. White flag is being waved. It's a checkered. It's the end of the race. And Luke Bennett, my word, the timing from Redline to work their way to the front of the field. Take a bow, Luke Bennett. You have earned that victory.
And he doesn't even care. He could be playing Euro Truck Sim for all he cares. Look at that. Oh, there you go. There's a bit of a smile. That was a piece of tactical magnificence. To get up into second position, to sit behind, to push, to wait until the time was right. Brilliant driving.
So let's see what happens. Oh, they tucked down to the apron. That's self-inflicted.
That is not brilliant driving.
And that's a shame.
That would raise his heart rate.
That is, yeah, if there was ever a moment where you'd see some emotion on his face, it would have been there. Redline, wow. Wow. What did I say, Lewis? You want to be second coming to the bus stop.
Yep, and now it's back-to-back victories for Redline here in VCO Infinity. So that's a nice little drive. Again, tactical. I wonder how much, and obviously different cars and stuff, but I wonder how much of it kind of goes back to learning from Gianni Vecchio, of course, and his drives and his exploits around this
Right.
being so good in the BMW Sim GT Cup.
What a final that was. A final lap to remember, and Redline for the first time today emerged, well, second time today, excuse me, backing up that performance of Patrick Holtzman. 2 teams, 3 races in, have got victories, but it's Urano that really are the ones that I think we're going to be speaking at, the consistency that they've had so far this championship event. What do you want to call it? Here's a look at your race results, 26 laps into this race. Redline 600 in front. Nicholas Laubish, poor guy, not much more he could have done, but Luke Bennett is victorious. Kawanda back to the front, although again after their DNF last time out, I think that's the best way to put it. Unfortunately for them, they've got some work to do to catch up in the points. Maxime Briant for the Apex Racing team in 4th, with T3 Motorsports losing a spot on the final lap of the race. Jimmy Antunes for the Arnage competition brings that McLaren home in 6th, with Gustas Grimbergers behind him. Another drag race there, 400s between the 2 of them. BS competition from the front, then sliding backwards, back up to 8th for them. Not terrible when all things are said and done, with Gordy Much up to 9th and Yannick Lapchan 10th. 22 positions gained for Gordy Much after no qualifying put in. At least he's got some time, if he's doing race 4, to get into that server to go qualifying for the TCRs. Will Chadwick, another car making some headway. He's up 21 positions in the Team Fordzilla machine. Triton Racing, Sim Racing Unlimited, and Wannabe SRT all following in close pursuit, while the Netrex Grand Prix team all by themselves in some no man's land. Horus Racing Team RN Vision STS behind them, with Obsidian, Was Cooking, 300s between the 2 of them. Timu Toika up into 19th position after his calamity in the early stage of this race. Andrea Dallavala for the Absolute Motorsport Asla Sim Racing team completes the top 20. Brabham Esports 21st, with Pulsus in 22nd. Luca Burke for Rocket Simsport 23rd. The U-Race Brazil Esports team behind them. Burst Esports, RPC, Pure Sims, WOR, DCW, and Veloce through the top 30. Poor Dion Fiala just could not buy any luck today. Final car on the lead lap, TR powered by Geeks Energy, while SRC Movano finished 1 lap down with Yas Heat, Legions of Racers, Race Clutch, and TREQ all 2 laps down. And then we get to our non-finishers. Cass Corby, PGZ Motorsports, Zenith Esports, and the Wolf Racing team. Fastest lap goes to Altus Esports as they show the pace that they did have in their cars. Let's look at some unofficial points numbers here, because penalties may change this around as well, so we can't confirm that these are the final points, but it's a tasty one so far. I mean, it could go any way. We've got a long way still to go.
This is open, right? Yeah, this is wide open. We're 3 races in. You know, if we were talking of a championship, we'd be 3 races in. I'd be speaking of who's going to win the title, and be told time and time again it's way too early to be speaking of it. But still, you can't help but drill into the numbers. No, really strong. They'd be a little bit disappointed to come second in that race. Although, to be fair, going toe to toe with Redline, no disrespect to them, because this is not even me trying to be like, oh, you're battling with Redline, it's so good. Redline know how to win around here. When you're in that position, you said it before, if you're second going on to the last lap, you're in the advantageous position, and Redline knew it. So I think Urano probably were maybe expecting you in second at that point.
Well, unfortunately, this is where I will say goodbye for a little bit, Lewis. You've got a couple more hours here, but we love this format, and you'll be joined by Luke Crane for the next couple of races. I mean, you must be tired, but it's a shot of adrenaline in the arm, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, this is why I like sprint racing. I mean, endurance racing itself, without going, too against it. I love myself endurance racing, but there are some where it can be a little bit flat and a little bit boring. This doesn't get that way. This is sprint racing from start to finish, which means that we are almost guaranteed excitement from the very first race to the very last race. Yes, some teams might give up, even though I don't really know how we classify a retirement in this. Why would you give up? You kind of just want to keep going.
Get some
points. It's not like a standard race. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you. I don't know if we'll see any retirements.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, the feed will get cut for a second. We switch over our production team as well, but don't fret, we'll be right back with race 4 of 24. I'll say goodbye to you for now, but I'll join you for the final 3 races of VCO Infinity. What fun it's been so far. We're going TCR racing next. Touring cars ready to put on a show. We'll be right back on VCO Esports.
Well, as VCO Infinity then continues, we say goodbye to Arjuna. And to be honest, I'm bored of listening to his voice. I've heard it too much today. I'm welcoming Luke Crane. Hello, mate. It's been a while. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we were supposed to be working together a couple of weeks ago, weren't we, with the Masters? But that's coming up. Is it next week? Yeah, I think it's next week. But got ourselves some racing action here. 45-minute races. I'm here for 5 hours in a row. So, yeah, going to have to drink some energy drinks and all that good stuff. But to kick things off, we're going to be heading to some touring car action, Lewis, which is going to blow everybody's mind.
Yeah, we return, of course, to Road America, where we had one of our earlier races in the IndyCar to start off. A great little track to go racing on. This one's going to be a bit of a feisty one. We know what touring car drivers are like when it comes to the door bashing, shall we say. This should be a fun one, though. I'm really looking forward to this. I was determined that at least one of my races do this had to be a touring car. I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, it's touring car. It's one of those. I was just explaining to you there. I'm not sure if anyone heard me, but it's one of those where you could be on the outside of another driver, and the driver on the inside is like, "Oh, it's a touring car. I obviously understeer, so you've ended up in the grass. It's not my fault." There, you know, we saw it a few times in Formula One last year with Max and Lewis's battle, where it was, you know, just going too fast for the corner. What can I do? But in a touring car, you really do struggle to turn in. You really do struggle to indeed get that power down. So yeah, it's very, very difficult for drivers to make moves. It's a very momentum-based car as well, and with a circuit such as Road America, really harsh braking zones, trying to get that power down really, really early. Usage of curb is going to be massive as well, especially through the kink. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed, and probably the biggest challenge I would say we've had so far.
Like I say, it is a really, really interesting one because you've got to get the exit onto the final corner, which in a car like this, which is basically akin to a cross-channel ferry, can just be really, really tricky. Once you get out of T3 as well and the run down towards 7, I don't really know corner numbers around Road America because they're all literally really wrong.
They are numbers. They are literally numbers, so you're fine.
They're all
and carousel.
So wrong. So wrong, though. But you've got moves down there. It's going to be a tricky one to race. You've got to time it right. Kind of akin to what we just saw, to be honest, from Luke Bennett.
Yeah, 100%. That was time to perfection as well, wasn't it? Something you expect from Redline. Not only are you expecting to see them at the front, but when the crucial moves have to happen, they have to be mentally on top of their game. And Luke Bennett there showcasing it. 2 wins in a row for Redline as well in a 40-strong field where it's not like 3 versus 3, is it? It's one driver. So to have one driver perform twice for your team in the first 3 races, they are looking so strong, as we come to expect from that team.
I'm glad to announce, by the way, that you get to see the literal love of your life take onto the racetrack as well. Obviously, it's got to be Enzo Benito jumping in. Oh, he knew that it was your first little stint. Other drivers on here like Tommy Osgaard as well. It's going to be a pretty strong one, I think.
Well, just those 2 names on its own, it's going to be absolutely crazy. I just think that it doesn't matter who drives in this one. Considering the wealth of talent we have, I think the car's the equalizer here, because it's the slowest car we have. Naturally, it's just going to mean the pack's so close. So it's all about making those split-second decisions at the right time and being in the right place at the right time as well, as we now have our starting grid.
And Zenith Esports on the pole position ahead of VRS Commander. Simswell would not have called that one, but Tommy Osgaard less than 200ths behind. Veloce, Dominic Hoffman setting in a decent time as he jumps into the Veloce camp with third. T3 Motorsports directly behind, and Vlad Kimichev qualifying for R8G, getting a lap time on the board before we see Was Cooking Racing Adventures up the order. Of course, Team Toyka was in the wheel behind last time. SLC Movano Corsa after issues in the previous race. Apex Racing Team and Team Redline with Triton Racing, Aris and Race Clutch as well. It's a standing start in this, by the way, as Ryan Barneveld not qualifying quite as well around here as he did in the IndyCar. Starts from 13th with Yazheat, Simsa, Urano, Arnage and PGZ from 18th position. Team Fordzilla with RPC Esports, the wannabe SRT, and then Sim Racing Unlimited. And then a team with very much a wrong name, so that'll be a penalty for them. Brabham Esports starting from the 24th position. They're all gridding up, by the way. We'll get to the race start as soon as it happens. I'm just panicking that it might start before we're ready. WROR Esports with Legion of Racers, Trek Esports, and then Pulsus Esports, Rocket. We'll let them all kind of roll through. Another bad qualifying, though, from Obsidian, considering they started out the event quite nicely. That's not so good. Same with Altus as well. A couple of them have had great races. That's not ideal.
No, especially when you've got Team Redline, you know, winning 2 races in a row. Like, again, I don't think we're going to see one team particularly win, you know, 12, 13, 14 races, unless maybe it is Coanda or Redline. So you've just got to keep getting in those top 5, top 10s, I would say. Even if you can have 24 top 10s, you're going to be in a good spot. Anyway, it's race time here at Road America, Lewis. I'm super excited for this. A few seconds to go. Oh, take it away.
And standing start as well. This one's going to be a tricky one. Tommy Osgaard is on the right-hand side of Shot. And then, of course, it is Kira Wolf in the Zenith Esports. We're underway here at Road America, and it is such a long run down to turn 1. It wasn't a particularly brilliant launch, though, from Tommy Osgaard, who's dropping backwards a fair amount. It's T3 Motorsports who's jumped up into second position, as we're, of course, 3 wide on the run down into the first corner. There is a Zenith Esports car leading the way through the first corner. T3 behind. Then you've got the R8G car. Great start from Vlad Kimichev. Of course, R8G in the background as they're all just trying to tussle for position. Pretty clean start, though, it seems.
Yeah, huge gains here for Damien Owen Harris. Up 2 spots there for the T3 Motorsport. We've got Kimichev just trying to keep it nice and tidy here. Østergaard's got to try and make up some positions here. Already in a pretty good spot down then in towards turn number 3. It's such a long run here, and these are basically boxes on wheels, so the slipstream is absolutely massive. Down in towards 3 they will come, and Østergaard then is actually now going to defend up the inside there from my looks of things. I think, was that Dominic Hoffman? No, it wasn't. I think that might have been Nicole Foggy making a potential move there. Didn't quite work out. Under the Corvette bridge we will come, and as much as it looked like there was going to be 463 moves being made through there, it looks like they're all in the same formation they were going into the corner.
There is someone off in the background. It's Juan Bustamante dropping backwards in the background, so not great, as there is a bit of a moment and a switch back over to the right-hand side. Like I say, it's a little bit dicey. It's the Was Cooking Adventures who's just been sent off ever so slightly there, I believe, by the Triton racing car, who now goes side by side around the carousel. Look at this, Legion of Racers off on the grass, joining in front of the Apex car. This is madness. There's the Brabham Esports car. Just crazy stuff. Everyone else is side by side. They're sort of sat in the middle by themselves.
Yeah, the beauty of this car is, though, if you go off the circuit, you can, you know, easily recover the car more so than you can with the open wheels and the GT3. So you'll see a lot of cars off the circuit and recover pretty well. Maybe lose a position or so, lose a bit of momentum, but for the most part, they should be still good. You won't see them fall off the circuit and bits of car falling all over the place here. As we're on board then with Dominic Hoffman, who, you know, moving over to Veloce has absolutely made them a key player. That's going to be really interesting for the ERL Masters and iRacing in a few months' time, Lewis. That's for sure. They've made some massive gains in terms of the iRacing roster, and ultimately they've been looking really, really good today, especially Dominic himself here. As we head then round that final corner, it is still the lead then for Kira Wolf. Damien Owen Harris moving up 2 spots from 4th position, holding on to that 2nd spot. Really good stuff, really good start. They're taking full advantage of Østergaard making a terrible start there. Kimichev obviously getting held up as well. Brandon Hawkin up to P5. Brandon Hawkin, probably the nicest man in sim racing. He is Canadian, and if you looked up Canadian in the dictionary, you would see Brandon Hawkin, a picture of him. He's a beautiful man, beautiful family man, and he's actually making huge gains here, but he is ruthless behind the steering wheel.
More or less beautiful than Enzo Benito, though.
Not a chance. Like,
I was going to say,
you know,
I don't think
Enzo Benito was chiseled by God himself. Like, come on.
God, you do love a bit of Enzo Benito. Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I respect it. I wish someone loved me one day the way that you love Enzo Benito. Either way. He has no idea who you are. I was asking. He hasn't got. No, he hasn't. Either way, a little bit deep there from Kira Wolf as we got side by side. Was Cooking Adventures going around the outside of Enzo Benito. Great team name, by the way, the Was Cooking Adventures. They're a bit of a banter-filled team. I wonder if we can get that from their name.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It's the first time I've heard of them, and I'm already hungry. So, like, that's a good start. I've only got 5 hours to go. So, yeah, great stuff for me. And I'm a fat guy, so I kind of need to be fed quite often.
I'm the same, mate. Now you're thinking of you're straight away talking about food. Boom! I'm disappearing off, mate. No, I'm not. They've raced typically in genuinely top split in the Daytona 24. They did maybe this year, last year. They raced in Bathurst top split as well, if I remember correctly. Like, it's despite the jokiness, they do have some strong drivers. That is not ideal from a couple of teams though. T3 Motorsports running wide. I think Vlad Kimichev for 2nd position, also going to be attacking as we focus on the red line car behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed that as well there, as Damien Owen Harris just runs a little bit wide out of the kink, and it is a flat-out corner, but you've got to hit the apex absolutely perfectly. looks like he's recovered well enough here, and actually Tommy Osgaard then is moving a little bit closer here, 0.2 of a second behind in P4. Brandon Hawkin will be loving this as well, licking his lips at a potential opportunity here. Top 5 separated by about 1.2 seconds. Then it's about a 7 to 8 of a second gap to the next car then of the Veloce team. You can see that just in behind this front 5 cars. Then we've got Nicole Foggy a little bit further back as well. So the front 5 have kind of got away here, and if Dominic Hoffman isn't too careful, he could lose touch, although he'll be hoping that these drivers at the front here will go side by side sufficiently enough for him to re-catch up, as we've got a new fastest lap. The nicest man in sim racing, Brandon Hawkin. What a delightful human he is.
Yeah, right. It was a little look there from Tommy Osgaard, more so in defence of Brandon Hawkin, of course, for that 4th spot at the moment. But we do have quite a big train for the race lead. 5 of them separated by a second. Then there's a bit of a gap backwards to Dominic Hoffman, and then Foggy in 7th position. So a decent-sized gap growing there for our top lot. But as we start to separate even within those groupings, as it is the T3 Motorsports car that's attacking to the outside, the defensive line, there comes Tommy Osgaard straight down the inside to go and grab 3rd position off of Vlad Kimichev. That is a proper send to try and make the move. It's another left-hander coming up that should advantage Tommy Osgaard. I'm just not sure he's got the momentum though.
Yeah, and I think Owen Harris there has kind of got away with one, because he's tried to make a move. He's stuck to the outside. Ultimately didn't have to commit in the end because the 2 drivers behind was 2 by 2. If they weren't, he would have been attacked there for sure. And again, it's this kind of cut. If you're going to make an overtake around the outside, you need to have that bonnet ahead going into the corner. Otherwise, you just got really no chance. You will basically be driven off the track, if you like, in the nicest possible way. You will find yourself out there mowing the grass. So you've got to be careful, and he backed out sufficiently enough to not get involved, but the gap now about 0.4 of a second, and this is where he made the mistake last time round. So we're having a nice little look here at the front 5. Again, you've just got to try and open up this corner as best you possibly can. If you run too far wide, you lose so much momentum. The leader there, again, running wide, should be okay though. As we go a little bit further back, it looks like it might have been Dominic Hoffman. No, it wasn't. It was indeed Nicole Foggy there for the Cooking Racing Adventures, running off the circuit there. Bit of rallycross as well, looked delightful, looked cool, probably a little bit slower, but it still looked cool.
He's got to worry about Enzo Benito, who's getting alongside, going through Canada Corner and up Thunder Valley. Wasn't able to make anything stick just then. I was going to say, by the way, the other drivers, just to clarify, by the way, as to the What's Cooking Adventures car, the other drivers in that car, it's kind of like an amalgamation of drivers from other teams, because you've got the likes of Fraser Williamson, of Timu Toyka, Nicole Foggy as well, Jack Sedgwick and Joshua Chin. That is a strong team. Jack Sedgwick has battled in many things, but now they've got to really worry about Enzo Benito, who's looking to the inside. You can see in the background a few cars back in shot, and it is 7th place. It is going to go the way of the Italian.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, red line here. No real pressure for Enzo really in this situation. P7 knows his team's already got a couple of wins, but teams around him here, teams like R8G, who are expecting to go out there and challenge to win this championship, right? They need to get big performances already because they've had a couple of bad races. Kawanda haven't performed, perfectly well as they would be expecting. They are the arch nemesis of Redline, if you like. So you're expecting to see them really perform well here. Again, not quite working out as well as they would think. As you can see, Enzo Benito under a lot of pressure here from Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and that is a mouthful for sure, pardon the pun. As the front 5 still close up there. You could cover these 5 with a loincloth right now, even one of my loincloths, and I need a really small one, as we come through then what will be turn number 5 up towards turn number 6. And it is still Zenit Esports leading away. T3 second, R8G then in 3rd spot as they're being pushed along here. Then by Östgaard. He's now going to try and go around the outside through this left-hander before we head towards the carousel. Nudged out slightly wide there, Lewis. And wow, now things are starting to get a little bit hairy here.
It's 2 for the race lead. This battling has just allowed the top 2 to clear off. Now SRC Movano Corsa going around the outside. That's a long run around the outside of the carousel. And then you've got the outside of the kink, and there is SRC Movano Corsa off wide. Going to rejoin the race circuit, potentially into the side of the Veloce car. Dominic Hoffman does make the move, potentially might run wide here through the kink. That was a dicey little bit of racing. It has just played to massive advantage to our race leaders in 1st and 2nd, Zenit Esports and T3.
Redline dropped down to P9. Triton now up ahead. There Was Cooking Racing Adventures now P7. So that's the big move there. Simza now just in behind Team Redline. They were disguised as Balash earlier on with Simza, as they now reside in P10. Arnage competition there. We're going to ignore that they're even in this competition. Yes, you know why, Arnage. Give me that t-shirt. I know you might not do them in fat people, but so too together. It'll be fine. PGZ Motorsport, a late entry to this season or this competition, doing pretty well here. Had 2 races to forget, the last 2, that's for sure, but again into a top 12. More of a streamer team, to be fair, and they're doing very, very well indeed. Yaz EP13, Auri's racing team, who've done, well, they were up into the top 3 after 2 races. Not too sure exactly where they are in terms of the standings. And actually, I'm going to hand back over to you, Lewis. I'm going to have a little look at the standings, and I'll come back with a little bit of an update.
Well, I will say there's a couple of things that we probably do need to update you on. BS Competition, a wheel failure. Couldn't shift, unfortunately, for the BS Competition team. So that's a bit of an F for them. Another team as well that I wanted to kind of update on, of course, Redline dropping backwards a little bit. If you focus on the driver, the team they're really focusing on the championship at the moment in the points race, Urano Esports, just 15th spot in the Urano car as the battle for the race lead continues. Zenith Esports defending to the inside. T3 Motorsports going on the attack. It's going to bring Vlad Kimichev and Tommy Osgard back into the mix. That was cooking a venture car way too wide going down the hill as well. Does rejoin without losing too much time.
Yeah, they've all closed up really nicely here, and actually, Urano Esports, who are currently in P14, lead this championship by 2 points. They're on 114. They lead Team Redline on 112. Redline, though, are only, what, 5 spots ahead? So they would go ahead of them. But look at RAG. RAG are actually 10 points behind Urano as it stands, but they are 3rd, so it would be them taking the lead by 1 point, I think, and maybe tied with Redline, actually. It's that close already here. It's like a car park, by the way, as we look at the race start, I believe, replay. But as we go up towards the leaders, they are actually closer than they were last time. They're all closing up beautifully well here. We're still 33 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock here, Lewis, and this will continue to be this close, especially if the front 2 do decide to go side by side a little bit more. RHG, they're ready to pounce like a panther.
There is one critical thing, though, that we need to really speak of in this race. We see some of the issues a bit further back on the grid. Of course, you've got Logitech Gialtis Esports, and just being sent off into the wall there was the number 33. That is the RN Vision STS Sim Racing team, just being sent off with a little bit of side-by-side contact with Logitech Gialtis. Touring cars. Normally used to go and racing for 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, half hour max, really. 45 minutes is, for touring car racing, is on the longer end of things. That could cause issues. Brabham having, speaking of issues, dropping down the order behind the Fordzilla, managing to just catch that one back, but not great for the Brabham team.
Yeah, it's not really the way you want to be facing, if I'm honest. But yeah, you're right. 45-minute race is really long. Again, especially on this service as well. With iRacing, all of the races are a lot shorter than that for this car. The front tyres are going to be an absolute mess. It's as simple as that. They're going to be a real mess. Ultimately, the brakes are going to be overheating by the end of this race. So, yeah, this stage here, how much can you save effectively? You know, don't overdrive the car and be in a good spot for the final couple of laps. I think is probably the best play. Whether you can afford to do that with teams like T3 behind you, RHG, Kawanda, of all teams, you know, those 4 are really sort of moving forward here with SRC Movano Corsa as well. They've closed right up there under braking. Actually, it's a bit of a mistake from RHG. Kawanda then maybe looking to make a move up the inside here then with Tommy Osgard up towards the Corvette bridge. Nothing is going to go down there. Everyone closes up once again, but it's just a Constantina effect after Constantina effect. The front 6 there very, very close as we think we just took out a load of tumbleweed. There's no need for tumbleweed here. No,
absolutely not. Like I say, I think, I don't know, if I was in this train, if I was particularly like 4th, 5th, 6th, I would be intentionally driving very carefully. You know,
yeah, 100%. I think you have to take into account that it's a 1 point difference between positions. So it's not a case of, you know, Formula 1 is 25 to 18 for 1st and 2nd, right? So it's a big 7-point gain. You are literally only gaining 1 position. So it's risk and reward. You know, is 37 points worth a lot more than getting 32 because you make a mistake trying to make an overtake for 38? Absolutely. So yeah, it's high risk, high reward. If you can get a nice gap to work with, if the front 2 can get away here, ultimately, you know, someone like Damien is going to take an overtake on. If he's got maybe half a second to a second gap behind him, maybe gets one opportunity where he's not going to be attacked afterwards. But again, it's high risk, high reward. There's 24 races. You know, we're seeing Team Redline, who, you know, as much as they're only in P8 right now, they've got 2 wins under their belt consistently. If they get top 10s, they're going to be fine. if you have a race where you try and make a move for 1 point and you lose 10 spots, that could almost kill your whole championship. It's really that tight.
And what endurance race would you see action as close as this? Absolutely crazy. Looking a bit further down the order, of course, to our Naj competition that are just trying to battle their way past PGZ. That one did switch over. Adam Pintesh, who's more experienced, we will know, more experience over in the world of racing a little bit over on R Factor 2 as well. iRacing, we don't see him typically racing too much, but the Hungarian rolling fairly strong, I'd say. I mean, touring car is his speciality, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, you would expect him to be right in amongst it, wouldn't you? And duly delivering that. So, yeah, nothing to be too worried about if we're being honest on that one. Pinches, I do love that car. As much as I've got a real beef with Arnage at the moment, and it's something that I'm not sure. I don't want to go into details, but they've got a real beef with them at the moment. I'm just not sure we're going to be able to get past it in our relationship. But yeah, it's about a shirt. Arnage, give me a shirt, man, and then I agree. I used to think I would say it was the best livery on the grid. Maybe mention a couple of your sponsors. But at this point, I can't love you like I used to. It hurts. It hurts. Adam Pintes is doing a pretty good job, though.
It was more so that they gave Arjuna a T-shirt and not me. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty irritated on that. Either way, on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got the live championship standings at the moment. And, of course, with the position difference, it would be Team Redline taking over the lead. R8G, though, in their current spot of third, Vlad Kimichev is doing enough to drag R8G right back into the mix, putting them in second position. Urano, at the moment, struggling a little bit more in this race, but it does mean they've got plenty of positions to go and take. Each position is a point. So again, a couple more before the end of the race, and maybe you'll hang on to the race lead before we depart Road America in the Elantra, which, by the way, I think is a very pretty car. Not too many. I don't know if this is kind of a 50-50 one because it's got a massive grille, but I think it's a very pretty car.
Yeah, it's all right, I guess.
She's not a massive fan.
Not really. I'm in love with the IndyCar on iRacing, to be honest. I think it's the best looking car. I think it's the best looking car in motorsport, to be honest. The visor on the front of that car is just an absolute delicious treat, and we get to actually no, we don't. It's me and Justin Prince, I think, who's commentating on that, but we get to commentate on IndyCar around Silverstone. What a world we live in. It's sim racing. We can do whatever the hell we want when we want, and with the Infinity by VCO, we absolutely are doing that.
Yeah, next up, me and you, we get to deal with the Dallara P217 around Monza, which I'm sure will be an interesting affair in itself. I mean, I think we're going to deal with some carnage down into T1, but that is in the future. We'll deal with that as we get to it, as there goes the move down the inside, just trying to get past the Arnage competition. It's the Auris Racing team car trying to make it stick. Now might have to worry about Urano, who, again, every position they pick up, an extra point, it will drag them right back into the championship lead if they can make their way past this group.
Yeah, again, it's Arnage, so it was okay. Pretty good defence there, really. Nothing too special there. No, it's a brilliant bit of work there from Pinches, who has got a massive touring car history. As we've already discussed, this is his bread and butter, effectively. I would say he's probably a bit out of position here, and that would be because he's been battling like this with drivers such, with the Urano boys in behind there. And actually, by the looks of things, it is not working out at all here. As Auris now move up to P13, so Urano are going to drop even more points here to effectively R8G and indeed Redline. I think R8G, hold on, have dropped down to P5 here, so they've dropped 2 positions. Coanda now third, with Arno Corsa have moved up into 4th position. The front 2 then are very, very close here. And Coanda, we know that they're not just incredible drivers, they are meticulous in their preparation. Ostergaard, one of the best drivers that's ever been on the service, right? He will maybe have saved something here for the second half of the race. If he starts to become a little bit quicker than the front 2, this stage of the race, I would be very, very worried if I was them.
I did just take a look back, by the way. It was just a couple of really tidy moves. Tommy Ostergaard down the inside of T1. And then, to be fair, it was a great move from SSC Movano Corsa going around the outside and then coming up towards the Corvette bridge. Really, really nice couple of moves. Vlad Kimichev dropping back a couple. This is that move that I was talking about, around the outside at the end of the back stretch, and then around the outside, heading up the hill towards Corvette. That is a lovely move.
That's the best move of the competition so far, 100%. It's not even close. That is, like I said, with these cars specifically, if you are going to make a move around the outside, it has to be inch perfect. But also, you've got to trust the guy on the inside, because it's just so easy for them to have the excuse of, I'm in a touring car, I'm understeering. It's as simple as that, you know. A little nudge here and there wasn't so much there. That's respect from both drivers. So yeah, absolutely sensational move there, and very appropriate for this competition. Top drivers and top moves.
It does indeed take two to tango. You know, you can't just have good driving with one car. You need both drivers to show each other respect, and respect was shown. Space was given from both sides, and like I say, it was a lovely move. And when we see racing like that, it makes me think, well, if we can do that in sim racing, why can't it be done in real life sometimes? But you know, it is what it is. Up to the race leaders. We'll focus back on one of the replays. Oof, that was Apex, I think, in a little bit too hot, and making a pretty substantial amount of contact with the RPC Esports car.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other there. I think the front end gripped hugely and just sent the car left, and then ultimately the car behind was going a little bit hot as well. So again, it has to be deemed as the car behind's fault, as we know. But for me, I think there was a little bit more to that than meets the eye, so to speak. As it stands, Zenit Esports still in the lead here. T3 very close in behind, as we've got some potential, some more contact here. Now starting to get a bit frisky, isn't it? 25 minutes to go, heading towards the halfway point, needing to gain points this early. And you know, there's going to be teams already actually feeling a little bit under pressure. A couple of teams that maybe feel like they should be in and amongst winning this whole championship, maybe not had the best start, and they're going to start to panic already, because they know if teams like RHG, team like Redline, and you know, Urano as well, if those teams really do get ahead of steam, they're going to be very difficult to catch.
Yeah, it was the Trek Esports car that was being sent off there. I mean, we kind of expect this in this style of racing. I'm not just saying touring car racing, I'm talking about sprint racing in general, where it does get a little bit feisty out there. As we ride on board now with the T3 Motorsports car, Damien Owen Harris, I think feeling pretty comfortable right now, sat in that second spot, a little bit of a gap back to Tommy Osgaard in third, but I'm sure that gap will disappear. Tommy Osgaard's more got to worry about the SLC Movano Corsa car, which I don't think could be much closer, even closer than this gap. Right on the rear end is Brandon Hawken, and you say he might be a very nice guy and such, but if there's a move, I'm sure he's going for it.
Oh, the guy's an animal behind the wheel. I tell you what, something that's really impressed me here is Damien Owen Harris. I've commentated hundreds of races of his when he was racing on Race Room, and he was someone that was not very patient. Maybe drove with maybe a little bit of an ego as well when he was maybe qualified out of position. But today he's just been patient, sat behind, not made any mistakes. You know, he's considering he's got the best drivers around in the world. Brandon Hawken is, you know, right up there. Maybe not so much in a touring car. Open wheel, he is an absolute monster. Tommy Osgaard, who has been, you know, in and amongst some of the biggest sim racing competitions the world over, mainly PESC. You know, those drivers are no slouches. They're stuck behind here, and they're actually not really closing the gap to the front two. So the front two here are doing a sensational job. I will say one thing, though, Kira Wolf has definitely got pace, because the gap was like 0.2 of a second, right, between him and everybody else. So over a one lap, absolute pace here, but leading the way, doing a relatively good job. And well, I say relatively good job, leading the race. That's basically the only job you need to do, right? But how long is that going to last? I'm not too sure. Is he going to be driving within? I don't know whether they're all driving within themselves right now. Is that what we're seeing from these drivers? Patience, making sure they've got something at the end to really attack. It's not like Daytona, is that you can't really rely on the slipstream as much. You've got to make something happen here. Of course, you have got the run down towards turn number 1. You've then got that run down towards turn number 2. But apart from that, you really do have to rely on just hitting your marks, making sure that you're smashing it through the apexes here. As you can see there from the front two drivers, both taking completely different lines through the carousel on the exit there, as we're on board now with the Veloce team. As Lewis, I think, may have just disappeared momentarily here, so it'll just be me until he comes back. You see small rally crossing in the background. So, yeah, unfortunately, Lewis is, well, he's a bit of a part-timer, guys. As much as Arjuna's given him the whole, oh, yeah, he's busy this weekend doing real life. He's got his own cottage to live in for the weekend, working at Silverstone, commentating on real cars. He's just a bit of a diva, really. So, you know, it's just me as it stands now. 21 minutes to go. Still Zenit Esports leading the way. T3 Motorsport in second. Then SRC Movano Corsa in third spot. Then we've got Coanda in fourth. RHG Esports then in fifth position. And Veloce just in behind in sixth. And again, Veloce have been that team today where they've just been maybe not qualifying overly too well, but specifically with Dominic Hoffman being able to make up positions during the race. As we go down in towards turn number 1, it's Kira Wolf then versus Damien Owen Harris. It's going to be the outside line then for the T3 Motorsport driver. Not quite going to work out. Gives the opportunity, though, for Brandon Hawkin now to close up. Tommy Osgaard in 4th position as well. 20 minutes to go here. Things are starting to get a little bit frantic. I think we're going to start to see people maybe not panic, so to speak, but maybe get a little bit desperate for some moves. Expect to see some carnage as well. It's kind of what the front 6, maybe 7 now as well, because we've got ourselves Was Cooking Racing Adventures, what a name again. Nicole Foggy then in 7th position, maybe closing up here as we see, hold on to that car there, the number 17, which is indeed the Simsa Esports car, Tony Runanen. A fair play on the hold there. Again, I was saying, you know, with these cars, it's a little bit easier to make sure that you keep hold of the car if it hits the grass, but ultimately it's still in the race here, as we actually do now see a move here for P2. So the move is done. So well, no, it's not. So Movano Corsa have now dropped down into P3 here as well, as there's a big smash into the wall. That's the Apex team. Actually, that's not ideal for Team Apex as well. You're expecting to see them right up in the front end of this championship, and well, into the wall we go. It's still Zenit then in P1, T3 in P2. So yeah, momentarily, I think you'll find a T3 drop down into what was 3rd position. Not quite working out though, as SRC Movano Corsa just dropped back into 3rd spot, but the gap's now starting to maybe spread out a touch. R8G, Coanda, Veloce Esports now, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, just hanging on to the back of this train here. It's starting to get a little bit spicy, starting to get a little bit excited of how this can go down. Still me on my own. Lewis will, well, do you know what? I'm going to ask for his share of the wages for this race, that's for sure. Again, he's having connection issues, ladies and gentlemen, so it will be just stuck with me there, and there'll be a few people out there going, oh God, maybe we should just put my shirt on camera for a little bit. But yeah, still Kira Wolf leading the way up towards those final couple of corners here. We've just under the 20-minute mark to go. Let's just have a look at the standings so far here of this championship. Coming into this race here again, it was Urano Esports that were leading the way coming into this race. They had 114, but actually we've got the live standings here, which is very, very impressive indeed. So Redline, as it stands, are on 145 points. Urano then have moved back up into the top 2. They're on 143. We then have R8G that are in 3rd position. Look at the difference though, 5 points is the margin between the front 3, but none of those front 3 are in the top 4 as it stands. R8G then, of course, are in 5th position, so they are the one. That's why they've gained so many spots. That's why they're moving up in towards that top 3 as it stands. So as we come then down in towards the turn number 2 into that right-hander, not the best of exits there for Zenit Esports, and for the first time here I think there might be a bit of an opportunity here for T3. Is it quite close enough? No, maybe not then, as we head then down in towards turn 3 underneath that Sargento bridge there. Again, shout out to giving a free shout out there for the sponsors. Down then in towards that turn number 3. Gap again, it's all around the outside, and actually for the first time there's another car to take full advantage then. It's Brandon Hawkin. He's got himself an inside line. Up towards the Corvette bridge we come then for 4, and again just backs out of the situation, and that's how easy it can go down there. So Damien Owen Harris, if he's going to make the move for the lead here, he absolutely has to make it stick. If he doesn't, he's going to be under pressure then from Brandon Hawkin. Ostgaard's also going to try and make some moves here as well. Vlad Kimichev, who's currently in P5 for R8G, will look to make a move. Dominic Hoffman, we've seen him make probably the most moves out of everybody so far during the Infinity series by VCO. He'll definitely try and make a move, and Nicole Foggy as well. I know there's a big following for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures in the chat. If you want to get yourselves involved and say who you're supporting, let me know in the chat. I'll give you a shout out. And actually, anyone that's watching right now over on Twitch, let me know where you're watching from around the world, and maybe who your favorite driver is on the grid right now as we head then through the kink down in towards that final sector. And it is still Zenit Esports that lead the way. T3 Motorsport then, what, about 1.5 tenths of a second. It is absolutely nothing here as the part-time, and Lewis McGlade has made his way back in. Hopefully it works this time here. I'm starting to struggle for any kind of words at this point. And Lewis, what is going on? What is going on with you?
I mean, well, I mean, this is just classic Lewis McGlade laziness, if I'm perfectly honest. You know what I'm like. A proper part-timer, mate.
I do real racing cars now, so I just do part-time in my job.
Do you not do the whole part-time thing? Do you not step it up on that sense? What have I missed?
Guy in the world. Well, you missed everything. We had 17 changes for the lead. We actually had in the last lap Owen Harris go for the lead and nearly lost out to Brandon Hawkin. We're seeing a potential move here being made down in towards turn number 1, round the outside, round the outside, around the outside. That's what 2 trailer park guys do, just to let you know. Up in towards turn number 2 we will go. Still side by side between the two of them. Brandon Hawkin maybe going to try and sneak an opportunity here. Surely the door's going to be open here on the exit as we come through. I have now basically taken the reins of league comms. I'm going to bring you back in, Lewis, because my voice is starting to struggle.
Well, SSC Movano Corsa are going to try and make it 3 wide as well on the run down the hill towards the realistically next braking zone, the next overtaking opportunity. They might take Zenith Esports, T3 Motorsports side by side. Tommy Osgard as well, trying to dive it down the inside. A little bit of contact as well. I think maybe just a touch between the two might have actually been all right as they still run side by side towards Corvette. The inside line is given to the Zenith Esports car. Absolutely throws it in. They still remain side by side. Tommy Osgard might well grab third. I don't know what position they're going to come out in, but T3 Motorsports are to the front.
It's a change for the lead. It's a patient drive here from Damien Owen Harris. And with 15 minutes to go, takes the lead of this race. Because actually, we're looking here at Brandon Hawkin, P3, under a bit more pressure to keep hold of P3 than he is moving forward. He is going to be caught on the high side here, going through the carousel. Front 2, as it stands then, it is T3 now leading Zenith Esports. Kawanda have moved up here as well. Tommy Usgard, what has he got left in that car? Has he saved some tyres maybe here? Has he saved some magic here potentially? He's got to deal with Brandon Hawkin, who will definitely want to try and get that position back as soon as possible. But wow, he's waited. P4 on the grid here, Lewis. P1 in the race, 15 to go. T3 Motorsport. Ooh, could be a dreamy race exit for this.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Tyre saving, obviously it's touring car races. We wouldn't typically speak of tyre saving, but it is going to be a big thing here. A 45-minute race in a touring car, an easy stretch. And so we will see people in the next sort of 5-10 minutes where they are going to come to the 4 big style because they've kept their eye on their tyres. They've kept the temperatures within the window. They've kept the percentage of wear right there. And when we think of that, there is still 7 cars in this battle for the race lead. Enzo Benito's not a million miles away either.
Oh, don't get me too excited. But yeah, he is very much closing up to this group here. He's going to get involved. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get an interview with him after this race because he's not going to win this one. But there could be a massive cluster.
How do you know that?
I'm impartial. I've got no favourites here, Lewis. You're trying to insinuate that I've got favourite drivers. You're an absolute disgrace here. As we've got VR, which I would love to see the big googly eyes on there because that always cracks me up when streamers do that. But as we come then through turn number, down to turn number 3, we're coming now. Still the lead will be held, but has the outside line here. So Kira Wolf has manoeuvred themselves into a position where now Kira Wolf leads as we head down in towards turn 3. We'll be squeezed towards the apex. I think actually Damien's decided against that, and it's going to go 3 wide here. Østgaard's going to try and make a move. Then Brandon Hawkin is going to pick up any potential pieces here. Surely there's going to be contact. Surely someone's going to run awry. And I tell you what, it's going to be a massive change here because Kira Wolf's going to drop down to P5. I think Zenith stays in the lead here. It's going to be Damien Owen Harris, who momentarily had the lead for 1 lap. He's dropped down to P5. The lead now is back to Zenith Esports. Tommy Østgaard now trying to take the lead here as we have contact. Oh no, Zenith Esports have led most of the race. Oh, massively taken out there. The R8G car as well. So R8G, Vladimir Kimichev is off as well. It's a new leader. It's Brandon Hawkins, the most lovely guy in all the world of esports. He will absolutely take this potential lead of the race. It was always going to happen. Something was going to go down. And all of a sudden, Enzo Benito is in P3. He might have a chance of winning here. This is ridiculous. It's like the stars are aligning.
Of course, Enzo Benito found his way through that. I mean, that is classic Benito. Just having chaos in front and just picking his way through beautifully. Lovely stuff. I mean, a bit of racing. I think Coanda might be under a bit of investigation for it, but either way, they can't control their fate on that. Now their bed's already been made. I didn't really see it too much. Obviously, we lost them behind the trees, but they were side by side. We both kind of said it. They've been battling like that for half an hour. Tommy Osgard made it 3 wide, which, by the way, was so brave to do. Massive kudos for giving that a go. But it's always going to end in tears when you're fighting that hard. There's always going to be some question marks labelled at the door of all of the drivers when you're really pushing the boundaries of what's possible like that.
Yeah, where have they ended up here? Like, where have they ended up? Are they out of the race? Zenith Esports are out of this race.
Yeah.
There is again Brandon Hawkin, who loves to celebrate race victories with his grandma. He is again that guy. He is that guy. I would imagine that he helps old ladies cross the road. He's just a really nice chap. But again, on the race circuit, He is an absolute animal, and by the looks of things, we're probably going to be speaking to him after this as well, so you'll see exactly how nice he is and his demeanour and all that good stuff. But he leads Tommy Usgaard, who, if there is an opportunity, will absolutely take it on. I'm wondering, damage is going to be a factor here, of course. These are built pretty strongly. They are, again, like steel boxes, aren't they, on wheels? So yeah, don't imagine there to be too many issues. But you know, if they do have damage, Enzo definitely wasn't involved in any of that in terms of contact. With 11 minutes to go, might maybe close that gap here. But it's looking really, really good for Brandon Hawkin, and he's just bided his time. And you've got to use your experience in that situation, right? I think even we saw it, Lewis. We knew something was going to go down, and it was really about just making sure that you're not involved in it as we see a replay.
Oh yeah, let's see. So there's that's Tommy Usgaard taking a little bit too much curb, and that's what really initiated just literally everything. The R8G car that's battling quite hard, got involved in the mix. That was the Was Cooking Adventures car getting involved. There's on the right-hand side. Basically, everyone in that grouping was just involved and have some serious damage. Zenith Esports started driving and then went, nope. TT Motorsports, who have a lot of damage, they're dropping backwards one place at a time. I think R8G, despite being backwards, their car's pretty bad, but still 7th place. They need to get some decent results because obviously they weren't a million miles away from really contending towards the top of that championship standings. Well,
this is going to massively change the outlook of the championship here. Urano are going to move up a few positions here, but Redline, they're going to have a pretty sizable gap to the field, I would say. Well, there we go. So 150 points now. That's a massive gain. They were on 145 last time round. They're going to be 3 points ahead here of Urano, but more importantly, they're 12 points ahead of 3rd position as it stands. Coanda, who, for me, personally, they will be there or thereabouts by the end of this. That is for sure. They've not had a great start here, but they've managed to gain, well, they're going to be up to 39 points for this race. That's a massive, performance jump from what we've seen so far. They're only in P7, but again, expect them to be in and amongst it by the end of this 24 races. You've got to get a bit of luck, right, Lewis, during these races. It is a case of there are going to be big smashes. In a 24-hour race, we see big smashes all the time, right? But with this, it's 24 starts. There's 24 car park starts, effectively. So yeah, if you can keep yourself out of all of that trouble and all of that rubbish, for the most part, you're going to be looking really good at the end of the day.
I agree. It's all about understanding the cars that you race as well. You know, when we're racing in 5 different cars across the day. So I was chatting a little bit. Johnny Edgar actually was speaking to me a little bit about this event. Was actually asking about it and saying about how does this kind of work in 5 different cars. You've got 5 different drivers. He was saying surely it makes more sense that everyone takes one car. Right, you take one car, like you take the IndyCar, you take the Hyundai, you take this, you take that, and you focus on your own car, and that kind of makes sense, yes. But then obviously time zones and stuff cause problems with that.
Yeah, they're not allowed to, though, Lewis.
Are they not?
They have to drive at least 2 different cars during the whole event.
Well,
so
then learn 2 cars.
Yes, maybe.
But still,
sorry. Is it the case of you've been too busy in the real world to look up the rules and regs? To be fair, it's me that leans on you for the rules and regs normally.
I mean,
so I'm talking about it too.
I think for VCO IRWC, we were just making it up as we were going along and just hoping that aligned with what was actually going on. I think we did all right. I still don't understand the rules ever. I mean, this is why
the rules of racing, let alone this stuff.
This is why I didn't last long as a driver.
This is what's the beauty of this new format. Again, it's new to everybody. So if anybody does have any questions exactly how things go down, don't ask us. But yeah, if you genuinely have questions, put it in the chat. We'll try and respond in the chat as much as we possibly can there. As we get a nice little error message there. Mike's probably downloading some real naughty stuff. Again, what time is it now? It's past 9 o'clock, so it's legal. It's fine. Well done, Mike. But yeah, we're on board now with Andika Rama Maulana, currently in P22 as it stands. Still battling for position. And this is what we're going to have, aren't we, throughout this whole competition here, Lewis? Every single race, right until the death, we're going to have people battling for positions. It's only 45 minutes long.
Well, 40 cars, and it's sprint races all the time. There will not be any races. I will say this now. You will not have a race where there isn't battling on a lap, just purely based on the fact of having 40 cars in a sprint race. You're opening up, and the track choice as well has been pretty good to keep it open for those race circuits, which is obviously attackable. We've obviously got this battle. The head of it is the Netrex. Got to give them a bit of a shout out because we're speaking of shirts and stuff for teams. Netrex are sending me a shirt, so at least I can give them a bit of a shout out on that one. Thanks.
Well, you have mentioned their name
3.5 million times.
Yeah.
Did you know that they've partnered up with Unicorns of Love?
Yeah, I did. I did. It's actually written on my wall just so I can remember, because you never mention it. But apparently we're going to get shares from Arnage. So Arnage are now, well, you know, they're not quite in the top 16. They're 17th now, which phenomenal result for them. You know, it's sensational drive from the Arnage team. Probably one of the best teams out there.
Best livery.
Although I don't have a dog. It's something that I've always wanted. I don't have a dog, so Arnage, you made me feel bad about that.
Oh no, I was going to say. I mean, yeah, no, it's fine. I was going to say I'd be your dog, but I'll go with it. But we're all the way. We don't live that far apart, realistically, so you never know. You could take that photograph that that Arjuna took with his dog, only with me.
Okay, this is getting really weird. Do I need to bring the collar? Like, are you going to wear the collar, or am I wearing the collar? Like, oh, this is a whole. I went a whole tangent. My bad. 5 minutes 50 seconds to go. It is Movano Corsa that still lead with Brandon Hawkin. We've got Tommy Østgaard then still in second position for Coanda. Again, this is really the first time Coanda have kind of really announced themselves at the front. And I guess Mitchell de Jong did relatively well earlier on as well. But again, they'll be expecting a lot more from themselves moving forward. Redline in P3. Veloce Esports, again, who've really buffed their iRacing roster. Getting the performances so far. Dominic Hoffman has been sensational, as you'd expect. Again, he coming from Redline to Veloce, smashing driver. Triton Racing taking full advantage of the shenanigans that we saw in our front seven earlier on. We've got PGZ Motorsport as well, will be their best performance so far. R8G, as much as they were involved in that earlier on, they've kind of got away with it here. If you offer them a P7 with 5 minutes to go now with what had happened in that massive crash earlier on, you absolutely take it. Again, that's these results here where you are in the mix, you are involved in something pretty big, where you could end your race. You know, if you can just get through that and get a relatively good result, it's going to put you in good stead for later on, because everybody's going to be involved in something. That's a guarantee here. It's actually Urano Esports who've been the surprise package. Of course, we expect them to be in and around it, but not to be as dominant as they've been. They've actually just got past RAG here, which I would imagine might be due to a bit of damage.
I mean, considering, yes, of course, the RAG car does have damage on it. It seems to be okay. Obviously, this is one of the cars that has the new damage model. You can see a bit of the front right is missing. We saw, obviously, some suspension, some bumpers and stuff being torn off throughout that instant. Their car seems to be okay. You can get away with some things, less so with others, but they're in a decent spot at the moment, considering that damage. Urano, though, same as Redline, picking their way through all of that chaos. Urano are in that boat as well. They were running, what, 14th, 15th? Suddenly running well inside the top 10, 7th place, and it looks like it could still get better over the next couple of laps. Not bad.
Obsidian, P11 right now. Again, they started off, they come out blocks absolutely flying. We're leading after 2 races. We're tied for the lead, should I say, after 2 races. Didn't have a good race 3 at all, but again, just getting a good result. Race clutch for the first time, really getting a decent result, avoiding, you know, the shenanigans that we're seeing here. Was Cooking Racing Adventures. We're right in the mix here to potentially get a podium, but unfortunately, we're involved in that massive, massive carnage earlier on. You know, what was it, maybe 5 laps ago? But are still in contention for a top 15, which ultimately it is not a bad result if you look at it, you know, from what they were involved in, because it was a big smash. It was a massive smash here. RHG off the circuit again. Their car, by the way, it looks open wheel to the left side. Yeah, look at the front right wheel there. It's an open wheel touring car as we head then down towards that final sector. But you've got to tip your hat really here. Brandon Hawkin, who has got Tommy Østgaard behind. Again, both of them sensational drivers. I would say for a tin top, Tommy Østgaard is probably a better overall driver. Yeah, Brandon Hawkin has just absolutely proved me wrong here. A sensational drive, currently 8/10 of a second in the lead. To pull a gap, we've seen it's almost impossible to pull a gap here, as actually Coanda are in the pits.
Yes, I was about to say this. I was about to say this. The number 8 VRS Coanda has received a drive-through penalty. That was obviously for the instance. That's going to drop them down the order, completely relieves the pressure on SSC Movano Corsa. But for and even it's not really gone so well for them, it's getting a little bit worse. They're going to lose a lot of spots. You can see them there, basically stationary comparatively to the rest of the grid, as we do see the Aris racing car getting past R8G and Obsidian getting past Simsa.
They're probably going to end up sort of P18, I think, Coanda. Maybe actually stay in P16. That is not good as well. When you guaranteed P2, really dropping right down. It's Movano Corsa's birthday, Christmas, Easter, all rolled into one right now. 6-second advantage, 2 minutes left on the clock. So, yeah, superb drive from Brandon Hawkin. Again, doesn't matter about the penalties that happen around him. Doesn't matter about the carnage that's happened around him. It's a sensational drive here, and I would say this is the toughest win that in terms of the races we've had so far, it's the toughest 1-2 win. But Brandon is doing that job right now. Enzo Benito is up to P2. Maybe we should interview the front two. You know, not for any personal gains here, Lewis. You know, it's not for me. It's more for the fans.
Do you have a Redline top T-shirt? Did they ever send you one of those?
Look, I've asked Dom. Dom said he was going to sort me out, and he didn't. So, you know, there's nothing personal between me and Dom or anything, but, you know, I just don't love him anymore either. I still love Enzo, though.
All right. Well, you need to get Enzo to send you a T-shirt, give you the special. There's Triton off the road, by the way, just on the left-hand side of shot, running into the carousel. This obviously right behind the R8G. So it's actually dropped Triton down to 8th spot. So R8G have gone back up into 7th. Aris Racing up to 6th. Urano up to 5th. I don't know what's more possible for them now.
This is, yeah, ridiculous. I guess they are, well, second, aren't they? So gaining points here once again. Great performance, and it's going to be these races again. I say about teams that are involved in incidents. You know, if you can still get a really good finish after that, then absolutely. But what about cars that are, you know, not really at the races in terms of their qualifying or their race pace? If they can avoid any of that in their bad race, like this is Urano's worst performance so far. If we're going to talk about actual race pace, they're going to come away here with a P5, which is massive, because there will be certain races where you just go look at your team and go, look, we're probably not going to do very well there. So they would have prepared for other races around there. And if they can steal points that they probably didn't think that they were capable of getting, like, that's such a bonus. It takes so much pressure off of their stronger races as well. As we see, I believe, is that Yaz Heat there?
Triton.
As Triton, sorry, they look very, very similar from a distance there. And it's very late here where I am, as we see a move being made a little bit further up the road as well. But yeah, it is the final lap of today's race. 7.4 seconds behind, you know, is the distance between Brandon Hawkin and indeed Team Redline. We are probably going to hear from the nicest man in the world of sim racing. And actually, Veloce Esports are right up the chuff pipe here of Team Redline. There is a battle for P2, ladies and gentlemen, and it is spicy.
Yeah, that was the battle that we were seeing down into T1. There is the battle continuing. So it's Veloce on the outside. It'd have to be a pretty brave move to try and make this one stick around the outside. Of course, Enzo Benito deep onto the brakes to hang on to the position. Dominic Hoffman trying to make it stick on the up and under. Got the inside for Corvette. Maybe it'll work.
Well, you've got to look at this and go, he wants to get one up on his old team, right? He's been you know, headhunted, if you like, to propel Veloce to a different stratosphere on this sim. You know, Veloce and Yazhi, I would say, are the PSG of sim racing, in my opinion. The PSG and the Man City. They have got all of the resources, and they've not quite bagged the big one yet. In terms of, you know, they got James Baldwin. You know, he's been able to produce some incredible results over his career, but like they're just not quite able to pick up, you know, a world championship on iRacing. They have got the drivers now capable of doing that. So they've gone out there, they've spent wisely, if you like, because financially that is exactly what's happened here. And really, Redline, his old team, can Hoffman get another one over? Because he's already finished ahead of them once. We come then through the kink up towards the final sector here. It is super close, Lewis. Who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, super racing. Dominic Hoffman going on the outside as we head towards Canada corner. Plenty of runoff. Of course, Enzo Benito's fired it in. They're super tight. There might have been a brush between them. Veloce on the right-hand side of shot, trying to make it stick around the outside as we head up through Thunder Valley. Redline hang on at least for second position. Way ahead of all of this, though. SRC Movano Corsa take the win. Look at Veloce going on the attack. Super stuff, though. Brandon Hawkin takes the victory by 9 whopping seconds. Count them back. Enzo Benito will cross the line after dodging chaos and carnage here at Road America, and just by hundredths of a second crosses the line ahead of Veloce and Dominic Hoffman. Super tight indeed. Triton gets R8G on the line. The drama is not done yet.
No, it absolutely isn't there. And again, that 9.7 second lead that Movano Corsa have over Redline doesn't tell the story of this race at all. It was always going to happen. It was one of the cleanest touring car races I've ever seen. The front seven basically were touching each other, high-fiving each other, if you like, around the circuit for the best part of 25, maybe 30 minutes, and then all hell broke loose. It was like the end scene of Endgame, the Marvel films, and then all of a sudden it just gave an opportunity for the Movano Corsa team to indeed get away with Coanda. Coanda, though, finishing P16 because of a drive-through penalty, because Coanda basically were the Thanos of the situation.
I mean, it was a bit of a dramatic film. I mean, you say it was a fairly calm one when it comes to typical touring car racing, but, you know, it still had its fair share of drama. And I mean, that's kind of what we'd expect. We're still early in the day, though. Of course, race 4 of 24. I've been on this broadcast for 2 hours, and I can tell you for sure it does not feel like 2 hours. I know you're on for 5.
Oh, 2 hours. I would say 1 hour 50 minutes, Lewis, if we're going to be honest about it.
No. We're going to go with 2 hours.
You disappeared for 10 minutes, so I'm just going to count that in.
Well, okay, no, if we're really going to go with it, then it's probably about an hour and a half, really. Either way, Brandon Hawkin then taking the victory for SRC Movano Corsa. Renzo Benito and Dominic Hoffman second and third. Great drive from the PGZ Motorsports car. Urano Esports, of course. Dylan Becky Scrivens. I don't know what B means, but obviously he's going by Bobo, but we'll go with Becky on this one. 5th place for him. Marco Nunez in the Aris racing car up to 6th. Then the Triton racing car, R8GR for the damage. Vlad Kimitov will be pretty proud to hang on to 8th spot, just ahead of Obsidian, who, as you said, had a great start to the day. Simsa Esports directly behind that in the 10th position. The rest of the gridders will roll through. Race Clutch, the Was Cooking Adventures involved obviously in that bit of carnage and chaos. Pure Sims, Sim Racing Ultimate Arnage competition, the greatest team, greatest livery in all of Sim Racing. Please give me a shirt. VRS Coanda after the drive-through penalty down to 16th position with RPC Esports, Brabham Esports and T3 Motorsports. Netrex Grand Prix rounds out the top 20. Want to be SRT with Legion of Racers, who got involved in a bit of issues earlier on. Yaz Heat and the U-Racer BR Esports. Very own Lorenzo Bonda behind the wheel. Not a car we typically associate of Jerne Simoncic, of course, the 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, down the order, 25th spot for Burst Esports. And the Trek Esports, Logitech Geltas Esports with Rocket Sim Sports TR powered by Geeks Energy and the Wolf Team Racing. 10 more runners through the race. DCW, WRR and E-Team Brit, the last ones on the lead lap, with Pulse Esports, RN Vision, STS Sim Racing 1 lap down, and then retirements for Zenith Esports, Apex, Fordzilla, BS Competition after a connection issue to the server, and then Ivan Pinocchio as well retired from the race. I think it was, it was almost a somewhat calmer affair than we were expecting. What are we expecting from the next one, Luke? I mean, come on, it's going to be madness, surely. Dallara P2s at Monza? Madness.
It's like Florian's gone, right, what is the biggest meme in sim racing? Monza. Turn 1, something quick. Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, if anybody is looking for some P2 parts, just head to the exit of Turn 2 at Monza, because there's going to be plenty of them there for the next one. Again, it's going to be like Daytona, isn't it? It's going to be close right until the end. It's going to be all about positioning yourself in, being in second, third position. I think pit stops are going to be key here as well, because they will have to pit, I would imagine. They probably definitely have to, right? They can only do maybe 28, 30 minutes.
Yeah, so I think it's a pit stop requirement, yeah.
So that's going to be a massive part of it as well. I think, again, similarly to what we saw at Road America earlier on with the Dallara IR18, was it the IndyCar? There, it's already my mind blown away by all of this. We saw that it's a relatively simple pit lane, but if you can really attack it, you can gain a couple of tenths, and around a circuit such as Monza, a couple of tenths is maybe 3-4 positions by the time you get down into turn number 1. So yeah, make sure that you attack everything and just make sure you're in a position to maybe win it at the end, but also to keep yourself out of trouble, because there is going to be trouble.
Like I said, we know the run down towards turn 1 kind of means that it's one of those circuits, much like even Daytona. Was chatting about this earlier on in the morning when we were doing AH2 Endurance by VCO, about how Daytona, same as things like Monza, same as places like Spa, etc. They're not circuits where you need to qualify particularly well, because you can overtake, right? You kind of have to qualify well to get out of that danger zone, out of the carnage, which is almost always in the mid pack. If you're qualifying sort of 10th and in that sort of area, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, because it's not all on you, is it? You could be as safe as you want, you could be as clean as you like, but there are, potentially 39 drivers around you that one of them is going to make a mistake. It's just the way it works. No one intends to clean everybody. I know it looks like it sometimes down to turn 1 at Monza, but no one intends to go down there and clean you out like it's Wii bowling. It just happens. It's just one person makes a mistake, someone else then tries to move slightly left or move slightly right, break a little bit earlier. Someone else then has got to try and react to that, and then it gets to the point where someone can't react quick enough. You see it on motorways where people are going, only 70 miles an hour. So heading down into there at 175? Yeah, a whole different kettle of fish. But I will say this: you've got to keep yourself out of trouble here and massively aero-dependent circuit in terms of if you want to maximize your pace, especially if you want to stay in slipstream with other cars, especially the exits onto the straights as well. You've got to get a really good exit out of every chicane there is on this circuit as well. It's just keep yourself out of trouble, keep yourself in and amongst it. And the better teams will indeed do that. You know, P5 every single race moving forward to the end here, and you're going to be looking pretty good at the end of this championship. And the better teams will find a way of doing that. Monza is an absolute key track to do that.
Well, with Monza and the Dallara P217 coming up, we're going to step aside just for a couple of minutes whilst we refresh ourselves and get ready for what is going to be pretty dramatic, I have no doubt. Right, well, hello everyone and welcome back. We will very quickly, because the race I do believe is about to, is getting ready to begin, rather. I think we might have a little bit of time there to catch up with Brandon Hawken, of course, after the victory in the previous race, as we'll see him join us in the commentary booth. He will need to unmute though, which would assist us greatly when it comes to this interview, but either way, it was a great win for him. Luke, he's still not unmuted. So this is oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello, Brandon Hawken. Well done. What a victory. I mean, fantastically so. A bit of chaos behind, but you did the work. And his microphone.
Oh my gosh! I'm so
nice.
Man, the most typical Canadian ever. Doesn't even want to interrupt. Doesn't want to interrupt the broadcast. He's just like, you guys, this is great. I love winning, but you guys carry on. Like, what a guy.
Thank you guys so much, man. Yeah, that was a heck of a race. Man, I qualified in a decent spot, and I knew from there, like, if I could get going off the start, we're gonna have a pretty good shot at it. I didn't know how it would go though, and wow, yeah, things just fell into my hands there. Man, those I felt really quick, and there was. Man, just huge battle up front in the top 5 or so, and man, I got really lucky going into the kink, and saw a car spinning or two, and man, we just found a spot in the grass to evade it, and kept the lead from there. So I'm really happy. Hopefully we can get this finish, and hopefully make up for we had a little bit of bad luck the last couple of races. So we'll see if we can pick up from here and see how it goes. Really good luck to Marcus. I'm pretty sure they're probably going green sometime soon. So good luck to him. And man, what a race.
Yeah, we'll go straight to the racing action. Congratulations to you, Brandon. We'll catch up hopefully with you a bit later on. We'll wish you good luck as we can see the Dallara P2s going around the circuit. Obviously, it's Coanda on pole position. They do like this car. Josh Rogers taking it. BS competition on the front row as well, as we'll cycle our way through the grid. Red line have got Maximilian Beneke for this one. A couple of teams a bit further down. Well, yeah, you love it. R8G, Gustavo Ariel, someone who does go quite well in this car, just 22nd position. Not so great.
No, not ideal. I tell you what, though, this is the strongest field I think we've had so far, names by name. I think we've got probably pound for pound the best sim racer in the world over the last 24 months in Joshua K. Rogers, leading the way there. Doesn't get much better than that. Phil Denez there at the front as well. This is going to be an absolute spectacle. I am so excited for this, Lewis. I think this potentially, as much as we're only 5 races in, this could be the pick of all 24.
Well, we'll take a deep breath. We'll again put 45 minutes onto the clock, and we'll breathe. This is a long run down towards turn 1. It's Josh Rogers in control as we are underway for the 5th race here in VCO Infinity. Josh Rogers with a great launch ahead, and look at them as they're 2-3 wide. The Apex Racing Team car in that number 2. Oh, that was a little bit of a chop there from the 89, of course, of Phil Denez. Whilst they're all heavy on the brake, there was someone off in the background, 110%. I think it might have been one of the green cars, T3 potentially. There is chaos in the background. I don't know who's involved, but I'm going to say it's a fairly large SRC Movano Corsa, 100% one of those off in the background.
Yeah, it wasn't T3. T3 made a great avoidance there. It's Ruben Bonga who moves up onto P3 there. Maxime Briand dropped a little bit, but pretty much all good. Who's dropped right to the back here? Legion of Racers now down in P39. Movano Corsa, like you said, P37 there of Marcus Hamilton. Again, I can't figure out exactly who dropped all the way down there, but someone definitely did. We'll figure that out as it happens, but it is Rogers that leads the way. Great start here. I think the best big bonus really is that none of these P2s can take out any GT3s, because that's what scares me when I drive a GT3 car, but there's none of them there, so it is all about the P2s.
I mean, yeah, what a chaotic moment. Our Nage competition, a little bit racy there with the number 90 Urano Esports car, of course. This one for 5th position at the moment. Oh. They're spinning in the background. That is the Aris Racing car, and I think that might have been right ahead of the likes of Netrex and Redline.
Sorry, I'm doing an R Junior here with some sexy noises. I don't know, I'm getting a bit excited here.
I'm with it.
Aris, you're in a cottage on your own, of course you are. Aris facing the wrong way through Ascari. That's definitely not where you want to be facing. 2 ways you don't want to be facing in a race car: the moon and the wrong way. So there we go.
I mean, to be fair, at least he wasn't not perpendicular to the racetrack and then fired up to rejoin when you're a 4-time Formula 1 world champion. So at least there was that. But either way, it was a bit of a spin. This is a bit further down the order, of course. Legion of Racers who dropped back a little bit. You got Burst back here as well. I mean, this is going to be chaos all the way through.
Logitech Gielta is this far down as well on iRacing. Like, this is crazy. And I'm going to be honest with you here. I just feel like there's big opportunities. A few teams here that are not racing in the ERL, right? Which is like it's like a nice steady cash supply really for these sim racers, because it's happening so often. This is a big opportunity for them to showcase their skills and maybe get themselves involved in the ERL moving forward here. And we're seeing a lot of teams have invested in some good drivers. Oh, that's a big smash. That's a Yaz Heat car there that has been absolutely we're going to definitely see a replay of that, I'm sure. He's been absolutely destroyed there. They're all facing the wrong way. It's like ice skating. A lot of cars facing the wrong way. And it's always a terrible rejoin. There's a second terrible rejoin. Oh, it's amateur hour.
Yeah, Jene Simoncic in the burst car going for a bit of a flick spin. Again, doing back-to-back races, which we kind of discussed might not be the ideal strategy for us. I think he might do 3 races. Mitchy Hoyer did 3 races on the bounce to start VCO Infinity for the burst team. And Jene Simoncic obviously doing the last one in a touring car and now this one. Big weaving from, of course, it has to be Maxime Brient, Mr. LMP2, as Arjuna frequently calls him, in the Apex Racing Team car, looking backwards towards T3, Urano, Arnage competition and race clutch, all sort of in this little train. And guess who's on the back of it? Of course, it is Team Redline, Maximilian Benecke.
Yeah, again, Mayor of Funtown, that guy loves to have fun. Currently down in P8 there. Is he still like the record holder for iRacing? He's currently got 10,980, right? And then, we see a replay here. That's the big carnage. We've got 2 drivers actually with 10k iRating. 3,
I think. Well, actually, we never got fully confirmed if Josh Rogers has 10k still.
9,820.
There we go. Yeah, it's Sven Haase who's the other one with 10k.
God, that is. I'm close to it, but I'm not quite there.
Yeah, I'm a few thousand away. I think I'm 6.5 thousand away. So no, not happening anytime soon.
It's pretty good iRating, 3.5k. Fair play, man. I'm only at just over 2. So.
It's all from touring car racing. I got one genuinely. I did touring car TCRs when they were fairly new around Long Beach. I did on Saturday and Sunday. I went at 1.2.
Out of trouble basically for 2 days.
Yeah, went at 1.2k in 2 days. I was very impressed with myself purely based on that. Yastik then completely skipping the chicane. I think that was just before they got involved in their
positions though. Why has no one else thought of that? Like what gained position? 10 overtakes there? Why has no one else decided to go there?
Someone they were battling for a championship, and in a qualifying session around here on R Factor 1 back in the day, they joined the session quite late, and their outlap skipped all of the chicanes. They did an outlap in, I think it was in a flat 6 in a Porsche at about 1 minute 10, which is pretty quick around here. I think it might be like 1:15, 1:20, but yeah, it was a monstrously quick lap time, and Race Control looked at it and went, that's not going to stand.
Yeah, like in IRL, you wouldn't be able to get 60 frames per second watching that, I don't think. Like, with your own eyes, that is ridiculous.
it was very good. That's what happens when you just skip half the track.
Yeah, that is true.
Is that a slow down penalty for Urano?
Well, it's a mistake, I think. It's more getting on the power a little bit too early there. But again, with the slipstream here, could kind of work together. But with Apex now, with a bit of a gap there, looks like all of that weaving there from Maxime Brient has done the job, but not really able to close in onto the front 2. So the front 2 have done the job right now. Coanda and BS Competition, if they don't make a mistake in the pits, they're going to be golden. So we go a little bit further back here. Then we've got Redline, we've got Arnage, and actually Arnage are ahead here of Redline. So I think the timing might be bugged. So
I think this is replay.
Oh, okay. So this is one that's still. Well, no. Oh, there we go. So now we're live. Okay, so Redline are ahead. So that's how it was done. Yes. So
yeah. No. I've done that too many
this
times.
This bodes well, Lewis. I've got 3 more hours after this. This bodes really well. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, either way, Redline are ahead of Arnage Competition. You're 110% right on that one. So a decent amount of progress made by Max Benecke, who's closing in now on Urano Esports, of course, 1 black and red car and 1 black and red car. Arnage Competition now have to worry about Race Clutch, who are right on the rear end, although not quite close enough to make anything stick coming down into the Parabolica.
No, first time we've seen Owen Carroll for Race Clutch as well, doing a very good job here in P8. And again, this is the most stacked field I think we've seen so far. The racing, we've seen a couple of incidents, but now it's settled in. You just see everyone's just fighting to stay in the slipstream here. Benito are now ahead of that Arnage Competition car, just dragging them along effectively here. Potential move then being made by Race Clutch. So Owen Carroll trying to make a move, not quite going to be close enough here. But again, you're kind of stuck in a bit of a cycle. We actually see a bit of a mistake here. It's a roles reverse, isn't it? The T3 car took advantage last time round, and now the Urano Esports of Yip Delict, who again, I probably butchered his name. He got funny with Arjuna earlier on. You should have, I don't know if you were here.
Did he really?
He got sassy with Arjuna. He went, so Arjuna introduced him. He went, you got my name wrong again. And then Arjuna was like, yeah, for like the 1,000th time. Arjuna fired back. I thought it was going to be a fight. Honestly, he said he's never going to race again if Arjuna's commentating. It was really spicy. I loved every second of it. I'm not going to lie.
I'd never race in a race that Arjuna was commentating on, so I kind of feel that pain.
Yeah.
Well, I'll avoid saying his name then. With the Urano Esports. Obviously, he won earlier on in the day. That's why he was interviewed. He won the first race of the day. But now I'm terrified of saying his name.
Yup, he did.
Wow, that is incredibly bad. I love it.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Coanda, 2 seconds in the lead then. We're waiting to see Joshua Rogers race and absolutely delivering here. 2 seconds up ahead then of Phil Denez. Denez LMP2 BS competition came out the gates absolutely flying, but then joined with a wrong car and had to do a drive-through penalty. They've had a couple of incidents where they've just gotten involved in stuff that they're not supposed to, and ultimately it's just not been really backed up after the first 2 races. Apex Racing Team up into P3, we expect to see them in and amongst it. I'm surprised they've not been as far in and amongst it. You know, if you look at the grid just by name alone, Lewis, you're looking at this going, yeah, Team Redline, of course. Coanda, of course. You know, BS Competition, of course. Those teams should be up there. Apex, it should be, you know, that's your top 4, right? And it's just not been like that today. Urano have been really the standouts, to be honest, I would say. As a surprise, again, we know they're a sensational team. We expect them to be very, very quick. But do we expect them to, like you said, are they the beaters of Redline? Are they the beaters of RHE? Probably not, but they are well punching above their weight, but consistently. This is race 5. You think, oh, they're going to slowly burn out here. They're absolutely not. They have got a big head of steam here, and expect to see Urano right in and amongst it as we get towards the later hours for sure.
And at this point in the race, obviously, if everything finishes as it is, which it's not going to in 36 minutes, especially not with pits as well. We're expecting a pit stop in this race just because the fuel tank is a bit of a fuel burner as well. Is Monza very hard to save fuel around here. It's 5 points between Redline and Urano. Urano obviously outscoring Redline at the moment, and it kind of makes you wonder. Obviously, that issue for Tommy Usgaard in the previous race, the drive-through that essentially cost them, you know, best part of not far 15 points realistically. That's really kind of delayed them even further than they had earlier on in the day. They need more drives like what we're seeing out of Josh Rogers here, because he is dominant in this race in the setting sun here at Monza.
He expects to win this race, right? But it puts added pressure having a poor performance in the race prior to this with the team. So, it's just he has to go out there and win. But, you know, luckily, it's Joshua Rogers, so he can deal with that pressure, no problem. As you can see there on camera, got nothing really to worry about. Sim Racing Unlimited then, it's got a drive-through penalty then. Unfortunate for them, that is going to cost them huge. It's a long pit lane here, and with how speedy that start-finish straight is, they lose so much more time. I need more comments like this for the rest of the day, by the way. I'm going to need this because I'm going to be tired. Yup is pronounced Chester is the best comment I've seen. I need more of that from you. I need the banter on Twitch right now. I need you to come up with more stuff like that. That is a class comment. Well played. Also, let me know who you're supporting. I want to see some sass in the chat right now. Let me know who your favourite driver is. Let me know who your favourite team is. And let me know a team you don't like. Okay, who's the worst team in the world of sim racing that are racing in this? There's no real bad ones, but yeah, let's have some sass in the chat. Let's have some fights. Not fights, that's a bit strong, but let's have, just argue.
Who do you not like?
All of them.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I'm with you.
They've all beat me at some point, you know, and mentally before I've even gotten a car. Like, they're just too fast, really. I feel like they should all be banned just to make sim racing a bit more fun for us all, if I'm honest, but we wouldn't get to watch this, though, so there's kind of a bit of a downgrade, I guess.
I need some more teams on the grid that I really dislike, because there's not. I'm scrolling through this. There's genuinely not a team on that list that I actually dislike. So I'm actually a bit disappointed on that now that I'm really thinking about it. Which means I have to sort of dish in the own team with being Rocket and Brabham. Don't like them. There you go. That's all I can really do on that one.
I mean, I'm a mod in a channel on Twitch, which T. Burnsy didn't realise, and he just put, I don't like Enzo Benito, so I just timed him out. 600 seconds. Yeah, we'll see you in 10 minutes, Burnsy.
Big mistake. Yeah, you can't say you don't like Enzo Benito.
Unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable.
You can't time me out, though, so I don't like Enzo Benito.
It makes me sick.
It makes me sick even to say it.
I'm just getting back into the racing here. You've hurt me. BS Competition is still in second spot. They've got a nice gap here to Apex as well. So Apex currently in third spot, 5.6 behind. And then really, Urano are closing in. Actually, yeah, Urano really are closing in. It's 0.4 of a second here in the battle for what would be third position. So yeah, Maxime Briand maybe starting to struggle here. Tyre where won't be the biggest of factors this stage of the race, especially. Maybe a little bit later on in the race, but not at this stage, I wouldn't imagine. So I would imagine there's been a mistake there from the Apex Racing team, and it's slowly being caught here as we are looking on board here in the number 5 car. I've got to try and figure out who the number 5 car is. Normally his name pops up on the screen. Now that's actually Zenith Esports. It's Kira Wolf, who you just got to feel for Kira, really. You know, incredible performance at Road America last time out in the Elantra. Probably should have won the race. I think a top 3, you would say, was pretty much a guarantee, the way he was racing. And then was involved in a crash that cost them the whole race, had to DNF, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think it becomes almost impossible to bounce back from that and perform at the top level. How do you mentally recover from something like that when, you know, every single race is like a cup final, if you like, in football terms?
And straight away, you know, with very little practice, in a sense. It's kind of where... Obviously, this is the kind of the same thing with the ERWC and ERL, where we didn't really know what the right strategy was, and I guess we still really don't know what the right strategy is to get through an event and then go and take victory. Obsidian Racing, what's happened to Obsidian dropping down the order? They are having a bit of an issue there in the number 7 car. I don't know what's happened, but they have dropped a good 4-5 spots at the moment. What I was going to say, though, ERL and ERWC, we're starting to figure it out now. VCO Infinity is so new that we just don't really know what the meta is, so to speak. It was our nice competition that sent them off into the gravel trap. I didn't really see that one, so I'm not going to judge it because I don't want to lose my T-shirt. But I think that might have been a bit more on our nice competition. But I think
we need to see that from Chase Cam. We do need to. If that would give us a perfect view. If we saw it from Chase Cam, we would see exactly what went wrong there, Lewis. I will fight you forever. I will fight you to the grave that Chase Cam...
Only because I've said Enzo openly. No. On a broadcast, I am super against Chase Cam. But when it comes to being a race steward, doing it from a judicial point of view, there is no greater tool than Chase Cam. It is so powerful. And, you know, maybe people should race from Chase Cam. Might give them some spatial awareness, even though you can't do it on iRacing.
No, that's true. You can't. So, good point, I guess.
Thank you.
Urana Esports, this is the battle for a top 3 as it stands. Closing in then down in towards that first chicane, turn number 1. One of the most famous corners in the world of sim racing. In the world of racing, I guess, but in sim racing specifically. Ironically, here we go. Here we go. This is a camera. Yeah, I don't think that's Arnage's fault.
No, I agree. Looking at it from that angle, I agree. Arnage were there.
And that's, you know, that's why I appear for the whole hour for each broadcast and Lewis disappears for
well, we've not reached that point in the race where I'm going to disappear for 10 minutes just yet, so don't worry.
No, true that. But yeah, so again, I think we probably still need to see that from another angle, really, to guarantee that one. Race clutch ahead here of our Arnage competition. Veloce Esports just in behind and in P9. Patrick Wolf this time around needs to, you know, again, Veloce have been kind of the phoenix from the flames each race. They've not qualified overly too well, but they're the team that have been able to make positions up cleanly, not been getting any penalties, been getting the job done. Again, they've really updated or they've really upped their roster in terms of iRacing, so expect to see them, especially in this competition and the ERL Masters coming up, Veloce really come towards the forefront, maybe challenging the likes of R8G and Veloce. And the fact that, you know, it's just taken no time at all for them to find their feet, because this is such a strong field. This is like a top split endurance race, this field specifically here with the LMPs. It's ridiculous, as we see now potentially another battle for what is P3. Urana Esports again looking to absolutely surprise the world. Down towards turn number 1. I've taken over from Lewis once again here. I do apologise. Not quite going to be close enough here. Again, bit of a patient drive really from Urana, if we're going to be honest, in this situation. And when you've had such a good start, and with it only being worth 1 extra point, you kind of just got to keep with that meta, haven't you? Keep being patient and not really lose positions.
The issue for them is that obviously the team they're trying to outscore here is Redline, who unfortunately for them closing in right now, and outside of getting past Maxime Briand, that's really the only kind of position they can really get. BS competition, Phil Denez, obviously we've got a pit stop as well, so you know, don't rule anything out too much. Phil Denez might be a little bit too far down the road though, even at this level. BRS Coanda, I mean, I've seen enough races from Josh Rogers to know that he has checked out and knows exactly what he's doing. And the only reason that he wouldn't win a race like this genuinely is down to the things like a technical fault, something goes awry, or an awkwardly placed back marker. Because Josh Rogers in a scenario like this is not the kind of driver that would make a mistake.
I was watching them lead the Nordschleife 24 Hour a few weeks ago, and they had a disconnect. So yeah, we don't wish down anybody, but yeah, it does happen in sim racing, and that is really the equivalent to an engine failure in sim racing, in my opinion. As much as I don't want to glorify it or anything like that, that's how I see it. Connection can go, just like an engine could blow up in the real world. I think you've got to watch out here, because Team Redline are on the charge here in P5, and you know if there's going to be a potential opportunity to make a move, well, Team Redline are absolutely going to take it on, because they do not want to give T3 Motorsport the chance to really catch onto or latch onto the back of this pack here. So if you're Urano, you've got to make a decision now. Stick or twist. You've got to, if you get the opportunity to make a move, you absolutely have to do it as soon as possible, or you just stay behind. Be a train, guarantee those points, because ultimately if you start battling for position around someone like Monza, you will be caught up very quickly indeed by a few cars. And the last thing you want really is to take a three-way battle and make it 4, 5, 6, 7, especially after the pit stop phase here as well.
Well, again, roll it back to the race that we had at Daytona, where Luke Bennett got up into second position, and rather than making it a 7-way fight for the win, he decided to start pushing and started pushing that Urano Esports car and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And by doing that, built up a gap that eliminated 5 of the other cars from that battle without even battling with them, just by using his brain and thinking big picture in that battle. I'm fully with you. I completely agree. Regardless whether you're the Urano car, the Redline car, or whatever, in that battle, if you're going to go for a move and make sure that it is done in one swift movement, and make sure that they don't really want to battle back with you. Play the long game, though, or you basically commit one way or the other. Don't sort of sit half-heartedly and cost yourself an awful lot of time.
Yeah, I just think this is such a strange Monza race, because normally you see people attacking, but everyone is playing a reserved game here. Everyone's playing the way, this is the way you should be racing if the positions are only really worth one more than each other. Of course, across the 24 hours, those positions are going to obviously mount up. But right now, if you're top 10 and you're already running in the top 5 in this championship, you've just got no real worries about trying to make up too many spots here. It's Race Clutch still hold firm. Arnage competition just behind, Veloce Esports just behind. R8G, look at the names here. Lewis's favourite name to name drop, because they, I think, pay him at this point. Netrek Grand Prix in P11. Then we've got, for the first time, we've got Vision STS Sim Racing Team, then in P12, the best performance so far of the day. The reason I know that is because it's the longest name I think I've ever seen in a graphic. It doesn't quite fit. Auris Racing Team, they're the teams that keep kind of keeping out of trouble. If there's anything that goes wrong, they keep dodging it. So they'll be looking to indeed try and produce some magic here. A fun fact, actually, look at the sponsor on the car of the Urano Esports. You can see the word beginning with H on the car. That was one of the first major events I ever did in my commentary world. Can you pronounce the word though, Lewis?
Huawei.
Oh, you do know it. Well, yeah, fair play.
Nice. Whew. I was sweating then. But, yeah. I was sweating then. No, we're all right. Whew. All right. Well, I mean, you say, by the way, that the RM Vision STS Sim Racing Team was the longest name. You need to go back to the Zolder 23 hour, the race for mental health that Jimmy Broadbent and the lot put on, because me and Arjuna entered it in the, and it was on this overlay as well, so imagine how thin this would be. The Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by Racebot. Imagine that now on there. That is the most characters that you can put.
Name? It was not even like a trolley name either. No. Like, it's kind of serious, but it would be
was one of our teams.
Yeah, it would have been.
It was hilarious. We broke the overlay.
Yeah, it's pretty hard trying to be funny again, isn't it?
Yeah, fair enough. By the way, we were discussing 10k drivers that had 10k. I didn't realise Gustavo Ariel has 10k now as well, apparently. So we might have 3 drivers with 10k. Obviously, Josh Rodders really should be there, so we should have 4.
That is that's just makes me so sick that people can have 10k iRacing. Like,
it is disgusting.
They say the better you are as a sim racer, the smaller you are in package size. So, everyone can do their own mathematics on that one. We just had Ricky. Basically, every race starts at 57 of the hour. So the next race will start in the UK right now. It is 10:22, so it'll start at 10:57. So yeah, if you guys want to know when the next race is, every single race will start at the 57 mark of the hour. yes, Florian is a genius when it comes to setting up these things, and he knows what he's doing. Well, it probably wasn't even Florian that organised all of that, to be fair. Just giving him props for no reason. He's not actually, but yeah, it's all Florian. Right, back to the actual race here. Halfway point now, with 15 seconds to go. Coanda, 6.1 seconds. I would imagine the pit window is going to open up very shortly. BS Competition in P2. Apex Racing Team then is in P3. It's very, very close here as we're watching Veloce Esports try and potentially make a move here. I think Arnage have got the slipstream, though, of Race Clutch here, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Veloce, but it's a hell of a run. Down towards turn number 1 we will go. Late on the brakes we will go. And I'm not sure they're going to make the Apex here. No, they're not. Absolutely nobody is home. And, well, if you hit the grass there, it is like an ice rink. We all know that. That's going to be a couple of positions drop. Maybe a slowdown as well. But yeah, I could see there that that was going to be very, very late on the brakes, going to run very, very wide. But then again, these are the best of the world, so you almost expect them to then still hit the apex. But yeah, it wasn't to be there. Arnage Competition, I think that's very clever driving, by the way. Never really tried to defend it. I think realised straight off the bat, you've broken well too late there. Just make sure I don't get hit. P8 now with a bit of a gap to R8G.
Yeah, Paddy Wolf just a little bit too deep as E-Team Brit go for a bit of off-track driving, of course, a bit further down. They're in 30th position at the moment. Sophie Rhodes behind the wheel right now. So obviously got plenty of cars behind at the moment, but not really. You know, so it's a very strong event. E-Team Brit are not the strongest team in sim racing, being respectful to them. Basically, whatever result they can get is a good thing for them. You know, they're just here to race, to enjoy. Obviously, racing when it comes to disabilities in motorsport, with Team Brit and E-Team Brit doing the same thing for sim racing. You know, racing with drivers that have various disabilities and stuff. You know, power to them. They're still soldiering on. Yeah,
100%. You know, that's all you can do, really, in these races, right?
Yeah.
You've got every single position's worth an extra point. So if people DNF in front of you, you can take full advantage of that. You know, of course, it's only going to be the top teams that's earning you money in this. But there's pride, right? This is still a 24-hour race. You see so many teams, like Arjuna was mentioning earlier, leave after the first hour if they have a big accident or something like that. Like, you know, you don't necessarily, well, I guess this is a little bit different because there's money involved, but you don't necessarily take on these challenges as a team to, you know, outright go and win it. Again, it's completely different for these drivers. They're, of course, here to win it. But it is still an endurance race here. There's still a challenge there. You know, can you beat a team that you know are probably better to set up, to maybe have better resources? Can you beat them over the course of the 24 hours by just sticking with it, by just, you know, sinking your teeth into the challenge? So, yeah, it's good to see teams are doing that, and we're seeing that actually really with because the 45-minute race is still quite a long race, you know, especially for like touring cars and stuff, but we are still seeing massive finishing numbers in each race, normally around 38, 37, so I think everybody understands it. I think everybody understands that just, you know, finishing gains you enough points to make it worthwhile, and everybody scores points. So P1 gets 40 points, down to P40 that gets 1 point. So everybody scores points here. So it's definitely worth your while sticking around here as we see. I think that's Legion of Racers, right? Moving out the way there. That's a lap. Yeah, P38. But again, testament to what I was just saying. P38 still in the lap, still in the race, 1 lap down. And I've just seen P39 and P40. I believe they're only 1 lap down here as well. So there's been massive smashes. But there's all 40 cars still racing in sim racing at Monza.
Yeah, which, I mean, but to be fair, we are in the LMP2, which is, of all of the cars on the service, a tank. It is a proper tank, this car. It could take a bit of a beating. I mean, you know, it kind of makes sense. Of course, the car that we're going into next, to give you a little bit of a shout out, you brought it up a bit earlier on, of course, slightly less when it comes to the tankiness. It's a bit more fragile, but it is, of course, the IndyCar when we go racing at Silverstone. You'll be the one taking that one away, the IR18, which you said it's you know, one of the prettiest cars in motorsport. I agree. I think it is a very, very pretty car. Especially when you get like the livery on it just right, it looks so good.
I think Americans should smash it with liveries anyway. Like NASCAR looks amazing, Xfinity looks amazing, IMSA, most of the cars look pretty good. But yeah, Americans just do it right. But yeah, just IndyCar is a beautiful car, and I get to introduce Justin Prince. You get to work with him. I've worked with him for ages. I love that guy. And yeah, if you want to ever see a fountain of knowledge, just listen to Justin for 5 minutes. You will learn so much. That guy is meticulous in preparation. He has a big BS book like you, Lewis. I think it's probably bigger than yours. You got 2 now.
I've got 2. Yeah, no, I've got 2, and I've got a slightly smaller one for Formula Pro on Monday night. So yeah, I'm building up. Basically, it's just cutting down trees. It's not very eco-friendly, unfortunately, but it is a lot of information. Justin, though, I've never worked with Justin, and I will do tomorrow morning. I'm very excited for it because I've heard Justin on plenty of broadcasts, and one of the most knowledgeable people in sim racing. Very impressive.
100%. He's a lovely chap as well. So yeah, looking forward to that. A couple of hours. You got me for the next 3 hours, guys, by the way. So yeah, buckle in. It's going to be fun. Well, that's one way. That's one way of taking the corner there. It may look quick.
Not a good one.
No.
The VCO or the Wolf Team Racing, Daniel Wolf. It's an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah.
Oh. Still not on the track.
Connery's furious because that rejoin was horrendous. Yeah. As we all know, with modern race cars now, porpoising is a massive problem, and yeah, we saw it there. It's rife. Oh, off we go. Another bit of rallycross there.
RN Vision.
They were facing the wrong... Oh, no. RN Vision, they're doing so well. Fordilla get past, and then Triton Racing as well. Was Cooking Racing Adventures now are going to move up here, I think, as well, although RN Vision looks like they may have got going again. They didn't go off too quickly. It didn't look like they just completely sailed off into a barrier, so they might be okay there, in all fairness. But now they've got the 2 longest names of the whole grid, just chilling out there in 15th and 16th, and it is... Oh, it's all on their own, isn't it? And that's very similar to what... Max Verstappen did in free practice 3 earlier on in at Miami. In that chicane, 15 and 16, he did the same. He just bumped over the curb and yeah, just slammed the brakes on and avoided the wall. It's more impressive that car has not hit anything more than anything there. To be fair, that's very good reactions. I don't think lost a position, maybe 1. So yeah, not the worst thing in the world.
I think it was a few more. I think it was maybe 3 in total. But like I say, there are bigger crashes to have. Monza's a very quick circuit. If you're only spinning the race is going to be something like that, honestly, take it. It's not too bad. Of course, we are 16 minutes left to go in this race. We are genuinely still expecting a pit stop. That's not us just talking rubbish. Typically, this car can do roughly half hour to 35 minutes around a circuit like this, maybe pushing up to 40, which means effectively now we would be in the pit stop window. BS competition with a bit of an issue. 5th place. Oh, no. Are they in the pit lane?
No,
surely not. No, I was going to say not with where they are on the circuit. Really? I think they've just had an off. Yeah,
they must have had an off there, surely. So they're down to P5. They're just up a little bit ahead here, aren't they? So T3, race clutch, Arnage. And hold on, Veloce have dropped to 11th here. Oh no, they have. Netrix have gone up a position. RHE have gone up a position here. So Veloce have had an off here somewhere. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not oh dear. Oh, I didn't know that they were sponsored by Diodora. The rejoin is... I think they're going to get away with it. My first ever pair of boots with Diodora. Just a little fun fact for you. Yeah, I loved Serie A. I loved watching... I can't remember what the football show was called now, back in the day. Football Italia. Yeah, that was... yeah, and I love watching Italian football. I love Roberto Baggio. So I wore Diodora boots. So yeah, nice to see them being sponsored by Diodora. Mike enjoyed that more than you, Lewis.
Yeah, I know, right? Wow. My goodness, Mike.
Wow, Mike's been up since 2 o'clock, but his ears perked up there like a happy cat looking at milk. Wow.
Maybe he's in the same boat as you. I've never football boots because I'm far too fat to play football.
I think Diodora football boots is his Enzo Benito.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, good effort. Oh, there's the 22.
We're having a conversation
once again. I know. I kind of want to translate some of what is being said in our ear, but then I feel that we'll go way too far off topic and say stuff that we're not allowed to say because Mike can get away with stuff and we can't. See?
Oh, there we go. Wow. I cannot believe you would say that about the Arnage team. That is ridiculous. You're not
no t-shirts for Mike. Yeah, it goes both ways.
Troll Olav, I will say this. He is Joshua Rogers is not cheating, but similarly we've got Kevin Siggy in the chat right now. Him, Maximilian Beneke, they don't see the track like we see it. They just see little circles and lines. They are different. It's like a computer game in their brain. Just scary, very scary how good they are. Yeah, right now, he is leading by 9 seconds. I don't know what's going on here, but like take the longest route around Monza.
I mean, it's a different layout. It's classic Monza that the 22 is doing. It's going very wide into a few corners. We'll see if it's straight lines running down here. Yeah, that looks unpleasant to drive right now, and so I'm hoping that it returns to pit lane, because it is, no disrespect to them, it's obviously them being in a very damaged car, but it is being a bit of a nuisance to the other cars on track. They have every right to still be on it, but I hope they do come into pit lane to repair. Being told he's pulled off the track, and with just one corner left to go, apparently has had enough.
Yeah, well, Daniel Wolf, by the end of this race, by the looks of that steering wheel, will have a right arm like Quagmire by the end of this race. That is, he's going to be fighting that for a long time. Anyway, talking about fighting, we got some fighting action here for, again, what is P2. So BS Competition were in P2 and quite comfortably, but they've dropped down here. Again, we didn't see exactly what happened there, but Apex has been promoted. Redline and up to P3. Urano Esports then very close in behind. We are going to have to, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a pit stop here. 12 minutes to go. They cannot be going to the end here. I just can't see it unless there's been a loophole found. I don't know, because their fuel tanks are not big enough. So I'm sure they're all going to have to come in at some point. So for Urano, Team Redline, maybe a chance to be a bit aggressive into the pits. Is it worth, potentially speeding? Probably not. It's only a 1-point gain here. Urano, if they get 2 positions to get P2, it's only a 2-point gain. Because right now, Coanda are getting 40, Apex 39, 38 for Redline, Urano 37. Like, you're pretty happy with that. But BS Competition are not far behind, as you can see there as well on your screens. It is a genuine fight happening here. Apex are absolutely under a lot of pressure here from Redline. And, there's back markers there as well. It's Legion of Racers, right? Getting involved there. Maybe not, as we are using all sorts of parts of the circuit here. It is side by side, Lewis. As we head down towards turn number 1, Redline are in the hunt for P2.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to make their way up as they dive their way.
No. Oh, no. Oh, Redline have just outbroke themselves and cleaned out. Well, I think it was a back marker.
I think it was a back marker. I think 18 Brit.
I think they took out 2 back markers there. That was... I could see that happening a mile off there. Went to go up the inside, got blocked off there by Apex, then moved to go around the outside, and that did not look pretty there. As much as it's a back marker, I think that Redline, who have been so strong, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble there.
Just because it's a back marker doesn't mean you have the right to make contact with them, and we've seen that time and time again. You've got to treat them as fellow competitors. I didn't see the incident too much myself, but yeah, if they're in, they could be in trouble. We'll see it now. As we'll see on the replay, looking for the 21. Yeah, there is no doubt who's at fault in that one.
Yeah, it's a case of they've just tried to make a really late move to the outside and just blindsided to their braking point. And they realised far too late that their braking point, they can't see it because it's behind them, and broke too late and then completely skittled out a back marker. That is going to be serious damage to the Redline car as well. Wow, there are cars all over the place here, and this is what happens to tyre wear on these cars. It will start to affect them now in the last 10 minutes. Not ideal here, but Redline still lead. I believe they are going to be damaged, but this is just not good. Pit starting to happen. It's going down here at Monza.
Yeah, I was going to say, Commander just came into the pit lane, dragged everyone else in. Race Clutch going to stay out. Netrex going to stay out as well. Obviously, all just going for a quick fuel stop. Race Clutch will take the lead at least for a lap or 2. Veloce also staying out. Very swift stop. All they need to do is put in, like maybe even a quarter of a tank. Really not that much to get them through to the checker flag. I think, though, that is a slam dunk penalty for Redline. I don't see it going any other way.
No, I agree with you there. I think Urano have just jumped Apex as well. I think Urano are now up ahead of Apex here.
Yes.
And it's by, quite a good margin. They've had a very attacking pit stop here. So they've moved up. So they're net P2 in this race. Race Clutch have yet to pit. Netrex are yet to pit. Veloce Esports yet to pit. Burnsy, glad to see you still in the chat, mate. We're only having a bit of fun, by the way. Don't take it too seriously. Yeah, sorry about the bit of banter for you. We're on board.
Don't insult Enzo Benito ever again.
Yeah, never insult Enzo Benito. it won't be 10 minutes next time. We have competition currently in P3 here, and they're right behind Apex. So this is really actually good news for Urano. So Urano have got a nice little gap here to work with. And if these two battle for position, like they probably will, then it makes it very difficult for them to catch up to Urano. So Urano, again, still springing a huge surprise on the field as it heads towards the end of this race number 5 of the session. Again, I'm going to be here until the end of race number 8, so I'm going to see the first third here. Can Urano keep going like this? I know Redline are probably the strongest team. They've been exceptional. I think they might be in trouble here, though. I think Redline might have a bit of damage to be worried about in terms of the next sort of 8 minutes, because they've really dropped off considerably. But Urano with a massive opportunity here.
And with a potential penalty looming on the horizon as well. We'll keep our eye on it. Race Clutch, Netrex, Veloce all enter the pit lane. The pit stop from Urano was the shortest of anyone so far, so they will be second. Leary sending us the numbers. He does like a good bit of.
Have they gambled?
He's a commentator that I would trust the maths of, and maybe Mike, it is the kind of thing. Have they taken too little fuel, which is very possible, and I'm sure would be a bit of a concern.
They gained two seconds. Like, that's a massive gain. That's a lot of fuel. That's a lot of fuel that's not gone into the car. So either Apex overfueled and Urano then have underfueled as well, or Urano might be in a little bit of trouble here. And yeah, is saving fuel to then not finish the race, but risk enough to gain, what, 1 position or 2 positions and 2 points? Absolutely not here. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Urano can make it to the end in this race. We know that Joshua Rogers is going to be absolutely fine. He actually lost some time in the pits as well because Urano were that quick. But yeah, you're right there, Lewis. I think that was too quick. Again, I'm probably wrong. Oh, that's a very messy chicane, second chicane, by the way. But yeah, I think that might be a little bit too quick.
I'm just getting a message, though, from their touring car ace of the previous race in Dylan Scrivens, who was telling me that he was fuel saving in the previous stint behind Beneke. It was Beneke and Brent and that lot, and was just sat there saving fuel, and that is what's allowed them to take a shorter stop.
Okay, well, that's very clever then. That's good. Well, again, just backing up the fact that Urano, they mean absolute business in this championship. Again, it's maybe a bit of a surprise to us all seeing them, in P2 in the championship as it stands. And as it stands, there's only a 4-point margin between them. You've got to assume Redline are receiving a penalty here as well, right? So Urano might be, if there is a penalty for Redline, might be able to retake the lead of this championship. And with, R8G, potentially, they're going to be, 13 points behind. Like, this is massive for Urano. They really have come out here charging. And they're relentless. They just keep getting result after result after result, and effectively, they've used multiple drivers. So that those same drivers, when they get in the car again, are going to perform. So yeah, they are looking really good.
Honestly, this is extremely impressive. Obviously, as well, starting off like this is kind of fine. Keeping that momentum up is exactly what we're saying. Like you say, but by the time we get to race 8, race 16, race 20, once we get to those parts, you see if the team's got the legs. Now, from what they're showing right now, I'm going to kind of back the yes on that one. They're looking so strong. As clearly more issues. Was that Zenith?
No, that's a car. A car has just towed mid turn 1, I think. So they've stopped in the middle of the corner and then towed, I think. I would need to be confirmed. Mike has just spoken in our ear. Can you confirm that? Did they just tow?
Is ET red?
They just towed mid corner. That's a car. You can't do that.
That's unacceptable.
That is. Well, no, hold on. Are they still there? Well, no, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, here we go. Right, so they've lost the car. Here we go. So we got the replay here. So they've lost the car. And again, Mike, I think, he might be on the Papania. Okay? Yeah, lose the car. And so what's going on here? So off the track, no problem. Drive on.
Right, well, that's not a good rejoin at all.
Like, what kind of... That's... Oh no! Maybe instant limit.
It is instant limit. Yeah, 100%. That is an instant. That is a DQ. Breaching the 25 instant limits. That 4x. As soon as that contact came from the back, obviously would have got a 2x for spinning, probably a 1x for going off track, and then boom, the 4x. A 7 in one corner, and bang, straight out of the race.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Right, look at this deduction. We're like Sherlock Holmes here and Watson. I don't know who's Watson.
I'm just reading what Leary's telling me. It's fine.
Oh, okay. But yeah, if someone has decided to tow like that,
yeah, right.
For me, you're thinking they should be losing a race. They should be out of a race kind of deal. That's poor, but yeah, it looked very obvious there. As soon as the contact happened, it was an incident limit. So that happens, and that is the reason why you have that in place is for incidents like that. When if you have 25 incident points, kind of probably shouldn't be on the circuit by that point. Car may be too damaged. It is unfortunate. It is what it is. And again, we were talking about it earlier. Sometimes, as much as we want to see people finish the race, sometimes you can't really take that chance if your car is not in great shape.
Yeah, you've got to understand what is for the better of everyone on the race circuit. It's not just your race that's at stake. And if you're in a really seriously damaged car, where it is obviously it's the virtual world, so dangerous is a slightly looser term. But if it is dangerous to the other competitors and stuff, then you kind of have to take the responsibility on your own. But either way, focusing back on the racing that we have here as we look back down the order, of course, got the number 70, got the R8G car as well, attacking it, Veloce, then R8G race clutch, and I'm going to say R9, it's not, it's the Yazgi car that's struggling a couple of laps down at the back of the field.
Do you think Gustavo Ariel's got an OnlyFans? Like, is that camera, where you sort of post videos and it's kind of like that, or, we're not supposed to be here looking camera? It's like, oh, I didn't know someone was recording me camera. That kind of camera. Because, yeah, that is a strange angle. That is a strange angle, that is.
You're well knowledgeable on the... Duncan Vincent called it friends only, which I thought was... He's, being an old man, bless him. I thought that was very boomery.
Race then, Lewis. Wander in the lead. 10.3 seconds in the lead then to Urano Esports, who, again, interesting to see, 1 minute 48 seconds on to go. Is there going to be a case where Urano might not finish this race? Again, their pit stop was sensational, and if they finish without any issues at all, that is ridiculous. And that just goes to show that not only on a race pace level, qualifying pace level, are they here to party and be in this competition right at the sharp end, but, mentally, team-wise, like spotter-wise, they are absolutely on it, because that was a sensational pit stop.
Like you say, it's the strategy. Even in a race like this, you've got to play your strategy cards. We saw it in the McLarens. We even saw it in the touring cars to some degree. That is not a great line for BS competition. That is a straight cut, of course, running down into the first section. This is what's happened to Triton as well, a bit earlier on, coming out of Ascari. Obviously, when they rejoin, no one else is there, but it's still a little bit of a half spin, suboptimal indeed, as the battling behind. BS. That is BS competition. It's a slowdown penalty for cutting T1.
Yeah, that is a massive slowdown. But look at the positions. It gives Redline an extra spot. It means they're going to move 4 points clear as it stands. But BS dropped down 2 spots there. In a little bit of a replay here, then off the Triton car over the first part of the curb, through the second part. Ooh,
whoa! Backbreaker.
That is the most Lightning McQueen moment ever. If you look very closely at the front of the car, you'll see the tongue poking out, a wink to the fans and a ka-chow. That is a jump over one of the most famous curbs there are at Ascari.
Yeah, I mean, I actually saw a car do that a little bit earlier on today, going up onto a sausage curb and then going for a little bit of air. Not quite to that degree, though. That would be a very scary moment to do in real life. But either way, where is Josh Rogers comparatively to the rest of the field? If we're focusing on BS competition, with there being a 10-second lead, I'm pretty sure Josh Rogers should have a good lead at the moment. I think he might well start the final lap. That's it. No checkered flag just yet. So beginning one last hurrah here at Monza in what has been, despite some of the more dramatic little bits that we've had, I would actually say this is the calmest race we've had so far.
Yeah, it's been that tame that I'm actually going to answer a question from the chat. So Amarelli, I don't know, whatever your name is, has asked how this works. It's 24 different races. Each race is 45 minutes long. Every single qualifying session is 5 minutes lone qualifying, apart from touring cars, which is indeed 7 minutes. There are 5 different cars that are being used, 5 different tracks, 24 different combinations across the whole 24 hours, and each driver has to drive at least 2 of the cars. Hope that helps you. 57 minutes past the hour, every race will begin. So if you are looking at your clock thinking, oh, it's 56 minutes past the hour, oh, the next race is going to begin, make sure you're here. Hit that follow button, ladies and gentlemen, here on Twitch. There are so much action that you're going to see over the next years here. Anyway, back to the race. We're on the final lap here. Josh Rogers, this is not what he needs, really, with the 2 back markers here, but he's not even breaking a sweat. He doesn't care, does he? He's hoping to get out of the way, but just not frantic at all. He looks cool, calm, and calculated, like a cool cucumber.
And he does not need to rush it. Obviously down the inside, just passing the last moments of those back markers. Josh Rogers well in control here. Pole position, lights to flag victory. That is about as easy as it gets. That is a classic Josh Rogers race. Across the line, VRS Coanda do finally win. It took them 5 races to do so, but they are back on form. Are they going to start mounting a massive challenge later on? Urano, though, potentially the surprise of the day so far. Another second position. They are hoovering up points. Apex and Team Redline come across in 3rd and 4th. But Redline, what is going to happen with that incident? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolute slam dunk mistake, right? So, again,
surely it's a penalty.
Is a back marker going to report it? Again, does it come under that? Does it have to be reported for it to be a penalty? You know, this is why I'm not a steward. I don't want to do that job. But yeah, probably. Who knows? But as it stands, we've got to put them down as P4. It's good that we're seeing VRS Coanda finally announce themselves in this competition. I will guarantee you this right now, they will be in and amongst it by the end of the 24 hours, that's for sure. Urano Esports, surprise, of course, but you know, we know they're a huge name within the world of sim racing, but to be mixing it right at the top, consistently, race in, race out, it's a pretty special performance thus far. Can they keep it going for 24 hours? Who knows? Apex Racing Team, finally getting a performance very similar to Coanda. We expect them to be at the top there, and as much with Redline. Are Redline going to be leading? Are they going to lose that lead to Urano with a penalty? Who knows? But as it stands, Redline still lead. Fascinating race, I would say, Lewis, would be the word for that. It wasn't something or a race we would expect normally from Monza. You expect half the cars to be facing the moon, facing Mars, and parts of the car everywhere. It was quite timid, if you like. There was a few mistakes there, but nothing too crazy. But the results, Urano, still the surprise package of the day.
I mean, honestly, their consistency so far has been very, very impressive. Of course, the race win earlier on to kick things off, and another second position to add to their list. But it is a first win, at least in VCO Infinity, for VRS Commander Josh Rogers doing his duty at the top. Urano Esports and Apex rounding out the podium with Team Redline, BS Competition, T3 Motorsport. Decent drive from NetRex and from Race Clutch as well, up inside the top 10 with Veloce and R8G. Gustavo Ariel might be a little bit disappointed after qualifying, but to get himself inside the top 10, I'm sure that'll be at least an alright drive from R8G has started to mount a bit of a challenge in this. Our large competition, the Aries Racing Team, who they started out quite strong. They've lost a little bit of their pace a bit earlier on than there was cooking. A Racing Adventures car in 13th spot. Team Fordzilla and Obsidian. Again, the bounce back from qualifying. Every race we speak of with the Obsidian Racing car, they seem to be bouncing back from qualifying issues at the moment with the RN Vision STS Sim Racing Team that have a great start to the race and then a sideways moment going through the Dallara chicane. The U-Race BR Esports car with Pure Sims Esports behind Trek Esports, and then the wannabe SRT car in 20th spot. 21st would go the way of Triton Racing, then Zenith PGZ, and then RPC Esports Rocket Sim Sports in 25th spot. 26th being WOR Esports, Brabham Esports, and then the Absolute Racing, Absolute Motorsports team down there as well. Simsa, SRC, Movano Corsa, they had issues at turn 1 and really did not get underway despite having that race victory in fantastic fashion in the previous race. TR powered by Geeks Energy, DCW, Pulsus Esports, Burst, Yaz Heat, Legion of Racers, 1 lap down with the Sim Racing Ultimate Team, 2 laps down, and then retirements for, or disqualification really, for Team Brit, and retirements for Altus and Wolf Team Racing after issues earlier on through the day. I mean, it's been a fascinating format, hasn't it, Luke, so far? And I get the feeling it's going to continue. Team Redline presently top the standings. Whether it's going to last, Urano firing on all cylinders right now. They're looking brilliant.
Yeah, I think you've got to also tip your hat to Aries Racing Team. They haven't really put a performance in there where you just go, where you turn around and go, oh, they were winning the race, or there's not really been a performance there where you can just go, oh, that's why they're in P4. Which is very similar to what we've seen from Williams, for instance, in the ERL. There's never really been that stand-up performance, but they're just a team that just tend to get the job done. Aris, are they a bigger surprise than Urano? Probably, to be right up there. Obsidian, P5. With just seeing teams that are genuinely investing in their iRacing team and are consistently performing, again, you can't really say that, oh, it's just one car favours the team or one track's favour the team, and like you would have in an endurance race, because we've got 5 different cars, we've got 5 different tracks, we've got 24 different combos across 24 hours. This is fascinating, you're right, that is the word right now. Will Redline receive a penalty for that incident into turn 1? I would say more than likely. If they don't, they're going to be leading heading into the sort of quarterway mark. Well, one more race before we've done quarter of our races. But yeah, it's such a cool format, and it's really exciting to see what we can have over the next few races.
Well, what we've got coming up next, though, of course, is the IndyCar. I mean, what do we kind of expect from that one, Luke? What you kind of expect to see? Obviously, Silverstone, Alexei Nestov is taking over the Urano car. Luke Bennett back in behind the red line. What are we kind of expecting from that race?
Keep it clean, don't lose a wheel. Simple as that. It's make sure that you get through the first couple of laps. Make sure that you get through Maggots and Beckett's on that first lap. Make sure you head up towards Stowe, and you're not just side by side with anybody. Just get a good start. Qualifying is going to be key. As much as Silverstone is one of those circuits where it's fun, good to make an overtake. It's nice, fast, flowy. Just keep it clean, get into a decent position, and just look after your position from the start to the finish, because we've seen people lose, especially the tyre wear is going to be a massive factor as well. We've seen people lose so many positions late in the race where they just lose concentration.
It's a tricky circuit, Silverstone. I'm sure we'll see it bite. By the way, just an update from Race Control. There is no penalty for red line since there has been no report. And so that's why that is the case, kind of what we were expecting a little bit. Either way, we are going to step aside, mostly so that I can change into the far more attractive Justin Prince, which will guide you through the next few races. It's been a pleasure, but we're just going to step aside for a few moments. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentle cars. My name's Luke Crane. I am joined now by an absolute upgrade in terms of the smoke show. That is Justin Prince. How you doing, bud? You all good?
Doing good. How are you, good sir?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Look, it's late here in the UK, but I'm feeling good. We're heading next to Silverstone for some IndyCar, which is kind of well, it's not your backyard in terms of the track, it's my backyard, but it's your backyard in terms of the car. How do you feel like the IndyCar is going to go around a circuit such as Silverstone?
Well, when it comes to this racetrack, it's pretty difficult to set things up in terms of passes, yes, especially when it comes to the aero wash, running behind fellow cars. But the main thing you have to consider, though, is the use of the push-to-pass is a major factor you have to consider with the types of these races. You've got to consider as well the possibility of drivers locking up the brakes on some of the cold tires throughout the field today. It's going to be the question, who's going to be the most composed when it comes to maintaining speed to pass, especially down the Hainer Straight here today.
I tell you what, this is what we wanted. I told you he's a fountain of knowledge, is Justin. He knows everything there needs to know. So yeah, we'll be asked, questions will come into the chat and stuff. We're gonna have a bit of fun with this for the next 3 hours. Well, you're with me for 2, aren't you? And then I'm with DJ. But yeah, for the next 2 hours, we're gonna have a bit of fun about this. There's gonna be some exceptional racing, and we are, well, it'll be the quarter-way mark by the end of this race. And it is IndyCar then at Silverstone. Here is your grid then. It is indeed back Mackham on pole position for Coanda. So Coanda winning the last race at Monza, picking up a P1 here in qualifying. Okay, Coanda are here and they are here for business. Ben Fuller, one of the best open wheel racers the world has ever seen in iRacing, is P2. Dominic Hoffman, who has been exceptional for Veloce. They brought him in especially for iRacing, for the team. He is really performing well. Valentin Mandanak then is in P4 for R8G. Again, 4 teams you're expecting to see up there. We then had Matska in P5. Then we've got Peter Jagodinsky in P6. Joshua Chin in P7. Then David Toth in P8 for Arnage. We've then got Sam Michaels for Movano Corsa. Xavi Ross in P10. Then we've got Adam Blocker in P11. In P12, then we did indeed have Peter Zuber. Pepe Marti, Isaac Gillison, Pedro Sanchez, Albert, Florian Denzler, Mex Janssen, and Tommaso Mosca round out your next 6. We've then got Fadli Rashmat, Maciej Milniek. We've then got Austin Farr, Bernardo Faria. And we've also got Richard Jepp and Jarno Guigemma as your top 24. Zachary Hanlin, Jack McIntyre. We've got Gustas Grinbergas, Janos Modos. We've then got Yvonne Huflar. We've got Alexei Nesov as your 30 or top 30 driver. There are 10 more drivers behind. We are indeed now on our formation lap. Although we've got Enzo Benito. That is not good for Team Redline. Down in P31, BS competition with Jarl Tien in P32. That is bad news for both those teams. Huge teams down at the back end of the grid then. That's the biggest story there. R8G and Team Redline are in trouble. Big chance then for Urano. Big chance for Coanda. Big chance for Apex to indeed potentially close that gap then. It is Coanda that will take us away. It is Mac Backham that leads us away here at Silverstone, and we are green light racing, baby, up towards turn number 1. It's a fantastic start then for the Coanda team. Ben Fuller making his way up to P2, does hold on to P2, sweeps across that front wing of Dominic Hoffman. Hoffman then trying to hold on to what would be P3 under a severe amount of pressure then from Valentin Mandanak. Mandanak, though, not quite close enough to take full advantage here. And actually, in all fairness there, it is the Veloce car that's closing in on the Apex car. Oh, it's a terrible exit then as we come down towards the Wellington Straight, should I say. And actually, the Veloce team has to back out there. Apex still holding firm, but for the second race in a row, Coanda looking superbly strong.
That should be expected with some of the drivers amongst their roster, but keep this in mind when it comes to the strategies throughout today. Only 2 drivers elected to start on the alternate set of tires, which are the red wall tires, which start off quick in the short run, but burn off faster when it comes to the middle portion of this run. Pure Sims amongst those with Adam Blocker. Everybody else on the primary black wall tires to try and make sure they keep the tires cool. That was a major issue for some of the competitors in this race when it came to running these cars just a couple weeks ago in League Racing.
Yeah, 100%. They couldn't agree with you more there. And we actually saw earlier on at Road America that no one opted to go for red tyres at all, the sticker reds. So yeah, they all went for the harder prime option with the white wall tyres, and yeah, the people were struggling by the end here. So I think that might be a mistake from anybody that's gone for the sticker reds, as they say in America. Up towards Stowe we will come here. Potential moves being made as we see a very late lunge there in behind. Not quite going to work out as it's still side by side. Is that the Logitech G Altus car they're defending for position? Absolutely. Into the pits we come then. It looks like we do have a drive-through penalty then. That will be because they've signed in with the wrong car. So that's Absolute Motorsport then dropping position after position, or is it not? It's Auris. Is it Auris then who are dropping down then? So it's Auris that are coming through the pits there. Not ideal in the slightest. Head up back up towards the leaders then. Coanda 0.7 of a second in the lead, trying to break that toe. Justin, how vital at this early stage of the race would it be to do what Joshua did in the previous race? Rogers got out into the lead, got a 2-second gap before the first lap was even over, and ultimately then just managed to race from there.
You see the snaking, it's extremely critical when it comes to this racetrack because you break the toe and break that draft. It's very difficult to reel it back in. That draft is the difference of at least a few tenths, if not half a second, down the major straightaways. So if you're Ben Fuller right now, if you're the rest of this respective group, you need to keep up with Mac Backham and hope he doesn't say bye-bye, so you hold on and try and get back to Mac.
Yeah, 100% return of the Mac, as they say. Had to get that in there somewhere. Coanda, again, haven't really had the best of starts there. BS Power Sports, they're commenting on you speaking as quickly as I do, Justin. Yes, I know I speak pretty fast, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry if you don't understand me, but I just get excited. I'm just a fan with a microphone, ultimately. I try and slow it down, and then I get too excited. Then I talk really fast, and I run out of breath, and it just becomes a whole heap of a mess. I'm sweating, and then I start panicking. It's horrendous. So, yeah, you have to take me as I am, I'm afraid, guys. We're on board, though, with the Apex Racing team. Ben Fuller in second spot. Someone who's got so much experience with the open wheel variant in multiple world championships on the iRacing platform will know how to nurture the tyres. On iRacing and pretty much every sim out there these days, tyres are king. Look after the tyres and the tyres will look after you. At 0.8 of a second, it's a manageable gap here. The dirty air of these cars, if you're a little bit too close with the jet washed air, Justin, that can really hurt the tyres here. So 0.8 of a second is not really the worst spot to be in.
Yeah, it's a really good distance to try and plan things out and at least maintain the distance. Think about the strategies later on today when it comes to the possibilities. That's going to be the major critical part for Ben Fuller is, yes, you want to keep the draft, but you also don't want to be right to his rear wing, because you do that, you end up having troubles. If you get a chance to pass, you want to get it done quickly. Tim Matske amongst those trying to hold on, amongst the one of two drivers on the Red Bull tires, Adam Blocker. And remember that league race I mentioned? He was one of the drivers who was in contention in that race before a bumping and banging first sector.
Ah, right, well, there we go. Tim Matske trying to make something work here, just not quite going to work out. Again, on the faster of the two tyres, it's kind of one of those things here, Justin, where if you go for the softer tyre, you've got to make moves as soon as you possibly can. You need to get track position early in this race because the longer you stay behind drivers, you're just going to burn them outright, and then you're going to be a sitting duck.
And the tough thing when it comes to Adam Blocker's strategy here, too, is his fall-off will be as high as 1 second a lap slower loop once we get to around lap 7, because that's where the major cutoff point really settles on in between Blackwall and Redwall tires. The Blackwall tires, especially with some of the updates to the car in the recent months, more stronger when it comes to a big circuit such as Silverstone.
Yeah, 100% there. So Matske, again, getting a really nice run here and actually just trying to keep Blocker as far behind him or as behind him for as long as he possibly can here. Because the longer he can do that, then it becomes easier. The longer he keeps him behind, the easier it becomes because the tyres will be an absolute mess. Whereas, again, the black wall there, oh, it's a big lockup. That's a big, big lockup. The rear steps out. And again, under so much pressure here that you've got to be perfect effectively. That's not going to do your tyres any good there. So right now, it will be a case of Blocker trying to make this move, trying to get a really nice run here then down the Wellington straight. Not quite close enough really, maybe going to use some push to pass and actually not really quite close enough. Probably going to save that out of Maggots. Beckett's up towards Stowe, getting a lovely turn in there. Again, you can just see how much later he can get on the brakes there, hold to such a tighter apex. But again, it's one thing catching up, but trying to pass in these cars, especially with that jet washed air, becomes it's so impossible, as we are going to head up towards Copse Corner here. A very famous corner these days in the world of sim racing, or real world racing should I say. Not quite close enough to make a move. Again, next real place you can try and set yourself up is on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's, but you're going to lose a shed load of time, so it's really now all about getting that exit. But look at how close we have got the SRC Movano Corsa team here in Sam Michaels, P8. He's looking to take full advantage of both of these then, battling for position. They're losing so much time for everybody else. Push to pass being used then from the Coanda team. Arnage as well, Absolute Motorsport using the push to pass as well. But only 4 drivers in this early stage here really trying to keep their positions. Later in the race, teams such as Coanda are going to be under some severe pressure.
And you have to keep in mind, too, especially with those push-to-passes, you can't just use all of them in the first lap, obviously. You have a limitation of them. About 8 total push-to-passes the drivers will have throughout this race today over the course of the next 38 minutes. You burn those up quickly, you don't have any push-to-passes to defend because, as Arjuna Kekipati would also say, it's not just push-to-pass, it's push-to-defend. So that's going to be something you have to consider as a driver. And for most, the goal is simple. Bank them.
Yeah, 100% there. The Mavana Corsa car really closed up there closely. Arnage competition pink then right in behind here as well. And at this stage of this race, the T3 Motorsport car, it's a bit of a cork in the bottle here. So Matska maybe struggling to keep pace with the cars in front. Again, defending that car with the quicker tyres. It's as simple as that there. The Pure Sims Esports car of Adam Blocker is just making life so difficult for the T3 Motorsport team. And they're just losing time then to the Triton Racing. So Triton Racing looking really good in P5. RHG looking really good in P4. Veloce closing up to Apex. Apex now only 0.6 of a second behind Coanda. So the battle for the lead really is closing up nicely here. Still 37 minutes to go, Justin. This is fascinating how this is going to play out, but you're right. It's all about who's got some P2P to use later on in this race.
And you'll see that in particular if drivers feel like they're losing boatloads of time, waiting on behind, waiting for the opportunities to potentially jump ahead. They'll do what they're doing right now towards the back end of this grouping. Try and use the push to pass, close up that extra little bit, make sure they don't lose the toe, and or see if they get that leapfrog forward, because the clean air is also, as we've talked about, pretty critical with the balance of these cars in particular. So you have to be smart when it comes to a lot of this game planning, and it's been an intriguing start, we'll say, with some of the cars towards the mid-pack already up as high as 14 positions, such as VS Competition.
Yeah, really, that's an incredible performance there. Redline also up a shed load of positions. They're P21 as it stands. They started in the 30s, both teams there, BS and Redline. And Justin, this competition, it is 24 separate races. The races where you qualify poorly or you get involved in something that maybe wasn't your fault. There is a massive prang here, and that is, well, SRC Mavano Corsa, and that's Fordzilla. So Team Fordzilla then involved in that. They are minus a front wing. That is not a quick car at all here. Still out on circuit, not going to tow, going to head then, definitely going to be coming into the pits for sure. That is not ideal in the slightest. I'm sure we're going to see a replay of that. That's going to give teams like Auris Racing Team an opportunity to gain a couple of spots then. BS Competition now up to P16. We've got a drive-through penalty for Yaz Heat then. So Yaz Heat then with a drive-through penalty. Again, not too sure exactly what has happened there. I'm not sure we'll get a replay instantly. As Coanda have dropped right down here. What's happened to Coanda? So Coanda then, P6 here. Has there been a prang? Has there been a crash here? It doesn't come up with the pits in their screen. Or have they disconnected? Because they've just completely dropped down. Mac Backham now down into P16. And well, we've got a new leader here then. Apex Racing Team have now taken the lead. Veloce then 0.8 just in behind in P2. RHG now up to P3. Triton in P4. And right now, I have zero idea what's just happened.
Technical issues is what happened absolutely for Mac Backham. Absolute disaster if you have BRS Coanda Simsport right now amongst your contenders for this race. Because guess what? Apex is now in a prime spot to take advantage. Mac Backham again off circuit, it looks like, and confirmed he is falling down the pylon. Absolutely huge. That opens up the door for not just Apex now, but Veloce RHG to score some valuable points in this round. Keep in mind, some of the other competitors who were expected to be contenders, like Was Cooking, who was involved in an incident, also falling down the pylon. Absolutely crazy sequence over the past minute.
Yeah, that's massive here. Coanda, Apex, they're the two teams really that are just not really in the running with the top 5, and they should be. So they really need to take full advantage of every opportunity from now on. I guess the only real solace they can take from this situation is that in an endurance race, it's pretty much game over. They've had this issue in the Nürburgring or the Nordschleife for 24 hour. As we see, is there the potential? Here's the contact here. So we're coming along the start-finish straight here. It's a bit of weaving. I'm not too sure what's going on here. It's like all over the show. Through cops, we will cut. And that's not cops. We won't go through cops here at all. But yeah,
this is in the opening sector. This is the contact with Was Cooking, Joshua Chin, who's been a contender at this track in the past in series. Contact with that Fordzilla machine. That's what cost him the front wing there.
Yeah, we've got a drive-through penalty there for Obsidian Racing. Again, another team up in that top 5. That's not good then for them. Again, that does help a team like Coanda who have disconnected. But what I was about to say is that it's a case of they lose one race, whereas if it was an endurance race, they're done. That is their race over. We saw that from the Nordschleife 24 hour. So yeah, it's it's not ideal. It's pretty much a 40-point gain, or maybe let's say a 35 guaranteed points gain taken away. It makes it very, very difficult, but your championship isn't over. Apex, though, they're not going to care one bit. They still lead out here. Veloce then in second. We're on board them with Pure Sims Esports, who are having a hell of a battle here with the Arnage competition. But again, they've all gained positions here for free because of the Coanda disconnect. So they're going to be relatively happy with this. Absolute Motorsport then in P9, just in behind. We are on board here then with Netrex Grand Prix, which is Lewis's favourite words to say in the history of sim racing. He loves to mention this. And they are battling with BS Competition coming through the pack here. So BS Competition now already up to P14. This could be performance of the competition so far. Qualified down in P31, I believe, or P32. I think Redline were P31, and already then moving their way up towards that top 10. BS Competition are P13 now. Redline 17th. BS are absolutely on the charge.
Should be surprised from Untitled in particular when it comes to his respective pace. We've seen this in the past from him, especially at the pro level. He also knows how to drive these open-wheel machines when it comes to World Championships. And especially with his ability to be able to carve his way through the pack in these types of cars, it's not a shock to see him move on forward. The tough thing's going to be, can he find a way to get towards the lead pack? It's a long way up because of the fact, well, he didn't have a time in qualifying. So now, he has to find a way to gain 12 seconds over the course of the next 30 minutes. Is it doable? Maybe. Is it difficult? Absolutely, especially with some of the others fighting around the road and up the road from him now.
Yeah, 100% there. Redline looking to make some positions up here as well. Drive-through penalty for Sim Racing Unlimited as well, which again is only going to help the likes of Redline, the likes of BS, who qualified outside that top 30. Well, just probably didn't put a lap time in really at all here. Redline now, as it stands, is a tie for the top. 213 points then between Redline and Urano. R8G then back into that top 3 with 207 points, currently in third. So yeah, it's Auris always up and in amongst it, aren't they? Again, their surprise package so far up into P4. Veloce at P2, only up to P6. So a big result needed here, realistically. Again, Dominic Hoffman has been superb today. One of the standout drivers, really, in terms of his consistency personally. He's just not qualified well. This is the first time he's really qualified well. So, you know, the only thing really missing for him is a race victory. He is very close to the Apex Racing Team car, but it's Ben Fuller in that car. They've also then got R8G behind them with Valentin Mandanak. Like, these three drivers specifically are exceptionally talented drivers. This is going to be a ding-dong battle for the entirety. Just notice that the most hated man in esports is in the chat, Eamon Murphy. Shout out to him. You have no idea what he had to do to get partnered on Twitch. It was, oh, I've seen the videos. But Justin, this could be very special indeed.
I think it's going to be extremely special, especially with not just those three names, but others joining the conversation possibly, just trying to hang on to the very edge. Tim Matske, amongst those drivers who has also show great speed through the competition with his grouping and throughout the service the past year with Sam Michaels looking strong. I think if you include really the top 6 in general, and include some of the top drivers in the community when it comes to open wheel racing and road course racing in general at tracks such as this, who are known for being able to save their tires and limit the amount of fall off, which is the critical thing. So that's the major part that you have to consider with some of this too, especially with some of these competitors. I've been really intrigued though when it comes to Sam Michaels and SRC Movado Corsa. Usually their team's wheelhouse has been the road cars of the service, as well as in particular some of the Miata races. We've seen some of their competitors do really well in the past.
SRC Movado Corsa here setting up a beautiful move here, potentially. Sam Michaels in behind Tim Matske. Matske making a bit of a mistake. He actually came off from left field. He made a mistake there out of one. To come then down through the left-hander. And again, you've got to try and set yourself up for this very long-winded right-hander. So it's going to be a nice entry point here, in all fairness, as we are on board with the Movado Corsa team. But they're under a bit of pressure from Arnage competition as well, very similarly to the leaders. There's a group of 3 of them. So, yeah, if you don't make the move stick, you're more than likely going to be under a lot of pressure from behind. Team Fordzilla now with a drive-through penalty as well. So a lot of teams here receiving drive-through penalties. We saw exactly why that was the case, because of the rear ending where they lost their front wing. So punishment enough, really, losing your front wing. But again, they still affected someone else's race, so that'll be a drive-through penalty. And considering that they're in P30 right now, they're probably going to drop a couple of positions, and every position is worth 1 point. 28 minutes, 30 seconds left to go here. Apex Racing Team still lead. We've got Veloce Esports in second, R8G in third, Triton in 4th position, T3 Motorsport are in 5th, as we do have a replay here And well, that's the Rocket Sim Sport car, and that is just a case of, yeah, missed a braking point, runs off a little bit wide, and comes back on there beautifully well. And that's really Mike just trying to get the sponsors on stream there, so fair enough. Like, it is what it is, I guess. As we head then in towards the battle for P5, T3 Motorsport in 5th position still, just about holding on strong here. And Justin, again, just going to bring it up. It's all about the tyres, ready? If you can have a pit stop at the end of this race where you do not need to change your tyres and it is just add some fuel, which is pretty much what everyone's going to do, that is really the plan here as we see another driver fall off the circuit. I think we're going to see people for the first time here actually chuck a new set of tyres on.
I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes the case because, well, it's the way pit stops are structured to be quicker when it comes to that difference between the fuel and the tyres. That's the major thought process. As we see the pass quickly going this time of the dive into Brooklands. Sam Michaels moving up one spot with that one. Out of the draft and trying to racing. But in regards to that thought process, you're right in terms of that swap. I wouldn't be surprised to see the drivers try and take as little as fuel as possible while making sure they have enough to get to the checker flag, of course, while also making sure to think about the possible contact as well as compounds. Or you can be Austin Farr and get hit from behind.
Yeah, Austin Farr, far off the line. That is not ideal at all. That's a very shiny livery. That's one of my favourite looking ones so far. But that's not ideal. That's not where you want to be. A great move then, as you just rightly pointed out. Triton Racing using P2P. Absolute Motorsport trying to get back up ahead of Arnage, or get ahead of Arnage competition. But as soon as Movano Corsa have made it up to P5, you can see that gap has already extended out there nicely. So Sam Michaels definitely has a bit more pace here in the offering. As we see a nice little battle here, I believe. This is Zenit Esports as well, battling with Farr. And again, it's just so close here. But you're right, these drivers can't really afford to do the whole I'm trying to save fuel here. They just got to battle for as many positions as possible, try and get as far up the order as possible at this stage of the race. And that's why you're seeing it so frantically go down here. Sim Racing Unlimited then using push to pass. We're on board then with the Pulsus Esports. This is a battle for P31. Or P30 overall. Team Redline, by the way, up to P16. More importantly, BS Competition, who have started outside the top 30, same as Redline, are up to P12. Well, they were. They're actually now battling here. So, yeah, Yao Tyan was battling for P12 with Xavi Ross. And that is massive because they've just overtaken Eris, who are ahead of them in the standings as it stands. Peter Zuber from Race Clutch also moving up into a P10 as well. Alexei Netov in P9 for Urano. So Urano are going to get some good points here as well. But I tell you what, the recovery from Redline and BS has been incredible as Maciej Milniak and Xavi Ross are battling for position. I guess it's one of those circuits, one of those cars. If you absolutely nail it, you can recover from a poor qualifying session.
You can, but it's difficult because here's the thing. BS Competition, with those couple passes they just had to do, Luke, it took them 3 seconds of time to the leader as well by the time things were sorted out. So in our words, you can get by cars on raw pace, especially if you're consistent. But the tough part is you don't have the track position to make it up there fully unless you get some luck or try and out-strategize somebody, and that takes a lot of smart ability. But also making sure you don't make any little mistakes, even marginal mistakes, if you really want to close things up in 24 minutes or so when it comes to this racetrack and when it comes to this car. By the way, remember the alternate tires? Blocker is in.
Yeah, he's in the pits here, so he went for the reds earlier on, and you've got to assume he's changing tyres. So he obviously committed to a tyre change with the red tyres. He's going to be quick at this stage of the race, but is he going to lose too much time in terms of the of having to change? Probably. Urano, 1 point in the lead as it stands into Redline. So every position Redline now gained from this point forward, although they're 4 seconds now behind WOR Esports. Yeah, they're going to push themselves back up towards the top here. RHG have to take full advantage of this situation and gain as many positions. As it stands, they're only on 207. Even if they get a P1 here, they only gain 2 more spots, so they'll be on 209, which would be 6 points behind the leader. So, wow, we can see how many push to passes left. There's so many people in the chat were asking, and I'm just like, I can't answer because I don't know. But now we do. Look at this. Look how many push to passes people have got left. We've got Apex Racing Team with 7, 9 for Veloce Esports, but leading the way, RHG's got 10. T3 Motorsport's got 10. We've got Absolute Motorsport, we've got 0. So I don't know if you get special points for having more at this stage of the race. I don't know. But yeah, R8G have got loads to use here, which with only being 2 seconds off of the lead, that is massive. And if they've been saving their tyres here as well, R8G for me now go as favourites to win this race.
Yeah, I really like this call from Valentin indeed. This is something where you need to plan things out smart in that regard, and I think they've done that to be able to give themselves a chance where if they have more push to passes in the final laps than the rest of their competitors, they can zip on by them. But the pit window is open. We've seen that with the change from the alternates to the primary tire. Looks like some of the others on the pylon are coming in, including the team which can confirm, it is right, who used all 10 push to passes in less than 20 minutes.
If you don't expect to finish the race, you've got to use them, right? You've got to make sure you use them. That's what I say. If you've got something, you've got to use it. Simple as that. So they've done that. I think that the fact that BS have come in pretty much bang on the middle of this, it says to me that everybody's changing tyres here. I'd be very surprised if that's not the case. Because if you're not changing tyres, you just stay out as long as possible, have light fuel in the car, and just run really quick, as quick laps as you possibly can. And then when you come in for fuel, you're again on the lightest fuel possible. So for me, I think that everybody will be changing tyres here. And I'm actually, wow, I say everybody, sorry. There'll be a select group of people that will change tyres. There'll be a few teams like the drivers at the front who will probably feel like they have to go to the end here, and that might hurt them. So yeah, very interesting.
You do have to take tires, remember, when it comes to the wear at Silverstone. As we talked about, this is a track where it's a very high tire degradation track, regardless of the compound. But here's the thing. The earliest we've seen the pit stops now is around lap 12. To get to the end of the estimated laps, that's about 15 to 16 laps. So in our words, some of the drivers may try and stretch an extra 4, or you can be Ben 4 and cut it right about the middle of the estimate. And Apex is in, indeed.
Yeah, Apex have come into the pits here then. So yeah, from the lead of this race, they've decided to bite the bullet. Movano Corsa as well. And that means that Movano Corsa are going to be quick for for an undercut. You assume, because tyres on iRacing since the last seasonal patch are so much better on the first couple of laps to warm them up. Like, they pretty much come out as good as you need them to be, Justin. I'm sure you'd agree with me on that one. So an undercut, it never used to be a massive option, but now it is a genuine option.
It is a genuine option, but the tough thing also with the fresh tires is it's very easy to lock up the tires on the cold rubber in particular, where it might send you straight off into the corner when you're expecting it to rotate, and all you can do is go along for the ride as you go off the circuit. It's happened at tracks like Long Beach, Sibsine, even Silverstone a couple weeks ago, seen drivers in that similar circumstance have a strong first stint, change the tires, second lap on the new set of tires, even the first set of corners, they go straight off and end up in the sand trap. So you need to be prepared just in case that you end up having that little extra bit of heat still needed to make sure you can rotate the car through the corners, especially their Beckets all the way through Chapel. This is a spot where it can really happen.
Yeah, I think if R8G get ahead of Veloce here, they bring the car in. If they don't bring the car in. I think R8G will stay out, basically. I think Veloce will have to bring the car in now, but I think R8G will probably stay out. I think you're going to lose too much time behind in a pit stop here. It'll be interesting to see how this goes down. Are they both going to come in? Well, we missed it. So Veloce came in, definitely. I'm not sure R8G did. Did R8G? Oh, they both come in. So R8G did decide to come in as well. Thankfully, we've got the graphic there on our screen to let us know that. Triton P3 pop in as well. Arnage Competition have popped in as well. So it's going to be interesting to see here where Apex come out in all of this. Apex, again, currently in what would be P13. And actually, they're mixing it. They're mixing it here with teams that have not pit. So Apex might be in a little bit of trouble here. We need to get on board with them, really, and see whereabouts they are. Yeah. How much time have they lost here? This is going to watch the merge here. I'm not sure they're going to be in the lead of this race, As much as slipstreaming is fantastic. And actually, have they lost out to Movano Corsa?
Yes, they did. And you know why? If we can get a look towards this way, you know what happened on the pit exit on the cold tires? What did they just say when it comes to the trouble of locking it up? You can also spin the tires after you get out of the pit lane. On the exit, that's exactly what they did, but R8G has diced their way in front of Veloce after their window.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Justin, but yeah, R8G are in the lead of this race there. They've had an exceptional stop then. So they came in around about 0.8 of a second in behind Veloce. They're using all their push to pass now. They've got one more than Veloce, but they have got such a big gap to the rest of the pack here. So Veloce, R8G in a great spot. Apex with a massive opportunity, very similarly to what we saw with Coanda leading the race earlier on. Coanda, well, ultimately, they're going to score 0 points here because of the disconnect. whereas Apex are still going to score some relatively good points considering they're still in the top 7, but a big opportunity missed here. Veloce versus R8G for the end. This is going to be sensational stuff. Triton in P3. They've managed to gain here as well. T3 Motorsport, Arnage competition in a top 5. But Movano Corsa, they look super, super quick here. But in terms of push to passes, you can see that R8G have got 9 still to go. Veloce have just wasted one as well, effectively. Although, yeah, they're still using it now. So Veloce are just trying to get into their lead here, whereas R8G are just doing everything in their power to stay in the lead, make them burn out their push to passes, and then make it a very easy last 18 minutes for them.
You know what Veloce did? The exact same mistake Apex did, although they didn't spin it. What they did, they weeble wobbled. That's where I think one of the push to passes came in for R8G. Immediately dive on by, take advantage of a major mistake. Dominic Hoffman, absolutely huge mistake to make at this part of the race, knowing it's turned into a 2-horse race with some of the mistakes in that spin Ben 4 had. Now it's the matter of can they get the spot back. They've been near even on pace throughout this run. Now it's about trying to play offense to get past the 88.
Yeah, it's just all about really here. A little bit of a lock-up there for the Veloce car as well. Very close as they head down the back straight here. It's incredible to see whether R8G can just continue to not use their push to passes and just save them towards the end of this race. It looks like Veloce have decided not to use it here as we are now on board here with the battle for P6. SRC Movano Corsa, who have won a race with the touring cars at Road America earlier on. So they've got 1 race win under their belt here. Currently lead Apex Racing Team, who came into the pits as the lead car. And they were leading by about a second, but a mistake happened at the exit of the pits, and ultimately it's chucked them all the way down then into what will be P7. Movano Corsa just about holding on. This is brilliant news for Arnage competition. It means they can just drive away with T3 Motorsports. Only 0.3 of a second between Arnage and T3. Triton Racing are just in a bit of a race of their own right now. Veloce has stopped using their push to pass. They're kind of done with it for the time being. They're just going to stick half a second behind R8G and see what they can achieve here. Fascinating race, 16 minutes to go. Third of the race to go here. And again, it's between 2 teams, but there's so many battles happening here at Silverstone.
You see that it's just up the road, for example, from Apex. Tim Matska getting really, really close. Almost too close with David Toft. You seen up the track. Ben 4 has to be keeping his eye open here, and eyes open more so. Toft just about able to hold on there. Near contact a couple times heading through Stowe.
Yeah, if there's an opportunity for David Toft to make a move, he absolutely will send it. That's a fact. Yeah, that is as... that's more of a guarantee than we have to pay taxes and we're all going to die. David Toft will make a move if it presents itself. He now moves up into P4. Matska, of course, came in a lot earlier and did a bit of an undercut, maybe starting to hurt in terms of the tyre wear. With Logitech G Altis, is just, you expect to see them up in and amongst it, just not having a good day at all. Zachary Hanlon then, unfortunately, falling off the circuit and just saves it, which only lost 1 position, I think, but the tyres are going to be absolutely shot here. Arnage competition then trying to push towards that P3. Again, 4 seconds to gain. I think it's going to be very difficult. I think I'm actually more looking to hold on to P4 and keep T3 behind them. T3 just need to keep in the tow here because they've got so much more usage in terms of their push to pass, but it does look like Toff it's got a bit more pace here. As you see another replay, Maciej Milniak for the Netrix Grand Prix team, heading then towards his right-hander, grabbing that curb on entry. Going to happen here. I'm sure we're going to see some sort of incident as we see. Well, not a lot really. That's yeah, nice. Cheers, Mike. So T3 Motorsport still then through Magnus and Beckett's trying to make some moves here. SRC Movano Corsa still holding Apex behind. Apex realistically need to make a move here. As we see another replay. Hopefully there's something here. Oh, so I think this might be a different version of Zachary's mistake. We see there he loses the front, rear steps out as well. Yeah, just on the power too early again. It's the whole weight transfer of the car made the car bounce. You're still on the power. The wheels are spinning and not really, gaining any traction with the road. And then once they do gain full traction, the wheels are just moving far too fast for the car. Once you try, also at the same time as rotating it. So it's like a dog, a real happy dog, where its face becomes its tail and its tail becomes its face. We've got Henrik Bieler here in the pits. I'm not too sure what's going to happen here. Maybe someone pulls out in front of him for the contact.
During the retirement for the pit lane, Bieler, watch this cone exit right here. This is where you get up in the gas, and that's how you break your chassis.
Don't worry, Henrik Bieler. No one saw it. It's fine. We move on. No one saw it. It's fine. No one. Yeah, I didn't. Just forget that happened. Everyone saw it. Oh dear, that's not ideal. Anyway, back up to the battle here for what will be P5. Look, T3 Motorsport in a bit of a race of their own now, since Arnage have just driven away. Apex have got past Movano Corsa. How quick then will Ben Fuller be at this stage of the race? Depends if he took any damage really with the mistake he made earlier on, and if he can drop the Movano Corsa's team behind him as well. Still the lead though for Valentin Mandanak for R8G. Dominic Hoffman in his second, 7/10 behind. They've both stopped using their push to pass, so they're going to be saving that until the end. R8G with 2 more to use than Veloce, so they're in a very good position here. They were saving that from very early on in this race, as we see another replay here then. So this is, well, Apex.
Yep, this
making
is just
a move here.
Ago. Last time by, Sam Michaels seeing the outbreak from Ben 4, nearly got the spot back there, but Ben 4 was able to keep side by side, take the preferred line, and still be able to hold on to get that respective spot at the time. And now his focus is on Matsky in particular. And sorry to cut you off there, but it is the type of racing where you need to be smart when it comes to those moves. Ben 4 nearly sent himself off the track. He wanted that spot so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's only going to hurt him later on in this race. But really, if you've been leading for so much of the race that he had been, you kind of just take every chance in the book now with 12 minutes to go. You just use all the tyres up you possibly can. Try and get up to that top 5. I don't think there's really an opportunity to move up any more positions than that. Only 4 push to passes to use. R8G here playing an absolute blinder. 7/10 of a second clear of Dominic Hoffman. Again, for me, Dominic Hoffman's probably been one of the standout drivers. Again, Veloce have invested in their iRacing team, and it is showing. Very well invested for sure. Again, we know they're going to be one of the stronger teams, and again, I'm not talking about the Infinity at this point, I'm talking about the ERL. We know they're one of the strongest teams in the world on ACC, but when it comes to iRacing, they are definitely going to be in and amongst it. As Alris, no, Redline have just dropped down back to P15 here. Burst of now P16. Who was dropping down there then? There's a team that was just tumbling big time.
The 69 car, I think, just had the tow because part of the reason for Redline's drop too, Adam Blocker, I think, got into the back end of somebody and punted them right in front of that whole entire pack and forced a lot of checkups in that grouping. That's going to be the tough thing. You see the battle going on screen as well to fair things out, but that respective pack, the entire 12-on back grouping, really had to slam the brakes and cost some people some time in turn as the leaders are able to get by cleanly towards the final corners.
Yeah, I tell you what, impressive performance here from WOR. P12 as it stands here. BS competition to be outside the top 30 and now being P11. That is a recovery of all recoveries. Redline P15, again, they were outside that top 30 as well. It's the rejoin here in front of the race leader. That is not ideal there. So Mandranak is going to lose some time here. And here is, well, there's an incident. Oh, that's not ideal. Race. Oh, that is, yeah, that was the incident that Justin was talking about. Everyone has to check up there and try and avoid any potential shenanigans. Here's a rejoin. Hopefully that doesn't cause too much. We're not going to see if it did or not. But yeah, R8G there nearly got caught out hugely from a back marker. I'm not too sure what team that was exactly, but ultimately they're in a good spot here still leading 0.8 of a second, still got 2 more push to passes. Veloce and R8G have both got through the back marker. They've still got 1 more to deal with, I think, but with 10 minutes to go, I'm sure there's going to be more things thrown at them.
That was E-Team Brit, by the way, the car they had to maneuver with in the purple machinery. Adam Blocker looks like he's out of contention as a result of that contact with the front wing, so the strategy has gone completely bust for the 116. Still, though, with the battle for the race lead, 10 minutes to go up on the clock. 7 laps estimated to go. Should be able to get themselves forward on that mark. The question's going to be, can Veloce get close enough to be able to make a dive or a pass attempt? There are some cars to deal with traffic-wise. Should say 1, Jack McIntyre for Rocket Simsport.
Yeah, a case here, Veloce have to get ahead of R8G. They have to force R8G to start using the push to passes. They have to be at least even or have more by the end if Veloce wants to win this race. I'm just not sure they've quite got the pace here. I think Valentin is absolutely got a plan that he's going to stick to, and it's very much within his ability to. So I think he's good to go here. It's just all about Veloce. Can they force something realistically? As we see the battle here, Apex now trying to get up into that top 5. They have caught up to the T3 outfit. It is Arnage that are 3 seconds further up the road here, so I think this might be their lock with 10 minutes to go. T3 then defending for their life. As Apex there take a very good Apex, as you would say. And now we've just got all about getting a really good exit through this left-hander on towards the back straight here. Is there the opportunity for a potential move? Is there any push to pass left to use here? It might be worth gambling and using it now. They're not going to do so. Again, in that slipstream, just not able to make the move. You've got to force a mistake from the car in front. Apex still holding on to P6. T3, though, all over the road here, really struggling to hold on to the Apex. The Apex Racing team just still not able to get that position.
Difference last time by was about a 10th or so in the average the past 5 laps. So this is showing a little bit of that speed balance coming in. Matsky really struggling in the grip and using every bit of track. That is a bit of an off track possibly. But for Ben 4, knowing how difficult the car is feeling for T3 in front, he's got to keep his eyes peeled and be ready to go for the switchback, especially with the mistakes on corner exit. He can do this even without the push to pass. He'll use it regardless.
Yeah, he's absolutely using it here. So is T3 Esports as well. Naj then trying to close the gap on Triton as we head then up towards what would be Stowe Corner. We've got Team E Brit there just getting out of the way, which is what you'd like to see from a backmarker. Mistake there from T3 again. Ben Fuller's going to try and look for a little move up the inside. Going to be forced to go round the outside. T3 hitting the apex. That's all you got to do at this stage of the race. Again, they're both used. Oh, push to pass. Oh, nearly a mistake there from T3. Apex are making the mistake. They run wide. But again, you've got to be careful with the incident points. We've already seen an LMP disappear at Monza last time out. And as we head up then through 1 up to 2, it is just so closely contested. But T3 are still doing an incredible job there as we've got another car off the circuit. This is the worrying part of the race here. The leaders then dealing with backmarkers that maybe have really bad tyre wear or really bad damage, because the closing speeds with these cars is ridiculous if a car is struggling in terms of damage and braking if they've got bad tyres. RAG still have 6 push to passes though. Veloce still have 4 who are both leading here, so they both used 2 again, but ultimately the gap's still 0.7 of a second. This battle here for what is P5, wow, this is an absolute treat, Justin.
Been a great battle. They have some traffic to deal with again though, and Wolf Team Racing need to be smart in terms of that playing out strategy. Last lap car they dealt with moved right out of the way. This one is making mistakes in front of them. Matsky trying to potentially use them as a pick. Not the best of spots to have Arrow Wash coming through Megats and Beckett's. This might be another pick situation if they both use the push to pass. This time, not so much. In fact, it takes away the right side of the exit.
Oh wow, that was scary there. T3, if they manage to hold on to this position, if Matzka holds on to this position here, well, he's got away with one here. And again, it wasn't his fault. The backmarker also not his fault as well, because what can a backmarker do? You go through Maggots and Beckett's, there's one line through there. It's dangerous if you pull out the way effectively, so you've just got to be playing it cleverly here. By the way, all of a sudden then we've got Alexei Neshoff as well for Urano, who I believe Urano are probably in the lead of this whole championship now, again performing exceptionally well, and Urano have got 5 push to passes, so this is playing into Urano Esports team's hands beautifully well. Sam Michaels maybe not quite got the pace here, almost touching the T3 outfit and the Apex Racing Team outfit. Valentin Mandanak then for RAG is using a P2P. He's got 5 now with Veloce, Dominic Hoffman with 4. But this battle here for a top 5 is special. This is beautiful stuff.
You see those live standings in particular, you're right on that assumption. Urano, if things stay the way they are, have that 1-point advantage for the time being, but Redline is gaining spots with Benito in the midst of the traffic. They'll need to gain 3 seconds on Jensen to have a chance to tie it even, though. Neshoff can make it easy, though, if he can get away around both of these cars. He's been the fastest car lap-wise on the track, or had been until Ben 4 ripped the purple time right back from him.
Yeah, Ben Fuller still driving incredibly well. Matzka still driving incredibly well here. But I think Urano have a massive opportunity. These two have been fighting so furiously for what feels like 20 hours at this point. It feels like an endurance race in an IndyCar. I think the Urano outfit might be in a good spot here, especially with the more push to passes. So Urano just needs to keep close here. As Ben Fuller up towards Stowe then tries to have a little sniff around the outside. Oh, there's no way he can hold this. There's no way he can hold this, surely. Oh, Ben Fuller, you delicious young man. He's held it there beautifully well. T3 squeezing onto the apex. Oh, it's still not over. It is not over. Ben Fuller's not going to get a position. That is unbelievable. And Alexei Neshoff is going to come through. How is that planned out like that? That is ridiculous there. from the T3 Esports outfit, Matska, take a bow. The job was done and dusted. Ben Fuller was in that position. Matska was like, absolutely not. I've still got a page left of my playbook. Plays it to perfection, holds onto the position. Urano now move up. They're going to take even more of a lead in this championship. What a spectacle we are watching here. This is race 6 of 24.
An incredible defense to try and hold on to the spot, but now he's got the tougher part too. Nezov with more push to passes, 5 in particular, ready to try and pounce. He's been quicker than these cars in general the past few laps. Now it's just the timing. Nezov making a bit of mistakes though in regards to the aero wake. And if you're Ben 4, keep in mind, you have to remember, it's not over. You have about 2 estimated laps to go to try and get the spots back. You need to be smart. You can't afford to overpush.
Yeah, and you've also got to take solace in the fact that how did you lose that position? It was by you attacking to get a position. So bide your time. Wait for Urano to go for it, because they're absolutely going to have to. Like, there's no way you put yourself in this position and then not go for it. We're going to have another opportunity here up towards Stowe. T3 then are going to take the outside line. They've left the door wide open here. And I think they realise that there's not much they could do here. Side-by-side action. Almost a bit of contact between the two of them here. Nesov has just about got his nose ahead here, but I don't think it's going to be enough once again. Oh no, Matska's got to slow down. So Matska then is going to give up 2 positions. Mivano, Corsa now, maybe in the hunt here to overtake T3, but it is indeed Urano who are surprise of the day, continuing to absolutely mash the field to pieces. And I mean that metaphorically, not literally, otherwise there'd be parts of IndyCar everywhere. But what a performance it is. A new driver as well, Alexei Nesov, coming in and absolutely picking up where the other drivers have left off. And with teams like Coanda disconnecting after a race win last time out, with Redline qualifying terribly bad outside the top 30 and only in P13, a credible recovery by Enzo Benito, by the way. With BS competition, well, where are they now? Yaltean in P10, with the likes of, you know, R8G and Veloce weren't really in the hunt for P1 anyway. Urano have just provided a moment of magic. And wow, taking full advantage. The P5 here is huge in the context. We are going to be a quarter of the way through. And wow, would you believe it? It is not Redline, it is not R8G, it's not Coanda, it is not Apex that will be leading this. It's going to be Urano. Incredible scenes.
And this comes in part with some of the momentum they've had with some of the special events over the past couple months, where they have really dialed it on in a variety of cars, have gone from contenders for the top 10 in horrific luck to start off the year at tracks like Daytona on the service, to one of its top service drivers in terms of momentum. But here's the thing, too. The battle for the lead is not over yet either. 4 push passes left. It's down to 1 estimated lap to go.
Yeah, Dominic Hoffman has provided the pressure enough for Mandanak to be using more push to passes. Hoffman now using a push to pass here to try and get a little bit closer here. But there was 2 in hand for Mandanak, but there wasn't. They were tied there with the gap still being around 0.6 of a second. I think Hoffman's got the pace. He has the outright pace at this stage of the race here. I think Mandanak might be in a little bit of trouble here. 50 seconds left to go. Is this the last? Have we had the white flag? I don't even know if we've had the white flag. I'm not sure we have. So we will have, I believe, 1 more after this. Yeah, we've definitely got 1 more after this. They've still got 3 and 2 push to passes to use. Mandanak using it. So is Hoffman. This is going to go down to the absolute wire, Justin. Welcome. Welcome to the VCO Infinity for your first race. What an absolute worldie.
It's been an incredible run, absolutely, but it's still a lot of time to work things forward if you're Hoffman right now. Not too much time to consider with 21 seconds on the clock. If you are Hoffman, you cannot afford to make a mistake. He has to try and get the run down the Hainer straight if he wants a shot here with under 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this is the last chance saloon, isn't it? Up towards Stowe, you've got to get it done or dusted, or you are indeed game overed. It is as simple as that. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It comes down to this. Up towards Stowe corner. Up towards Stowe corner we will come. Both of them have used all of their push to pass. RAG, well, have taken full advantage of Apex Racing team making a mistake from the lead of this race. They come down in towards that final few corners then. RRHG about to take the victory here. Dominic Hoffman, the only thing he has not done so far is won today. He's been that good. And as they round that final corner, and it will be RHG then who will take the checkered flag. It will be Veloce then who do indeed take P2. And well, it's going to be indeed Peter Jagodinsky who is going to take P3. David Toft then will take 4th position. Alexei Nesov Well, what an incredible final couple of laps that was there for the Urano Esports outfit. P5 it will be, fastest lap as well. Not that they get any points for that. Ben Fuller, P6. Going to be a little bit gutted with how that went down, but the fact that the likes of Coanda, the likes of Redline, the likes of BS finished below them is not the end of the world. Justin Prince, I don't know, you need to stay for every race now. If every race is like that because you're here, oh, absolutely, you need to stick around.
That's just the beauty when it comes to this car, right? Especially at Silverstone, it puts on a fabulous race and a fabulous show, to say the very least. See some of the final drivers sorting themselves out towards the back half of the groupings. Around 18th on back have seen themselves head towards the line. But it's been an exciting one, to say the very least. Lots of big implications when it comes towards the middle portions of this fight for the top spot in the point standings. And many of the drivers showcased a lot of that preparation they needed to get themselves dialed in for, especially with others having to put themselves in recovery drive mode. You have drivers like the 13 cars, Sim Racing Unlimited, Florian Denzler, coming across in 23rd, for example.
This is just ridiculous. I just think, again, I don't want to do a disservice to Urano. Urano are a massive esports outfit. I don't want that to be, you know, I don't want to do them a disservice here. But if you ask all of the, I say experts, everyone apart from Arjuna, I guess I'll put in that one. If you asked all of us at the start of this, who would be leading after 6 races, it would be Coanda, it would be Redline, it would be Apex, you know, those R8G, those are the names that would have come up. Would anyone have said Urano? I don't think anyone would have done. But the fact that is, it's not by fluke, it's not by chance. They have been absolutely dominant from start to finish here. We're about to get a little bit of a rundown of the final results here at Silverstone for the IndyCar. Next race out is the Dallara F3 at Daytona, which is going to be absolutely bonkers. But Valentin Mandanak does take the victory for R8G Esports. Dominic Hoffman in second. We then got Peter Jagodinsky in 3rd spot. We've got David Toth then in 4th position. Alexei Nesov in 5th spot. Ben Fuller in 6th. Tim Matska is in 7th. We've then got Sam Michaels in 8th. Yao Tayan in 9th position. And then rounding out your top 10 is Peter Zuber for Race Clutch. Oh, incredible top 10. Maciej Milniak is in 11th spot. Then we've got Mex Janssen in 12th position. Enzo Benito, Kazuki Umeshima, Gustas Grimbergas. We've got Richard Yep, Isaac Gillison, Jo Vegard Godestad. We've then got Zachary Hanlin and Fadli Rashma as your top 20. Next up then is Lucas Gerrit. We've then got Iago Martinez, Florian Denzler, Austin Farr, Pepe Marti, Jarno Guikima. Then got Charles Bertrand. We've got Joshua Chin, Janos Modos, Jack McIntyre as your top 30. And then we head to drivers who had a lot of misfortune here. Yvonne Hooflaar, Xavi Ross, Henrik Bieler, Regan Mitchell. We've then got Adam Blocker, Tommaso Mosca, Pedro Sanchez Albert. We've then got Pedro Palladino, Mac Backham, and then Bernardo Faria. So there you have it, Justin. What an incredible race we have just witnessed. I didn't expect it to be that good. I knew there's going to be a lot of strategy involved. I knew the tyre wear was going to be a factor. I didn't expect to see big mistakes. I did not expect to see disconnects from Coanda, which is very, very unfortunate. But talk about R8G versus Veloce. R8G come out on top. What an incredible performance from both those teams.
Extremely incredible when it comes to those top two, where they had the pace from the get-go, kept up with Backham right from the jump, and that's to be expected with both of them in their pedigrees and the respective organizations they're with. With Valentin in particular, because when it comes to Valentin, he's someone that I've noticed is very composed when it comes to himself behind the wheel. Very calm, usually isn't too stressed in major situations. And when that opportunity struck, not just with the spin with Apex in front, coming out of their pit exit, but the weeble wobble from Veloce to be able to zip on by and immediately go on the offensive. Some drivers may have gone too quickly into that mark and maybe had that bit of contact, would not have gone for that risk, would not have been able to complete the move he did, but it became the winning move with that one little mistake on the pit exit to be able to take advantage. That calm, cool collectedness, very huge when it comes to R8G's camp.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree with you more there. I want to give a shout out to Dominic Hoffman. Did come second for Veloce. Veloce have invested in iRacing. They have invested in their roster. They're a very top team in ACC. With the ERL World Cup that we have, you know, we have ACC, we have R Factor 2, and we have iRacing. They were, you know, they were the second best team the first time around when we did ACC. They were the third best team the second time around. They have Yaz Heat as well, who are very much an ACC team as well. When it comes to iRacing, they were in and amongst it. They got like 1 or 2 standout drivers, but they didn't really have a team. They've invested in that. It's providing great results. Dominic Hoffman specifically. I'm not saying they're a one-man team at this point because they've got a strong roster, but Dominic Hoffman has absolutely gone from Redline to Veloce. It's a new surrounding, but it just looks like he's been there for years. He's performing so well, and individually, for me personally, I feel like he's been driver of the tournament so far. Again, not qualified particularly well, but his racecraft has been incredible. Someone corrected me in the chat as well, by the way. He did qualify P3 and didn't get off the line well in the touring cars earlier on, but again, his power of recovery, his race performances have been exceptional.
Especially over the past few years with the experience he's got on the sim in particular, he's been in that conversation, some of the best on the platform when it comes to special events for a reason. And Hoffman, I think, is amongst that major core that I think Veloce absolutely needed to have to get hitting the ground running, so to speak, for their investment for. With the drivers they've been able to pick up, but also the people behind the scenes to be able to help things forward, to make sure they were ready from the get-go to represent themselves at the major stage and be contenders right from the jump is not an easy task, to say the very least. You need to pick the right people if you want to do that. And Veloce look like they've done that with some of the drivers they've been able to attract towards their camp at the start of the iRacing journey.
100% RHG getting a victory. I want to bring up the leaders of the championship. Urano, I said it's a surprise. It's becoming less and less of a surprise. Each race we go into, every single driver that's so far stepped up for the team have absolutely delivered, even in races where they just haven't done too well. But particularly, I would say, the Road America Touring Car race didn't qualify particularly well. There was a massive smash, and they managed to avoid that. Got a little bit of luck, but the other 5 races, they've looked like the best overall team, even more so than the likes of Redline and Coanda, which is absolutely mind-blowing. How surprised are you that they are currently our leaders?
Well, based on some of the drivers in the respective groupings, a little bit. But when you really think about it, it's understandable because you know who has the experience not just in the road racing cars on the service, we mentioned with the endurance racing, but also have drivers who have qualified for professional level racing on the iRacing service in open wheel machinery, have done so in multiple different types of cars, mind you, to try and qualify some of those drivers, and put drivers from their respective group into multiple league series to be able to get experience. Urano. And that experience, I think, is really helping them be the jack of all trades, so to speak, when it comes to the action so far. That's really helped them jump forward here and stay in that conversation. And they've also been able to take advantage in turn of some of the drivers and their mistakes throughout some of the qualifying sessions, and especially when it comes to this race in the past few races.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, to be fair, most teams here, it's not really a surprise to see them performing well. I think it's more that we're so conditioned to expect Redline not to be beaten, or Coanda not to be beaten, or RHG or Apex. We expect to see them at the top there, and when someone else appears, it's kind of like, oh, this is a bit weird. I like it. I'm loving the fact that these opportunities that VCO are providing is really chopping and changing teams. We're seeing drivers move from different teams now to try and form a dynasty, if you like. And if you're going to take down Redline, you really do need to perform on every level that we have. We have 5 different cars, we have 5 different tracks, there's 24 different variants. So anyone who's watching right now, you've just joined us, a little explanation as to what this is. This is the VCO Infinity. It's a 24-hour endurance event, but it is indeed between 40 different teams. They have 5 drivers, and there's 5 different cars. So we have the Dallara IR01, the Dallara F3, we have the Dallara LMP2, and we have the Dallara IR18, the IndyCar. We have the Hyundai Elantra, and we have the McLaren GT3, and we have 5 race circuits. Now I've got to try and remember the race circuits. We've got Silverstone, we've got Daytona, we have got indeed Road America, we have got, I can't remember all of them now. I don't know but we've got the 2 other tracks as well, Monza and Spa. We haven't done Spa yet, that's why I can't remember it. So yeah, that is indeed what we've got. Well, there we go. They're up on screen right now. Well, good work, Mike. So there we go. You can see that there's the tracks that we have today. So yeah, 24 different variants. The only variant we do not have is the IndyCar at Daytona for obvious reasons. So yeah, it's interesting to see how this is going to play out. There are 24 separate race races. So there's 24 races of 45 minutes each. Each team has 5 drivers, and each driver has to drive 2 different cars. They can't just have a specialist in an IndyCar and all of that good stuff. They have to at least be in 2 different cars. And by the end of the 24 races, we'll have a champion. 40 points for P1, 1 point for P40. Every single race at each position is worth 1 point the higher you go. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So if you've got any questions, ask them in the chat. More than happy to answer your questions here. We're heading towards race 7 of 24. We're heading to Daytona in the Dallara F3, but let's have a look at the standings as it stands then. It's a 3-point advantage then for Urano Esports. Incredible performance so far. We've then got Team Redline in 2nd spot, which again is testament really to Enzo and his performance in that last race. He gained 20 points off his qualifying position, so they would have been right down the order if he didn't. R8G with that race win puts them P3. They're on 209 points, but it is now starting to be a bit of a 3-driver performance, or three team performance, as you can see there. T3 Motorsport been in and amongst it pretty much every single race. Had a bit of misfortune earlier on at Road America. We've got Veloce Esports then 2 points further back. Then we've got BS Competition in 6th position. We've then got Auris in 7th spot, Obsidian Racing in 8th, Netrex Grand Prix in 9th, then Arnage Competition in 10th. The top 10 always looks prettier with a bit of pink, that's for sure. But again, is there any surprises for you there, Justin? Like, you expect to see all of those names up there anyway, but is anyone that really jumps off the page going, oh, hello, didn't really expect you to be top 10 after a quarter of the way through the competition?
Not too many surprises, I will say, when it comes to our top teams and some of the performances seen so far. It's more so the teams that are not there right now. Coanda with that last race really dropped out of that order. But now it's time, I believe, to look at the starting order for the next race.
Here we go then. It's the starting grid for Monza in the F3, and we have got Auris Racing Team, Jose Soria in P1, Pablo Espes for Obsidian Racing, who were incredible for the first 3 races, and they've kind of dropped off a little bit. He's in 2nd spot, a chance to indeed get back up there. But then we've got Pashalis Gerkis. Everybody knows this guy. He's been around for a long time. Max Del Orco in 4th position. We've got Jack Sedgwick in 5th, and then we've got Luca Wunsch in 6th position. Norby Kiss is in 7th spot. Then Valentin Mandanak then in 8th. Could he go 2 for 2? We've then got Yannick Lapchin in 9th position. Andre Martins is in 10th position. Then we've got Sven Noller in 11th. We've got Niels Van Handel in 12th position. Michi Hoyer is in 13th spot. Dylan Scrivens in 14th. Andrea Salvi in 15th. We've got then Jonas Wanner in 16th position. Blair Mann in 17th with Kim Andre Strom in 18th spot. 19th, then we've got Benedict Hitz, or Ben Hitz, as you might know him as. Then we've got in 20th spot Ferris Stanley. Ben Fuller is in 21st position. That is a shock to see Ben that far down. Christoph Hink is in 22nd. Josh Poulain is in 23rd. 24th then for Nicholas Hedberg. And well, big news, ladies and gentlemen. We still haven't seen Redline or BS again, have we? We've got Fabio Rauer in 25th, then Sergio Ignacio in 26th, Loris Muller in 27th, Fabli Rashmat in 28th, Austin Farr in 29th, 30th then for Peter Zuber. And then we've got Richard Yep then in 31st, 32nd then for Brabham, Regan and Mitchell, 33rd then for Yvonne Hufelaar, Phil Denez in 34th, so BS in 34th position with Redline behind with Josh Thompson. Wow, new signing as well for Redline in 35th position. Then we've got Nuno Henriquez in 36th. The final 4 drivers then, Matthias Nogage, Alex Mitchell, John Silver and Alexander Shea. Wow, that is interesting that 2 races in a row, Justin, the Redline outfit and indeed BS have not qualified again. What is going on there?
Wondering if it's just a matter of not being able to get themselves enough time to be able to get forward, making a mistake on the laps, because there are 4 laps to be able to be set, but they have 5 minutes to remember the format to do it, so it's very tight, especially at tracks such as, say, Daytona, where it takes a couple minutes to get yourself around the circuit. You have to be picture perfect and pixel perfect in qualifying, and some of those mistakes really have been emphasized. But for teams like a racing team who are very specialized when it comes to open wheel machinery with this F3, with the Dallara F3 should say, it's going to be interesting and fun, I think, to watch Soria in control of this field. Very experienced with this car, and Paulo Espes very experienced in general when it comes to the draft tracks.
Yeah, and then you've got Coanda in P3 as well with Pashalis, who is just, yeah, he's one of them. He's been around for the longest of times. This guy's been around before Nils was born, I think. Sorry guys, Nils is old. Anyway, we're about to start this race here. Jose Soria and Pablo Espez on the front row, and we are green light racing here. Soria takes it away, and for the first time I think we are going to see fuel saving in this race, because there will be a pit stop, whereas with the McLarens earlier on we know they could go to the end. So it's going to be like a load of spiders heading down towards turn number 1. That's the only way I can really describe this. On the brakes here, you just got to hope you don't lock up through turn number 1 again with cold brakes. If you do, you're in big trouble. And I'll tell you what, ironically, this has been one of the cleanest starts here, where I thought it might be a bit of a cluster. As we head then through turn 3 into the International Horseshoe, it is still leading them for Soria. Pachelas moves up for the Coanda outfit in P2. Pablo Espez is in P3. Max Del Orco is in P4. We've then got Luca Wunsch in P5. And actually side by side here then with the Was Cooking Racing Adventures Jack Sedgwick around the outside. Can Sedgwick hold on to that position though? As we're actually going to move a little bit further back here to Legion of Racers. There, there's contact then between, I think, Zenit. I think that might have been T3 as well. No, T3 is a little bit further up there. So we've got a couple of teams that are down the order here. So Zenit is one of those teams. Netrex as well, unfortunately, in trouble. And there's a third team, so Netrex, Zenit, and Sim Racing Unlimited, and that's Ben Hitz. Ben Hitz, who's again one of the best drivers on the service, one of the best sim racers out there right now, to be fair. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF here as it stands. But Soria leads the way for indeed Auris Racing. Coanda in second spot here, bringing you in, Justin. And well, explain what's going on our screens here. Look at this.
Well, tight corner in the bus stop in particular, and this has that updated curbing, keep in mind. Tough place to try and set things up for passes unless you're really careful, and in the case of Apex, they're really not too much doing that. Ford trying to cut through as many cars as he can right here. He hasn't gained a single spot really all lap, trying to help Pure Sims push on Ford, but here's the thing I don't think he realizes. There were 2 black flags for the last race. Pure Sims is one of those with the black flag that he has to serve within the next 3 laps, so he might lose his drafting buddy.
Oh, that's not ideal there. Again, you can see bump drafting. It's high risk, high reward, because these cars will spit out if you make a mistake. It's as simple as that. I've just had it from Arjuna that actually we will indeed have ourselves no pit stops in this one. So apparently this setup has enough fuel there. So my mistake there, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to get a lot of mistakes from us over this next 24 hours, because there's lots of things for us to remember. And whether the car's got enough fuel in it or not is one of them. As we head then down in towards the hairpin here, you see that we've got the Movano, SXE Movano car a little bit further back here, battling for what would be P11, because they've got up ahead Veloce and Urano. So Veloce and Urano, again, big opportunity here really for those 2 teams to gain spots on Redline and indeed BS. But I tell you what, Auris, again, they're not far, you know, they're quite close up the top end of the leaderboard as well themselves, Auris, and they're leading this race. So a big opportunity here. Coanda, I think, have to win this, to be honest. I think they have to get at least a top 3 at this stage of the competition, because of that disconnect. It's absolutely destroyed them. But if you go on form, Coanda won the previous race to the last one at Monza in the LMP2 with Joshua Rogers. They were in the lead of the last race before we had Mackham indeed have that disconnect, and now they're leading this race here as well, because yeah, Gurkis has just got past Soria. So the form right now is unbelievable from Coanda. They just need a bit of luck here, as we've got 3 wide with the Logitech G Altus car in the middle.
And here's the thing when it comes to this track, you'll see this in particular, not just this pack, but with all the packs. Because of how quickly the drivers are going to be zipping around Daytona, it's known as the World Center of Racing, but also one of those with a lot of draft. All the way through NASCAR 3 and 4, all the way into the center turn 1, will be a massive opportunity for drivers to slingshot past, draft off each other, be able to zoom on by before they hit the hard braking zones into the infield. But here's the thing you also have to think about. The infield is critical, especially for teams such as Veloce and company, where if you aren't smart with those moves or have mistakes in the infield, it essentially nullifies all the time you would kick up with the draft. So you need to be patient to be able to set things forward and be able to be smart and tactical when it comes to the use of the passes, but also use of how you use this high downforce setup when it comes to the aero package.
Yeah, 100% there. You're spot on. You've got to be so patient. Again, as much as this is like a mock-up of an endurance event, but we've sort of put it into loads of sprint races, 45 minutes with this car is still a long race. Just keep yourself in and amongst it. Don't be too worried here. Veloce pushing Urano, who are pushing Yaz Heat. Pushing's good. With this car, not so good. Pushing 2 cars Nope, please don't do that. That is very, very dangerous, so you've got to be careful here. Although, it looks like Urano have actually gained some positions there. They've got a past Yaz Heat, and they've got a nice gap here. So I think that the Yaz Heat and Veloce are basically brother and sister team at this stage. I don't know who the brother or the sister is. You guys can make that for yourself there. As Brabham Esports now have a drive-through penalty, but I think Veloce and indeed Yaz Heat are both going to go around the outside here of the Urano car. But look at this, it's going to be a bit more bump drafting here. You can't do it. Oh no, the Logitech G Altis car is just, this net code really, but they've bounced up. I think everybody's still alive. Cone's just be hit there by Veloce. I think they're damaged. They just didn't have any turn in. I think Veloce have just got involved. Yeah, they're bad. They're really bad. That's their race over.
Yeah, that is horrific timing in terms of that, Mark. Not the place you were expecting it, especially in the heart of the trial for the jump. Essentially off the circuit if you're lapshin. It's just been the luck of Altus Esports today, but the worst indeed. That's Ursima Vado Corsa. More cars off the track as a result of the bumping on circuit.
Yeah, you can see it's again, I know it's not ideal, but you got to tow. You got to be a bit admirable here and just tow. Don't put anyone else's race in danger, and because they can't steer the car. As much as I know it's going to cost you a load of time, they're probably going to lose those spots anyway. But just you would want other people to do it. I think it's too dangerous to be, especially if you get to the oval section. I guess you can go on the apron, but yeah, that's not ideal. I'd love to see that again. I think that's more to do with connection than anything. But they're all just getting so close to each other, trying to bump draft. It's again, like I said earlier, such high risk, high reward. It's so easy. These cars are not built for bump drafting. Justin, you're the oval specialist here. It's difficult in a NASCAR that are basically square. These cars, it's almost impossible. These are like scooping each other up.
With these cars in particular, if you attempt a bump draft, it's very easy where you end up completely damaging the front wing, and that costs you a few miles an hour in terms of speed down the line. So you need to be tactical with it, make sure you don't do too hard, and the tough thing about this too is, you hear in the backdrop, the drivers are at the rev limiter for a good 40, or a good, I should say, entire tri-oval. So you need to be careful in terms of how much you push, knowing you're already at the very edge of the speed, and if you push too hard, you go bye-bye. By the way, with some of that craziness, the lead pack is now to 10 cars battling under a blanket here. Jack Sedgwick amongst those most aggressive. Also amongst those aggressive is Max Del Orco still with PGZ Motorsport.
Yeah, PGZ who come in very late here to the fray, having the best performance they've had so far. They got bump drafted into turn 1. Nearly didn't work out well. That was by R8G. R8G, again, having a really good race here. Good to see Was Cooking Racing Adventures with Jack Sedgwick in P7. They need a bit of luck, actually, to be honest. They've just been involved. If there's been an incident on circuit, they've just been involved in it. Oh, Nicholas Hedberg, unfortunately, spinning the car out. And the car behind, it was decision, left or right. He had to go right, unfortunately. He went left. So that's not ideal. Eamon Murphy wants to know where I got the shirt from. Made it. Obviously, I'm a seamstress. What are you on about? And now we get more bump drafting here. And again, if you're R8G, as much as you can gain so much from this, I think that they're playing a clever game here by just, as soon as they get close enough to push, they're just pulling out and then gaining a bit more slipstream on the exits of corners. They don't need to be getting involved in any potential spinning of a car out and gaining a penalty or just having contact with anybody and ended up falling off the track themselves. They are genuinely in the hunt to win this whole thing. I know it's still early days, it's race number 7, but you just don't want to be making any silly decisions at this stage. You know, maybe if you're not in this draft here, you might lose a couple of positions, but you don't lose your race. So I think it's more important really to be looking at the bigger picture here, and I think they are. Again, yeah, getting close enough to push and then deciding against it.
Yeah, I think thinking big picture, or you
no, we're going to miss it.
Live action. We'll take a look at that in a second, because Valentin Madanak, who is doing double duty from the last race, also tried to have some things happen at the same time. You also have the 15 collecting several in the top 5. Here's a look at what happened in that respective big incident the last time, with the leap with the Altus Esports car to the wall. And that rear front wheel ended up touching in that sequence. Mandernack amongst those collected. But in the end, you also have to factor in what just happened in the main pack. That has decimated the lead grouping from what was up to 10 cars to just 4.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate. We're going to actually now have a look here at this. Oh no, yeah. So, again, we've just missed out exactly what happened there. The PGZ car has basically over-rotated the car under braking and just was going too quick to turn left. And just I don't think there's any contact with anybody. And the fact that they've been squeezed so close to the apex. Yeah, look at R8G. again, we need to see it on board there, really, to get a full picture, I would say. But what RAG have done cleverly there is try to take the outside line, and it's a safe line for them, but ultimately it means that Max Del Toro?
Yeah.
The PGZ car, Max Del Orco, has to be perfect. Has to be absolutely perfect, and you make one small mistake through there, it's just such a high load corner that if you don't nail it, even in the GT3 car, it's one of my least favoured corners in the world of motorsport, because it's such a quick, like, braking zone, you're going in as fast as you possibly can into a braking zone that's banked, and then it's just flat, so you're going from bank to flat. It's really, really difficult. Here we go, so we're going to have a look here, and you'll notice that the RAG car should appear on the right hand side. Also, you're going to have the jet wash from the car in front as well here, which is not a good position to be in. So you'll see as they come through here, tries to open up the corner, realises, no, I can't. Look, the RAG car's there. I'm too tight. Tries to turn in, but it's just going too quick. Now, if the RAG car wasn't on the outside, he could have opened up the corner a bit better, had a bit more room to brake, and then turn in late. And unfortunately, the RAG, and don't get me wrong, it was perfectly played by the RAG team, by the way. Like, they did nothing wrong there at all. They forced a mistake. But ultimately, yeah, it was just maybe a metre too far to the left to turn in that early. It was just so minimal. But ultimately, yeah, the PGZ, who are having the best race of their competition so far, are no longer in it.
Yeah, it's really tough when it comes to that sequence where especially when you're side by side like that, it's very easy to miss your braking marks. And it's very easy to lose that sight. It just seemed like in that situation that might have been part of that. And the thing is with PGZ, this is one of their primary tracks in terms of speed. They were a contender in special event racing at Daytona earlier this year until they crashed with about a few hours to go. Unfortunately for them, the Gremlins continue for the camp that has showed great speed here in several types of cars as we still look at how things are faring amongst the main groupings. This is Pack 2, 6th through 8th, trying to work together.
No, yeah, so this is this not the lead group? This is the leaders, these three. This is
these three are.
Yeah, Pashalis, Pablo Espes here, and Jose Soria. These are the three leaders, and it's just don't do anything stupid. You've got 33 minutes here to not do anything stupid. Luca Wunsch is not going to catch you if you work together. It's as simple as that. If you work together well here, he is just not going to get anywhere near you. If you start messing around, he will close up, he'll make it 4, then it'll be 5, then it'll be 6. So there'll be a chance for drivers such as Jack Sedgwick, P7 right now, Andre Martins, Phil Dinez, hold on! Phil Dinez, P9? Oh, wow, that is BS competition, 2 races in a row. That is a magical performance again. We've still got 30 minutes to go. Dare I say there's an opportunity here for a massive finish, and well, that is the main reason why people like Phil Dinez are able to catch up many positions, because people have fallen off the circuit left, right and centre. That first corner, the load through the left of the car is just so hard to get through there cleanly. So people are going to be making mistakes here. Back to the Phil Dinez situation, 6.6 seconds, could potentially catch it up. Josh Thompson, red line, up to P13 again. A lot of drivers making mistakes here. Dylan Scrivens, all of a sudden, is behind BS competition here. So Dylan not having the best of races. But again, the front three doing a pretty good job here, although they've lost 0.2 of a second. So them messing around here is giving the opportunity for the drivers in P4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dare I say it, potentially 9 if Phil Dinez has a worldie of a race. A chance to catch up here. This race is by no means done and dusted. It's still got 30 minutes to go, and all sorts of shenanigans could go down.
I think that's what the top three is really considering, partly for one, knowing they can make it just a race amongst themselves if they cooperate together and don't over-aggressively shove each other around here. That's what the play is here amongst these cars. Help each other a little bit. The main thing I've noticed, though, is the T3 Motorsport car behind Luca Wunsch really sending it deeper on the brakes. He is really strong in turn 1, in particular, heading onto that corner, then the run to the horseshoes, because that is where he's really gaining the time. It's just been the draft that is costing that green-black machine the time to these three. So at this point, it might become a 4-car pack, and I wonder if that's the main thought with some of these drivers knowing Luca's right there, ready to join and have some fun themselves with the speed he's been showcasing.
You know what it's like, it's turn number 1. If you're behind another car, you've got to brake a little bit earlier than where you would normally brake, right? Because you don't want to be that guy that cleans everybody out. So if you've got a, you know, maybe was it 10, 15 car lengths, Luca Wunsch to Soria, he's got so much more room to brake into So that's why he's closing up in there. But also, that will hurt his tyres as well. If he is braking a lot later, it will hurt his tyres later on in this race. So that does have a huge effect into the infield. As it stands, though, he's not really able to catch up here in the slipstream. You can see in behind Wunsch, by the way, we've got Mandanak, who's looking to go 2 for 2. He won the last race. Norby Kiss, who's currently in P6 then. Jack Sedgwick and Andre Martins all catching up. Phil Denez is catching up to that pack as well, which is mind-blowing to me. The fact that this is such a slipstream dependent circuit, he's on his own. He could really do with the Urano team, Dylan Scrivens, to maybe help him up. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of him here, so it's not really going to work out. I thought Luca Wunsch was actually catching up. I think he is. So he has caught up a few tenths here. Again, it's 2 tenths per lap. But again, he's not quite close enough to really get that massive tow. He's getting some sort of tow, but it's not really enough to really force any issues. But these three, again, they have to take different lines here because they're trying to brake as late as possible, but they just don't want to hit anybody. And then you've got this second group of 4 just in behind then. Andre Martins is the Yaz Heat car just behind. This is the best performance of Yaz Heat so far. Again, they've one of those teams that have just been involved in some real unfortunate events, which sometimes you just can't really avoid. Jack Sedgwick then, everybody loves the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team. We've then got Wannabe SRT team from Norby Kister, currently in what would be P6. So that's again their best performance so far as well. But it's all about Coanda, it is all about Obsidian, it's all about iRacing T3 now. The front 4 have closed up, but like we said, Justin, those 4 closing up means that the rest of the field are going to start to close up as well. I think we're going to probably have 8. Do you know what? Potentially 9. I think Phil Denez is going to catch everybody here. 5.9 seconds now behind us. Another second gained over the last couple of laps. This is... Oh, God, I'm excited. This is going to be crazy.
See the driver camera with the calmness from amongst the lead groupings. And you see how much some of the drivers are even trying to use some of the lap traffic to gain every bit of time with the draft because of how valuable that is. Matternack last time closed it up by about 3 tenths. He just picked up 2 tenths this sentence. A tenth of that was from the traffic alone. These cars are gaining. Everyone is gaining. Luca Wunsch is there. He's amongst that top group now as well. So these packs are compressing here. And that's part of the risk too with the stay in a line to work together, right? If you don't sling shots, you might lose ground. Here's the top thing if you want to go. Soria wants to be amongst those who wants to shuffle it out and try something different. Everybody else is just content on working together like it's a stock car.
Yeah, 100%. It's a case of the group of 4 behind are going to catch up. They actually seem a bit more in tune than the front 4 as it stands at this point. So they're going to catch up. Phil Denez then will be able to break a little bit later into turn number 1. And with, 27 minutes to go, we'll ultimately start to catch up and will catch up, I would say. So yeah, I think we're going to get 9 cars together. Whether Dylan can then catch up as well, I don't know. I'm not too sure if Dylan will, but I think Phil Denez will. As it stands, though, it is indeed Pashalis Gerkis. He's in P1 for Coanda. Obsidian then in P2 with Pablo Espes. We've got Jose Soria in P3 for Auris Racing. T3 Motorsport, Luca Wunsch in P4. And then there's R8G, Valentin Mandanak, who just had an incredible race at Silverstone in the IndyCar. So yeah, incredible to see him also performing well here, and we'll be catching up to this pack, I would imagine, maybe in about 5 laps' time. We'll be dragging Norby Kiss along, we'll be dragging Jack Sedgwick along, we'll be dragging Andre Martins along as well. As we're watching here, or on board then with Josh Poulain for Team Fordzilla, in behind Ferris Stanley. And, well, again, how far are they behind Nuno Henriquez? Nuno Henriquez is about 3 seconds up the road. Henriquez battling with Michi Hoyer. Again, a bit disappointed with where Michi Hoyer is. Josh Thompson out to P12, so he's absolutely... again, I don't think anything other than the P11's on for the Red Line team, unless, to be fair, Justin, I say that, there could be a massive shunt at the front end, couldn't there? If there's going to be 8, 9 cars battling for the win, this could be like a NASCAR finish, couldn't it, at Super Speedway, where cars are facing the wall and not quite across the line. So, yeah, it's still all to play for every driver on the grid.
I think some of the drivers may have started to listen and say, okay, we need to try something different. Especially since to the bus stop, as we were looking at those last packs, said, you know what? Let's try and go for some send. Aspes trying to play hard defense. Soria going there. Wunsch drifting his way through the corners. Everybody else is still gaining now within 2 seconds. They're nearly in drafting distance. And I think part of that equation too, you mentioned Dennis and his pace. He's been closing into all of these cars by as much as 6 tenths per lap the past few whiles or so. He's been quicker than them the past 3 or 4. So Him on his own is quicker than a train of up to 8 now. That's insane. That is massive. The train is just about reconnected.
I love the fact that you were like, yeah, they've heard the stream. It looks like they're trying to do something new. Yeah, trying to go 3 wide is definitely not the one to go for. So hopefully they figured that out the first time they tried it. That won't be faster. I can assure you that. I can tell you that. And I'm a commentator. So yeah, just chill out with that 3 wide stuff. If Vildenez wins this race, the next hour will be my last hour. I'm not doing any more commentating this whole Infinity event. I promise you that. That will be my last hour, the next one. So yeah, so Vildenez, if he wins, for all of you that don't want to hear me anymore, you're going to get your wish. And it is also my last hour next time, to be fair, so you're going to get that anyway. We're on board here with Norby Kisten, so he's behind Jack Sedgwick, Valentin Mandanak leading this group. And it looks like they've just dropped Andre Martin. Oh, wow, what are they doing here? This is not the way to get ahead of the game here. They are going to get caught really quickly now. It is going to become an 8-way race, or maybe 7 actually. I think that, to be fair, Andre Martins may have just dropped off a little bit here. Nearly a change for the lead. Luca Wunsch has gone from 4th, battling for P1. He's now going to drop down to P3. They come through the left-hand kink here, and how they're all still alive is absolutely beyond me, in all fairness. Now Pablo Espes moves up to P2. Jose Soria now moves up to P2. Luca Wunsch back into P4.
This is not over, though, Espes. Really playing defensive. He's driving like this is a Miata, and that's his specialty car where he's won championships in the past. He tries to run on that left side, not going to make it stick. But you know all that shuffling? It's allowed everybody to get the full tow now completely, where they were keeping it a little bit gained ahead of Mandanak and company. Now they're there, and now you essentially have to play defense against 7 cars. And all of this is while Coenda is probably saying, time to run away. After all, I got Hedberg, who's already had a faster pair in front of me.
Yeah, Gurk is still leading away. It's now 7/10 of a second. He's not got away enough there, really. And Justin, I'm going to pose a question to you here. Do you think that tyre wear might be becoming a bit of a factor for these drivers? And a few of them are panicking now, thinking, I need to get track position here, because otherwise I might be in serious trouble and get left behind. Is that maybe why people are starting to try and make moves? As we see, Luca Wunsch has got to slow down. Wunsch has got to slow down here, ladies and gentlemen. He's dropping down. Valentin Mandanak then moves up to P4. I think Cedric's going to get him as well. Norby Kiss gets him. Andre Martin's not quite close enough, I don't think. But that is going to well, actually, that's going to help Andre Martins here. So he should get the toe off of Wunsch now. We know Wunsch will catch back up because he's got that serious pace. But the front 4 is now a front 3. But they've now got a 4th that's different. And that 4th is grabbing 2 other drivers as well. Norby Kiss and Cedric going side by side in towards turn number 1. This race is just crazy. They're supposed to be getting further and further apart during a race here, Justin. They're not supposed to get closer as the race progresses, but this is the case.
Again, that's because of the draft effect at Daytona that is allowing them to close in. The major thing, too, because of that draft effect, yes, there's some tire wear to consider. Not too much compared to what we've seen at Silverstone with the last race. But with these cars and the amount of tow, it absolutely is critical to make sure you maintain some rhythm. You will see a bit of effect of that as the race goes on. But the counterpoint in that is, Dennis is getting quicker the more the fuel burns out. And that's your counterpoint on that. You have tire wear, yes, to factor in, but as you burn more fuel, you get a lighter race car. And the lighter the race car, the faster this chassis gets around the circuit. And that's really where a lot of these faster times are coming in, and some of the personal bests are now being set across the board because of those lighter cars.
Yeah, Team Racing Line have just realised that if you hit the yellow line, you get a bit of a speed boost. Also, if you hit the cubes with the question marks on there, you can get like red shells, green shells, you can get like a rocket boost, like you can get all sorts in, around here. So yeah, look out for those little boxes. It's still the lead though for Pashalis Gerkis. Jose Soria still in second, Pablo Espes third. Cedric with the fastest lap of the race, which doesn't really mean a lot, really, because that'll change, I would imagine, about 90 times before the end of this race. Cedric, though, P4 as it stands. Then Valentin Mandanak in P5, Norby Kiss 6th. We've then got Luca Wunsch in 7th. Andre Martins now closing up. 2.1 second is the difference between P1 and P8. Phil Denez still not quite caught up here, but with 21 minutes to go, still plenty of time to catch up. Will absolutely be in the hunt to win this race, which, again, considering he qualified P32, BS competition qualifying poorly for the 2nd race in a row, and then, well, with the race performance, it's going to be get out of jail free card. And very similarly for Redline. Redline qualified P31, and they're now in P11. So, yeah, ridiculous from those two teams. But it's good news for the teams like Coanda. Coanda are in a good spot. Urano, P10, still going to get good points. Will probably still be, well, definitely still be in the lead here. I think RHE are going to be in second. Well, I'm sure we'll get the life points up sooner rather than later. But as it stands, it is Gurkis, Soria, Espes, Sedgwick, Mandanak, Kiss, Wunsch, Martins, and indeed Dinez. 3.8 seconds separating them all. By the time I stop talking now, the positions would have changed about 9 times. Here's the life points. Urano, 4 points clear as it stands of Redline. Then we've got RHG in third spot. So after 7 races, the difference is 5 points between the top 3. Incredible scenes here. As we come then up towards the Le Mans bus stop, chicane of dreams, it is still the lead then for the Coanda team. Front 8, front 9. Oh boy, this is close, Justin. The next 20 minutes are going to be delightful.
And this is the calm before the storm, as some may say when it comes to certain types of racing, when it comes to the road course configuration at Daytona with this tow in 3 and 4, where you're planning things out, get yourself in the conversation to battle it out for the slingshots coming towards the start and finish line. We've seen a couple different test moves, so to speak. We've seen a couple different shufflings with drivers wanting to leave the trains. We've seen drivers see what they can try to do to set things up for the opening run to the final lap. And that's all implementational, but also strategy-wise. A focal point many of these drivers are considering. Mandernack in particular, with this move he just made through turn 1 all the way to the horseshoes, was a test. Can he outbreak a few drivers, gain some spots? The answer is, he gained maybe half a spot. That's about it, with the purple hedgehog to his inside.
Yeah, half a spot is not really ideal, unless you're in Formula 1 where they do half points sometimes. We've not got half points here, but it's too risky, I think, unless you're guaranteed to grab some spots, but also you've got to be taken to consideration that a driver moves left or right under braking. They make a mistake themselves. At this stage of the race, it's just not worth the risk here. The front 8 are separated by absolutely nothing here, 1.8 seconds. They did not, at the whole training school of commentators, Justin, I wasn't trained for this. An F3 around Daytona, a 45-minute race, 8 cars battling for the lead. Looks like it's probably going to be 9 at some point. Like, this is ridiculous.
I think this is going to get even busier as this night goes on, though. That's the critical thing with the lights on across the circuit. A lot of game planning being thought out when it comes to these drivers. I think for drivers like Aspes, Soria, and of course Pashkas, they're in a great position, being the top 3. But here's the thing, at Daytona, when it comes to the draft, do you want to be the leader coming out of the final corner? Because usually the driver who leads the final lap, especially on iRacing, usually isn't the one who takes the checkered flag. With how big the runs are going to be, and how finally big some of the blocks may be, in about 11 estimated laps in a less than 18 minutes time. As long as they keep it together, that was nearly them not keeping it together.
that was really the not keeping it together, wasn't it? Pablo Espes there nearly getting cleaned out there by Jose Soria. Again, I'm really enjoying Sedgwick here. I think Sedgwick is doing bits. He's just keeps taking up a position every in-lap here. He wants to get to the lead here. And I don't think it matters so much on the final lap whether you're in the lead or not. I know you probably won't win the race, but the fact that each position is only worth 1 point, like, I think you want to be in a position where you can just control your own fate. I don't think you want to be in a position where you have to slipstream your way and make moves and potentially get blocked off. Like, if you lose a couple of spots on the last lap, so be it. But I think you put yourself in a position to lose it, opposed to maybe go and win it from behind here, as we see through turn number 1. Well, I'm not too sure who we're looking at here, if I'm completely honest. Is there a mistake we're about to see? Maybe. Oh, yeah. Oh, dear, that's not ideal. It's just a sort of half spin. It is what it is. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. No one saw it, so it's fine. Anyway.
And as you see the chaos into the bus stop, the main thing I think you have to consider here, Luke, with all this too, is where do you get that shuffling and moves done? We've seen a few drivers attempt it and make it work into the bus stop with the runs you get out through NASCAR 1 and 2. But it's been primarily that run into the braking zone for the first corner. So you have to take that layer into consideration. With 10 estimated laps to go for some of these drivers right now, and some of these groups really settling on in with the bump traps, where are your friends? Who are your frenemies? Who will be willing to help you that extra little bit if it comes down to it? And you can have that!
It's 3 cars out! Oh, that's huge. And I think, well, I think 2, I don't think 2 of them are going to survive there. Phil Dinez is just about to take a position. I think Sorry is done. I think he will have too much damage there. That is not ideal. So from P2 down to, where are we looking at here? Jack Sedgwick. So Sedgwick's now down to P10. Oh, gutting. Sedgwick was actually the one who came from the back of the second group before. He was 8th position. He was actually making his way up to the lead, and he just bit off a bit more than he could chew there. This has given Phil Denez the chance to catch up here. So the lead group now have changed ever so slightly. 2 drivers dropped from it, but they gained 1. So Gurkis still leads. Mandanak up to P2. Remember, winner from the last race as well for the RHG team. We've then got Luca Wunsch in P3, Norby Kiss in P4, Andre Martins in P5, Pablo Espes P6 now. Phil Denez is in P7. He is right in the mix here. Soria is in P8. We'll find out now how much damage he's got. Actually, he's closing up, so I think Soria might be okay here. RHG, a little bit of a push there. Luca Wunsch doesn't really want to get involved in that. He's just decided, you know what, I'm just going to chill. Through the bus stop they come. We've got Valentin, who might be struggling. I think he might have a slowdown there. Is he going to be okay? And that really, I think, is probably the most vital thing out of all of this. Do not get a slowdown out of that bus stop chicane.
It's a major slowdown, too, if you go even a little bit too much to the left side of the bus stop in the corner exit with the tires. Not only do you risk the possible spin with the grass, but you also have a couple seconds you have to let by in terms of the time gained if you go over that section. So you have to consider that with how aggressive you get here. But with all those changes and all that buffering and all that collision making the last time around, that really, if anything, helps Phil Denez to be able to close up even more so. Once they get themselves gathered forward, he's now got a drafting buddy with 6 cars still working together in front. Yes, they are already showing their hand. They're very racy, and Valentin, we know, can handle when it gets very busy around them.
Yeah, that's the one thing we know. We know that Valentin is going to be able to deal with the pressure. I know that Pashalis Gurkis is also going to be able to handle the pressure. The guy's been around since dinosaurs were alive, you know? That's how long he's been in sim racing. Luca Wunsch, don't know too much about him, but has already had a slowdown. He's managed to get up to the lead group, lose touch with the lead group, and get back up to it. So for me, pressure, no problem. Norby Kiss, don't know too much. Pablo Espes will absolutely be able to deal with this. Andre Martins, 100%. Phil Denez, he spent the whole race fighting to get into this position. If he gets given an opportunity to win this race, you think he's not taking it? He absolutely is. 13 minutes, 20 seconds remain. Top 7, top 8 separated by 2.7 seconds. Soria has to push Denez, though, I think. If we go on board with 7th and 8th position here, I think... Oh, no, Soria's dropped back. So is Denez. Them two have to work together. So it's Denez and Soria. If they want to win this, they have to work together over the next couple of laps. With 5 minutes to go, they have to have caught this pack. If they don't, they're in serious trouble. The front 6 are in a really good spot right now. Pashalis has been left to lead effectively. No one's really attacked him for that lead, and I don't imagine that will change here. Again, Wunsch is moving high side there just to slow down, really. He doesn't want to be too close. RHG Valentin is just pushing the lead car along here. Again, all getting that speed boost off that yellow line that not everyone knew about, apparently. These sim races, they'll always find something, that's for sure. But yeah, it's, again, very, very tidy from the front group now. I think that the best thing that happened to them was the Jack Sedgwick and Soria contact, because it's kind of ghosted them all to go, do you know what, we need to pack it in a little bit here and just chill out for 5 minutes.
I think so, and the major thing you have to think about too is, you mentioned Wunsch. This is a major opportunity for him to utilize and showcase he can compete at the high stakes in the high level, because he's raced in this car for fun mainly in the past. He was one of those who was a part of the Maniti side of the merger between them and T3 about a few months ago. And his specialty is open wheel machinery. And Lucas Speed in particular is definitely showing itself as the German has been quick in various different leagues across the platform. Now, he's got his chance to be able to be in the spotlight if he can get himself up to the very front of this race. He's tried so many times. He was amongst that main charge to close back up on his own. Now, he's just got to game plan this out. He's got a few others looking to do the same, though, to show they can compete in not just in a Miata, not just in, say, a sports car, but also in any type of car you throw them in.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, I was literally thinking this, and Arjuna's just typed it in the chat. Leader on the final lap coming out of the bus stop might be good because they're all on the limiter. So that might be a saving grace here. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We're not quite there yet. Still got 11 minutes to go, which, yeah, I'm not sure my heart can take much more of this. Where about Phil Denez? Phil Denez and Soria, I don't think Denez has got it in the car, unfortunately. I think a PA, if you offered that to him at the start of this race, he absolutely takes that all day long. Oh, Norby Kiss and Pablo Espes having a whole different level of ding-dong there. It's the battle for P2. Once she's going to try and go around the outside there of Valentin. Mandanak there is just fighting for it aggressively. This is perfect now for Pashalis. He wants to just drive away, but ultimately they're still going to be too close once they get onto the oval. They have dropped Jose Soria. Phil Delez again, nowhere really to be seen. 3.7 seconds back. But again, ridiculous performance. Urano, P9, that's a good performance again. If you get 24 top 10s during this whole event, I think you're in a good spot to win this whole event. So, yeah, Urano, again, just doing what they've been doing, just going about their business, not doing anything too flashy, but ultimately will still be leading this. I'm not too sure exactly what the points standings are. It changes every 3 seconds. I feel sorry for the mathematicians that we have here trying to figure this stuff out, because it is crazy, but you can see a little bit of a push there. Again, Valentin just lost a bit of time to Wunsch, and Wunsch needs to realize that this is a risky strategy here, pushing on the oval. How about instead don't battle for the next 5 minutes on the infield or into turn number 1? Just make it so that you're all sticking together, because basically they're losing so much time into turn 1 because he's battling that then he's having to push, which is risky, on the oval. It makes no sense to me. Anyway, oh sorry, Justin, live points are up. Urano, still 3 points clear. R8G, again, that could change. R8G will be looking to win this, so it could go to 2 points. And Redline are still only 5 points behind. Josh Thompson, how close is he to Jack Sedgwick? Not really that close, but Sedgwick, the key factor in this is, I think he's damaged, isn't he, from that contact into turn number 1. So Redline might gain 1 more position.
That's going to be very critical for them when it comes to this battle up at the front for the standings, to be able to keep up with R8G and their momentum in the open wheel machinery the past couple races. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on, absolutely. Still needs to close up 6 seconds, though, to be able to get to Jack Sedgwick. Keep in mind as well, when it comes to all this fighting still, with Espis now leading this pack, that's regrouping itself to get up to 3rd place's draft. My eyes are peeled to see what Kiss can do, because you wondered, who is he, mind you? He's someone with a lot of real-world racing experience in the European Truck Racing Championship, remember? And this is one of the few sim racing events he does throughout the year. In fact, he's done 15 in total official events all year so far, for someone with plenty of experience at age 37.
Yeah, good point. Really good point here. So you expect him to be able to use that craft later on in this race. How important is that going to be? Well, we will find out. That is 100% for sure. Dinez then is closed up onto the back here of Soria. Soria battling with Dinez. I think Dinez has finally got ahead of him here, and I think he realizes he's got to get onto the back of Andre Martins sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it is going to be curtains here. Has Dinez, is he left an ace up his sleeve to potentially play here? This could be something that we will remember forever when it comes to this event, the Infinity event. Maybe we'll do it again. Who knows if we're going to do it again? But Phil Dinez could go from 32nd all the way up towards the lead here with, what, 7 minutes 40 seconds to go. So this could be a special performance. But the front three have remained the same for quite a long time now as it stands. Wunsch around the outside as we get a beautiful camera shot here of Wunsch in P3, just in behind Valentin Mandanak. Mandanak will want to go 2 for 2. He just won the last race as well, race number 6 of our 24. He will absolutely want to win this. We've got Pashalis Gurkis for the first time. We've seen him today. He's currently in P1. And with Coanda having a disconnect in the last race from the lead, he absolutely needs to win this. They won the previous race to that with Joshua Rogers as well in the LMP at Monza. So Coanda are probably the form team right now. Without that disconnect, I think they could be right up there, as there is a potential move for the lead. You can hear Justin in the background making very inappropriate noises. Oh no, where's a big lunge? That's a big lunge. Is there contact? Oh, there nearly was. He absolutely went to send it there. Closes the door on a T3 motorsport car as well. And there's a mistake here. So it will be Valentin Mandanak that does indeed drop him behind there. And Justin, why are they starting to get desperate now? Still 6 minutes 40 seconds to go. Maybe, I guess they're losing time to the group behind. They're trying to make a hurry up.
Not just that, but also there's not too much time to consider things. 4 estimated laps to go this upcoming time by. Not too many laps to really set this up. Or if you want a true chance, you need to make the move now. That's why they're showing that desperation. Wunsch in particular has regathered that desperation to pull ahead. But now this is exactly what was needed if you're Espes and or if you're Kiss. Now it's up to a 5-car breakaway. Bill Dennis needs them to keep fighting if he wants the true shot as well, as they get by some of the lap traffic. 1 car quickly by, but Wolf Team Racing again is the next lap car.
Yeah, Phil Dinez is being pushed here. Phil Dinez is being pushed by Andre Martins. They are working together, and with the front 4 going like this, there is absolutely every reason to suggest that they are going to catch up. As it stands, it's still Passionless Gurkis who leads the way. Luka Wunsch in second, Valentin Mandanak in third, Pablo Espez and Norby Kiss as your top 5 then. And then we go a little bit further back then, about 1.2 seconds it is. Phil Denez and Andre Martins. They've got to hope that these 5 drivers here start playing silly buggers with each other, and that means they can catch up. But as it stands, they've got a back marker actually to contend with here, which around a circuit like this, if they don't catch them in the infield, it's not really going to be too much of a worry, and actually could help them more than anything. But no, that gap has massively come down here. Phil Denez is actually nearly to within a second of the group in front. They all check up with each other as well, and it is, there we go. So Phil Denez is right onto the back of it here. And I tell you what, I think we're about to witness something unbelievable. I think we're about to see a P31 or P32, I can't remember exactly where he started on the grid here, up to P1 potentially. This could be unbelievable.
Has the possibility, but they need to keep it clean for 3 more laps estimated and under 5 minutes on the clock. The lap car locks up its brakes and slides off the racetrack to move out of the way. But here's the thing when it comes to Dennis as well. He needs to pass by Kiss. He needs to pass by Espez. He needs to pass by the green car and Wunsch. He then needs to find a way around the bump drafters in Viras Coanda and for R8G. It's not easy, to say the least. He'll need it near perfect after the chart from 34th already up to 6th.
Yeah, he's 34th he started. Wow. So he's done it 28 times already. So what's another 5, Justin? It'll be fine. He's basically won. Like, again, another camera where it's almost like we're not supposed to be there. So I don't understand these camera angles, Justin. It's almost like, yeah, look, it's like a secret camera, like, weird. Just put it on your monitor and look at us. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, I was just getting a bit weird about it all. Anyway, Passionless, who's led pretty much from start to finish here, got into the lead at the start of this race and has not really looked back. Valentin Mandanak now starting to make some inroads here. The front 2 have kind of got away a little bit because the 2 behind, Espez and Wunsch, are going through side by side. They can almost high-five each other here. They're that close. As we head up then towards that oval section, this will be the real big opportunity here for Denez, who's now P5, to really close that gap. It's the first time he's been within, you know, real slip. Oh, he's binned it! He's binned it! No way has Phil Denez just binned it. Ah, he would have used his tyres up hugely. I guess he's just towed because his time isn't. Yeah, he's just towed. We were on the verge of something magical there with Phil Denez. And Phil Denez, I think he's just burnt his tyres out completely. We will get a replay of that, ladies and gentlemen, but we were on the precipice of something unbelievable that we will remember forever. And ultimately, it's all come undone there with the simplest of mistakes. A solo mistake. Phil Denez will be gutted. But I'll tell you what, he's got to take solace in his performance there, although it's not really going to do too much for the team because it's going to be very minimal points on the board. Up towards the leaders then, they've got themselves around about a second advantage now to Wunsch and Espez. Here is the replay then. Phil Denez. Oh, he just took too much curb. Oh, he took too much curb. And he's just tried to... He wants to get the slipstream, right? He wants to get as close to the cars in front. He wants to take full advantage of their slipstream, and it's minimal. It's half a meter on the power too early, still turning the car too far to the left for the power he's inputting into the car. Weight transfers like, nah, not today. And again, like a very happy dog chasing its tail, the head becomes the tail becomes the head. Simple as that. And that is, I'm gutted there, Justin. I genuinely thought he could go out and win this race. That's how good of a performance it was, you know, albeit take qualifying away. So unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for the pace, but we still have the chance, and I think we'll still see an exciting finish. The top 2, they've broken away a little bit, but here's the problem. They've got plenty of traffic now. They have the kitty cat going back machine, Loris Muller moving up to the high side. They have another lap car in front to get tow off. Then they need to get themselves sorted. They're expecting possibly the white flag this time from Barney the flagman. Espez and Wunsch have fought so hard, they are too far back right now unless they make major mistakes to get there. And this traffic is being reached in all the wrong spots for both of them.
No, I think it's perfect for them. I think this gives P3 and P4 a chance to catch up. I really do. I think it couldn't be any more perfect. In all fairness, I think they're going to slingshot up towards the leaders. We are on board then with Passionless Gurkis. We will get the white flag this time round. It's race 7 of the VCO Infinity 24-hour set of races. 24 different races, 5 different cars, 5 different tracks, 24 different variants of both, or combinations, should I say. We are here with the Formula 3 Dallara at Daytona Road Course. We crossed the line, the white flag is out here, and well, it does look like Espes and Wunsch is really not sorted out here, and actually they're going to get upended by the back markers. That could have been perfect, they could have utilised it perfectly, but it's not quite going to work out. It will be a 1v1 on Rust, or in our case, it will be Daytona, Pashalis Gurkisten, who's been in sim racing since time began, against Valentin Mandanak, who wants to go 2 for 2. He won the last race that we had. Can he indeed go out there and win this one as well? We were in the Dallara IR18 for the previous race at Silverstone. And again, we're here at Daytona in the F3. Merely a few corners to go before we head back onto the oval here. We've got the bus stop chicane to indeed contend with. And then it is a mad Dallara dash to the finish line. Will Coanda, who won 2 races ago, were leading and got a disconnect in the previous race, and now are leading here for the 3rd race in a row. They are the form team, but with 0 points from race number 6. They are in, well, treacherous conditions right now. They're going to need to go out there and win 10, 12 races, I would say, to go out there and win this championship. Wunsch, maybe, is he close enough? No, he's not close enough. In towards the bus stop they come. Pashalis then takes a very nice line through the entry. His exit's superb as well. And really now it is all about, can you get into that slipstream significantly enough, Valentin, to pull out and take the lead of this race? Then they head around the second to last turn. The final turn will actually be where the start-finish line is. It is very, very close between the two. Pashalis Gurkisten is still in the lead. Oh, there's contact between the two of them. Valentin's on his roof. So Valentin's on his roof. He's going to lose P2. He is going to lose P2. Pablo Espes is going to take 2nd. Wunsch is going to take 3rd. And I think Mandanak's not going to finish. I think Mandanak is not going to finish this race. He's in P6 as it stands. He's just going to get passed by everybody here. Pashalis Gurkis and him have contact. He's on the infield. That is not the right way you should be facing, I can tell you that. That is a slow way of getting around Daytona. And that, I just didn't think that was even a possibility here at Daytona. Valentin was trying to go 2 for 2. It's going to be a DNF in the... Oh, no, did he get across the line? No, he did. He got across the line in P6, I think.
He crossed the line upside down. One in the
Wow. Okay, so again, it's very unfortunate how that's gone down, but he is so lucky to have still got P6. That is the most ridiculous P6 I have ever seen. I need to see that replay. I don't just want to see the replay. I need to see him cross that line. He is, well, he's going to have half his helmet's going to be scraped off. He did! That's amazing. That is a fair play. Again, he's going to be gutted. He feels like he could probably won that race. But if you told him the circumstances of how that was going to end and you still get P6, yeah, not the worst result in the world. So a P1 and a P6 in 2 consecutive races. Valentin Mandanak for R8G. Fair play. Good result. Coanda, though, for the last 3 races, if they'd actually finished them, I think they would have had 3 wins from 3. Unfortunately, that disconnect in the previous race has absolutely killed their chances here. He just drove into him. He just drove into Pashalis. Like, I want to see that again.
He drove on top of him.
I want to see that again. I need to see that again. I can't. That was yeah. You're right. He just drove on him.
Yeah, he just used the right rear tire was used as a ramp essentially that flipped him on over there. I think, Luke, and with the exact positioning, it just was the perfect storm to see him upside down. Absolutely crazy. I don't think I've seen that in a long while like that in this circumstance. See him just trying to ride it up. Just rides the right rear tire and it flips him upside down the whole entire tri-oval into the grass.
So lucky. He's so lucky to finish. That is madness that he's managed to... He must have Vaselined up the car before they raced. That is ridiculous. I will say this one thing, though. Congratulations to Valentin Mandanak and indeed Pashalis Gurkis on their birth of, 9 months' time. I guess the conception of their little F3 Dallara. We will have a baby F3 being born after that lovemaking towards the line. But it is a win. Coanda, Pashalis, Gurkis takes the win. And again, if they didn't have a disconnect in the previous race, they would be so in and amongst it, maybe even leading. Pablo Espes then takes P2 for Obsidian. Obsidian back in and amongst it. T3 Motorsport then for Luca Wunsch takes P3. Jose Soria is in P4. Andre Martins in P5. And how? I have no idea. It was magic. Here we are. Valentin Mandanak, P1 last race, P6 this race, facing the wrong way. And by the wrong way, I mean upside down. Dylan Scrivens, actually he went across the line backwards and upside down. Impressive stuff. Dylan Scrivens then P7 for Urano. Urano just doing what they need to do. They are absolutely the surprise. But at this stage, not really, because they are just getting the best performance out of their team. Norby Kiss, P8. Jack Sedgwick, P9. Josh Poulain is in P10. The next 10 drivers then, Josh Thompson in P11, incredible performance from the red line driver, qualified P32 and manages to get to P11. Nuno Henriquez in P12, Matthias Nogage is in P13. We then got Peter Zuber, Michi Hoyer, Ben Fuller, Ferris Stanley, Niels Van Handel, Blair Mann and Yannick Lapchin rounding out your top 20. We then have Alex Mitchell, Sven Noller, Kim Andre Strom. We've then got John Silver, Austin Farr, Fabio Rashmat, Fabio Rauer, Loris Muller. We've then got Richard Yep and Nicholas Hedberg. And if you ended up in this 10, it didn't go well. Yvonne Hooflar, Christoph Hink. We've then got Benedict Hitz. We've got Regan Mitchell, Phil Denez. So could have been. Alexander Shea, Andrea Salvi, Jonas Vanna, Max Del Orco and Sergio Ignacio. Fastest lap was Pablo Espez on lap 20, but it was Daytona, so I'm sure he didn't have a parachute hanging out the back of his car. What an ending, Justin! Not only to the race, but your second race with me. You're done now for a bit, so you're going off. I'm heading to my final hour in this 5-hour stint. What an incredible couple of races you've had.
What an incredible finish to this respective race. One of the craziest finishes you may ever see this entire year when it comes to iRacing in general, because of just how the circumstances played out, with how the implications have now played in with some of the battling for this fight towards the top of the standings, and as well, the implications when you consider things on the players in that conversation. It's an absolutely incredible sequence, and Valentin absolutely had a good chance to try and win that race. It just took the matter of avoiding the contact. The tough part was avoiding some of the blocks, and unfortunately, the timing of where they connected together was the perfect storm for a driver to go upside down and go from 2nd to 6th, sliding upside down in the style of Clint Boyer from 2007's Daytona 500.
Again, fountain of knowledge. Justin, it's been an absolute pleasure. We're now going to head to a very quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. While we indeed give Justin his break, he's going to be allowed out of his cage now, and we're going to bring someone else into the cage. We've got DJ Clark coming in next time round as well, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, Justin, thanks for getting involved, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. What a couple of races you got. You got absolutely treated there. Now the next one's probably going to be an absolute snooze fest.
Well, to give credit, the next race I think is going to be an intriguing one, because it's one of those I believe we're approaching towards the possibility of a different starting sequence to consider. So I think for some of the drivers, that intensity level is going to keep on going, especially after seeing what just happened to some of the respective drivers with the craziness that just took place.
100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back in about 3 minutes, a little bit more. So yeah, we'll see you then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCO INFINITY, a 24-hour-long event. It's like an endurance race, but there's 24 of them with 5 different cars and 5 different tracks, making 24 different combinations, 5 drivers in 40 teams, where each driver has to drive at least 2 cars. Is that enough for you? Well, I'm kind of run out of gas here a little bit. My name's Luke Crane. I am now joined by DJ Clark. How you doing, brother? You all good?
I'm good and ready to go here. I'm in for the next 3 hours and couldn't be more excited to start things off at one of my all-time favorite circuits, Road America.
Yeah, Road America, GT3, McLarens. We're going to see flames. We're going to see cars facing the wrong way, no doubt. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. It's actually the 3rd time we've been to Road America today. We will be heading to the 3rd of the way through, which is mind-blowing. I've done 5 hours. It feels like we should have finished the event by now. But again, I'm not too sure how much you've been watching DJ. Urano Esports, is it a surprise to you? To me, I feel like they've been, it's not so much of a surprise at this stage, but like from race 1, they have just been so consistent.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's just that consistency that we keep seeing out of them. It's just the slow and steady progress moving forward, being able to get their way ahead of such names like Team Redline and VRS Coanda that we would expect to be at the top of the charts. I think Urano is doing exactly what you need to do, pacing this race, just like we'd see in a normal 24-hour endurance race.
100%. Again, we're in GT3 this time round, so I'm expecting it to be a little bit more orthodox around Road America. You know, home turf for you, being from the north of the Americas. What are you expecting from this race?
Well, I'm expecting a little bit different approach to things. It is near midnight here, Virtual Standard Time, actually 2 a.m. Virtual Standard Time, so it is going to be pitch black, and it is going to be very tricky with those conditions.
Yep, it absolutely will be. Here we are, is the grid then, and we've got Gustavo Ariel for R8G, we've got Alexei Nesov then for Urano Esports, Joshua Rogers for Coanda in 3rd, Luke Bennett for Redline in 4th, that is a lineup, wow. Marcos Nunes then for Auris Racing Team in 5th, 6th then for Daniel Ferguson for Pure Sims Esports. So there's your front 6. We'll try and run through these as quickly as possible, ladies and gentlemen. We've got then Jacob Maciejewski in 7th position. We've then got Gael Valero, Jimmy Antunes. We've got Dominic Blair, Dion Fialo, Jacob Kwiatkowski as your top 12. Then we've got Marcus Deck, Jordan Caruso, Phil Denez, Edu Fernandez Morales, Fraser Williamson, Iago Martinez. Pablo Lopez, Balash Reminek. We've then got Sam Michaels, Norby Kiss, Henry Morse and Sido Weyer. Paul Crawford, Martin Buchan. We've then got Baz Slob, Tristan Iglesias. We've got Ferris Stanley and Kim Andre Strum. Then we've got Tony Runanen, Casper Risho Anderson. We've then got Florian Denzler, Andre Dallavalle. We've then got Andika Rama Maulana and Hendrik Bieler. And rounding out your grid, we've got Khan Punk and we've got Alexander Shea. Only 38 drivers by the looks of things out of our 40 grid, so a couple of teams not taking part here. DJ, R8G, Urano, Coanda, Redline, Auris, our top 5. This is going to be an absolute smoke show, surely.
You could not ask for a better lineup than that as they work their way out of that final corner, ready to go. The flames already starting to spit out. It's time to go racing.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's race 8 then of the VCO INFINITY 24-hour event. Go get your beers, go get your snacks. This is going to be an absolute worldie of a race as we are now. Green light racing. Gustavo Ariel takes us away. Urano Esports, Alexei Nesov, has he not started here? Where is Alexei Nesov? This is not good. The leaders of the championship, by the looks of things, do not have a driver in this race. Alexei may have disconnected here, which is so unfortunate. Big opportunity for everybody else around them, but that's the big story. That's the big headlines. It's been a very clean start here. Rogers moves up to P2 because of it. Bennett P3, Ferguson for Pure Sims then P4, Aris then in P5, Apex then in 6th with Gael Valero, but the leader is Gustavo Ariel. It's a clean start here, DJ, but our leaders of the championship, Urano, there's no driver for them.
That's the big story coming out of it right now as they all dive their way down into turn 5. That could be absolutely detrimental to them as they go along. Hopefully it's something that they can get fixed and we'll see them back in the next race. But everybody, I've got to give them credit here, being very calm, considerate drivers here going up through these first couple of corners on cold tires on a cold track.
Yeah, not ideal here at all. I'm just wondering whether it might be like a potential drive-through or something, because they signed in with the wrong team? No, it definitely isn't. There's only 37 left. So, yeah, that is. I don't know. I'll let Arjuna let us know in the chat here. He'll probably do a bit more investigative work there. Anyway, we've got to go on with what we got here right now. R8G Esports. This is a massive opportunity for them to take the lead of this championship because, as it stands, Urano are going to score 0 points. Joshua Rogers for Coanda. They have won 2 of the last 3 races. The one race they didn't win, they were leading and disconnected themselves. So Coanda on the absolute charge here, and Redline with Bennett. Oh, this is a dream 3. Everybody else relatively close here as well. We've got Daniel Ferguson, P4, Marco Nunez, Gael Valero, Jacob Maciejewski. We've got Dominic Blyer. We've got Jimmy Antunes, Jordan Caruso as your top 10. I think this is going to be a little bit of a slow burner here. Pardon the pun, of course, McLaren's burning everywhere with flames coming out the back. I think it's going to be a slow burner here, DJ. I think there's no one's really going to take any chances, especially the top 3, considering the leader of the championship's not in this race. They'll know that, right? So, yeah, I'm not expecting too much for the early stages.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there as well, although we're getting a little bit proved wrong there, as that's Valero trying to make a move to the inside of Nunez going into turn 1. Not always the best area to try to get that overtaking zone done, and I was going back and looking through everything. It was internet issues for Nesov. That is what forced them out of the race. They had an upload issue directly before the drop of the green flag.
Oh, so gutting for them. Urano have been so good, and when it comes to the end of this championship, will that be the difference between them winning this and not winning this? It's as simple as that. By the way, we did have a change of lead for this race then. Joshua Rogers into the lead, and he's only in his 2nd race of the championship so far. And, well, he won the first one at Monza in the LMP2 there, as we see a car completely disappear off circuit. That's Jacob Maciejewski. Luckily, the car is back and all good. Maciejewski there racing for PGZ. Dominic Blyer moving down the order there. P10 now. We've then got Jacob Kwiatkowski currently in P11 as it stands for the NetRets outfit. Dion Fiallo, should I say, for Veloce in P12. We've then got Race Clutch in P13. I'll tell you what, Phil Denez P14. I'll tell you what might be interesting, and I'm not sure we'll be able to get it this early in the race, but a live standings without seeing Urano in the standings, this could completely blow the competition wide open.
Yeah, it certainly well could. I mean, going into the race, they had about a 7-point or so lead on there. That's just me doing a little bit of quick math in my head, and I think that's going to completely blow open the standings with Redline and R8G Esports being able to maybe move their way on by. T3 may even be able to get a little bit up there as well. It's going to have to be very interesting to see. We'll have to do that math, and please bear with us, because commentators doing math is never a good idea.
No, good work though. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. Well, I'm 5 hours in, so I could be wrong myself, but I feel like you're pretty right there. And yeah, Mike is going to be doing the spreadsheet and stuff. He's trying to do cameras, spreadsheet, production. He's doing all sorts here, doing the smashing job as well. Shout out to Mike, although, yeah, some of the stuff he said about you in the chat, guys, is ridiculous. Horrible human. Rogers still leading the way, 1.2 seconds ahead of Gustavo Ariel. Again, Ariel is going to be gaining, what, 38 points? And they were only 7 points behind, so it's going to be like, they're going to be like 31 ahead as it stands. Bennett in a good spot for Redline, and this is so important. When last 2 races, Redline haven't even put a lap time in for qualifying, and they've made massive mistakes in qualifying, but they've managed to get in and around that top 10. And it's just consistency, DJ, isn't it? At 24 races, if you can consistently be top 10, you're going to be in a great spot come the end.
Exactly, and it's a little bit as we alluded to before the beginning of this race, as we got a little side-by-side there going down into turn 5. It's all about consistency. It's just like driving a full 24-hour endurance race. It's not if you can set the fastest time. It's not if you can get one race down. It's just about making sure you're able to maximize the points. It's a long, long race season here to look at it, and you've just got to try to get what you can down.
Yeah, 100%. Gal Valero on board now. P5 very much nearly lost it under the Corvette bridge there. Just ran out a little bit wide onto the curbing. Again, track limits are so strange around Road America. Some corners you can run 300 miles wide, and other corners you cut it by a millimeter and you get a slowdown. It's yeah, a very interesting circuit to say the very least. But for the most part, it's a race driver friendly circuit. As the standings are up on the screen. Oh wow, okay. Okay, who's scripting this? Florian, put your script away. This is ridiculous. After 8 races, if it stays as it is, it will be tied between Redline and R8G. I don't believe it. Urano, that's gut-wrenching for them. Is there a way that they can maybe reconnect and hope people have a couple of DNS? I'm sure that's what you've got to do here, DJ, right? You've got to reconnect. You've got to just try and do something. He is. No, he is. So, yeah, Alexei Netov is in the race, I think. Again, hopefully Mike can get it. He's on P37 right now. I think he's out on circuit here, and he's good. And he actually, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, there we go. So, Nesov says P38, but he's already going to gain a position on Kim Andre Strum, who's DNF'd. So Kim Andre Strum's DNF, so he's going to gain, as it stands, I think 4 points. So they're going to get 4 points for this. He might gain a couple more spots here. So again, it's a long, long event. But DJ, it's just great to see him in the race.
It's great to see him in the race, and I love the determination here. I mean, let's not forget, this is a very tricky circuit. You talked about those off tracks. There are plenty of places that you can lose the car a little bit around here, whether it's coming over the Corvette Bridge. You can always outbrake yourself going down into Canada Corner. Anywhere through the hurry down's really always a problem. If a couple of cars start to tangle in front of them, they may be able to gain a lap or two back and just get a few of those precious points. We saw that they're only going to be within about 20 or so points off of the lead of Team Redline. So any point that they can get from this race is going to be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely smashed it there, DJ. Couldn't agree with you more. And we've already seen a couple of teams, well, every race there's at least 3 or 4 teams that are a couple of laps down because of mistakes being made in races. There's one fast repair, but if some drivers have had to come into the pits twice. So, yeah, it's so easily done in iRacing. These cars are very, very fragile. So, yeah. Nesov just got to do laps here. Don't really need to go too fast either. It's just a case of get through the 45 minutes or 37 minutes left. Although he's got 9.1 KI rating, so I'm pretty sure he's going to still be going pretty fast. But yeah, good to see him back up to the leaders. Joshua Rogers into the lead, doing what Joshua Rogers does. Put 1.1 second clear. Gustavo Ariel just doesn't really have an answer too much here. He's lost a toe as well. Luke Bennett's right in behind Gustavo Ariel, so you can imagine that Redline would love to get ahead. If Redline get ahead of RHG, it's a 2-point swing, so that means they'll go 2 points clear, even though it's only a 1-point game for them. RHG would lose a point. Daniel Ferguson then in P4. That's an incredible performance there in P4 there for the Pure Sims Esports. That would be the best performance they've had so far today. We've then got Gaio Valero for Apex. Apex really do not need to start stringing some results together. Jacob Maciejewski, who we've seen racing for Carbon Esports in the ERL, he's racing for PGZ this time around. They were in a good spot last time out of Daytona. I did say at that point it was their best performance so far, and as soon as I mentioned that, then, well, they binned it, so I'm not going to mention anything now. They're in P6, and they're battling for P5.
Indeed, and this sort of draft train that you're seeing right here, very indicative of what a lot of you are going to get at Road America, the run coming off of Turn 3, as well as the run onto the front straight and going down into Canada Corner. Expect to see a lot of drivers just running in order here like this. Obviously, trying to see if they can maybe poke their head out a little bit there to try to get a slipstream, but this is going to be the flavor of the hour, let's call it, as they run.
Yeah, 100%. You know, especially cars in 3rd and 4th of the pack, because you know they can only go so fast. These cars don't just get faster and faster and faster by being in more of a tow. So you get a double tow where you're a little bit faster than someone who's getting a single tow, but when you get sort of triple or quadruple and beyond that, there's only so fast these McLarens can go. So yeah, it just becomes like, if you guys watch Formula 1, really, it's like a DRS train. It's just very difficult to overtake because everyone's just doing the same pace. It's really only the lead car and second place that the second place car needs to basically isolate the lead car and then hopefully gain a bit of a gap on the group behind. So yeah, it becomes very, very difficult. But you will see people, especially teams like Altus, who are currently P9, you expect them to be fighting for the championship here today, but they've not had a top 10 yet, so you expect them to be absolutely battling for every position possible. Jimmy Antunes in the Arnage competition car, they absolutely have to do the same here again, as we see a potential move being made down the inside there. Who is that? It's Marcus Deck there for Race Clutch. There's a lovely little move, actually. Looked like he was going to outbrake himself, run a little bit too far wide and wipe people out, but it wasn't. It was perfectly executed there. I'm not too sure, DJ, what your experience is with the sim, but the McLaren, is there anything we should be looking at in this car and its characteristics and what maybe could go wrong later in the race?
Well, the one thing you're always going to want to watch out for is that dreaded off-throttle oversteer in these McLarens. That means when you're coming off of the throttle, when you're coasting through the corners, the rear end is going to want to break away on you, and that's going to be particularly tricky. Watch for some incidents maybe in Turn 1 where drivers are going to have to catch a lot, and then the big area for that is going to be coming under that Corvette bridge, Turn 6. That is a very, very tricky corner. It goes uphill and then immediately flattens out, and you have to be very sensitive on the inputs, even in the most planted of cars, but in these McLarens in particular, that's going to be a tricky area.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's not the easiest of cars. If you can nail it, though, it is an absolute dream to drive. If you can nail this car, there is so much potential with it. And actually, in special events, it's become one of the stronger cars in terms of... Sorry, not in terms of choice. Not many people choose it, but if you really get to grips with it, you can just gain so much time. It's one of those. It's high risk, high reward car. Let's say we're looking down here at P24 as it stands. Then we've got DCW Racing, Paul Crawford. Just lost a spot there by the looks of things. There's action ahead of them as well, all over the show. Ridiculous action happening right now. That's actually the BS competition car, isn't it? That's he dropped all the way down, and maybe it's not the BS competition car. Who am I looking at here? Is it? Is that Phil Denez? No, Phil Denez is P13, unless he's just dropped down and it's not updated here. It looks like the BS competition car, but I'm not too sure whether it is. It's too dark here for me to be able to see. Yeah, I think they have dropped down, so that's not ideal. Phil Denez, who, I don't know if you watched the last race, DJ, but he went from P34 all the way up to P7 and then made the smallest of mistakes, and he probably could have won that race. And it just looks like he's kind of maybe checked out a little bit here. Oh, so unfortunate. There's not much you can do when you've had the race like you had previously. It's so easy to then just not get your mind back in tune and you're in trouble.
Yeah, very much so, and it's one of the things that I think makes this Infinity series so challenging for these drivers is you don't have that mental time to reset coming from car to car. Ooh, we've had another little bit of coming around there. That looks like the number 30 machine, I think, having a little bit of a problem. Paul Crawford.
Oh, we just saw it make an overtake, and then the next time around we see a mistake there. It looks like someone else has been involved. That's Denez again, isn't it? Yeah, Denez is rallycrossing his way through Road America around the final corner. I think it might be a case of... Well, no, Crawford's coming into the pits, so I guess it must be damage to that car. You know, you're not retiring the car. If you're retiring the car, you're letting your team down, right? That's one thing here, DJ, we've got to bring out there. If you're retiring the car... Doesn't matter what position you're in, you are letting your teammates down, regardless of the damage. You come and get that car fixed, and you stay out, and you gain 1 point if it needs to be. And right now, the minimum amount of points you would get is actually, well, Urano, 37. And actually, we were talking about Alexei Nesov. He needs things like this to happen, doesn't he? So he, again, could gain a couple of spots here, even being 2 laps down.
Exactly, and that's why you put your car back out onto the circuit just like that. Is if you can gain any one of those positions, it's certainly helpful. Checking back in on that battle for P2. These guys continue to run very, very close. Ariel and Bennett just looks like they're sort of stalking, hounding each other. You mentioned earlier a pressure cooker, a little bit of a race. I think this is going to fire off here in probably the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, to be fair, I actually saw the red line car of Bennett pushing down in towards turn 3 on the previous lap. So he just wants to isolate. I think they might have given up on Rogers, if I'm honest. It's a case of if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake here. But it's a case of Coanda aren't really in the mix right now, so we don't really need to push for them. But red line and RHE know with. Sorry, not Coanda. With Urano having that disconnect, it's a big opportunity to take the lead of this championship. And, you know, I speak about this during all of my broadcasts in sim racing. These sim racers, it's not just them on their own anymore with their computer. They have a manager or they have an analyst. They have someone in their ears telling them exactly what they need to do to get the best performance out of the car and best position for the team.
Yeah, exactly. And whether that is a spotter, whether that is a pit manager, as you said, there's a little bit of a move. I believe that was Antunes getting around on by. Managing every part of it. The driver really just has to drive, and it's such a blessing to be able to have that happen that you don't have to be focusing on any of those interstitiary things. You can just focus on the 4 wheels on the road.
100%. As again, we're seeing some more bump drafting a little bit further back here. This is for P6. So we've got what? Well, no, hold on. It's P5. Sorry, P5 has been lost here. So the Arnash competition car has moved up into P5. The P is Apex. Hold on. I don't think my timing's updating. Here. Let me just update my timing, live timing here. So Apex P6, Arnash competition, yeah. It wasn't updating. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I was actually 15 minutes behind. So that's why I'm getting a bit confused here as to why, like, Phil Denez was P13 and he dropped right out in the order. It's like, I'm 5 hours in, so leave me alone. I think I've done okay, to be fair. DJ, you take over. I need a breather.
Well, I can take over a little bit on it here as Ariel and Bennett continue to go their way around. And yeah, interesting you were mentioning the bump draft there that we are seeing play out. That is something that has really cropped up more and more over about the past year or so in iRacing, seeing these GT3 cars really start to capitalize and use that NASCAR style of bump drafting to try to get themselves a little bit ahead, get themselves that breathing room that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, it's difficult to come by, though. Again, you know, when you sign up for these races, for the most part, you know, there's a bit of a disparity between P1 and P40, I would say, but you're looking at 28 to 30 drivers that are just elite level. You make one mistake, you drop a load of positions. If you have an unbelievable lap, you may gain one. It's it's like iRacing. It's like racing yourself, isn't it? You have one good race and you gain 20 iRating. You have one bad race, you lose 150. It's just like a constant kick in the nuts most of the time. That's exactly for these drivers here. They are battling against people of the same ability. There's so many 8K, 9K, 10K drivers in this race. It's absolutely ridiculous. As we look on board here with SRC Movano losing a position, should I say. So Movano's moved down to P16. T3, Tristan Iglesias. Is he related to the singer Iglesias? Maybe. I don't know. That's something you'd have to ask him.
We'll have to find out that one a little bit later. And yeah, as we continue to go along here, the other thing that these drivers are going to have to keep in mind is a little bit of tire wear here. Yes, it's very cold track temperatures. As we said, 2 a.m. in the sim right now. It's about 2:20 virtual standard time, as it were. But with as hard as these guys are pushing, they don't want to overuse the tires too much, especially in these McLarens. Those rear ends like to break away a little bit. So you've got to conserve a little bit and be smart about how you're applying the throttle, how you're applying the brake. You don't want to use too much too early and ruin your shot of having a good chance to move yourself up in the last couple of stages of the race.
Yeah, spot on. Again, tires there was no real drop-off before the latest patch for the tyres, especially on GT3. Now, they are pretty much perfect out of the box. You don't really have to warm them up too much, in all honesty. Of course, there's the whole brake dragging stuff and whatnot, but, you know, that's for the big nerds that do that stuff. But for us normal people, the tyres are the best they ever have been in terms of just coming out the pits. But the drop-off is a lot more significant. So around about the 30-minute mark, there will be a drop-off because these drivers are qualifying lap after lap after lap as we see a potential move from the T3 Motorsport team for what would be P14. That'll be 2 moves made in 1 lap there, and that is race clutch dropping down. So Marcus Deck there losing position, and Tristan Iglesias, God, he is absolutely destroying the field right now. Maybe out of position a touch there, maybe a mistake earlier on in this race. But yeah, a couple of positions gained. We're not seeing many overtakes, but we're seeing 2 from one driver in 1 lap.
Yeah, indeed we are, and it just goes to show you, it's one of the reasons why I love Road America, is just about every corner on this circuit, you can get an overtake done if you want to push for it. Right here, Henry Morse, not probably going to be able to get one down into the kink. That's pretty much flat out, but he's certainly going to line himself up, see if he can get a good run here down into Canada Corner, maybe get a little bit creative on this tricky braking zone.
Yeah, not quite close enough there this time around. But again, trying to be proactive. Oh, hello, big mistake there. Huge mistake there. And that will put hairs on your chest, ladies and gentlemen. That's for sure. You don't want to be making mistakes like that too often. But he manages to just about hold on to it. That was Khan Tunk there. Henry Morse was looking to potentially take advantage of that, but not quite close enough to do so. Wow, that was a huge moment through Canada Corner there, and it's so easily done. Even during the day when you can see the exit of the corner, it's a real blind exit. You've got to just trust that you've broken hard enough and you're on the power late enough, really. But in the dark, I can imagine it's a right nightmare as we come down towards turn number 1, and the move's still not being made. Nice little battle, though.
Yeah, very good little battle. And back to that point about Canada Corner, you really hit the nail on the head with trust there. It is such a corner that you have to just trust the car that it's going to hold out. If you try to second guess it, if you try to put a little bit too much oomph into the corner, it is going to absolutely chew you out and spit you back out. Watching on board here as you come in, there's that blind entry. There's a lot of runoff that you can run into there, but that curving there, if you catch it just wrong, it can throw you off a little bit. It is one of the most fearsome corners in the world, but it is also one of the most fantastic if you get it right.
Oh, yeah, I would say the whole circuit. The whole circuit here, there's just, it looks so simple on the surface, but there's just such a niche circuit. It looks like it's all the same braking points, you know, all very similar corners, 90-degree angles, but they're just some of the downhill braking, uphill braking, camber, off camber. It's just so difficult. Again, like this turn number 1 here, it looks so easy on the surface of it. You've got such a runoff, but most of the time you're in someone's toe or someone's trying to make a move on you from behind. So it's just never that straightforward. And then here, you've got to absolutely maximize your exit because you're normally going to have someone behind you, or indeed you're defending from them, or you're trying to attack them as we come under the bridge here. It's such a long run, and it's a downhill braking zone as well. So if people can really take chances here and ultimately make a move, you'll see them both run out as far right as possible here, not even using the tracklet. Look at that, all 4 wheels over the white line. It's just such a nuance. And then you've got this massive curbing again on the exit. It's just so rare that you have that kind of exit to a corner. Normally, it's a big runoff here in Europe now. Most European new circuits or new world circuits, you don't have a massive raised curb on exits anymore, unless it's Paul Ricard, but we don't need to talk about that. It's like a mirage. But yeah, again, such a unique challenge, but it's such a... You just got to be pinpoint perfect to really maximize your lap time.
Yeah, you really and truly do. And now as you come through the carousel here, another one of those parts that you have to be absolutely perfect on. You've got to be feathering the throttle all the way throughout that quarter, trying to figure it out right, trying to get it right, to be able to maximize your speed as you fly down through the kink and back again around through Canada Corner. And I could sing the praises of this track all the livelong day. This is one of the best that North America has to offer.
Yeah, the first time I ever raced around here was on Project Cars 2. And we used to race in the Renault Clio. I don't know if you've ever raced a Renault Clio on any sim in your life. I don't know what your sim racing experience is, DJ. Is it just iRacing, or have you been on other sims?
No, I've been on it. I have raced the Renault Clio. I'm not going to tell you my I rating or how good I am, because there's a reason why I'm up in the commentary booth.
Renault Clio is one of the most beautiful cars of all time in any sim racing game. And around here, especially where it's nice and wide, you've got really nice exits where you can run off the circuit a little bit. It's just beautiful. But yeah, like the kink is one of my favorite corners in all of motorsport, because it is so easy on the surface. But if you miss that, if you turn in a little bit too early, you turn in a little bit too late, you will die.
Indeed, and I mean, it has been, unfortunately, the scene of some very, very horrific accidents over the years. Catherine Legg's terrible incident there in kart comes to mind. Obviously, Catherine able to be able to get away and walk away from that incident, but it is a corner that if you get it wrong, the consequences are dire.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the term. In sim racing, I use the term die. Sorry, it just means you have a big crash, but yeah, I work in the real world of motorsport. I should know better. So I apologize if I offended anybody. Down in towards then what will be turn number 3. Look how close this is. This is for P5 here, 7th position, trying to make their way up here. This is Logitech Altis G. As a car just disappears there. That's a tactic, I guess, you could try and use. Arnage just trying to lead up here with Apex Racing. Arnage, Apex, and indeed Logitech G Altis. This is better from all 3 of them, really. We expected them to be up there battling for position throughout every single race. It's just not really been the case for these teams. I guess the best out of the bunch really has been Arnage. They've been relatively consistent around the sort of top 10s. But yeah, it's just been so inconsistent for Logitech G Altis and Apex. And I just don't know what, I can't put my finger on why. Like, they are just so renowned for iRacing and being able to produce result after result after result, but just never really got it going here, as we actually do have this replay for P30.
And this is going down into Canada Corner. Whoa! Squirrely on the brakes, and there they come. That is the 24 going off for a trip into the kitty litter.
I tell you what, I've got a very technical term for that. That was rubbish. That was not good at all. Yeah, that is someone that needs to go and get their driving, well, needs to go and get their eyes tested first and foremost, and then maybe take their driving license away from them. I guess it can happen, but yeah, it shouldn't. That kind of move shouldn't happen in sim racing. As Connery would say, you can't rejoin because that's the one thing you have full control of, and you shouldn't be T-boning someone like that. A little bit of contact by accident, yeah, but that kind of late braking, yeah, that's horrendous. Anyway, it's Logitech G Altis now that lead this little pack here of cars. Actually, no, I say that. Jimmy Antunes is actually driven away, should I say. But they're now joined by another couple of cars here. So we've got Dominic Blyer in P8 then for Triton. And then we've got Netrex in Jacob Kwiatkowski. Try and say that 3 times without cracking. That is a scary name to say for a commentator.
It is indeed, but it looks like here that Apex is going to try to make a little bit of a move down into turn 5. You talked about the downhill braking zone. You can get really late onto the binders there. Oh, that Apex car is blinking, though. That is the last thing you want to see when you're side by side.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but I guess out of sight, out of mind. Don't have to worry about it, dear. Oh, they're not there? Oh, okay, cool. No worries. It's fine. But yeah, this is a lovely little battle between them. It's actually a little bit closer between Dominic Blyer and indeed Jacob Kwiatkowski. Again, I heard that really awkward giggle there from you, DJ, but you've got to say the name.
Kwiatkowski? You're going to have to forgive me. I'm from Indiana.
Bless you.
My accent is it's not going to help me with some of those names. Trust me right now.
I have to do the ERL with Lewis and Arjuna, and like we have people with like Kwiatkowski that's probably one of the easier names to say. It's just relentless. And as I say, if we're saying your name wrong, ladies and gentlemen, you need to send a strongly worded email to your parents and tell them how it will be pronounced from now on. And that's how we say it, because it makes it easier for us. Anyway, back to the racing action. Here we go. We're on board with P9, which is, again, Jacob Kwiatkowski in behind Blair. Again, a bit of a gap now forming between those two. We've then got Gael Valero, P7, and then Jordan Caruso in P6. Again, Jimmy Antunes doing a relatively good job in P5. Joshua Rogers, as much as he's been exceptional, hasn't really driven away. 2.4 seconds, it's a good enough advantage for Ariel not to be piling any kind of pressure on, but you know, he's one mistake away from being caught. I tell you what, Bennett is playing a very clever game here. He is absolutely waiting for that final lap, isn't he? To pounce like a panther, get that 2-point lead, and as we head into the third of the way through this championship, it will be Redline that lead. But as it stands, if they stay P2, P3 like this, it will actually be a tie. So it couldn't be set up any better.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very good racing here, but just there, you could actually hear him backing off a little bit, going down into the braking zone for turn 5. Very careful. There was a car off in the back there. I think that was Emily Danger who went off, and so they were lucky to avoid that machine there.
Yeah, that was close. Could have been bad. Luckily, these 4 drivers have been battling nicely and safely throughout, to be completely honest. And well, that is a genuine we shouldn't be here kind of camera. That is a, you know, there's been some cameras, you know, kind of, they're probably alluding to the fact that they may have an OnlyFans. That is a fact that is an OnlyFans household. So yeah, Jacob, fair play, whatever you're into, my friend. But that is, yeah. Well, maybe it's not even you. I don't know who. Oh, there we go. There's a flash there. We just about saw someone. There, I think as a watch we can just see there on the screen. But yeah, do you know, and that's what makes sim racing special, DJ, is that we get a real insight into the driver behind the wheel with camera angles like that.
Exactly. It's not always that you get to see exactly how somebody wants to frame themselves necessarily, and so it's a little bit of a nice psychological input, let's call it.
Yeah, it's again, just feel privileged to be able to really dive into the psyche. Yeah, I got to probably stop mentioning OF. Sorry, guys. It's just, I don't know why. I don't even know what it is really. I can't really use that, I guess. Anyway, down towards turn 1 we go. It's the battle for the lead. We're here for the VCO INFINITY 24-hour event. You sick-minded people. You're a disgrace, actually. I'm the one who's 5 hours deep into this broadcast on my own. What's your excuses? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, as we can see, both of them running wide there. Monkey see, monkey do. P2. Gustavo Ariel still holding on to that P2. Only 15 minutes to go. Again, Redline probably just chilling, waiting for an opportunity. Bennett hasn't really tried to make any kind of move here. Oh, race control. Here we go. This will be interesting. And we've got a drive-through penalty then for TR, powered by Geeks Energy. As again, back on board with this battle for what will be P2. I don't know what you think, DJ. Do you think, again, Bennett is just probably biding his time, just isolating P2, no real pressure from behind, no real pressure in front, so just trying to make sure that R8G is the only car they need to be worried about?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I think he's thinking not only in terms of this race and just waiting for those last couple of laps to fire off, but he's also thinking in terms of the championship. As you said, if he's able to get his way up by, he knows that's going to be a 2-point swing in the championship for today, and that'll be 2 points that he will be, that team, that Redline team will be ahead. So just kind of holding off there, waiting. No need to try to make a crazy move until it's the last couple of laps.
Yeah, we're on board here with the battle. Well, Guy Valero's lost the position, hasn't he? Yeah, Dominic Blyer is now P7. So, yeah, Guy Valero is now behind. You'll see that the number on the car will change once they next cross the line as they head down in towards Canada corner once again. Nice and dark here. Here is the live standings then. So, as it stands, 284 points each. Then for P1, P2, which is Redline and indeed R8G. If they are to swap positions, which I think Bennett will make the overtake eventually, then it will be a 2-point swing. So that means that it will be Redline that lead by 2 points. So R8G would lose 1, R8G would gain 1. It's really as simple as that. And then we've got Urano, who've led from start to finish. Urano have been absolutely incredible here, and they are currently, because of a disconnect, they were in the front. They were P2 at the start of this, by the way. They were, yeah, in an incredible position, but a disconnect has put them right to the back here. But good news. So I think they're going to gain 2 more positions at a minimum, maybe 3. So I think they might gain 3 more positions. So that will put them up to a maximum of 262. Still 22 points behind, but ultimately, like, it could have been so much more, couldn't it, DJ? It could have been 25, 26 points. And by their form today, they have every chance to go and catch up to the leaders.
Yeah, I certainly think they do. I mean, as you said, we're only a third of the way through this 24-hour event, so plenty of time for them to come back strong later on, and we still have 13 minutes left to go in this race, so there could be a little bit of bumping and banging up ahead that we see, and that could promote them up a few more positions here.
They'll be looking to. They'll absolutely be looking to here. It's past, yeah, trying to regain the position they've lost, isn't it, really? More than anything, Netrex, they're doing a set. Oh, God, lots of dirt being kicked up there. The angle looked like there's a car surfboarding its way up. Back towards the leaders, it's still Rogers that leads, 3.3 seconds ahead of Gustavo Ariel. Bennett is about 0.3 of a second again. Bennett, I think, is just managing it here with 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. We've got Daniel Ferguson, who's just dropped a bit further back now, but Pure Sims Esports, this is the best performance they've had so far today. I think they could be very encouraged by that. As we've got a replay here, this is the back marker, P33, being overtaken by T3 Motorsport by the looks of things. And what is T3 doing? That's mindless. Mindless. You do not need to squeeze a back marker like that. Just make the move up the inside. They were giving you the room to make the overtake. You should always be, if you're lapping a vehicle, you should safely be the car that makes the overtake. You shouldn't rely on them moving offline. Just think that's so silly to do. So the T3 Motorsport aren't going to lose a position, but poor P33 might end up in the pits here. Again, might be good for Urano. So it's not all said and done here that Urano might not gain even more points with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the kind of stuff that Urano's going to be hoping for. A little bit of a look there for Martinez on Valero as we continue to watch that battle, but nothing to do. You know, it's hard to make that pass. We've seen a couple of drivers be able to make a pass down into turn 1, and I've been surprised by it. It's not exactly the heaviest of braking zones going down there. It's really only about a 3rd or 4th gear corner, depending on what kind of car you're bringing in there, and so it can be very, very tricky. Normally, we see the effective pass being around the outside with the momentum, so I want to give credit to some of the drivers here today to be able to pull that off into the first turn.
Yeah, you've really got to set them offline, haven't you, if you're going to make it work. So you've really got to upset them if you're going to make it work as a turn number 1. You're right, it's not a harsh braking zone. It's a really nice flowing corner, really nice exit. But what you want to do is you want to offset them. You want to make them go defensive through 1, so they're slow through 2, and then really put the pressure on down in towards 3. So you almost want to be able to get an exit where you're touching them out of 2 and then push down in towards 3. As there's a flash of the lights here, I'm assuming the R8G car's trying to get rid of a back marker in front there. You're not close enough really to be expecting them to be pulling over straight away. I guess let them know, but yeah, there's no way that they're close enough. That's P34, which is, I believe, Florian Denzer, but he's not in the session, so I would imagine that might be VCO E-Team Brit. Sorry, every team's got VCO in front of them. So yeah, E-Team Brit coming up. I think that Alexei Nesov is going to gain another couple of positions here. So this is, yeah, mind-blowing. Again, I'm not too sure exactly who P34 is. My timing screen is not, or maybe I need to update it again. I don't know. Oh, yeah, definitely need to update it again. Oh, okay, that's my bad. So Nesov then is P35. And actually, yeah, it is Florian Denzer. So I think that there's a world here where Nesov actually battles with Florian Denzer in the last 9 minutes. This is crazy for Urano. And how important, when we come to the end of this here, DJ, will it be those 5 points that they're going to gain here? Maybe even 6. They might gain 6 points. Could that be a difference later on in the championship?
Oh, with as close as we're seeing everything run this early, it most certainly could be a massive difference in the championship. Every single point when you are competing at this high of a level of competition, even 1 or 2 points can count. And so if I am Alexei Nesov here, I am pushing as hard as I can to try to just gain that one position to get that one little bit more that I can.
As much as this is close here, wondering if we could just have a quick look at where P34 is on track, and then a very quick click to where P35 is on track, just to see whether there is the potential that they might close up. So there's P35. Where are we? We are coming... I have no idea. It's so dark here. I have zero idea where we are exactly. We are coming through the kink then. So there's the kink for P35. Oh, there's P34. Wow. Where is that? That is...
That's coming up over the Corvette Bridge into the Hurry Downs.
Oh, the miles ahead.
Yeah, miles ahead, but that car, I'm not sure if that's just getting out of the way for other cars, but it looked very, very slow, obviously having a problem up through turn 6.
Yeah, sheepishly coming back on the circuit, wasn't it? For sure. It didn't look like it was getting out of the way of other cars. It looked like it was more returning from an incident they've been involved in. So, yeah, I think still maybe a little bit too far ahead. Who knows? We know Nesov is one of the very fastest out there. If we're going to talk iRating, 1500 iRating for the driver of the car that we were just on board with. And Nesov is 9,100. So if it goes on iRating, he's golden here. As R8G, this is a good opportunity here. Get a backmark car in between you two of you, and he might be able to save this P2. So it might still be tied after this race. This is really not what Bennett needed. So Bennett was able to manage the situation by being right behind the R8G car. There's a little bit of breathing space here. I think it will close up pretty quickly. And actually, it's already closed up. So, yeah, I'll just, well, shut up really at this point.
Well, I was actually keeping an eye on that, and it looked like that R8G machine had been able to pull out a couple of tenths of a second over Redline there, but Bennett, when push came to shove, just absolutely got the pedal down and was able to catch back up. So I really, really think that Luke Bennett is just holding on to some speed there. That was Toonk there that had a little bit of an excursion off in the background.
Yeah, 100%. Again, the difference between these two swapping position right now, as it stands, it would be a tie game. 284 points each for Redline and R8G. With countback, Redline would lead. But in terms of if they swap positions, it would be a 2-point swing. So that means that it would be Redline that lead. They would move on to 285, and it'd be 283 for R8G. The big story here is the leaders of the championship then, Urano Esports, they were in the top 2 at the start of this race, and there was a disconnect. So now they're 2 laps down. They're P35. So right now they're gaining 6 points. So 6 points they're gaining. Again, before the end of this race, we will get the sort of live standings for you as well, or at the end of the race, should I say. But if they can gain maybe 1-2 more positions just to put the pressure on, they are going to lose the lead of the championship. But as it stands right now, it is 25 points. Any positions gained from this point onwards just helps. It's gutting for Urano. I think Urano would be absolutely leading after 8 races of 24. But a disconnect is just not being kind to them. But then the same could be said for Coanda. Coanda were leading a race at Monza earlier on. So that would have been, what, 40 points? So they would be on 266. They would be P3 as it stands with Rogers obviously winning this race here. That means they would have actually won the last 4 races. So they've won this race, the race before, then they had a disconnect the race before that, and then the race before that they won. So Coanda did not have a good start, but they have absolutely come out flying here. Is it too much to gain 60 points over everybody else in, what would it be, 16 races here, DJ? Is anything beyond Coanda?
I'm tentative to put Coanda up against the wall there and say they can't do it, as we've seen them be able to pull out some pretty impressive things. It's going to be a tall order, but they're going to need some bad luck to befall their competitors. But just like we saw with Alexei here today, that can happen, and it just takes 1 or 2 of those little moments, and next thing you know, you've got a 3-4-5-way battle for the lead on your hands.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we don't wish any disconnects on anybody. It's the worst way. It's the sim racing equivalent of your engine blowing up, in my opinion. So yeah, it's not ideal. It's not what you want to see. But yeah, that is the reason really why Coanda aren't in the fight. Again, I don't think they'd be leading by any stretch of the imagination. Although they would have also, if they got that win, taken points off of the ones around them, it's mathematics again. DJ, you're right. I should just stay away from it. I shouldn't get involved with it too harsh here. Rogers still leads. Again, you know, as much as the disconnect is going to hurt them, they've just got to do what they need to do. They've got to go out there, get the results. Gustavo Ariel still P2. Got a half a second gap. That's the biggest the gap's been between the two of them. Is it manageable? I'm not sure it is. With 4 minutes to go, I think you'll find that Bennett will make a move unless he's completely burnt his tyres out. That might be a factor here. We've then got Ferguson P4. Bit of a race of his own here. Jimmy Antunes, he was battling with Caruso, Blyer, and Kwiatkowski, but subsequently got a bit of a gap on everybody. Now it's 5 seconds ahead because they've been battling so ferociously. Gael Valero P9, Iago Martinez rounds out your top 10. Any surprises for you here, DJ? Any standout performances for you?
Well, I think it's not exactly necessarily surprising, but to see Joshua Rogers be able to pull a 4-second gap here over the course of this race, very, very impressive. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Daniel Ferguson come under a little bit closer pressure there from Antunes from behind. I would have thought that battle would have been raging on throughout the entire race, but Daniel's just been able to run a fantastic run here for Pearsons.
Yeah, but he was kind of on his own early on. He got gapped by Bennett and Ariel very quickly. And Antunes was just so hotly battling with P6, 7, 8, and 9 for maybe 5 laps, and that kind of cost him. I think Antunes, in terms of race pace, is probably quicker than Ferguson, but I think the damage was done because of the battling earlier on in this race and just keeping everyone behind him here. Look at this, though. This is a battle for P6. So you've got Iago Martinez, who just caught up to the back here, Gael Valero, Jacob Kwiatkowski, Dominic Blyer, and Jordan Caruso, who leads the way here. Caruso is kind of being soloed out here by Blyer as they come down in towards turn number 3. Are we going to see a potential move there? The Logitech G Altis car of Caruso goes very defensive down in towards the braking zone. It's going to have to be a beautiful move around the outside if it's going to be stuck here. We're on board with P10, so we're not going to quite see exactly how it went down at the front there. And actually, yeah, you can see the defensive move by Caruso has actually slowed Blyer down significantly enough. And now Kwiatkowski is right up his chaff pipe.
Oh, look at that. All of them taking the absolute limit on the edges of those corners. Woo! That's a big excursion there for Iago Martinez.
Wow, that is absolutely on the limit there. Almost ended up into a different state. He's out wide there. Surely going to get a 1X for sure, but again, doesn't really matter too much. They'll be using up the 1Xs as a strategy in this standard of racing. That's just how it works. But yeah, he'll just be happy that he's still maybe within a chance of grabbing a position here. Lap time on average is around about it varies, but right now it's around about 2:03 lap. Joshua Rogers is the leader. He's coming up towards the line, I feel. Or he's not too far away from the line here. Yeah, there we go. So he's coming across the line now. This is going to be the final lap of today's race. Joshua Rogers, I think, is going to go out there and win. But this is what we're going to be talking about for the entirety of this race. Has Bennett been waiting for an opportunity to make the move? He's going to close up towards turn number 1. And again, it is all about trying to set up a potential move into 3 realistically. You're not really going to make a move into 2. Gustavo Ariel absolutely knows that he's got the experience to lean on here, that he will not be, going defensive into turn number 1, thus giving an easy opportunity to Bennett. Through turn number 2 we will go. Both of them running so ferociously wide here. And basically, if you can hold on to this position, Gustavo Ariel, it will be tie game going into race number 9. If Bennett can make the move here, Redline will lead by 2 going into the final race. I don't think there's any other opportunity really to make the overtake past this point as they come then through turn number 3 up towards the Corvette Bridge, and the R8G driver has done his job. I guess it was never really on here for Bennett. I think Bennett maybe doesn't quite have that pace. It is still going to be close between the two of them, but DJ, the biggest opportunities really have gone already.
Yeah, he's really only got one more chance left, and that's going to be going down into Canada corner, and that can be a very, very spicy corner to try to get an overtake done. He has just got to try to maximize here, try not to get too much aero wash coming off the carousel and through the kink, but he's starting to fall back a little bit, about 2.5 tenths. It was as close down to about 1.5 tenths earlier, so here is the final moments for Bennett.
Here we go then. Coming through the kink we will go, and then down towards Canada corner. Big mistake there on the exit of the carousel, which is going to be, I think, very, very costly here. I don't think Bennett's close enough as they then head down in towards Canada corner for the final time. They are absolutely not close enough here. It's going to have to be an almighty lunge if it is to be. It's not to be, that's for sure. Florian and his script looks like it's played out perfectly. There is going to be a tie going into the 3rd waypoint of the VCO Infinity 24-hour event. One driver who basically at this point has done 2 races, he's won 2. Joshua Rogers, for me, pound for pound, best driver in the world of sim racing, is going to pick up yet another victory. Coanda have got it all to do if they want to be at the top of the pile after race 24 because of one disconnect. But if there's one team that could do it, it's Coanda for sure. Gustavo Ariel for R8G is indeed going to hold on to P2. That means that R8G will be tied for the lead with Team Redline. But Team Redline, because of countback, will be indeed the lead team. It will be 6th then for Caruso, Blyer, Kwiatkowski takes P8, Valero, Martinez take your top 10. Daniel Ferguson does indeed take P4, and Antunes takes the top 5. DJ, it's pretty much expected to see Rogers at the front end there. I'm surprised that Redline didn't get past R8G. Gustavo Ariel did a fantastic job of holding on to P2.
Yeah, he certainly did. I really think that that was just a 45-minute defensive class there for Ariel, really able to hold it out. Bennett didn't even look like he had a send to throw down at the end, and I think part of that is Team Redline maybe thinking about the championship as a whole and just trying to claw back some of those points. They knew what was at stake here with Nessov not being able to get in there and Urano going to be falling back. So waiting to see how this is all going to play out, though. We'll have to see in quite a few hours' time if that's a good strategy there for Redline or not.
Yeah, Urano actually finished P33 in the end. It's 8 points, so you know, a disconnect could have been 0 if they didn't come back into the session, but gaining 8 points. Alexei Nessov, how important will those 8 points be come the end of this 24-hour event? Again, to all of you watching at home, if this is the first time you've tuned in, this is the VCO Infinity. It's 24 races in 24 hours. We've got 5 tracks, 5 cars, and 24 different combinations of the 2. So, yeah, it's 40 teams. They've all got 5 drivers. Each team has to have each driver drive at least 2 of the cars. Make sure you tune in. If you want to know when each race is going to start, every single 57 of the hour, so 3 minutes to the top of the hour, will be a race start. Every single one. That's when the server is set up to start. So if you're thinking, oh, I can't make the next one, make sure that you are available for the 57. Hit that follow button here at VCO Esports as well. And, well, you'll be notified as to when we go live, when we do switchovers and all of that good stuff. Race 8 is done and in the books. We're just waiting for the official results to pop in. And, well, as if by magic, they appeared, then they disappeared, and now they disappeared, and now they reappeared. Lovely old job. Joshua Rogers, 2 wins from 2 for the Coanda Esports outfit. Gustavo Ariel holds on to P2 for R8G Esports. Luke Bennett in 3rd. And they got Daniel Ferguson, Jimmy Antunes, Jordan Caruso, Dominic Blyer, got Jacob Kwiatkowski, Gael Valero, and Iago Martinez as your top 10.
In 11th, it was Fraser Williamson, followed by Dion Fialo with Marco Nunez and Marcus Deck in 14th. Sam Michaels was 15th, followed by Phil Dennis with Pablo Lopez and Tristan Iglesias in 18th. Norby Kiss was 19th, and Basil Blazis Ramaznik rounds out your top 20.
Yeah, easy for you to say. Cito Weyer then is in P21, Ferris Danny P22, Casper Risho Anderson, Edu Fernandez Morales, Baz Schlob. We've then got Andika Rama Maulana, Tony Runanen, Andrea Dalla Valle, Paul Crawford, and Henry Morse as your top 30. Final drivers then is Henrik Bieler in 31st. We've got Florian Denzler in 32nd, Alexei Nessov for Urano in 33rd. How important is that result going to be? I think it's going to be massive. Alexander Shea, it's made a word up there. Khan Chunk is in 35th. Then we've got Martin Buchan, Jacob Maciejewski, and Kim Andre Strum in P38. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is your final results for the first 8 races of the VCO Esports Infinity event. I'm going to be disappearing now. DJ, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, mate. Hopefully next time I get to work with you, I won't be as tired, and I won't be at the end of a 5-hour event. And I'm sorry if I spoke over you. I've just become very rude when I'm tired, I think. But yeah, absolutely smashed it, mate. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Absolutely loved it. I mean, there's few better things than GT3s at Road America, and I'm just looking forward to the next 2 hours that I have on this stint.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I'm going to be disappearing now. I think we've got Ewan O'Leary coming into the box now. We've also got part 2 happening on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, that feed is going to close. We are going to be ending up going on to part 2. That's me done now for 5 hours. To everyone in the chat who's been involved with a bit of banter and all that good stuff, it's been an absolute blast. It's been some fun. Make sure you stick around and make sure you watch as many races as you possibly can. Maybe tell some friends and family about this event as well. And I'm going to be in and amongst the chat maybe for the next hour, and then I'll be in tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. I'm really excited to see how things go down. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing how the rest of this goes. We're going to go for a very, very short break. We're going to have a quick changeover. But I'll tell you one thing, the action is not going to stop. We've still got 16 more races to go for the VCO Infinity 24-hour event.
Welcome back to VCO Infinity as we get ready for race 9 of 24 here this evening. We're fully into the graveyard shift now and taking you through the next couple of hours. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside DJ Clark for the next 2 races. We're very much looking forward to this. It's a wild contrast to what we've just seen. Touring cars at Monza, we were just speaking about it there. Turn 1 is going to